Transcending into the world of Dragon Ball, I commenced my journey by replicating the abilities of the Omni King. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully copied all of the Omni King's abilities. The powers you have acquired have been amplified by an astounding 100 trillion times. At that moment, I realized that I had become invincible. The invincible me joined the chat group of the multiverse. Chapter 1. Replicating the Omni King's abilities amplified 100 trillion times. What the heck? This little brat is the Omni King, isn't he? What on earth is happening? Have I truly traversed into the Dragon Ball universe? This is quite the elaborate joke, isn't it? I'm merely squatted in an outdoor toilet, and without indulging in food, how did I end up here? Yong Tian gazed at the child before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Omni King, utterly astonished. I remember now. It must have been after I finished smoking. I carelessly tossed the cigarette but into the latrine, causing a methane explosion that led to my demise. Upon realizing the cause of his death, Yong Tian felt utterly powerless to complain. Cursed be the cigarette butt. Damn that cigarette butt. It made me indulge in a feast before my death. My illustrious reputation has been entirely obliterated. By the way, why am I standing before the Omni King? If this little brat were to become displeased, what if he decided to erase me from existence? Yong Tian was overwhelmed with both astonishment and fear, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just then, a melodious voice resonated within Yong Tian's mind, akin to the most enchanting melody in the world. Ding! The replication amplification by 100 trillion times system is at your service. Ding! Omni King detected. Replicable abilities. The Omni King's combat power, the power to erase laws, the ability to obliterate everything, the laws of creation, the power to forge worlds. The Omni King's absolute authority, all of the Omni King's abilities. Do you wish to replicate? What the heck? Is this my golden finger? As for whether to replicate, do I even need to ask? Replicate. Immediately replicate. Bestow upon me all of the Omni King's powers. Yong Tian shouted excitedly within. Replication successful. Ding! Congratulations. You have replicated all of the Omni King's abilities. Congratulations. All of the abilities you have copied have been amplified by 100 trillion times. Upon hearing that the replication was successful and amplified 100 trillion times, Yong Tian was overwhelmed with uncontainable joy. A euphoric sensation surged from the depths of his heart, radiating outward, enveloping his entire being. Realizing that it was not merely a dream, but a genuine acquisition of the Omni King's abilities, Yong Tian's heart soared with elation, and a smile gradually crept upon his lips. Marvelous! I began by replicating the Omni King's abilities, and they have been amplified 100 trillion times. What a thrill! This is just too exhilarating. Yong Tian licked his lips, savoring the moment, feeling an infinite aftertaste. Whether it be the power of erasure or the force of creation, these are the ultimate strengths beyond compare. Moreover, the replication was further amplified 100 trillion times on that foundation. What does that signify? To put it simply, even if an ordinary person's combat power merely amounts to a mere 100 trillion points, it would still be overwhelmingly powerful. Not to mention the exaggerated nature of 100 trillion times the Omni King's capabilities. This implies that it would require approximately 100 trillion Omni Kings, united as one, to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yong Tian at this moment. Incredible. Truly remarkable. System, I adore you. Yong Tian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction engulfing his entire being, a pleasure so intense it made his scalp tingle, rendering him unable to contain himself. At this moment, Yong Tian had become invincible. In this world, he is the epitome of absolute invincibility. When faced with dilemmas, a mere wave of his hand causes enemies to vanish, unrivaled and unparalleled. Starting off invincible, what a delight. So refreshing, Yong Tian murmured. He glanced at the system panel, casting a fleeting gaze at his combat power. Replication amplification by 100 trillion times system. Host, Yong Tian. Combat power, infinite. Abilities, all of the Omni King's powers, amplified by 100 trillion times. Hey, who are you? Why are you here? The childlike Omni King looked at Yong Tian with innocent curiosity. Yong Tian smiled playfully and jested. Me? I am your father. Having acquired the Omni King's abilities amplified 100 trillion times, Yong Tian felt no fear, ready to plunge headfirst into action. If Yong Tian were a giant, then the Omni King was but a minuscule ant. The Omni King paused momentarily, and upon regaining his composure, he exclaimed in indignation, How dare you jest in such a manner? Do you wish to vanish? Yong Tian chuckled lightly. There is no need for such fury. My claim of being your father is, after all, substantiated. What substantiation? This is utter nonsense, the Omni King retorted furiously. If you doubt my words, allow me to present to you a grand treasure that will clarify everything. Yong Tian raised his right hand and gestured towards the Omni King. What treasure? The Omni King inquired curiously, eyeing Yong Tian's palm. Behold, the grand treasure lies right here. With that, Yong Tian waved his right hand and launched a surprise attack. In an instant, a brilliant spectrum of colors erupted from his hand, and the Omni King was obliterated. Ah, little brat, the throne rotates. This year it belongs to my family. Is that too much to ask? Yong Tian cackled maniacally. Unfortunately, the Omni King had already vanished, leaving no room for a response. The Omni King is dead. A new ruler must be established. Henceforth, I, Yong Tian, shall take his place. Yong Tian laughed wildly. After a brief moment of mirth, he beheld a figure radiating divine luminescence materializing before him. This figure was none other than the High Priest. Why are you here in the chamber of the Omni King? Where has he gone? The High Priest fixed his gaze on Yong Tian and inquired. Ding. Wild High Priest detected. Copyable abilities. The High Priest's combat prowess. The supreme mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. The ultimate angelic power. Instantaneous movement. Creation abilities. All capabilities of the High Priest. Do you wish to copy? The system queried. Copy. Instantly copy everything. Yong Tian shouted excitedly within. Ding. Congratulations. Copy successful. Congratulations. The abilities copied from the High Priest have been enhanced 1,000,000,000,000-fold. At the moment he learned of the successful replication of the High Priest's abilities, now magnified 1,000,000,000,000 times, a subtle smile graced Yong Tian's lips, revealing a confident and wickedly charming expression. An overwhelming sense of superiority enveloped his heart, and his smile grew ever more self-assured and audacious. It is crucial to note that all abilities of the High Priest have been amplified. Naturally, the replicated combat strength has also been enhanced 1,000,000,000,000-fold. One can only imagine the exquisite comfort and exhilarating thrill this brings. The replication was successful. Ha 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 ha. Yong Tian laughed maniacally. Yong Tian's current state could be best described as akin to the maniacal laughter of the Uchiha clan's 4 great jesters. The High Priest frowned slightly and asked, What are you laughing about? Ha ha, it's nothing. I merely recalled something delightful. Yong Tian replied with a grin. Nothing? Yet everything about you reeks of suspicion and unreasonableness. Do enlighten me on how you came to be in the Omni King's chamber. The High Priest pressed further. Let's set that aside for now. Let us discuss another matter. Yong Tian said with a smile. What matter? The High Priest's brow furrowed tightly. Yong Tian smirked slightly and teased. Rest assured, High Priest, I shall take good care of your beautiful daughters. Do you comprehend what you are saying? The High Priest's expression darkened. Even with a temper as mild as his, the High Priest was nearing the brink of losing his patience upon hearing Yong Tian's frivolous words. Yong Tian offered a playful smile, raising his right hand to wave at the High Priest. I'm fully aware of what I am saying. However, Yong Tian shifted the conversation, continuing, Do not worry too much about your daughters. I will ensure their safety. With that, Yong Tian flashed a wicked smile, and as the spectrum of colors emanated from his right hand, he unleashed the obliteration ability he had copied from the Omni King. The High Priest's expression turned slightly irate as he opened his mouth to reprimand, but before he could utter a word, Yong Tian eliminated him. Yong Tian would not afford him the opportunity to speak. At that moment, not a trace of the High Priest remained, save for the residual warmth in the air, signifying his former existence. Ha ha! With this, I have eradicated the supreme deities of the Dragon Ball universe. From this moment on, I shall reign supreme in the Dragon Ball world. Yong Tian's laughter echoed throughout the Omni King's palace. I shall do as I please, he cackled with abandon. However, at that moment, 2 shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the ground before Yong Tian. These shadows gradually coalesced into 2 slender, tall figures resembling pointed pins. They were the pointed pin guards who had hurriedly arrived upon hearing Yong Tian's audacious laughter. Their duty was to protect the Omni King, but alas, the Omni King had already been obliterated. The 2 guards glared coldly at Yong Tian. Their lips parted simultaneously, uttering, "You." Yet before they could complete their sentence, Yong Tian eradicated them. If you 2 had not jumped out to meet your demise, I might have completely forgotten about your existence. Since you are so eager to meet your end, let us make you disappear together. Yong Tian waved his hand and directly employed the obliteration ability, erasing both guards. They had barely appeared and had not even managed to utter a complete line before being wiped out. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. Truly, I am remarkable. I commenced by copying the abilities of the Omni King and the High Priest. Each of their powers is extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, I am the best. Yong Tian praised himself. Though I perished in my previous life by an explosion from a latrine, that is but a bygone chapter. While I remain myself, I am no longer the same as before. The current me is invincible. Yong Tian murmured. Although his actions possessed a hint of villainy, he was unconcerned. Having attained invincibility, why should he fret over being labeled a villain? Who defines a villain, after all? Undoubtedly, it is the strong and victorious who define it. If I were to vanquish all adversaries, then those who fall would be deemed villains by my decree. I shall embrace it with gusto. What do I look like now? Yong Tian pondered, then waved his hand to conjure a mirror. Gazing into it, he was astounded by his own reflection. By the gods, my visage, my physique, dicis. Vegeta. How did I become Vegeta? Staring at the striking figure adorned with patera earrings and 2 tufts of hair cascading on his forehead, Yong Tian was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that he had traversed into the form of someone who did not exist. Vegeta, the ultimate warrior formed by the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta through the patera earrings, is hailed as invincible. He is renowned as the unparalleled Vegeta, the strongest in all dimensions. An invincible face, an invincible physique, coupled with invincible power, suits me perfectly. A confident smile graced Yong Tian's lips. Just then, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The Multiverse chat group invites you to join the chat. Do you accept? The Multiverse chat group? After a moment's contemplation, Yong Tian made his decision. I agree. Chapter 2. Joining the chat group. Ding. Congratulations, Invincible Under Heaven has joined the Multiverse chat group. Peter Parker. Invincible Under Heaven. Welcome to the group. Han Fei. Invincible Under Heaven. Welcome to the group. Zhao Linger. Invincible Under Heaven. Welcome to the group. Yuan Deu. Invincible Under Heaven. Welcome to the group. Gao Yao. Invincible Under Heaven. Welcome to the group. Zhang Chulan. Invincible Under Heaven. Welcome to the group. Observing these 6 members, both strange and oddly familiar, a smile graced Yong Tian's lips. Ding. A multiverse chat group has been detected. Would you like to copy it? The system inquired. Copy. Congratulations. Copy successful. The multiverse chat group you have copied is enhanced by a factor of trillions. Would you like to upgrade this chat group to the enhanced version? Yes. Upgrade this chat group. Yong Tian silently affirmed. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, this chat group is now yours, and you possess absolute control over it. The system announced. Excellent. Just as it should be. Yong Tian chuckled. Peter Parker. Invincible Under Heaven. I believe you must have many questions now. If there is anything unclear, you can refer to the group announcement. Once you read it, you will have a basic understanding. Zhang Chulan. Invincible Under Heaven. This chat group enables communication among individuals from various worlds. If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me. Han Fei. Invincible Under Heaven. You can change your group nickname to your real name. Zhao Linger. Invincible Under Heaven. Don't be shy. You can raise any questions. We were all newcomers once. Yuan Deu. Exactly. We all started as newcomers. Gao Yao. Invincible Under Heaven. Haha, I've only been in this chat for a short while too. Let us look out for each other in the future. However, at that moment, a group message captured everyone's attention. Ding. The multiverse chat group has met the conditions for an upgrade. The chat group has been upgraded to Supreme Multiverse Chat Group. Ding. Congratulations to group member Invincible Under Heaven for becoming the group leader. Zhang Chulan. What the heck? The chat group upgraded. Peter Parker. Zhao Linger. Yuan Deu. Invincible Under Heaven. It turns out you are quite the big shot. Han Fei. I didn't expect the newcomer to be so formidable. Gao Yao. Greetings, esteemed group leader. I've just become the group leader? However, it is only fitting. Yong Tian smiled. He did not feign shock. This was well within his expectations. After all, this chat group belonged to him. So what was there to be astonished about? Yong Tian glanced around and discovered that the chat group featured a point shop, a nickname change function, a red envelope feature, and a function to teleport to a friend's world, among others. The remaining features bore similarities to chat groups he had seen in novels from his previous life. All the expected functionalities were present. After changing his group nickname to his real name, He greeted everyone in the group. Yong Tian, group leader. Greetings to all members. I possess some understanding of the multiverse chat group. I am not an entirely clueless newcomer. Furthermore, if you require assistance or have any uncertainties, feel free to approach me. Zhang Chulan, Yong Tian. Wow. It seems you are a true big shot. Yong Tian, Zhang Chulan. I have insights into your fate and the world you inhabit. If you are curious about your destiny, I can upload relevant information to the group. Zhang Chulan, what the heck? Hurry and share it so I can see. Yong Tian, group leader. Alright, just a moment, I will post it now. Yong Tian uploaded all the storylines he had encountered in one person below to the group. Yong Tian, group leader. Zhang Chulan, it's done. The information has been uploaded. This is your fate. Zhang Chulan, I'm going to check it out right now. Zhao Linger, Zhang Chulan, I'm going to look at your fate trajectory too. Gao Yao, Zhang Chulan, I want to see it as well. Peter Parker, Yong Tian. You're incredible. You can actually see others' futures. I'm going to check out Zhang Chulan's fate too. In an instant, the group members were ablaze with excitement, all rushing to view Zhang Chulan's animation. Seizing the moment, Yong Tian examined the points shop. The items for sale were diverse and numerous. From common Pangu essence, elixirs of immortality, infinite gems, cybernetic mechs, super Dragon Balls, to genetic potions, it was a dazzling array of goods. Naturally, all these items required points for purchase. More importantly, points could also be used to enhance cultivation, allowing for limitless improvement. Regardless of the aspect of cultivation, as long as one had points, one could elevate their abilities without constraint. He glanced at his points balance. As the most distinguished leader of the chat group, your points are infinite. You may purchase any item in the shop at will. What? Infinite points? Am I playing a cracked version? Yong Tian was both astonished and delighted. However, it was only reasonable. After all, the entire chat group belonged to him, so possessing infinite points was entirely normal. Yong Tian chuckled. This could be considered an unexpected delight. Although he was already invincible in the Dragon Ball universe, there must always be being stronger than oneself, right? Besides, who wouldn't he appreciate a zero-cost purchase? That being said, these items could still prove useful, perhaps not immensely, but beneficial nonetheless. Furthermore, even if most items held little value for him, who would complain about having an extended lifespan? Who would object to having more wealth? Even if they remained unused, satisfying a collector's whim is quite comforting. I may not need it, but I cannot do without it. Even less, so can I claim it to be entirely useless. Chat group, max out my cultivation. Yong Tian ordered. Esteemed leader. Which aspect of cultivation would you like to enhance? Which aspect? Good question. It should be all-encompassing. Understood. Your comprehensive cultivation enhancement is underway. Enhancement complete. Congratulations. Your cultivation has reached the utmost pinnacle. Ding. Your cultivation is now invincible across all domains. Due to the limited capabilities of this chat group, your cultivation can only be elevated to the utmost pinnacle. Upon completion of the enhancement, Yong Tian instantly felt a substantial boost in his power. If he were previously absolutely invincible, he now felt as if he were omnipotent. For instance, when it came to wishing, he sensed that with but a thought, he could manifest any desire instantaneously, akin to a super dragon, fulfilling wishes without any restrictions, with infinite wishes easily achievable. Additionally, without even invoking the Omni King's annihilation ability, a mere tremor of his physical form could obliterate countless multiverses. As for his soul cultivation, mental cultivation, internal and external refinement, formations, alchemy, talismans, secret arts, weapon forging, Qin arts, and chess arts, he could be considered invincible in every respect. There was nothing he could not accomplish. He was invincible across all domains. At this stage, one could say he had become an omnipotent supreme deity, utterly unparalleled. Omnipotent supreme deities are nothing extraordinary, right? Unless Yong Tian encounters a higher, more unfathomable level of omnipotent supreme being. Yet Yong Tian remained unperturbed, for he possessed the copying system, allowing him to replicate everything about his enemies and exponentially enhance it by trillions of times. In terms of invincibility, Yong Tian was genuinely invincible. In terms of unfathomability, Yong Tian was truly perplexing. And this encapsulates Yong Tian's power and essence. This elevation stemmed from the copying system. Without the copying system, there would be no chat group leader. Without the chat group's enhancement, there would be no such comprehensive invincibility. Ultimately, the copying system is Yong Tian's greatest advantage. No exceptions. In a moment of leisure, Yong Tian cast a glance at the chat group. Zhang Chulan, Yong Tian. The esteemed group leader, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated that I would gain insight into my destiny and future. My heartfelt gratitude to you. With this knowledge, I can strategize in advance to evade crises. Yong Tian, group leader, no need for thanks. As the group leader, it is only fitting that I occasionally lend a helping hand to my fellow members. Gao Yao, the group leader, is incredible. I wonder if you could also assist me in predicting my fate, Han Fei, to foresee one's destiny and future, if possible. I humbly request that the esteemed group leader extend his benevolent hand to me as well. Yong Tian, Zhao Linger, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader. I also wish for such insights. Yuan Deu, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader, please include me as well. Peter Parker, Yong Tian, you are amazing. Please take me along. Yong Tian, group leader. To all members, it's settled. Since you all wish to know your fates, I shall upload the relevant materials to the chat group. Subsequently, Yong Tian uploaded various mythological works, including Ultraman Dyna, Spider-Man, The Legend of Sword and Fairy, and Tianqing Jyoga. Additionally, he included related titles such as Qin's Moon, Dark Dyna, and various Spider-Man series, including Spider-Gwen, Spider-Man, the Multiverse, and fan videos depicting Bully Grandpa. In an instant, curiosity swept through the group as everyone hurried to view the videos uploaded by Yong Tian. The chat group fell into a hushed silence. Then, with a thought, Yong Tian closed the chat group. His intent behind all this was merely to seek amusement. He had just become invincible and had yet to fully enjoy it. As for the emptiness that follows invincibility, what meaning does it hold? Nonsense. He would deal with that later. Just like one would not feel emptiness or loneliness after acquiring wealth, power, and immortality. The joy of invincibility is something one could never truly fathom. Yong Tian turned his gaze towards the throne in the palace of the Omni King. He rose and strode towards the throne, sitting down in contemplation. Since he had achieved invincibility, it was only fitting to find some amusement. For instance, creating a new Omni King and Grand Priest. Moreover, that young Omni King should recognize me as the Supreme Omni King. Or perhaps, he could regard me as his father. After all, if I were to recreate him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to claim the title of his father. Excellent. I am indeed the Supreme Omni King. I could also be the Omni King's father. With that thought, Yong Tian waved his hand, using the power of creation to bring forth a new Omni King and Grand Priest. Additionally, he created the two sharp-tipped guards of the Omni King with another wave of his hand. With a whoosh, two figures, one tall and one small, materialized before him. Daddy. The moment the Omni King appeared, he called out to Yong Tian. Yong Tian looked at the Omni King and smiled, saying, "There's no need to call me Daddy. Simply refer to me as the Supreme Omni King." "Yes, Supreme Omni King." The Omni King responded, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice upon learning he could not call him Daddy. "Ah Quan, do not be so disheartened. In private, you may still address me as Daddy," Yong Tian reassured him. Upon hearing this, the Omni King's eyes brightened, and he cheerfully exclaimed, "All right, Supreme Omni King. I bow before you." Supreme Omni King. The Grand Priest bent in reverence to Yong Tian. Indeed, Yong Tian nodded slightly. With another whoosh, two more figures appeared out of thin air, standing one on each side of the Omni King, his sharp-tipped guards. "I bow before you, Supreme Omni King." The two guards knelt in salute. "Very well, rise." Yong Tian smiled. "Yes." The four responded in unison, standing at attention, awaiting Yong Tian's instructions. After a moment of contemplation, Yong Tian slowly stated, "You shall proceed as you see fit. Maintain the normal operation of the 12 universes. I am off to travel across the cosmos, and you need not accompany me. By the way, Grand Priest, I will be visiting Bados and the others for a discussion, so please inform them in advance." The Grand Priest smiled faintly and promptly replied, "As you command." Yong Tian nodded with a smile. "Excellent. I shall indulge in timely enjoyment." With that, Yong Tian vanished in a flash. The Grand Priest and the others bowed respectfully towards the space where Yong Tian had just been. Farewell, Supreme Omni King. Chapter 3, The Beloved Gao Yao. Universe 11. Destruction God Star. At this moment, the Destruction God, Wei Mei Da, along with the angel Makalita, gazed solemnly at a projection emanating from a scepter. This projection was three-dimensional, appearing indistinguishable from a real person. The figure portrayed was none other than the Grand Priest. "Makalita, I have transmitted the image of the Supreme Omni King to you. Should he arrive, you must extend the utmost hospitality. Do not show the slightest hint of negligence." "Yes, Grand Priest." Makalita nodded slightly. "Now, this is the message I needed to convey to you. I will also notify Bados and the others one by one shortly." The Grand Priest smiled with satisfaction before cutting off the video call. Makalita and Wei Mei Da exchanged astonished glances, both utterly taken aback. "I never imagined that beyond the Supreme Omni King, there exists a supreme Omni King. This revelation is astounding, Wei Meidao exclaimed. Indeed. Such a monumental piece of news leaves me utterly stunned. Makalita concurred. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted. Who told you I wouldn't come? As the voice echoed, a figure, exuding an aura of invincibility, materialized before the two. Makalita, awestruck by the striking presence, quickly bowed in reverence. I bow before you, Supreme Omni King. Wei Meidao, taken aback, hurriedly bowed down in submission, her nerves causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down her forehead. Ding. Detected 1 angel and 1 destruction god. Copyable abilities. All combat powers of Angel Makalita and the Clown Destruction God. Angel power, Destruction God power, Ultimate Freedom Technique, Destructive Energy. Would you like to copy all of them? Yong Tian silently commanded. Yes. Copy everything. Ding. Copy successful. Congratulations. All abilities copied from Makalita and Wei Meidao have been enhanced by 1,000,000,000,000-fold. Yong Tian chuckled and urged the two to rise. All right, you may stand. Yes. Supreme Omni King. Instantly, both felt a wave of relief wash over them. Supreme Omni King, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? How may I assist you? Wei Meidao asked cautiously. Be careful with your words, Wei Meidao. If the Supreme Omni King has matters to discuss, he will certainly voice them. We need not pry. Makalita whispered as a gentle reminder. Wei Meidao trembled slightly and stammered. I will prepare tea. With a flicker, Wei Meidao vanished, only to reappear moments later, holding exquisite tea leaves and teaware. After brewing the tea, she carefully poured a cup for Yong Tian, then for Makalita, and finally for herself. Supreme Omni King, please enjoy this tea. Here are some snacks I prepared. With a wave of her scepter, Makalita conjured an array of peculiar delicacies onto the table. Yong Tian took a sip of tea, glancing at the assortment of odd snacks before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Are these even edible? The so-called snacks on the table were a bizarre assortment of insects. Yong Tian shook his head, instantly losing his appetite as he felt nauseated. Never mind. You two go ahead and eat. Seizing the moment while sipping tea, Yong Tian focused his mind and opened the chat group of all realms. At that moment, the messages in the group had already reached 99. Yuan Deu. I have thoroughly consumed all the audiovisual content uploaded by the group leader. I never anticipated that my world harbored such terrifying entities as Gitanju and Dark Digga. However, it is fortunate that I emerged from this encounter unscathed. Peter Parker, alas. It is a lamentable fate for my dear brother Harry, who ultimately perished in an attempt to save me. Now that I have foreseen the future, I shall ensure that tragedy does not repeat itself. I have already lost my Uncle Ben and cannot bear to experience such loss again. But what on earth does it mean for that old man to throw dust in your eyes? Have I ever exhibited such tyrannical behavior? Zhao Linger, as a descendant of Nuwa, am I truly unable to escape my destiny? Nevertheless, having joined this chat group, I am confident that I shall acquire the ability to alter my fate. Han Fei, though I met my demise in the end. That rascal Wei Zhuang has been relentlessly investigating the circumstances of my death. To have such a friend is indeed a stroke of fortune. Gao Yao, damn that Yi Xiaochuan. I never imagined he would cause me such suffering. He is no friend. I shall ensure he pays a heavy price. Han Fei, Gao Yao. I have discerned that among all our companions, your future appears to be the most tragic. Following closely is the bleak fate of Sister Linger. Zhang Chulan, Gao Yao. I cannot fathom how you endure such a future. If I were to encounter someone like Yi Xiaochuan, I would surely make him wish he were never born. Gao Yao. Thankfully, I have joined this celestial chat group. Otherwise, I cannot imagine how I would navigate the days ahead. Zhao Linger, Gao Yao, my heart aches for you. Dear brother, Peter Parker, Gao Yao, my friend, let us devise a plan to venture into your world and render that Yi Xiaochuan impotent, forcing him to endure the agony you have suffered. Zhang Chulan, I second that. If we are to carry out such a punishment, I shall deliver the first blow. Han Fei, I concur. Zhao Linger, if it involves punishing such a detestable individual, I too lend my support. Yuan Deu, though such actions may seem cruel, I too shall support this course. Yong Tian, group leader. Is your chatter akin to a machine gun? The messages have escalated so swiftly. Zhao Ling, Yong Tian. The leader has appeared. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed leader. Peter Parker, Yong Tian, I bow before you, Great One. Han Fei, I bow before you. Great One. Yuan Deu, I bow before you, Great One. Zhang Chulan, I bow before you, Great Leader. Gao Yao, I bow before you, Great Leader. Observing the flurry of messages from his companions, Yong Tian's lips curled into a smile. He then replied, Yong Tian, group leader, we are all comrades here. There is no need for such formalities. Regarding the punishment of Yi Xiaochuan, Count me in. I too wish to wield the knife. As soon as the thought of punishing Yi Xiaochuan arose in Yong Tian's mind, he was astonished to discover that the chat group had issued a collective task to penalize Yi Xiaochuan. It seemed the group had perceived his sentiments and acted upon them, issuing this task in accordance with his will. Naturally, as the leader of the group, his words and actions attracted particular attention and compliance. To the other members, it appeared as though a mission had suddenly manifested within the chat. Notice, due to Yi Xiaochuan's abhorrent nature, a multitude of voices demand retribution against him. The severity of the punishment is left to your discretion. The more brutal, the better. All members may participate. You may choose to accept or decline based on your individual capabilities. Completing the task will yield substantial points. All group members received such a notification. Group task: punish Yi Xiaochuan. Accept or decline. I shall accept the task and earn points to resurrect my Uncle Ben. I will change my predetermined fate. Peter Parker's gaze was resolute, devoid of any hesitation, as he chose to accept. This version of Peter Parker is drawn from Tobey Maguire's portrayal, without external assistance. This iteration of Spider-Man stands as the strongest. He possesses the ability to slyly halt a train and can mischievously cast dust into others' eyes across the myriad realms, showcasing considerable prowess. Yuan Deu, as Diga Ultraman, also possesses strength and, after contemplation, chose to accept the group task. Zhao Linger, inherently kind-hearted and eager to assist, naturally opted to accept, especially with the allure of earning points. Zhang Chulan similarly accepted without a moment's pause. As for Gao Yao, it goes without saying. Upon witnessing his grim future, he yearned to drink his blood and feast upon his flesh, believing it to be a slight release of his pent-up fury. Only Han Fei, wielding the battered reverse scalpel, hesitated, for he lacked substantial combat ability and was understandably apprehensive about potential repercussions. Yong Tian, group leader. Regarding the group task, I encourage everyone to participate actively. Completing the task will yield considerable points, which can be exchanged for anything in the points store, as long as your points are sufficient. It is akin to making a wish in the store. Any desire can be fulfilled. There is no need for concern or hesitation. Simply accept the task. Even if you possess no combat capabilities, I shall ensure your safety. Upon reading Yong Tian's message, Han Fei's eyes brightened. He no longer hesitated and immediately accepted the group task. Han Fei, Yong Tian, esteemed leader, the safety of this task rests entirely upon your shoulders. Peter Parker, I intend to use my points in the store to resurrect my Uncle Ben. I will not allow tragedy to unfold again. Yong Tian, group leader. Very well. Let us embark forthwith using the chat group's transportation function. Yong Tian, group leader. Gao Yao, for the other members to enter your world, your consent is required. Simply think of granting permission, and it shall be done. Gao Yao, Yong Tian, understood, great leader. Of course, Yong Tian did not require Gao Yao's permission. As the group leader, he could traverse at will. Even without the title, he possessed overwhelming strength, capable of effortlessly shattering dimensional barriers and wandering through the myriad realms. If he wished, he could be said to be omnipotent, free to act as he pleased. Chapter 4. The Punishment of Yi Xiaochuan. In the mythological realm of Xianyang City, within a tavern, Gao Yao sat in his chamber, his thoughts deeply engrossed in the exalted chat group. Yi Xiaochuan, this time, I shall ensure you pay the utmost price. Gao Yao resolved fiercely within his heart. Ding. Peter Parker has requested to enter your world. Do you accept? Accept. Gao Yao's heart stirred, and without a moment's hesitation, he granted the request. Soon, a figure crossed the boundaries of the chat group and materialized within the room. Requests to enter his world began to flood in one after another. Ding. Yuan Deu has requested to enter your world. Do you accept? Zhao Linger has requested to enter your world. Do you accept? Zhang Chulan has requested to enter your world. Han Fei has requested to enter your world. Upon receiving these successive requests, Gao Yao merely thought and accepted all of them. With a soft rustling sound, 5 figures appeared before Gao Yao. These 5 were none other than Peter Parker, Yuan Deu, Zhao Linger, Zhang Chulan, and Han Fei. Welcome to my world. I am Gao Yao. Gao Yao promptly approached. Introducing himself, Zhao Linger chuckled and said, Hee. Gao Yao, you actually need not introduce yourself. We have all seen each other's futures in the group. Aside from being unfamiliar with the leader's appearance, we are all quite familiar with one another. Indeed, Miss Linger speaks truthfully. Han Fei nodded with a smile. Ha, true. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to prepare a meal for you, Gao Yao said with a cheerful smile. At this moment, Peter Parker furrowed his brow, as if suddenly recollecting something important, and remarked, There's no rush regarding our meal. By the way, where is the group leader? Why hasn't he arrived? I recall he also accepted the group task. The others were momentarily taken aback by his words, then realization dawned upon them, quickly followed by a wave of confusion. Indeed, where was the group leader? Hadn't he claimed he would assist in putting an end to that detestable Yi Xiaochuan? Why was he absent now? Gao Yao immersed himself in the chat group, directly addressing Yong Tian. Yong Tian, group leader, where have you gone? Are you lost? Yong Tian, group leader. Gao Yao, no need to worry, I have arrived. Just take a look. As the group members read this message, they were startled by a sudden tearing sound as the void split open. Through the rift, an unfathomable darkness and terror could be glimpsed. Such a fearful sight resembled the heavens themselves tearing apart. Amidst their fear, they saw an imposing figure, emanating an aura of invincibility, slowly stepping out from the fissure. Once he fully emerged and stood before them, the rift healed and vanished. This figure was none other than Yong Tian. To tear through the void, constructing a spatial passage, and stepping through time itself, this person was indeed formidable. Zhao Linger gasped in astonishment. It was unclear whether he was friend or foe, but he certainly did not appear easy to provoke. Yuan Deu expressed some concern. Peter Parker's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Are you truly the group leader? Han Fei ventured to inquire. Yong Tian flashed a grin. Indeed, that is I? Ah, so it is the group leader. How splendid. Now everyone is present. Gao Yao exclaimed with unrestrained delight. Upon hearing this, the group collectively sighed in relief, their faces brightening. It was fortunate to have the group leader with them. If he had been an enemy, the situation would have been dire. It's no wonder they thought this way. Everyone had arrived through the teleportation function, while Yong Tian's arrival was distinctly different, leading them to instinctively assume another individual had joined them. Moreover, Gao Yao had not received a request from Yong Tian to enter this world, hence his uncertainty regarding whether he was friend or foe. Subsequently, Yong Tian introduced himself. Greetings. I am Yong Tian, an absolutely invincible being. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, feel free to voice them in the group. However, whether I assist you will depend on my mood at the time, he stated nonchalantly. Haha, the group leader is amazing. With your prowess, your mood must always be splendid. Zhang Chulan cunningly praised. The group leader is indeed remarkable. Haha, from now on, we shall depend entirely on you. Gao Yao laughed heartily. Indeed, indeed. The others echoed in agreement. Such words are music to my ears. Yong Tian smiled slightly. Gao Yao chuckled and said, since everyone is here, let us commence the group task immediately. I can hardly wait to witness Yi Xiaochuan's miserable state. Yong Tian nodded. Very well, let it be as you say. With that, he waved his hand, and everyone vanished in unison. Yi Xiaochuan was an exceedingly loathsome individual, deeply despised. In the original narrative, Gao Yao was constantly pondering how he and his brother could live better lives, how they could avoid being bullied. Yet Yi Xiaochuan never entertained such thoughts, merely uttering platitudes about how history could not be altered, and we must not change history. He would feign brotherhood with Gao Yao, only to betray him at the first opportunity, a true embodiment of hypocrisy. Moreover, after causing Lu Su's demise, he immediately fell for Princess Yushu. Barely had Su Su's remains cooled when he was already smitten by another. The same pattern persisted with Xiao Yu. He loved one after the other. Yi Xiaochuan was exceedingly duplicitous and selfish towards everyone around him. He ingratiated himself with Liu Bang, knowing full well the history. Even though Xiang Yu treated him like a brother, he still chose to follow Liu Bang. His behavior could be likened to a wretched scoundrel, enduring endless torment from Liu Bang while treating him as his first love. When Yi Xiaochuan rose to prominence, he never once considered Gao Yao's existence. In contrast, Gao Yao would immediately inform Yi Xiaochuan of any good fortune and assist him. Yet this earnest man was cruelly led to his tragic fate by Yi Xiaochuan. Should honest individuals be doomed to deceit? Should they be subjected to humiliation? Gao Yao's harrowing experiences were entirely wrought by Yi Xiaochuan, who systematically forced him into becoming Zhao Gao. Meanwhile, he stood upon a moral high ground, accusing Zhao Gao of being a treacherous minister. If you become that treacherous minister, I shall never let you go. I will haunt you like a vengeful spirit for eternity. Gao Yao's transformation into a eunuch was also the result of Yi Xiaochuan's actions. Had Yi Xiaochuan not contracted the plague and sought out Cui Wenzi for help, he would not have faced such unwarranted misfortune. Saving him led to Gao Yao's own calamity. A lifetime of bad luck. How unjust. Even after inflicting such suffering upon Gao Yao, Yi Xiaochuan remained utterly unrepentant. Upon learning that Gao Yao had consumed the elixir of immortality, he set out to oppose him at every turn, ruthlessly tormenting him for over 2 millennia. The grand finale concluded with Gao Yao's demise in the underworld. For over 2,000 years, Gao Yao lived in a state of perpetual agony, enduring each day as if it were an eternity. This is why the group members remarked that after observing their fates, Gao Yao would emerge as the most unfortunate among them. In the end, Yi Xiaochuan's parents searched tirelessly for him, yet he never once considered showing his face. Words such as heartless, ungrateful, disloyal, and utterly hypocritical are insufficient to describe such a wretched being. How could someone so detestable escape punishment? If one possesses the strength yet refrains from exacting justice upon him, it would not only offend the gods, but also invoke the wrath of heaven and earth. In Peixian, amidst a bamboo grove, Yi Xiaochuan strolled leisurely, as if this grove were his home. He had just parted ways with Xiangyu, and now found himself on the path that would lead him to rescue Lu Su's family. However, before he could begin his mission, if he continued for another 10 minutes, he would encounter bandits robbing Lu Su's family. Yet fate had other plans. Those bandits obstructing his path were eradicated in an instant by Yong Tian's thought. Thus, there would be no heroic rescue to unfold. However, as fate would have it, calamity struck. Suddenly, 7 figures descended from the sky. Yi Xiaochuan was abruptly kicked into the ground. Ironically, it was Gao Yao who, just as he fell from the heavens, delivered the kick that sent him sprawling into the earth. Looking around, Yi Xiaochuan lay face down in the dirt, with Gao Yao's foot firmly planted on his head. Such was the will of heaven. Who the hell ambushed me? Yi Xiaochuan spat angrily, his face pressed against the soil. As he struggled to rise and discern the identity of his assailant, his expression shifted to one of shock. What the hell? Old Gao, what are you doing here? Yi Xiaochuan exclaimed in surprise, followed swiftly by a burst of elation. It appeared to be an unexpected reunion. How fortuitous. How wonderful. Old Gao, I never imagined the heavens would be so kind as to bring you before me. Yet, Gao Yao felt no joy at this reunion. Knowing the future that awaited him, he was solely focused on delivering severe punishment to Yi Xiaochuan. Contemplating his own abysmal fate, Gao Yao's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly turned hostile. He lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap across Yi Xiaochuan's face. Slap. Have you gone blind, you bastard? Is old Gao what you dare to call me? I am Zhao Gao. Gao Yao feigned an air of superiority, his demeanor transformed, utterly unlike his usual self. Offending me, Zhao Gao, means your good days are at an end. He sneered coldly. In this moment, Gao Yao appeared strikingly unfamiliar to Yi Xiaochuan. Are you that treacherous Zhao Gao? No, it cannot be. How could there possibly be 2 individuals who resemble each other so closely? Yi Xiaochuan, one hand pressed against his swollen face, was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Yong Tian and the others watching nearby quickly grasped that Gao Yao was merely putting on an act. At the same time, they maintained a prudent distance from Yi Xiaochuan to prevent him from meddling in their affairs. Engaging in a lengthy conversation would only squander precious time. It was far more efficient to confront him directly and sever ties swiftly. With a cunning glint in his eye, Han Fei quickly joined in with Gao Yao, exclaiming, "So you are the infamous Yi Xiaochuan? How audacious of you to insult Lord Zhao to his face. Your visage is quite delicate and your physique remarkable. You would make an excellent eunuch. From this day forth, you shall serve in the palace." With a grin, Han Fei turned to Gao Yao and inquired, "What say you, Lord Zhao?" Gao Yao's eyes brightened at the suggestion, instantly responding, "Indeed, I share your sentiment. Yi Xiaochuan, it is settled then. You will serve as a eunuch in the palace. Henceforth, you shall be known as Zhao Gao. I graciously relinquish this name to you." What? Become a eunuch in the palace? No, I refuse to be any such thing. Yi Xiaochuan exclaimed in a state of panic, frantically shaking his head and repeatedly uttering no. Huh, you have no say in the matter. Seize him and bring him back for cleansing. Gao Yao sneered. Zhang Chulan and the others, grinning wickedly, advanced towards Yi Xiaochuan, eager to engage. "I'm out of here," Yi Xiaochuan shouted, turning to flee. However, Peter Parker, quick on his feet, shot out a web to ensnare Yi Xiaochuan and dragged him back. Huh, can you escape me, Yi Xiaochuan? You think you can walk away after crossing me? Gao Yao laughed heartily. The thought of his own future being so ruined by Yi Xiaochuan filled him with rage. Without further ado, Gao Yao charged forth, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Yi Xiaochuan, who cried out in pain as his face became bruised and swollen, resembling that of a pig. Finally, half an hour later, exhausted, Gao Yao collapsed onto the ground, panting. "All right, now it's our turn," Zhao Linger declared, ready to strike Yi Xiaochuan once more. Though she felt a twinge of reluctance, the thought of Gao Yao's grim future, coupled with Yi Xiaochuan's detestable nature, erased any compassion she held. With the collective motivation of their group's mission and points, her internal restraints diminished, and she concluded that giving him a beating was indeed justifiable. Thus, Peter Parker, Han Fei, and Yuan Deu all laid down their burdens, charging forward in a fierce assault on Yi Xiaochuan. As for Zhang Chulan, nicknamed the Unfazed One, he harbored no psychological barriers. He reveled in the prospect of striking someone for no reason at all. Having watched mythological dramas, he felt entirely justified, almost wishing to eliminate Yi Xiaochuan entirely. Yong Tian, too, joined in, but he meticulously controlled his strength, fearing that even a slight excess could obliterate Yi Xiaochuan entirely. After delivering another slap, Yong Tian sighed in satisfaction. What a relief. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his body riddled with fractures and various injuries. To the untrained eye, one would scarcely recognize him as a human being. Yong Tian would not so easily kill him. To do so would be to grant him an undeserved reprieve. Let us pause for a moment. I'll heal this rascal. Once he regains consciousness, we can resume our fun, Yong Tian declared. You all must go all out. Make sure to thoroughly punish him. Rest assured, it will be nearly impossible for him to die under my care. With that, Yong Tian waved his hand, casting a radiant glow upon Yi Xiaochuan, which immediately healed his injuries. The group, witnessing Yong Tian's profound words and miraculous abilities, shuddered in fear, relieved that they were not the ones to endure such torment. Chapter 5. The Miserable Yi Xiaochuan. Now, we can proceed. Since we have resolved to neuter Yi Xiaochuan, we must not treat this lightly. I possess a blade that will erase whatever it touches, Yong Tian proclaimed, summoning a shimmering, multicolored small blade with a flick of his wrist. The mere presence of this blade crumbled the surrounding space, obliterating it into an unfathomable void. With a thought, Yong Tian restrained the blade's power, ensuring it remained contained until it made contact with something. The once vanished void slowly began to be filled by the surrounding space. This small, colorful blade represented the manifestation of the King's eradication power, a physical embodiment of Yong Tian's pure erasure force. Though the king might struggle to achieve such a feat, Yong Tian, fortified by trillions of times that power, found it effortless. The potential of this blade was incomprehensibly terrifying. Imagine the number of multiverses that could be wiped out in an instant if it were to unleash its full might. Deciding to use this blade to neuter Yi Xiaochuan was undoubtedly overkill, akin to using an axe to slice a worm. Leader, what manner of blade is this? It seems utterly fearsome. Zhang Chulan inquired with curiosity. This, let us refer to it as the Blade of Erasure, Yong Tian replied after a moment of contemplation. Blade of Erasure? Just the name alone is awe-inspiring. Zhao Linger marveled. Indeed, the name alone speaks to its terrifying nature. Yuan Deu nodded in agreement. However, you must not touch it directly. Anything it comes into contact with will vanish. Therefore, I shall impart a fragment of my consciousness to you, allowing you to wield this blade through your will to perform the neutering. Yong Tian proposed. Excellent. Our leader is magnificent. The thrilling moment is finally upon us. Gao Yao exclaimed with unbridled joy. However, each of you may only take one small slice. Yi Xiaochuan might not be particularly well endowed, and should anyone miss out on this unique experience, it would be a mild disappointment, devoid of the thrill of novelty, Yong Tian added with a faint smile. Fantastic. Once we've neutered Yi Xiaochuan, I'll continue to beat him and torment him. Whenever I feel the slightest displeasure, I shall vent my frustrations upon him, Gao Yao declared, clenching his fists, his eyes glinting with cold malice. With a swift motion, Yong Tian slapped Yi Xiaochuan awake, controlling the force so as not to end his life in that moment. Peter Parker, utilizing his spider sense, reacted promptly, shooting out a web to securely bind Yi Xiaochuan, ensuring he could not thrash about or attempt to escape upon regaining consciousness. After Yong Tian cast an appreciative glance at Peter Parker, he proclaimed, "All right. It's time to take action. Gao Yao, you go first." Ha ha ha. The leader is truly magnificent. Gao Yao laughed heartily. He then wielded the cleansing blade with his consciousness, aiming it towards Yi Xiaochuan's groin. Yi Xiaochuan, abruptly awakened, quickly comprehended the situation and began to scream in panic. No. Please no. I refuse to become a eunuch. His despair and frantic struggles were in vain, for Peter Parker's webbing was not easily escaped. The notion that Yi Xiaochuan could break free and flee was nothing short of delusional. Gao Yao paid no heed to Yi Xiaochuan's desperate gaze or his futile writhing. He merely swung the blade towards the target. With a swift motion, the blade made contact, severing a portion of the unfortunate appendage. Ah! Yi Xiaochuan's anguished cries echoed, blood gushing forth like a reversed faucet. Hee hee! Gao Yao sneered, reveling in the delight of the moment. Just as he contemplated another strike, he reconsidered, acknowledging that Yi Xiaochuan's endowment was rather diminutive and chose to suppress the urge. All right, Let me take my turn, Han Fei said with a slight smile. Indeed. The wheel of fortune must turn in turns. Gao Yao nodded in agreement. Han Fei then seized the cleansing blade with his intent, and, with a flash of cold light in his eyes, directed the blade towards Yi Xiaochuan's groin with a forceful intent. No. Please, no. Yi Xiaochuan's face was a mask of terror, his muscles taut as he trembled and struggled. Yet, it was futile. With his meager strength, how could he possibly escape? With a sudden thrust, blood spurted even higher, the artistry of the act unmistakable. Yi Xiaochuan had been diminished yet again. Suddenly, the cleansing blade was seized by another. Hee. Since both my elder brothers Gao Yao and Han Fei have taken their turns, it is only fitting that I, Zhao Linger, boldly give it a try. Zhao Linger smiled sweetly. She then manipulated the blade, cutting through with merciless precision. With a swift motion, another segment vanished. Yi Xiaochuan, in excruciating pain, lamented, "Ah, you have robbed me of my love. I shall kill you all." Yet, none paid heed to his desperate cries. Zhang Chulan, eager to grasp the cleansing blade, aimed to strike Yi Xiaochuan but found it difficult to proceed. "Hey, Linger, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? You've already cut most of it away. What are we supposed to do now?" he said, exasperated. "Well, there are still 2 lychees left, aren't there? It's not as if we can't cut them." Zhao Linger replied innocently. "Wow, you little rascal, you're quite ruthless." Zhang Chulan gasped. "Am I wrong? You could cut half, then the leader could cut half. And then Spider-Man and Ultraman could each cut half. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Zhao Linger said with an air of self-satisfaction, as if expecting praise. Zhang Chulan gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive. You're brilliant. But I must admit, hearing your plan makes me feel even better. Hee. I absolutely adore Linger's suggestion." Gao Yao's eyes gleamed with excitement, his heart brimming with joy. "All right, now it's my turn." Zhang Chulan focused his mental energy, directing the cleansing blade towards one of Yi Xiaochuan's remaining lychees. "Stop. Please, stop." Yi Xiaochuan's cries grew more desperate, his voice hoarse. With a swift slice, the blade did not hesitate, cutting through. "Ah!" Yi Xiaochuan's wails of despair filled the air as darkness closed in, the pain nearly overwhelming him. Thinking of passing out? Not so easily. Yong Tian pointed, casting a beam of light upon Yi Xiaochuan. Instantly, Yi Xiaochuan became acutely aware, the agony intensifying. Yi Xiaochuan, resign yourself to your punishment. That beam will amplify your pain 1,000-fold. But simultaneously, it will constantly heal your body, and you shall regenerate like a thriving chive. Each time we cut you, you will quickly regrow, only to be harvested once more. This shall continue for a total of 10,000 times before we are finished." Yong Tian explained, a grin upon his face. Upon hearing Yong Tian's words, the others were taken aback, their hair standing on end as a chill ran down their spines. Such a brutal punishment was truly despair-inducing. They were relieved that the leader was on their side. Gao Yao, hearing this, burst into laughter, his heart soaring with exhilaration. 10,000 times. It will never end. Yi Xiaochuan, prepare to truly savor your punishment. Now it's my turn. Peter Parker seized the blade with his mind, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "I shall sprinkle a bit of dust in your eye." With that, he slashed at one of Yi Xiaochuan's remaining lychees. "It's my turn now," Yuan Deu exclaimed excitedly, targeting Yi Xiaochuan's last lychee. With a swift motion, the final cut was made by Yong Tian himself. "Beast! You fiends! You are not human!" Yi Xiaochuan cursed, his face a mask of resentment. "Excellent! Shout louder!" Yong Tian snapped his fingers. Instantly, Yi Xiaochuan's lychee and the lychee tree grew back anew. The punishment had only just begun. Yong Tian's smile was sinister, his words echoing like a haunting melody, sending shivers down spines. The group took turns mercilessly beating Yi Xiaochuan, followed by a swift severing of the lychee and its tree. This relentless cycle would, at last, alleviate the pent-up grievances in their hearts. Chapter 6 Gao Yao. As a cultivator, is it unreasonable for me to be a national master? "Ah!" Yi Xiaochuan screamed, his sanity fraying as the punishment continued. It persisted until, after 10,000 iterations, his lychee and tree ceased to regrow, the residual power from Yong Tian having lost its effect. The declaration of 10,000 cuts was precisely that, neither more nor less. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan's expression was one of twisted numbness. He could scarcely articulate the torment he had endured. All he could do was plead for mercy, his mental state shattered. "Please, spare me. I beg you, let me go. What have I done to deserve this? I will change. Just tell me what I did wrong, and I will amend it. Please, stop torturing me. Grant me a swift death. I no longer wish to suffer. Please, in my misery." Yi Xiaochuan mumbled, his voice dry and hoarse. He had uttered such pleas countless times, yet he lacked the courage to end his own life. Even if he attempted to bite his tongue, Yong Tian would resurrect him unharmed. Even death had become a luxury. Ha! Gao Yao laughed heartily. At that moment, the chat group received a notification. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group task. This task, punish Yi Xiaochuan. After evaluation, the participating members have successfully completed the group task through teamwork. Reward calculation in progress. Ding! Reward calculation complete. Each member receives 10,000 points as a reward. Ding! As this is the first time group members have completed a task, the reward is multiplied by 10. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 100,000 points in shopping credits. Gao Yao, wow, incredible! Yong Tian, group leader. That is not to be taken lightly. Peter Parker, wow, amazing, incredible. Zhang Chulan, the chat group is phenomenal. The group leader is phenomenal. Zhao Linger, 100,000 points. I can hardly spend it all. Yuan Deu, hee. I have already decided what to purchase from the points mall. The super dark shining Tiga Spark Prism, here I come. Han Fei, 100,000 points. The power is akin to an elixir of immortality. I want it all. Prompt. Group task completed. Shall we return to our respective worlds? Yong Tian, group leader, not a chance. Zhang Chulan, if the group leader isn't going back, then neither am I. Yuan Deu, I am of the same mind. Zhao Linger, so am I. Peter Parker, count me in too. Han Fei. Yong Tian glanced over at the incapacitated Yi Xiaochuan. He surveyed the group and, with a faint smile, declared, since none of you wish to return, why not execute one more person in this world? Who shall we execute? Han Fei inquired curiously. Have you forgotten? There is a most detestable little man in this world. Is there not? Yong Tian asked with a grin. Who? Yuan Deu asked, intrigued. Indeed, almighty group leader, stop teasing us and reveal it. Zhang Chulan urged. O great leader of the group, it must be Liu Ji. Han Fei asserted with certainty. You are correct. It is indeed him. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Lu Bang. Styled Ji, this scoundrel is undoubtedly loathed in this world. I concur with the execution. Zhang Chulan added. Then let the execution of Liu Ji commence. Yong Tian suddenly raised his head towards the sky. He lifted his right hand and grasped at the air. If we are to kill Liu Ji, we must first obliterate the Heavenly Dao. With a single claw-like motion, the sky erupted in an explosion of chaos. In an instant, the world was shrouded in darkness. Fierce winds howled, thunder roared, and strange phenomena erupted throughout creation. This realm seemed akin to a shattered mirror, slowly crumbling into oblivion. With a soft pop, it appeared as though something had been invisibly erased from existence. A sense of emptiness surged within everyone. The Heavenly Dao had been annihilated, and thus the atmosphere felt palpably different. The Heavenly Dao has perished. To restore normalcy to this world, I shall create a new Heavenly Dao. Yong Tian waved his hand, scattering a cascade of colorful light, and behold, the heavens and earth were revitalized, bursting forth with vibrant life. The world that had been on the brink of collapse quickly restored itself, transforming into a more splendid spectacle. The sky resembled a celestial maiden sprinkling endless hope and vitality upon the earth. In but a fleeting moment, the new Heavenly Dao was born. As for why I would erase the Heavenly Dao only to create another, it is because Liu Ji is one of the fated children of this world. Under the protection of the Heavenly Dao, should anyone attempt to harm him, the Heavenly Dao would likely intervene. Of course, this is merely speculation. But to prevent any conjectures from manifesting, Yong Tian decided to strike first. Although this new Heavenly Dao may be weak, since I have resolved to act, it is best to do so decisively. By creating a new Heavenly Dao, this entity will naturally heed Yong Tian's commands. Thus, even when I return to the Dragon Ball world, this Heavenly Dao shall continue to protect Gao Yao. Wow, the group leader is incredible. He can actually create a Heavenly Dao. Zhang Chulan exclaimed. Such power is truly unimaginable, almost on par with that of a deity. Peter Parker was astounded. The group leader is truly remarkable. Zhao Linger cheered. The methods of the group leader are terrifying. Compared to the creator God Pangu in myth, he is likely no less impressive. Han Fei marveled in awe. Unprecedented and unseen. It is as if the God of creation walks among us. Yuan Deu's expression was one of pure amazement. Incredible. Truly worthy of the group leader. Gao Yao, lacking in education, could only exclaim in awe. Now that the new Heavenly Dao has emerged, I command you, new Heavenly Dao, to transport Liu Ji before me. Yong Tian spoke coldly. No sooner had he spoken than, with a whoosh, a lecherous man appeared out of thin air before Yong Tian. This man was none other than Liu Ji. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the Liu Bang from the television series. Upon his arrival, Liu Ji looked around in utter bewilderment. Where am I? How did I end up here? This is truly peculiar. Wasn't I just enjoying a farewell feast at Fan Kuai's? Liu Ji mumbled, still holding a half-finished cup of wine. It seems this fellow had been drinking farewell wine before his abrupt arrival. How considerate. Without further ado, let us proceed. Follow the same procedure as with Yi Xiaochuan's execution. I wish to see him in a state of despair, unable to escape life or death. Yong Tian stated nonchalantly. Great leader of the group, allow me to lead the way. Zhang Chulan seized the cleansing blade with his mind and, with a swift motion, slashed at Liu Ji's groin. I will kill you all. Liu Ji screamed in madness. What followed was a merciless execution, a relentless barrage that none could withstand. After Liu Ji had endured 1,000 executions, Yong Tian finally cast him alongside Yi Xiaochuan. At this moment, both Liu Ji and Yi Xiaochuan bore expressions devoid of hope. Their faces reflecting utter desolation, their spirits neither sorrowful nor joyful, reduced to the utmost pitiful state. Then, Yong Tian turned to Gao Yao and suggested, Gao Yao, since you have amassed 100,000 points and wish to avoid being bullied, I recommend you pursue cultivation. Go to the chat group mall and purchase cultivation resources. Following the path of an immortal cultivator. According to my estimates, you could significantly enhance your cultivation, making you nearly invincible in this world. Moreover, with the assistance of this Heavenly Dao, you would be able to accomplish your desires with ease. The realms of the human path for cultivators are divided into 7 stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Beyond that lies the realm of immortality, which is further categorized into true immortal, golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, and primordial boundless great Luo golden immortal. The great Luo golden immortal is akin to a Heavenly Dao level powerhouse. The primordial boundless great Luo golden immortal embodies the Dao, also known as the one who tears apart the Dao and creates anew. Beyond that lies transcendence above the Dao. Even if you merely reach the tribulation crossing stage, you would share longevity with the heavens. This stage is considered semi-immortal and grants the gift of eternal life. True immortals can exist perpetually, even if the world crumbles. They remain, as long as they are not slain. Beyond this, the powers grow even more formidable and incomprehensible, hence I strongly advise you to cultivate. Great leader of the group, I shall heed your counsel. Gao Yao exclaimed with fervor. Cultivation. In the past, that was a mere dream. Now, having joined this chat group, it has become a reality. My predetermined tragic fate can thus be altered. This is simply too exhilarating. With that thought, Gao Yao immersed himself in the chat group mall, fervently spending points to purchase cultivation. Before long, Gao Yao's cultivation soared from nothingness to unprecedented heights. Starting from the first level of Qi refinement, in mere moments, he reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Next came the foundation establishment stage, followed swiftly by the golden core stage. Yet, he did not stop until he broke through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. I have reached the nascent soul stage. This feeling is utterly sublime. Gao Yao soared into the air, laughing towards the heavens. The nascent soul ancestor, truly formidable. Zhang Chulan gasped in astonishment. Brother Gao Yao, you are incredible. Upon returning to my world, I too shall expend my points for greatness. Zhao Linger cheered with delight. The group collectively congratulated him, their admiration echoing. This is merely the cultivation realm I attained with the expenditure of 10,000 points. If I were to deplete the remaining points, my cultivation would likely reach the great ascension stage. Gao Yao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Great leader of the group, now that I have become a cultivator, would it be too much to ask to serve as a national master in this world? Gao Yao was suddenly filled with exuberant spirit, almost becoming a bit elated. The national master, after all, is the teacher of the nation and the emperor. Upon hearing this, Yong Tian couldn't help but feel momentarily speechless. After a chuckle, he remarked, be bold, and cast your gaze further. Not only should you aspire to be the national master, but even to ascend as emperor. To reign over this world and unite the globe would not be excessive. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Yao replied slowly, I still possess a degree of self-awareness. I believe it would be wiser for me to remain as the national master. Should I become emperor, I fear I lack the governance skills and might end up as a historical villain. Being the national master suits me better, allowing me to live freely and enjoy life without the burdens that come with being emperor. Yong Tian nodded appreciatively. Very well, that is your choice. And I shall not pry further. Thank you, esteemed leader, for your consent. The ability to alter my fate is all thanks to you, and I am eternally grateful. Gao Yao exclaimed with excitement. Han Fei chimed in. In this chat group, With the esteemed leader present, conquering the myriad realms is a trivial matter. We merely need to follow the leader and be like flying pigs. Our esteemed leader is truly remarkable. Zhang Chulan praised enthusiastically. The others naturally echoed their admiration, showering him with flattery. Now that the group task has been completed and those deserving of punishment have faced their due, it is time for everyone to return to their own worlds. This realm belongs to Gao Yao, and he should be left to enjoy a paradise-like existence. With that, Yong Tian concentrated and was transported back to the Dragon Ball world. The other group members, seeing that their esteemed leader had departed, also returned to their respective realms. As for Gao Yao, he dragged along the castrated Liu Ji and Yi Xiaochuan to Xianying City. His intention was to become the national master and conveniently deliver 2 eunuchs to Qin Shi Huang. He would not easily let Yi Xiaochuan and Liu Ji off the hook. In the days to come, he planned to torment the 2 of them, for only then would he find peace of mind. Chapter 7. New members join the group. Dragon Ball World. Universe 11. Yong Tian sat comfortably in a chair, crossing his legs. Margarita stood by his side, attending to him. Having returned from the mythical world, Yong Tian felt an immediate uplift in his spirits. The notion of doing as one pleases is precisely this, to engage solely in what I desire, and to refrain when I choose not to. This, too, is a form of freedom. Being invincible is extraordinarily delightful. As for feelings of loneliness and boredom, they do not exist. The joy of invincibility is beyond imagination. Margarita, take me to a hot spring. As for the delicacies, go where you feel most comfortable. Yong Tian commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Margarita responded with a quiver in her voice. At your service, Your Majesty. She smiled. With that, Margarita gently tapped the ground with her angelic staff. Soon, a green light enveloped Yong Tian and Margarita, guiding them towards the location of the hot springs. Meanwhile, as they sought the hot springs, the other members of the chat group had expended their points to enhance themselves. Given the nature of the myriad realms, the flow of time varied slightly across different worlds. The group members shared their joys after utilizing their points. All members, haha. I have procured the super dark shining Diga transformation device from the points store, announced Yuan Deu. According to the system's description, the super dark shining Diga is a reinforced upgrade that combines both dark Diga and shining Diga. Being an enhanced version, it bears the title super. With my strength, I believe I can treat Diga himself as a child. Han Fei responded, Congratulations, Yuan Deu. Your strength has significantly increased. However, if you were to lose the transformation device, you would lack the means for self-defense. Are you certain you do not wish to enhance your physical power? Thank you for your concern, Han Fei. But there's no need to worry. I have spent all my remaining points on upgrading the transformation device. Moreover, I have established my bond with it through blood. Thus it is no longer merely a transformation device. According to the enhancement system, I am now on the path of weapon cultivation, focusing on upgrading my innate weapon, allowing one weapon to break 1,000 laws. My body and inherent strength will also be reinforced by the transformation device. Hence, even without transforming into Diga, I can rely on my gradually strengthening physique to combat monsters. This is the path I have chosen. Han Fei replied, I see, Yuan Deu. You have indeed chosen the path of weapon cultivation. As for me, I have taken a different route, focusing on strengthening my physical form. I spent 5,000 points to acquire a celestial star from the mythical world. Additionally, I spent 2,000 points on a few longevity potions crafted from celestial stars. With that star in existence, my friend Wei Zhuang will be able to accompany me in eternal life. All remaining points have gone towards enhancing my physical form. It is safe to estimate that if I exert my full strength, I could annihilate all life on the surface with a single punch. And even destroy a planet is within my capabilities. In this world, who could conspire against me? Who could stand as my equal? Yuan Deu remarked, Han Fei. That is impressive. Aren't you known for your cunning? Why are you now focusing on strength? Han Fei replied, You must understand one thing. I can choose not to use power, but I cannot be without it. Do you understand, Yuan Deu? Understood, understood. Yuan Deu affirmed. Peter Parker interjected, Han Fei. I admire you. Han Fei turned to him. By the way, Peter Parker, how did you spend your points? Yuan Deu added. Yes, Peter Parker, do share with us. Peter Parker replied, I revived my Uncle Ben. I am still following the Spider-Man route, which is somewhat akin to Diga's path. I retain my powers and abilities, continuously enhancing them, until, quite by accident, I shot a web that ensnared my parallel universe self. And only then did I realize I had become strong enough to traverse multiple parallel universes at will. I spent approximately 90,000 points. Zhao Linger exclaimed, Wow, you guys are all so impressive. As for me, I used all my points solely for cultivation. My cultivation level has now reached the tribulation stage. Thus, figures like the moon worship leader and the water demon beast are no longer my opponents. Zhang Chuan stated, I chose the path of a cultivator like Linger. My world is akin to a low-tier cultivation realm, so spending points on cultivation here is akin to a dimensional strike. I have exhausted all my points, and my cultivation has also entered the tribulation stage. Henceforth, no matter what dangers I encounter, I can push through with ease. Gao Yao laughed heartily. Since you all have significantly improved, I shall no longer lurk in the shadows. I am now the national master of the Great Qin, and I have already devised plans for global unification. After you all return, I will procure a world map for the first emperor from the point store. With my presence, wherever the sword reaches, there lies the territory of Great Qin. My strength has also barely reached the tribulation stage. As for Yi Xiaochuan, I have renamed him Zhao Gao, and Liu Ji has been renamed Lu Deu. They have both become like walking corpses, yet I continue to torment them daily. Ha! There is no greater happiness in this world. Zhao Linger exclaimed, Congratulations, brother Gao Yao. I am so happy for you. Han Fei added, Gao Yao, you are truly remarkable. Yuan Deu expressed, seeing everyone's strength has improved so greatly, I can rest easy knowing that no group members will face harm. Zhang Chuan concurred, indeed, with my current strength, unifying the world is not beyond reach. However, I am a normal person and do not harbor such twisted ambitions, unless someone wishes for my demise. Yong Tian, group leader. Well, quite impressive. I feel a sense of satisfaction seeing your skills have slightly improved. Gao Yao, salutations, esteemed group leader. Han Fei, salutations, esteemed group leader. Peter Parker, salutations, esteemed group leader. Yuan Deu, salutations, esteemed group leader. Zhang Chuan, salutations, esteemed group leader. The esteemed group leader is remarkable. Zhao Linger, salutations, esteemed group leader. You are truly magnificent. At this moment, Yong Tian was luxuriating in a hot spring. He reclined comfortably at the edge, feeling utterly relaxed and refreshed. Meanwhile, Makalito was also soaking in the spring, cradling a cup of milk tea and a plate of grapes. The milk tea and grapes were conjured by Yong Tian's mere thought and wish. Occasionally, she would feed Yong Tian a grape or take a sip of the milk tea herself. Yong Tian observed the lively chatter among his group members with mild interest. This group, having him as a member, had their destinies altered so profoundly. It was indeed time to invite new members into the fold. Yong Tian smiled. Chat group. Randomly invite a few newcomers. He commanded. Upon receiving Yong Tian's directive, the chat group promptly complied. At your service, esteemed group leader. Soon after, newcomers began to join. Ding. Welcome the great love immortal, Feng Yuan, to the chat group. Ding. Welcome the human hero, driven by passion, to the chat group. Ding. Welcome Xiao Huahua, to the chat group. Ding. Welcome the sword of evil thought, achieving immortality, to the chat group. Ding. Welcome Revive my beloved to the chat group. As newcomers entered the group, the seasoned members eagerly emerged to greet them. Peter Parker, wow! New members have joined. Welcome. Zhang Chuan, great love immortal, Xiao Huahua. Greetings to the newcomers. If you have any questions, refer to the group announcements. After reading, you will understand. Remember to change your group nickname to your real name. Yuan Deu. New members, remember not to provoke the group leader. He is a powerhouse, but also very friendly towards newcomers. Zhao Linger, exactly. We are all very approachable. Feel free to ask if anything is unclear. Gao Yao, the esteemed group leader, helped me alter my destiny. I am his #1 sycophant. Han Fei, I am but an ornament at the feet of the group leader. Zhang Chuan, I am the #1 sycophant of the esteemed group leader. No one should contest me. Gao Yao, nonsense. I am the #1 sycophant. As Gao Yao and Zhang Chuan debated, a hostile comment suddenly emerged. Tang San, which deity dares to toy with this God King? Should I discover who you are? I shall ensure you learn what it means to tread the path of death. And you, sycophants, cease your bickering. I, God King Tang San, am the mightiest deity in the divine realm. If you wish to be dogs, then naturally, being my dog would suit you best. As soon as Tang San uttered these words, the chat group fell into a profound silence. After a few seconds of stillness, a newcomer broke the quiet. Saitama, how intriguing. Are you truly the king among deities? I would relish a battle with you, Tang San. Tang San, Saitama, what are you? Do you dare to challenge this God King? Saitama, me? I am a human hero driven by passion. Tang San, you, a mere human, dare to dream of battling a deity? Truly presumptuous. Saitama, Tang San, you are quite the source of exasperation. Xiao Huahua, the newbie is trembling in fear, afraid to speak. Tang San, Saitama, Xiao Huahua, it is best for you to remain silent. Weaklings must possess the self-awareness of their weakness. Do not harbor delusions of associating with deities, especially those worthless sycophants. Goodness. In just a few words, Tang San managed to offend nearly everyone in the group. After a brief pause, Zhang Chulan and Gao Yao quickly turned hostile. Gao Yao, Tang San, what the hell? What foolish god king are you? If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Zhang Chulan, Tang San, who do you think you are? What about your mother? What a brainless offspring you are. Do your parents know about the nonsense you spew? Han Fei, Tang San, your ability to spew verbal waste is unparalleled. I lack such talents. Peter Parker, Tang San, I'm going to throw some dust in your eyes. Yuan Deu, Tang San, even as a deity, you should not disdain all living beings. Your lofty demeanor is truly nauseating. Zhao Ling, Tang San, with such arrogance and disdain. What kind of god king are you? Offending everyone upon your arrival. There is no place for you in this group. You should exit. Tang San, humph. You pitiful mortals dare to oppose me, the supreme god king. You have already sealed your fate. Zhang Chulan, Tang San, I'm terrified. What about sealing my fate? You're nothing but a joke. Gao Yao, Tang San, you fool. Saitama, Tang San, you fool. Zhao Linger, Tang San, you fool. Xiaohuahua, Tang San, you fool. Peter Parker, Tang San, you fool. Yuan Deu, Tang San, you fool. Han Fei, Tang San, I was not one to be crude. But meeting you has given me ample reason to insult you. You truly deserve it, you fool. In the world of martial souls, within the magnificent divine palace. Tang San seethed with rage upon reading the group messages. Damn it. A bunch of despicable mortals. Tang San, all members, you ignorant fools. Do you even comprehend the entity you are provoking? Yong Tian group leader, Tang San, you are notoriously a fantastical floor tile. What grants you the audacity and confidence to act so arrogantly? Tang San, Yong Tian, you seek death. Everyone in this group deserves to perish. You have invoked the wrath of this god king and have sealed your fate. Yong Tian group leader, Tang San, what rubbish. Just as Tang San was about to respond again, he found himself met with a notification. Ding. Due to your overly foolish remarks, you have been muted for 24 hours. You all deserve to die? The damned group leader. The cursed chat group. A bunch of wretched beings. Tang San howled to the heavens in impotent fury. Meanwhile, the group members received the notification. Ding. Due to Tang San's overly foolish remarks, he has been muted for 24 hours. Zhang Chulan, Tang San, haha. What now? Still feeling bold? Go ahead and seal your fate again. Gao Yao, the chat group is magnificent. The esteemed group leader is magnificent. With his presence, all deities are mere trash. Zhao Linger, the esteemed group leader is magnificent. Peter Parker, the esteemed group leader is magnificent. In reality, it was not Yong Tian who muted him. The chat group itself took action against Tang San, as he had incited the collective ire of the others. After a moment of echoing sentiments, they noticed Yong Tian uploading a video in the group. Everyone eagerly clicked to watch. The title read, World of Martial Souls. It was an introduction to the world of martial souls, detailing Tang San's life, past, and future. The martial soul world delineated cultivation levels from 1 to 1100, with the pinnacle being the 100th level of divinity. Beyond that, ranks of 3rd, 2nd, and 1st level gods were deemed insignificant. Even the mightiest god king was but a solidified form of liquid hydrogen. As the members concluded the viewing, they gained insight into the world Tang San inhabited and understood his character. Zhang Chulan, Tang San, haha, this is hilarious. 100th level deity. And you need to exert all your strength to lift something weighing 800 pounds? Is that what you call a god king? How absurd. Gao Yao, what a trashy god king. Someone like Tang San, I could easily squash with a single slap. Peter Parker, The density of the Soul Master's little land is merely equivalent to that of hydrogen gas. I had assumed it would be far more formidable. The total surface area of the planet is somewhat modest, only exceeding 31 million square kilometers, which calculates to merely 1/17 of Earth's expanse. Round ancient. If that's the case, are the inhabitants of the Soul Master's little land akin to plankton? And beings like Tang San, are they merely slightly larger plankton? Saitama, wow? Does such a world truly exist? If that's the case, just an ordinary person from my world could obliterate the Soul Master's little land. Feng Yuan, fascinating. It's a world composed of a gaseous liquid mixture. In such a hydrogen-rich realm, the overwhelming majority of tidal duos above level 90 cannot even fly using their own strength. It's somewhat amusing. Zhao Ling, such a fragile world is truly astonishing. Yong Tian, group leader. It is well known that the pinnacle of fantasy is contentious, Yet the foundational level is indisputable. Xiaohuahua, this is undeniable. The divine King Tang San is nothing but a garbage collector. Evil sword immortal, Tang San, you have chosen your path to demise. At this moment, Tang San, after watching the video, was left in utter disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. The world I inhabit cannot possibly be like that. Slander. It must be the group leader's defamation and calumny. Yes, the truth is as such. The group leader is maligning me. Tang San was muted for 24 hours in the chat group, unable to speak in rebuttal, forced to stew in his own frustration. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. Internally countering his accusers as a means of self-comfort, he resolutely thought that once his mute period concluded, he would ensure they understood what a true path to destruction entailed. Yong Tian, group leader. All right, Peter Parker, let that fantasy floor tile witness the world and power you embody. The chat group features a live streaming function. You may commence a broadcast. Peter Parker, since the illustrious group leader has spoken, I shall ensure this fantasy floor tile experiences firsthand what a true path to destruction entails. Zhao Linger, hooray! The failed man is about to go live. This should be quite entertaining. Xiao Yan, I eagerly anticipate the performance of the esteemed one. Gao Yao, looking forward to it. Chapter 9, The Spider Bully. In the ancient realm, the esteemed immortal master Feng Yuan was profoundly shaken after absorbing all the information from the chat group. A fervent brilliance erupted from his eyes. So, is this chat group not some illusionary celestial technique? Perhaps the eternal dream I wish to realize could indeed be achieved. Feng Yuan mused inwardly. Subsequently, he too joined the chat to send a message. Feng Yuan, Peter Parker, I await your live stream with great anticipation. Before long, amidst everyone's eager anticipation, Peter Parker initiated the live broadcast. Ding! Peter Parker has commenced live streaming. Completing a full live stream will yield a substantial amount of points. Wow! Spider-Man just hit the jackpot. If only the group leader had called upon me to stream. Zhang Chuan lamented. Soon after, everyone entered the live stream room. Upon entering, they beheld Peter Parker strolling through a vibrant and lively street. He donned a stylish black suit, exuding an air of flamboyance, embodying the essence of a bully. As he walked, he introduced himself, intermittently breaking into a little dance, striking poses. Greetings, group friends. I am Peter Parker, and I possess a lesser-known side. They call me your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. As you can see, the world I inhabit is one where technology and superpowered beings coexist, and even extraterrestrials are present. For instance, I am about to traverse time and space to explore parallel and multiversal realms. Thus, my journey begins. With that, Peter Parker raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing a web to shoot forth from his wrist, arcing gracefully like a kite string. With a slight pull on the web, his body soared into the sky. The perspective widened, revealing skyscrapers in their entirety, while the pedestrians below appeared minuscule. He remained clad in his black suit, and thus the moniker of the Spider Bully was firmly established. Next, he was seen in the air, soaring freely like a fish in the sea. Before long, the void began to warp, and a time-space portal slowly manifested. As the portal solidified, Peter Parker stepped boldly into it, his form vanishing in a flash. The time-space portal swiftly healed, returning to its original state. Meanwhile, the group members were sending various comments. Zhang Chuan, he appears a bit flamboyant. So arrogant. Zhao Linger, surprisingly. He does have a certain charm. Xiaohuahua, wow. Impressive. Feng Yuan, truly remarkable. It brings back distant memories. In the parallel dimension, the Garfield version of the extraordinary Spider-Man universe, Peter Parker materialized. From his perspective, he could see a clock tower. At this moment, atop the clock tower, the extraordinary Spider-Man faced off against the Green Goblin, Harry Osborn. The Green Goblin held Gwen Stacy captive. Spider-Man, I will make you taste the agony of despair. The Green Goblin cackled maniacally. In an instant, the Green Goblin hurled Gwen Stacy from the clock tower. No, Gwen, the extraordinary Spider-Man shouted. Without hesitation, he shot out a web, attempting to save her. However, someone was faster. Our bully Spider-Man flashed into position beneath Gwen. He extended his arms, catching her in a princess embrace with steady grace. Then, with a powerful leap, he propelled himself upwards, the void blurring around him, and in an instant, he reappeared atop the clock tower. Peter Parker stood atop the clock tower and gently set her down. At that moment, the extraordinary Spider-Man had evaded the Green Goblin and swung over, launching a web toward them. Gwen, are you all right? The extraordinary Spider-Man inquired with concern. Peter, I'm fine. Gwen replied with a slight shake of her head. Then, the extraordinary Spider-Man turned to Peter Parker. Who are you? He asked, curiosity piqued. Hello, I'm Peter Parker. I too am Spider-Man, hailing from another parallel universe. Peter Parker smiled, introducing himself. Hello, Peter, I can't thank you enough. If anything happened to Gwen, I would never forgive myself. The extraordinary Spider-Man expressed, shaken. Well, my advice is to never attempt to save someone with a web in situations like this, or you'll regret it for a lifetime. Peter Parker cautioned. Thank you for the advice. I will remember it. The extraordinary Spider-Man nodded. Wow. Peter from a parallel universe is truly unbelievable. Gwen exclaimed in astonishment. All right, your reflexes are too slow. The Green Goblin is back. Let us deal with him first. Peter Parker reminded. Indeed, as they followed the line of sight, the Green Goblin descended upon them, gliding on his glider, barreling towards them. Damn you, Peter. I will kill you all. The Green Goblin roared, adjusting his glider as he charged at the trio. From his glider, two sharp blades extended, aiming to cleave them in two. I'll sprinkle some dust in your eyes. Peter Parker sneered, unleashing a punch. It was an unremarkable punch. Boom. Bang. In an instant, the Green Goblin was struck as if hit by a nuclear warhead, exploding into smithereens, leaving only a wisp of dust drifting in the air. Oh, thank goodness. Are you a superhero? Gwen Stacy gazed at him in astonishment. Wow, you are incredibly powerful, handsome, and strong. The Amazing Spider-Man was taken aback. Peter Parker chuckled as he patted the Amazing Spider-Man's shoulder, saying, I understand your predicament with Gwen. As long as you two are together, her safety cannot be guaranteed. Hence, I have devised a solution that benefits everyone. What solution? The Amazing Spider-Man stared at Peter Parker in bewilderment. It's simple. We shall make Gwen a Spider-Man too. What? I can become a Spider-Man as well? Gwen exclaimed in astonishment. Absolutely. Peter Parker replied confidently. After pondering for a moment, the Amazing Spider-Man frowned and asked, And how do you intend to achieve that? Fear not, for I am well prepared. All it requires is for this mutated spider to bite Gwen, Peter said, pulling a mutated spider from his pocket. This was, of course, obtained from the chat group's marketplace. He had previously spent over 90,000 points, and with a few thousand remaining, he had exchanged a mere 100 points for the same type of mutated spider that had bitten Garfield. What? Where did you acquire this thing? The Amazing Spider-Man exclaimed, utterly shocked. I traverse various parallel universes, procuring a spider that can transform someone into a Spider-Man. Is that not reasonable? After all, you became Spider-Man because of a spider bite, did you not? Why the surprise? Peter Parker replied, bewildered. Wow, that is so cool. Gwen exclaimed, eagerly snatching the spider from him. She pressed the spider against her hand, allowing it to bite her. Oh shit. Gwen cried out in pain before slapping the spider dead. However, it mattered not. Since Gwen had already been bitten, she was destined to become a Spider-Man, regardless of the spider's fate. Let us go. Take her down, Peter Parker declared, leaping ahead and swinging down with his webbing to land gracefully on the ground. The Amazing Spider-Man followed closely behind, escorting Gwen to his home. After a brief 10-minute slumber, Gwen awoke to find that her body had undergone a transformation. She felt a tingling spider sense, enabling her to evade danger, and her agility had increased significantly, along with her immense strength. Climbing and hanging from walls became effortless. It worked. I can be Spider-Woman. Gwen rejoiced. Seeing this, the Amazing Spider-Man immediately produced 2 web shooters and handed them to Gwen. Put these on, and let us go outside to test them, he urged excitedly. The pair ascended to the rooftop, where the 2 spider people swung between skyscrapers with grace and exhilaration. From that moment forth, this parallel universe welcomed a new Spider-Woman. The male and female spiders often appeared together, combating crime side by side, no matter the circumstance. Since I have rewritten your fated destinies, I shall take my leave, Peter Parker proclaimed with a flamboyant stride, vanishing through a wall and disappearing entirely. He had once again traversed time and space. Meanwhile, the group members engaged in a lively chat within Peter Parker's livestream. Fan Yuan, the bully, is amazing. He has altered Gwen's death, which has been a source of discontent for many. Zhejiangxian, it's all right. The joys and sorrows of life are inevitable. There's no need to change these predetermined fates. Let nature take its course. I fail to comprehend your thoughts. Han Fei, Zhejiangxian, your viewpoint is rather perilous. Did you not join this chat group precisely to alter your destined fate? Gao Yao, Zhejiangxian, if your purpose in joining this chat group was not to defy fate, then why not leave? Fan Yuan, Zhejiangxian, a person's life is all about defying the heavens. Even if one becomes immortal, it is still in opposition to fate. Zhang Chulan, in truth, we do not necessarily have to defy fate. Simply clinging to the group leader's coattails is sufficient. Chapter 10, Spider-Gwen. When Peter Parker reappeared as the Spider Bully, he had arrived in a different parallel universe. This was a battlefield, surrounded by ruins and devastation. Peter greeted the audience in the live stream, explaining his arrival in this universe. Hello, everyone. This time, I have entered a parallel universe known as Marvel. At this moment, a cosmic entity called Thanos seeks to gather all 6 Infinity Stones to annihilate all life in this universe. Thus, I shall not waste words. I will ascend to thwart him. At that moment, Thanos stood in confrontation with Captain America, Captain Marvel, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and others. They were engaged in a final battle. The 6 Infinity Stones were already in Thanos' possession. He sent Captain Marvel flying with a punch and was about to snap his fingers when he saw Peter Parker summon the 6 stones to his hand. Who are you? Thanos asked, his face contorted with disbelief. I am Peter Parker from a parallel universe. I am the original Spider-Man. I shall sprinkle some dust in your eyes. Peter Parker replied with a devilish grin. Without further ado, he snapped his fingers. Poor thing, are you about to cry? Ha ha, now vanish. With a snap, a blinding white light illuminated the scene, as if the entire world had erupted. Soon, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Thanos' army disintegrated into dust, scattering in the wind. Doctor Strange raised a finger towards Iron Man, indicating something. Are you suggesting that he is the outcome you foresaw, allowing the original Spider-Man to snap his fingers? Iron Man inquired. Forget the original snapping his fingers. My point is that this outcome is a variable. Doctor Strange retorted irritably. Is that so? But it seems to me that it implies the original is to snap his fingers. Iron Man shrugged, expressing his skepticism. Farewell. Peter Parker's body flickered and vanished, leaving behind the 6 Infinity Stones that fell to the ground, as though the recent events had merely been a dream. Yet, they had indeed transpired. Dear friends, the parallel world I am about to enter is Universe 65, the realm of Spider-Gwen. In this universe, Peter Parker was bullied at school, and out of resentment, he injected himself with lizard serum, transforming into the lizard. Meanwhile, Gwen was bitten by a radioactive spider, leading to her eventual transformation into Spider-Woman. Subsequently, during a battle, the lizard severely injured Peter, leading to his demise, and it was then that Gwen discovered the lizard was her only friend, Peter Parker. Peter Parker explained. Zhang Chulan. There is no need for an explanation. I have seen the videos uploaded by the group leader about Spider-Man, and I am aware. Gao Yao, yes. Spare us the details and go save Peter Parker. Zhejiangxian. Indeed, quit the chit-chat and focus on the main task. Saving someone is so mundane. It would be far more interesting to have that Spider-Gwen as your wife instead. Zhao Linger. Zhejiangxian. Heh, I somewhat understand your thought process. You seem eager to marry any pretty face you see. Zhejiangxian. Zhao Linger, so what? At least I am honest and unpretentious, willing to confront my desires. Zhao Linger. Zhejiangxian. You wouldn't happen to be a villain in your world, would you? Zhejiangxian. Zhao Linger, what villain? I can't be bothered to explain. Just watch the live stream. Gao Yao. Spider Bully. Just go save the person already. Are you unaware of the concept of foreshadowing? Peter Parker queried. Zhejiangxian. No need for foreshadowing. Isn't that just rambling? A waste of time. Go save the person. All right. Then I shall refrain from further chatter. Peter Parker's body flickered and vanished. He once again traversed the fabric of time and space, arriving at the battleground where Spider-Gwen faced off against Lizard Peter. More precisely, he had materialized above them. Peter Parker floated in midair, casting his gaze downward. Below him lay a bustling part of New York City, teeming with spectators, among whom was Gwen's father, the sheriff. The clash between Spider-Gwen and Lizard Peter was intensely fierce, yet Lizard Peter found himself firmly under Spider-Gwen's dominance. In a swift motion, Gwen unleashed a strand of webbing, propelling herself upward. As she swung back at an angle of nearly 120 degrees, she launched a powerful kick to Lizard Peter's forehead. In an instant, Lizard Peter was sent tumbling backward, careening away. However, in this moment, Peter had already succumbed to the side effects of the lizard serum, transforming him into a mindless beast. He merely lay on the ground, howling in agony, before struggling to rise and lunge at Gwen. As the battle escalated, Peter Parker realized that if he did not intervene soon, Lizard Peter might well be beaten to death. Lizard Fiend, how dare you harm my friend Peter? Prepare to meet your end. Spider-Gwen yelled, launching a kick toward Lizard Peter. At this moment, Gwen remained oblivious to the fact that the creature before her was indeed Peter. Thus, she showed no mercy in her assault. Suddenly, Gwen felt her spider sense tingle. Yet before her body could react, she found herself transported to a desolate, unfamiliar place. It was barren, devoid of life. Simultaneously, she noticed that the lizard had followed her into this strange terrain. Just as she prepared to strike the lizard once more, an unexpected figure appeared, blocking her path. Gwen. Enough. Take a closer look at whom you're attacking. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Gwen paused in astonishment. You're another Spider-Man? Without hesitation, she raised her wrist and flicked her fingers, shooting a strand of webbing at Peter Parker. Peter caught the web and reciprocated with a strand of his own. Oh my. You are indeed another extraordinary being like me. Were you also bitten by a spider? Gwen asked curiously. Well, that is not important. What matters is, do you know who lies on the ground? Peter Parker inquired softly. Who could he be? Isn't he just the destructive lizard? What could possibly be special about him? Gwen replied, puzzled. Peter Parker shook his head in resignation. Fine, since you can't guess, I shall reveal his true identity. With that, he crouched before Lizard Peter, producing a syringe filled with a green, mysterious liquid. What is that? Are you going to inject something into him? Gwen asked. This is the antidote to the lizard's serum. He explained, injecting the serum into Lizard Peter's body. This was procured by our rogue Spider-Man, who spent 50 points from the chat group's store to acquire it. After administering the antidote, they witnessed Lizard Peter undergo a dramatic transformation. Could it be that the lizard had a hidden identity? Was there more to his actions than met the eye? Gwen speculated. Watch closely. Once you learn his true identity, you will be utterly astonished, Peter Parker proclaimed. Soon, Lizard Peter's reptilian features and scaly skin began to dissolve and disintegrate. The lizard serum within him was eradicated by the recently injected antidote. Oh my, it's Peter. How is this possible? Gwen gasped in disbelief. I almost killed my only friend, she stammered. At that moment, her expression was one of sheer shock. Unable to comprehend that the lizard she had been punishing was, in fact, her dear friend, Peter Parker. This revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue, rendering her momentarily speechless. After regaining her composure, she hurriedly knelt beside Peter Parker, lifting his slumped form. Peter, are you all right? Gwen asked, filled with concern. Peter Parker gradually regained consciousness and, upon coming to, looked at Gwen apologetically. Gwen, I'm sorry. I just wanted to be special, like you. At this, Gwen froze. Realizing that his desire to be like her meant he wished to follow in her footsteps, to become a Spider-Man like herself. But that was impossible. There could only be one Spider-Man in this world. The more she thought, the sadder she felt, failing to consider her friend's feelings, and tears began to fall. Peter, I'm sorry, I didn't take your feelings into account. Witnessing this poignant moment, the rogue Spider-Man interjected, you both will have plenty of time to discuss these matters later. Peter Parker is neither dead nor gravely injured. There are more pressing matters at hand. Since Peter wishes to become a Spider-Man, look at this spider in my hand. It can make that happen. With that, under the astonished gazes of both, the rogue Spider-Man produced a mutated spider from his pocket. Where did you get that? Master, what do you do? Are you mass-producing Spider-Man? Gwen asked curiously. That is not important. What matters is that Peter wants to become a Spider-Man, right? Just one bite from this spider will transform him. The rogue Spider-Man replied. I want it so badly. Give it to me. Peter Parker exclaimed, snatching the spider and pressing it against his hand, allowing it to bite him. Wow, this tingles, it's amazing. Peter Parker exclaimed, slapping the spider dead, filled with excitement. All right, now you just need to sleep for 5 minutes, and when you wake, you'll possess the powers of a Spider-Man, the rogue Spider-Man stated. That spider, naturally, was procured from the point store for 100 points, and as he spoke, Peter Parker succumbed to an overwhelming drowsiness, collapsing into sleep. Youth is a wonderful thing. He can fall asleep anywhere, Gwen remarked with concern. I told you. P.S. just taking a short nap. Didn't you also fall asleep after being bitten by a spider and wake up with Spider-Man's abilities? The rogue Spider-Man replied. I know. I'm just a bit worried, Gwen said with a shy smile. 5 minutes later, Peter Parker indeed awoke, and to his astonishment, he realized he had truly become a Spider-Man, needing only a suit and 2 web shooters to fully embrace his new identity. Wow, this is incredible. I've really become a Spider-Man, Peter Parker exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Spider-Gwen shared in his joy. That is fantastic. Now we can fight side by side. Just as the rogue Spider-Man was about to congratulate them, a wormhole suddenly opened in the void. It appeared that individuals from another universe had opened a black hole, traversing time and space to arrive in this world. What is going on? The rogue Spider-Man furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a figure stepped through a hexagonal time portal. His attire and appearance unmistakably marked him as another Spider-Man, yet with distinct differences. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and his fingers ended in sharp claws, with spikes along his arms. He bore half the genetic makeup of a spider, making him appear formidable and imposing. Additionally, he wore a specialized wristwatch on his left hand, designed for time travel. You are Spider-Man 2099? The rogue Spider-Man said, somewhat astonished. Based on the video uploaded by the group leader, it is evident that he possesses knowledge about the individual before him. This is Spider-Man 2099, known by his true name, Miguel O'Hara. He established the headquarters of the Spider Alliance, uniting countless Spider-Men from various parallel universes. His purpose is to safeguard the web, also referred to as the Spider-Man multiverse. In simple terms, it is a universe where Spider-Men exist. These universes are subtly interconnected, simultaneously similar yet distinct, woven together like an expansive web, hence the term web. The fate and destiny of each Spider-Man are predetermined. For instance, the death of Gwen's father, the sheriff, is an event that every Spider-Man across the universes must endure, as is Gwen's own demise. Both are inevitable occurrences. Additionally, the deaths of Uncle Ben and Aunt May are also fated events. Gwen, Spider-Man's girlfriend, too, is destined to perish. In the universe of Spider-Gwen, the lizard, Peter Parker, is likewise meant to meet his end. This is destiny. Should anyone dare to alter these established fates, the universe that has been changed shall face catastrophic collapse. With each universe that disappears, the web sustains further damage. The mission of Spider-Man 2099 is to protect the web and the Spider-Man multiverse. If anyone disrupts these significant events and jeopardizes the web, he will intervene to restore order. At this moment, a chilling, dark wind begins to blow. The sky grows dim and oppressive. 2099 slowly removes his mask, somewhat surprised. I never expected you to recognize me. However, it matters not. My goal is to restore order. The expression on 2099's face hardens. Peter Parker, you are the destroyer of the web. Because of your interference, this universe is on the brink of collapse. How many innocent lives will be lost due to your reckless actions? To prevent you from further damaging the web, I shall apprehend you today. 2099 declares coldly. If you think you can, then by all means try. The bully Spider-Man retorts. 2099 steps forward. Very well. I shall proceed. However, before that, one thing must be done. This universe's Peter Parker must die. A universe cannot harbor two Spider-Men. You have little time left, in 1 minute. This universe will begin to collapse. 2099 points at the original lizard Peter. Hearing this, Gwen's eyes widen in disbelief. No, Peter is my only friend. You cannot kill him. Without hesitation, she spreads her arms to shield her friend. 2099 glances at Gwen and coldly states, if that is the case, then you may die as well. Only one of the two Spider-Men can survive. Do you think I would allow that? The bully Spider-Man counters. 2099's face, cold as ice, slightly trembles as he suppresses his rage. If you are intent on seeking death, then I shall not let you go. Time is short. You must be dealt with within 3 moves. Bang. 2099 launches his attack, akin to a vengeful spirit, wielding his sharp claws toward the bully Spider-Man. The bully Spider-Man raises his hand effortlessly to block the strike. Die. 2099 roars, kicking toward the bully Spider-Man's head. Bang. Our bully lightly raises his hand once more to intercept. A bit troublesome, but it should come to an end soon. 2099's body flickers, and he appears behind him in an instant. With his jaws agape, 2 sharp, venomous fangs gleaming ominously, he lunges forward to bite the bully's neck. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed fails to materialize. This is because 2099's teeth shatter upon impact, leaving the bully Spider-Man's neck unscathed, merely marked with a faint white line that soon vanishes. 2099's face is filled with astonishment. How is this possible? As a fellow Spider-Man, why are you so powerful? The bully Spider-Man does not respond, but instead gazes gravely at the changes occurring in the world. This is bad. This universe is about to vanish. Soon, the universe begins to dissolve, all beings and objects disintegrating into nothingness. Everything is inexorably fading away. Even Gwen and the others begin to dissipate, their bodies gradually turning to ash. The bully Spider-Man, who instigated this chaos, experiences the same fate, his body slowly transforming into dust. My body is also rapidly disintegrating. The bully Spider-Man stares in disbelief at his vanishing form. No, he cries out in fury, as his body reduces to merely a hand. He expends all his strength to snap his fingers. Snap! Boom! A deafening roar reverberates. A flash of white light reverses all phenomena in this world. All beings and objects that had dissolved return to their original state, as if time itself has rewound. The entire world is restored to its former glory. That was close. I almost disappeared. The bully Spider-Man exhales in relief. His snap, akin to the power of 6 infinity stones, utilized all his might to simulate their strength, altering the rules and modifying everything. Yet, his full power can only amend one universe, not the entirety of the Spider-Man multiverse at once. Who are you? How can you achieve such unfathomable feats? 2099 asks, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. The bully Spider-Man grins. So, will you still try to stop me? A fleeting look of despondency crosses 2099's face, soon replaced by determination. Even if I cannot stop you this time, when you next threaten the web, I shall return. Next time, you will face the entire Spider Alliance. With that, 2099 gradually reconstructs his mask and activates a hexagonal time-space portal via the wristwatch. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turns and steps into it, vanishing from sight. The bully Spider-Man gazes at the spot where he disappeared, remaining silent for a few moments before immersing himself in the chat group. The first thing he does is contact the group leader. Peter Parker, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader. I need your assistance this time. Zhao Lingerwao. What kind of matter requires the group leader's intervention? Gao Yao. It must be related to the Spider-Man multiverse, right? Saitama. I really want to witness the group leader's prowess. In the Dragon Ball world, Universe 11, Yong Tian, during Peter Parker's livestream, is leisurely enjoying a hot spring. After sipping the milk tea held by Makalita, he notices someone reaching out and checks the chat group. He discovers that Spider-Man is seeking his help. Yong Tian group leader. Peter Parker, aren't you live streaming? What issue do you wish to address? Peter Parker, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader, with my current power, I can only alter the rules of one universe, which is far too slow. Therefore, I wish to ask for your intervention to change the rules of the multiverse I inhabit, to alter those predestined tragedies and fates. Yong Tian ponders for a moment, smiling as he thinks this is a rather trivial matter. Thus, with a mere thought, he transcends countless dimensional barriers and multiversal distances, piercing through all realms and locating the multiverse where Peter Parker resides. In an instant, he modifies the rules of that multiverse. With Yong Tian's current prowess, it sufficed for Peter Parker to merely suggest a notion, without the need for further elaboration, for him to comprehend the modifications he desired to enact upon the existing rules. What Peter Parker sought to alter were, naturally, the fated tragedies, the demise of Gwen, the sheriff, Aunt May, and Uncle Ben. He wished to amend these predetermined decrees of fate to ensure their delightful resolutions. Furthermore, he aspired to eliminate the stipulation that the death of Spider-Man or any singular event could lead to the obliteration of the universe. No individual factor should precipitate the collapse of existence itself. These were the revised tenets that Yong Tian had established. Yong Tian, group leader. Peter Parker, it is done. The modifications have been effortlessly accomplished. Peter Parker, wow, that's amazing. You're incredible, group leader. Saitama, isn't this a ruse? I haven't seen anything. Zhang Chulan, Saitama, you know nothing. The group leader's power transcends your imagination. Not seeing it doesn't mean it hasn't been done. Gao Yao, Saitama, in this moment, who dares to question the group leader's strength? Yuan Deu. Indeed, Saitama, there is no need to doubt the group leader. His might has surpassed conventional understanding. Saitama. Peter Parker, the group leader's abilities are beyond dispute. Saitama. Peter Parker, Tang San, you pitiful godling. I trust you have witnessed my livestream by now. Do you grasp what it means to possess the path of death? With a mere snap of my fingers in your world, I could easily obliterate it. Zhang Chulan, haha. Tang San, you have indeed encountered the path of death. Gao Yao, Tang San, you have indeed encountered the path of death. Fang Yuan, Tang San, you have indeed encountered the path of death. Saitama, Tang San, you have indeed encountered the path of death. Xiaohuahua, Tang San, you have indeed encountered the path of death. Evil Sword Immortal, Tang San, you have indeed encountered the path of death. Han Fei, Tang San, you have indeed encountered the path of death. One after another, the group members took turns mocking Tang San. Yet, at this moment, Tang San remained silenced, utterly dismissive of the jibes from his peers. Humph, just a bunch of mortals squabbling. What is there to boast about? A wretched assembly of mortals. How dare they insult me, the Supreme God King? Should I find myself in your realm, I shall ensure your annihilation with shadows of death. The fire of wrath blazed in Tang San's eyes. However, constrained by his silenced state, he could only swallow his indignation. Gao Yao, Tang San, stop pretending to be dead and speak up. Han Fei, Gao Yao, he can't respond. He remains silenced. Zhang Chulan, Tang San, this fool can't respond. And it's truly tedious. Peter Parker, friends, I shall end the live stream now. Upon sending this message, Peter Parker promptly closed the live stream. Concurrently, the rewards for the stream were distributed. Ding. Congratulations to Peter Parker for completing a live stream. He has been awarded 5,000 points. Zhang Chulan, wow, I'm so envious. Earning 5,000 points from a single live stream is quite the fortune. After glancing at the group messages, Yong Tian casually lifted Tang San's silencing. Ding. Member Tang Sang has been unmuted. As soon as he was freed from silence, Tang Sang leaped forward. Tang Sang. Ha ha, you ignorant mortals. Do you comprehend the consequences of inciting my wrath? Fang Yuan. Tang Sang, what consequences? It's merely the path of death, just a few words. Chapter 11, Group Mission, Execute Tang Sang. Tang Sang. Fang Yuan, huh? You know my motto well. All within this group deserve death. Even the so-called group leader is just a charlatan. What is his motto? Naturally, you have encountered the path of death. Upon hearing this, the group members erupted in fury. Fang Yuan. Tang Sang, you are but a jester. I have crushed countless insects like you. Peter Parker. Tang Sang, you are truly pitiful. You still dwell within your own delusions. As the saying goes, those who are despised often possess their own misfortunes. Zhang Chulan. Tang Sang, you foolish creature. You truly do not know when to quit. Even the group leader has chastised you. Let us see how you fare now. Xiao Huahua. Tang Sang, ignorance breeds fearlessness. You dare speak such nonsense without knowing how to spell death. Gao Yao, you may insult me, but you shall not insult the group leader. Your demise is assured. Tang Sang. Yuan Deu. Tang Sang, your arrogance is unmatched. You are not worth lamenting. Zhao Linger. Tang Sang, fool. Child of the staff. Han Fei. Tang Sang, your repeated provocations have sealed your fate. Saitama. Tang Sang, if you stood before me now, I would obliterate you with a single punch. Evil sword immortal. Tang Sang, a pitiable soul. Given the opportunity, I would make your existence a living hell. Tang Sang, to all members, you ignorant mortals can only exchange empty words. You shall never comprehend the magnitude of my power. Should I find you, I will enslave you, subjecting you to eternal torment. Yong Tian observed the group messages in silence, choosing not to engage in futile banter with Tang Sang. Descending to such levels would only diminish his stature. Engaging in verbal conflict with such a person held no significance. It was far more pragmatic to act. Just then, the chat group seemed to sense the collective ire, prompting an alert to appear. Alert. Due to Tang Sang inciting the wrath of countless individuals, and in response to their collective grievances, a group mission has been activated. Group mission. Execute Tang Sang. This mission is open to all group members. Completion will yield substantial rewards. Zhang Chulan. Gao Yao haha. Now let us see how you maintain your bravado. Tang Sang. Fang Yuan. This has become intriguing. Prepare your coffin. Tang Sang. Zhang Chulan accepted the group mission. Gao Yao accepted the group mission. Fang Yuan accepted the group mission. Evil Sword Immortal accepted the group mission. Xiao Huahua accepted the group mission. Yong Tian accepted the group mission. Upon witnessing that all group members had taken on the mission, Tang Sang's expression shifted. Yet, he remained skeptical that anyone could traverse the boundless realms to execute him. Thus, he felt only a slight unease. Reminded of his supreme godly strength, he quickly regained his composure. Tang Sang, just a bunch of mortals. You cannot intimidate me. Even if you truly entered my world, what of it? Come forth. I shall slay you all until you tremble in fear. Yong Tian group leader. Excellent. Your bravado is commendable. Maintain that confidence. Tang Sang, Yong Tian. If this god king lacks confidence, who then is worthy of such assurance? Yong Tian had grown weary of conversing further. To describe Tang Sang's arrogance as foolishness would be an understatement. Such a person was beyond the realm of rational dialogue. Yong Tian group leader. All members. The mission has commenced. Let us begin the traversal. Under normal circumstances, entering a group member's world would require their consent. However, the current situation was exceptional. As the mission had been initiated by the chat group, no approval from Tang Sang was necessary, and all could enter his realm. Without delay, Yong Tian concluded his leisurely soak, focused his thoughts, and donned his attire. I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. After leaving this message for Margarita, Yong Tian vanished. He extended his consciousness across countless realms, swiftly pinpointing the location of Tang Sang in the world of martial souls. With the coordinates established, Yong Tian effortlessly tore through the void, stepping into the realm. The world of martial souls. Divine realm, palace of the God King. Tang Sang reclined on a chair, one hand cradling a teacup, while the other embraced the waist of a woman clad in pink. This woman was none other than Xiao Wu. Brother Tang Sang, why does your expression seem so furious? Who is the fool that has provoked you? Xiao Wu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Tang Sang, momentarily shedding his regal demeanor, huffed in annoyance. It is none other than those ignorant mortals. They dare to claim they wish to execute me? Who do they think I am? I, Tang Sang, cannot be so easily condemned. Xiao Wu nestled closer in his embrace, playfully agreeing. Indeed, brother Sang, You are the mightiest divine king of the celestial realm, who possesses the audacity to pass judgment upon you. They certainly lack such capability. However, at that moment, a voice laced with mockery drifted through the air. Is that so? You two seem rather confident, don't you? As the voice echoed, dozens of figures materialized from thin air. Upon witnessing this sudden appearance, Tang San felt a flutter of anxiety rise within him, an ominous premonition taking hold. Who are you? He bellowed, attempting to suppress the unease creeping into his heart. Ha! It seems you, esteemed one, have quite the forgetful nature. Just moments ago, we were engaged in a delightful conversation. Have you forgotten so soon? The speaker was none other than Guyufang Yuan. The remaining 9 figures were revealed to be Zhang Chulan, Gao Yao, Xie Jianxian, Zhao Ling, Han Fei, Yuan Deu, Qi Yu, Xiao Huahua, and Peter Parker. Upon hearing this, Tang San's body trembled in disbelief as he stammered, Are you the ones from the chat group? What else would you think? Guyufang Yuan retorted with a smirk. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan and the others regarded Tang San and Xiao Wu with bemused expressions. Enough of this banter, let us eliminate him directly. Completing the task is of utmost importance. Xie Jianxian sharpened his blade, preparing to strike. Hold your horses, the group leader has yet to arrive. Zhang Chulan calmly interjected, shaking his head. He has arrived. I can feel it, the group leader is here. Just look up. Gao Yao exclaimed, tilting his head skyward. At this, everyone followed suit, gazing into the sky. They beheld a tempest brewing, thunder rumbling, and dark clouds swirling ominously. In an instant, a colossal black hole emerged, slowly coalescing into form. As the black hole intensified, a tremendous rift, stretching 100,000 feet, tore through the sky, giving the impression that the heavens themselves were on the verge of collapse. In this apocalyptic scene, a figure began to step forth from the massive chasm, moving with a grace that defied gravity. Clad in a blue short-sleeve shirt, blue trousers, and an orange vest, he donned white combat boots crafted from unique materials and white leather gloves. His limbs and chest were subtly muscled, exuding an aura of primal strength. His black hair stood defiantly, 2 strands falling across his forehead, swaying chaotically in the wind. Adorning his ears were golden patera earrings, and his strikingly handsome visage bore sharp, chiseled features as if sculpted by divine hands. A confident smile played at the corners of his mouth, radiating an aura of invincibility that was utterly captivating. The mere sight of him invoked an instinctual thought in the hearts of those present. This man was unparalleled in the world. The divine King Tang San and Xiao Wu on the throne trembled under the weight of his presence, rendered immobile by fear. This wretched child is far too powerful. He poses a threat to my very existence. He must not be allowed to live. I must devise a plan to strike first. Tang San's mind raced with trepidation. At that moment, a voice rang out in astonishment. What the hell? Vegeta? Is this truly the group leader? Xiao Huahua exclaimed. Indeed, it is Vegeta. Guyufang Yuan echoed, equally astonished. The realization that characters from the films and anime of their past were real, and that one of them was the leader of their chat group, was utterly staggering. Xiao Huahua and Fang Yuan, having been former inhabitants of Earth, may not have been avid viewers of Dragon Ball, but they certainly had a passing familiarity with it. After all, Super Saiyans had achieved global recognition, almost becoming household names. To refer to Vegeta as someone known to all was not an exaggeration. Gao Yao, slightly perplexed, inquired. Who is this Vegeta? Isn't the group leader named Yong Tian? Xie Jianxian remarked, I find it intriguing. Perhaps this is just another identity of our group leader? Zhang Chulan speculated. Yuan Deu concurred. I too believe this is yet another persona of our esteemed leader. Peter Parker added, undoubtedly. It is another facet of our group leader. Zhao Ling chimed in, wow. The group leader remains as handsome as ever. Xiao Huahua teased, Zhang Chulan. You should know better. The invincible Vegeta, the mightiest Gogeta. You must have heard that phrase before? Zhang Chulan replied, well, this is the first I've heard of it, but our group leader is indeed unmatched. Han Fei mused, now that you mention it. I recall that when the group leader first joined, his nickname was Invincible. Qi Yu remarked, Invincible? I would relish a challenge against our leader. Xiao Huahua laughed. Bold of you, bald one. Yong Tian in the sky had naturally overheard their conversation. With a slight smile, he flashed and appeared before them in an instant. Greetings, fellow group members. Yong Tian said, smiling warmly. Gao Yao exclaimed, welcome, esteemed leader. Xie Jianxian echoed, welcome, esteemed leader. Fang Yuan added, welcome, esteemed leader. Xiao Huahua chimed in, welcome, esteemed leader. Yong Tian surveyed everyone with a calm nod. Chapter 12, The Execution of Tang San. With his black hair dancing in the wind, Yong Tian addressed the assembly with a serene demeanor. Now that everyone is present, I shall refrain from further pleasantries. Let us commence our group task. The execution of Tang San shall begin immediately. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the group, each member eagerly preparing for action. Ha! I have been waiting for this moment. Xian laughed heartily. Another opportunity to earn points. Zhang Chulan chuckled mischievously. We owe it all to our esteemed leader. Gao Yao said with a grin. I am eager to witness how this clown Tang San meets his demise. Fang Yuan sneered. Xiao Huohuo remarked, this is truly thrilling. It's my first time participating in such a large-scale group task, and I hope to earn a bounty of points. Qi Yu clenched his fist. I wish to deliver a single punch that ends him. Thus, the group, chuckling ominously, advanced towards the throne where Tang San sat. At that moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were quaking with fear, though they feigned composure, attempting to project a facade of bravery. Very impressive. You possess quite the audacity to remain seated on your throne as we approach. Yong Tian remarked coolly. Since you both exhibit such courage, come forth and kneel. At Yong Tian's command, Tang San fell to his knees with a thud. Brother, how did you discern my courage? I am merely paralyzed with fear. The moment Yong Tian's words left his lips, they manifested into reality. Tang San and Xiao Wu found themselves compelled to kneel, their bodies rolling forward like tumbling snowballs until they were before Yong Tian. Brother, what should we do now? Xiao Wu exclaimed in a panic. Xiao Wu, do not fret. Brother Sang has a plan, Tang San whispered reassuringly. Brother, do you have any method? Hurry up and tell us. If you don't, there might not be another chance. Little Wu was shivering. Don't be afraid of us. All we need to do is kneel down and admit our mistake. Kneel and admit our mistake? Little Wu was instantly dumbfounded. Exactly. Kneel and admit your mistake. Upon hearing this, Tang San instantly felt much calmer. Zhang Chulan burst out laughing. I thought Tang San would have some method, but it's just this. Everyone's eyes held amusement and immediately turned to the one laughing the loudest, Zhang Chulan. Sorry, it's just too funny. I really can't hold it in. Zhang Chulan laughed like thunder. Me too. Honestly, I can't help laughing either. Gao Yao agreed. Upon hearing this, everyone else started laughing as well. In an instant, the air was filled with cheerful energy. Yong Tian looked coldly at Tang San. You think that just kneeling and apologizing will make us forgive you? Tang San's face turned pale with rage, but he still trembled as he tried to pull and plead, master of the group. And all the big shots in the chat group. Your little brother knows he was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken nonsense in the group. Please, treat me as a fart and let me go. Tang San said humbly. Yong Tian sneered. Let you go? That's impossible. You're dreaming. Also, you don't have the qualification to be anyone's little brother here. Alright, the punishment hasn't even started yet, and you're already begging? That's not in line with your usual proud and unruly style. Recover your defiant self. As Yong Tian's words fell, everyone laughed and surrounded Tang San and Little Wu. Yong Tian waved his hand, and two surgical beds appeared out of thin air. With a thought, Tang San and Little Wu were forced to lie on the beds, their necks and limbs restrained to prevent them from struggling. All right, let the punishment begin. Yong Tian waved his hand, signaling the start. Watch my ultimate secret move, the Millennium Kill, Zhang Chulan said with a perverted smile. He directly targeted Tang San's anus with the Millennium Kill. Oh ho ho! Tang San cried out in pain, showing a strange expression of pleasure. Ugh, such a pervert. But I like it. The evil sword immortal laughed maniacally and joined the punishment, performing the ultimate Millennium Kill as well. No, stop. Yamit. Ichiku Yamit. Tang San screamed in pain. Damn, so disgusting. That scream is obscene. I'll rip out your tongue and see how you scream so hideously. Gao Yao yelled angrily. Gao Yao approached, used 2 fingers to grab Tang San's tongue, and violently ripped it out. Instantly, blood gushed like a fountain, spraying high into the air. With his tongue gone, Tang San could not make a sound. He could only convey his pain through convulsing body movements and anguished expressions. Sangu. Little Wu shouted in concern. What is that mutt yelling? It's not your turn yet. Fang Yuan sneered and gave Little Wu a hard slap. Unexpectedly, Little Wu was so weak that he was knocked out instantly by just 1 slap. Damn, why didn't you say you were this weak earlier? Fang Yuan cursed. Yong Tian smiled faintly. It's fine. He's just accidentally dead. I'll revive him later. He was about to wave his hand to revive Little Wu when suddenly a thought struck him, a mischievous idea. With a wave of his hand, he restored all of Tang San's injuries. The group members, seeing Yong Tian act, naturally stopped what they were doing. As soon as Tang San recovered, Tears streamed down his face, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Ah, my little Wu. I'll kill you all. I'll avenge little Wu. I will definitely kill you all." Tang San screamed in rage, spouting vicious words. His body struggled, but the surgical bed held him tight. Even using the strength of a child nursing as a baby, he couldn't move at all. Yong Tian looked calmly at Tang San. "Want to revive your lover? If you do, then shut your mouth." Tang San's vicious words instantly stopped. He fell silent, only tears streaming. "Tang San, shout your iconic line," Yong Tian said calmly. "What? Iconic line?" Tang San was confused. "Shout that line. Revive my love. Just say it, and I'll bring little Wu back." Yong Tian's lips curved in a strange smile. "Really? Such a simple request?" Tang San asked in disbelief. Yong Tian waved his hand impatiently. "If you don't want to, fine. Then I'll continue your punishment." No. I'll shout it now." Tang San panicked. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly. "Ah, revive my love." The moment he said it, the scene instantly went silent. The air was filled with an awkwardness even elementary school students would feel. Yong Tian waved his hand, and little Wu was revived. "Sengu." Little Wu shouted at Tang San as soon as he was revived. "Little Wu, you're really revived," Tang San exclaimed excitedly. Yong Tian sighed lightly, as expected. Not listening is uncomfortable, but listening makes you uncomfortable the whole day. "Tang San, you're happy too soon." Then, Yong Tian slapped little Wu to pieces again. "No. My love," Tang San shouted in despair. "Say the line, and I'll keep reviving little Wu for you," Yong Tian said calmly. Haha. The group leader really has a twisted sense of humor. Zhao Linger covered her mouth and giggled. "Ah, revive my love," Tang San roared. Yong Tian moved his mind again and revived little Wu. Tang San was happy for a second, and then little Wu was destroyed again. "No, you evil demon." Tang San collapsed. Hee. Fun. I love seeing Tang San collapse. The evil sword immortal smiled perversely. Damn, this kind of punishment, the psychological damage is nearly irreparable. The group leader is terrifying. Zhang Chulan shivered. "Tang San, keep shouting," Yong Tian said coldly. "No, I'd rather little Wu die than see her endure this again." Tang San shook his head frantically. "Very well. Since you want to shout, I'll continue punishing you." Yong Tian waved his hand. Fang Yuan and the others understood immediately. They all went to torture Tang San. For example, Gao Yao charged in, ripping out his tongue first, then taking his 2 testicles. Yong Tian chopped the testicles off and restored Tang San's injuries. The other group members also applied various methods. "I said I'll punch you to pieces." Qiyu charged in with a serious punch. No surprises, Tang San exploded completely. Yong Tian waved his hand, and Tang San was revived at full health. Peter Parker somehow got some quicklime and threw it into Tang San's eyes. "I'll sprinkle some dust in your eyes." "Ah," Tang San screamed miserably. "I'll burn you with a cigarette." Xiao Huahua applied a cigarette to his crotch. "Now you'll feel the pain of thousands of worms consuming body and soul." Fang Yuan scattered some poisonous bugs. Hee. "I'll make you wish you were dead." The evil sword immortal became a purple smoke and entered Tang San's body. Yong Tian and the 10 or so others unleashed all their methods, torturing Tang San to the brink of death repeatedly. They killed him, revived him, and tortured him again. Over and over, until he was completely broken. After reviving Tang San over 10,000 times, everyone finally ended the punishment satisfied. Watching Tang San turn to ashes once again. They finally stopped. "All right, it's over." Yong Tian waved his hand. As the notification of task completion resonated within the chat group, a chime echoed. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the group task. This task was execute Tang San. Through commendable teamwork, the participating members have excelled in fulfilling the group mission. The task settlement is complete. Each member has received 100,000 points as a reward. Yay, this is fantastic. 100,000 points have been credited. Zhang Chulan exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Wow, truly impressive, oh esteemed group leader. Working alongside you makes tasks a breeze. Zhao Linger chirped with delight. Eternal life? So close at hand. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. All right, now that the task is complete, you may all return. Yong Tian waved his hand. Ha. Farewell, esteemed group leader. Han Fei clasped his fists and then vanished. Zhang Chulan, Fang Yuan, and the others were swiftly teleported back to their respective worlds. Once everyone had departed, Yong Tian cast a detached glance at this realm. Chat group, commence live broadcast. Esteemed group leader, the live broadcast has been initiated. All group members will automatically enter the broadcast room to admire your grandeur. Excellent. Yong Tian nodded slightly. At this very moment, all members who had returned to their worlds were, without exception, forcibly drawn into the broadcast room. Gao Yao has entered the broadcast room. Feng Yuan has entered the broadcast room. Xiaoyan has entered the broadcast room. Saitama has entered the broadcast room. Zhang Chulan. In an instant, everyone had joined the broadcast. Upon entering, they were greeted by an unforgettable spectacle. The group leader's demeanor was cold, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down their spines. There is no longer any necessity for this world to exist. Yong Tian's indifferent voice resonated throughout the Wuhan realm. He then slowly raised his right hand, palm open, and gently clenched it as if gripping a balloon. Boom. The entire divine realm was obliterated in an instant, akin to a magnificent firework bursting forth in the starry sky. All that remained was a vast void of nothingness. Having accomplished this, Yong Tian flickered and vanished. The onlooking group members were left utterly astounded. Gao Yao, the group leader, is incredible. Xiaohuo, wow, how terrifying. Zhao Linger, 666. Zhang Chulan, the group leader's strength is truly formidable. Bowing to the Great One. Such a horrifying scene left an indelible impression on the group members for an entire year. With the screen fading to black, Yong Tian closed the live broadcast. Chapter 13. Saitama challenges Yong Tian. In the next moment, Yong Tian found himself back in the world of Dragon Ball. Beside him stood the Reverend Makalita and Wei Maida. Great King, you have returned? Makalita greeted him with a smile. Indeed. Yong Tian nodded nonchalantly. Then, with a mere thought, he opened the chat group and sent a message. Yong Tian, group leader. Emir Tang San can be obliterated with a snap of my fingers. Zhang Chulan, the group leader, is amazing. I'll shout 666. Please look after your little brother. Gao Yao, Yong Tian, I bow to the group leader. I shall be your most loyal little brother. Saitama, the group leader, is impressive. Your strength is so great. I would like to challenge you. May I have the opportunity? Xiaohuo, Saitama, are you out of your mind? Have you not realized the group leader's power? Gao Yao, Saitama, you big-headed fool. You really are overestimating yourself. Don't blame me for my harsh words. Challenging the group leader is sheer folly. Just hope the esteemed group leader shows you mercy. Zhang Chulan, Saitama, no, my friend. I know you are strong, but I still suggest you retract that statement. Saitama, everyone misunderstood. I merely wish to gauge the gap in strength between the group leader and myself. Yong Tian observed Saitama's message, momentarily taken aback, then smiled slightly. Yong Tian, group leader. Saitama, very well, I accept your challenge. The chat group has a designated martial arts arena where your senses and strength will be simulated. Even if you perish in the arena, it will only extinguish a fragment of your divine consciousness. Let us proceed to the martial arts arena. There is a spectator area surrounding it. Thank you, esteemed group leader. Gao Yao Wow. The group leader really agreed. I must witness how the bald-headed one is trounced. Zhao Linger, the group leader battling Saitama, is oddly exhilarating. Xiaohuo, a grand spectacle of the Great One's fighting. With that, Yong Tian summoned all group members into the martial arts section of the chat group. Simultaneously, the group members felt a dizzying sensation as they were transported into a virtual world. The sun shone brightly, birds chirped melodiously, and vibrant flowers and lush green grass stretched infinitely before them. As they gazed around, there were no mountains, only sprawling meadows and blossoms, occasionally accompanied by a clear stream. The air itself was sweet and refreshing. Looking up, the cosmic stars twinkled, seemingly within reach. This sensation was quite marvelous. One could glance upward and see stars encircling, as if they could simply reach out and touch them. Feng Yuan, Saitama, Xiaohuo, and all the other group members gathered here. Yong Tian stood there calmly, entering a state of invisibility, quietly observing his friends. However, in terms of entrance, Feng Yuan displayed a rather ostentatious flair. As soon as he landed, he began to recite, "Early in life, I knew the world's tribulations, yet I still dared to soar among the clouds. Through fierce winds, my body like a feather. A lone traveler adrift in a sea of fate. Countless trials have forged my heart like iron, exhausting my efforts to craft a single sword. Today, my sword points to the clouds above, refining both the poison and the person, even the heavens. Such poetry, splendid poetry." Zhang Chulan praised. Zhao Linger, I didn't realize Brother Feng Yuan was a poet. Wow. Among all the traversers, your cultural depth is profound. Xiaohuo marveled. Indeed, Brother Feng's talent is unparalleled. Han Fei also offered his compliments. Flattery, merely a spontaneous expression. By the way, where is the esteemed group leader? Wasn't he supposed to spar with Saitama? Feng Yuan inquired, puzzled. Yes, where did the esteemed group leader go? System, copy the abilities of all present group members. Ding. All abilities have been successfully copied. The powers you have copied are enhanced 10 trillion times. Upon hearing the melodic voice in his mind, Yong Tian couldn't help but smile. In an instant, his aura deepened and became unfathomable. In Yong Tian's eyes, although Saitama and the others seemed somewhat fragile, they had been enhanced by a staggering 10 trillion times. Even if they were weak, such an amplification would render them formidable. Noticing that everyone was mentioning him, Yong Tian withdrew from his invisibility, his form gradually materializing. As Yong Tian appeared, all gazes converged upon him. Greetings, esteemed group leader. Gao Yao was the first to speak. Greetings, esteemed group leader. Zhang Chulan and the others echoed in unison. Saitama stepped closer to Yong Tian, a determined expression on his face. Esteemed group leader, this is now our stage. Come. I am eager to witness the disparity in our strengths. Very well. Let us commence. Yong Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, everyone shifted locations as if traversing an endless tunnel of time and space. When they reappeared, they found themselves among the stars, with a massive square arena unfurling before them. Surrounding it was a high seating area where Gao Yao and the other friends settled in. Some divine delicacies and treasures materialized in the spectator area, allowing the friends to enjoy refreshments while watching the battle. Such divine power. I didn't even realize the scene had shifted. Zhang Chulan remarked in awe. Such is the might of the strong. Otherwise, how could they be deemed strong? Feng Yuan replied with a faint smile. Xiaohuahua, I wonder how long the bald one can hold on. I wager 3 seconds. What about you all? Gao Yao, 3 seconds? You overestimate him. He can barely last 1 second against the master of the group. Zhao Linger, I'm not sure who is stronger between the group leader and Saitama, but I believe the group leader is more formidable. The group members engaged in lively banter within the chat. Although offline communication was quite convenient, with mouths full of food, they resorted to chatting online. Meanwhile, on the arena, Saitama gazed solemnly at Yong Tian, who remained composed and unperturbed. Both were keenly observing each other, locked in a standoff. Saitama took a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly. Group leader, I will unleash my full strength. Please do not hold back. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Very well. I shall afford you due respect. Even if you perish here, it will bear no consequence on your physical form in the outside world. With that, Saitama let out a thunderous shout and launched a fist towards Yong Tian. A finishing move, a serious punch. In an instant, a wave of terrifying force surged towards Yong Tian, akin to a star colliding with him. Yet, Yong Tian remained unfazed, raising his own fist to respond. Boom. In that moment, Saitama was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. In an instant, he experienced a vivid illusion, feeling as though he were colliding fists with countless universes undergoing cataclysmic explosions, all compressing towards him. Beneath the weight of that punch, he glimpsed the multiverse being reborn, saw his deceased great-grandmother beckoning him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself seated in the audience, momentarily stunned, looking down to see Yong Tian smiling at him. Saitama suddenly realized, so I was already dead in that instant. The disparity is beyond comprehension. Bald One, you are leagues apart from the group leader. Do you not understand the extent of his power? Zhang Chulan picked at his nose. Losing is not disgraceful. After all, you were challenging the most powerful and invincible group leader. Gao Yao reassured. It must be said, if the group leader wished to obliterate us, it would be no more challenging than squashing an ant. Feng Yuan remarked. The group leader's power remains as formidable as ever. The crowd sighed in awe. As for being shocked, they were no longer surprised. They had grown numb to it. Yong Tian's figure flickered and appeared before everyone. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? I am willing to oblige, Yong Tian smiled. Group leader, do not jest. Who could possibly be your match? I seriously doubt even a Taoist immortal could contend with you. Zhang Chulan shook his head. Indeed, the group leader is the strongest. We are but your loyal subordinates. Gao Yao declared loudly. The other group members echoed their agreement. Yong Tian waved his hand. Enough, nothing more to discuss. Everyone can return now. Or, if you wish to resolve any disputes among yourselves, feel free to enter the martial arts arena. With that, Yong Tian gestured, and everyone returned to their respective worlds. Chapter 14 Saitama. I am feeling quite irate right now. In the Gu realm, Feng Yuan's eyes gleamed with fervor. Immortality is not an unattainable dream. With the assistance of the chat group, returning to Earth after achieving eternal life is not beyond the realm of possibility. Feng Yuan murmured, having witnessed a broader world. I now understand that true immortality is not merely about longevity. It involves being invincible like the group leader, which is what I truly desire. His eyes brimmed with endless yearning. Merely participating in the execution of Tang San netted him 100,000 points. With these points, he has already attained an invincible status among the immortals in this Gu realm. Even if the Great Dream Immortal and 11 other immortals were to besiege him, he could still retreat unscathed. Such is the value of 100,000 points, and the mere heavenly court could be extinguished with a mere gesture. This Gu realm is already a dominion ruled by me, the great love immortal, Fang Yuan whispered. Meanwhile, in the mythical world, Gao Yao had become a terrestrial immortal. Your Majesty, how much longer until global unification? Gao Yao inquired of the Emperor Qin beside him. National Master, we only need to conquer that cherry blossom-laden island. At your command, I have intentionally left it for last. The Emperor Qin replied. Upon hearing this, Gao Yao's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, you need not lift a finger. I shall personally annihilate that island. After we achieve global unification, I will ensure that your reign endures for another 5 millennia. With that, Gao Yao soared into the air, accompanied by 2 eunuchs. Lu Gonggong, Zhao Gonggong, you shall witness just how despairing your future lives will be. Gao Yao laughed. These 2 eunuchs were none other than Liu Ji and Yi Xiaochuan. Though Yi Xiaochuan had been renamed Zhao Gao, and Liu Ji had become Lu Deu, Gao Yao's current strength had reached the late stages of tribulation, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived above a small island. Gao Yao hovered in midair, levitating the 2 eunuchs around him. Star Shatter, Gao Yao shouted, the name of the technique a mere whim of his. Gao Yao concentrated his internal power, drawing in surrounding spiritual energy. Ultimately, it slowly coalesced into an enormous blade of immense proportions. His right hand descended, cleaving downwards towards the island below. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose from the sea. Gao Yao dispersed the blade, inhaling deeply, releasing a breath towards the void ahead. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, clearing the smoke that lingered in the air. Behold, the island was no more. Only the undulating surface of the sea remained. What in the world? Is this something a human can achieve? Such a terrifying spectacle left Yi Xiaochuan and Liu Ji wide-eyed, their astonishment almost causing their eyes to pop out. Amidst their shock, despair settled in. They feared they would never rise again. They would forever be slaves, subject to Gao Yao's whims. In utter despair, Yi Xiaochuan still could not comprehend. Old Gao, why? Why do you treat me this way? What wretched place is this? What have I done to deserve such hatred from you? Gao Yao sneered. There is no reason. Just the fact that you brought me here and never considered taking me back is enough for me to wish to kill you 1,000 times over. Gao Yao. You have robbed me of all love. I will climb step by step, reaching the pinnacle until I eradicate you, this tyrant. Yi Xiaochuan shouted in rage. Gao Yao swiftly slapped him. Enough of your nonsense. Focus on being a eunuch and abandon any unworthy thoughts. Following that, Gao Yao unleashed a flurry of blows upon the 2, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Liu Ji, however, had a grievance he was unsure whether to voice. Wait, buddy, what did I do to deserve this? I didn't say a word and got beaten for no reason. Do you even have a sense of fairness? Having vented his frustrations, Gao Yao returned to the Emperor Qin's side, bringing along the 2 wretched eunuchs. Meanwhile, on Saitama's end, he was facing a different kind of torment. At that moment, Saitama was engrossed in a video game with King. Despite being invincible in the world of One Punch Man, he was far from unmatched in the realm of gaming. In terms of gameplay, King utterly dominated Saitama. Saitama, I've won again. This marks my 81st victory over you. Even when I let you have half a life, you still cannot defeat me. You squander your chances. Your skills are simply abysmal. King laughed heartily, radiating an air of triumph. Upon hearing this, Saitama was instantly consumed by rage, his entire being transforming into a veritable steam engine, his complexion flushed with fury, tendrils of steam wafting from his head. How infuriating. I am seething with anger. I desperately need an outlet. Saitama clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, overwhelmed by an impulse to annihilate the world. Calm down, calm down. Oh, right. The chat group has a martial arts section. I can find someone to spar with and vent my frustration. Instantly, Saitama transformed into the embodiment of determination. Without hesitation, he messaged the group. Saitama, Zhang Chulan, Gao Yao, Xiao Huahua, Yuan Deu, Han Fei, Xie San. I wish to find someone for a PK match. Is there anyone willing to join me? Saitama essentially reached out to everyone, save for Yong Tian. Clearly, now that Saitama was aware of the disparity between himself and the group leader, he had no intention of seeking out humiliation. Gao Yao Saitama. Uft, Baldy, go play by yourself. I'm not into that, nor do I wish to fight a bald head. Xiao Huahua, Saitama. Don't look for me for a fight. I'm still in the development phase of the novice village and can't defeat anyone. Ask the other group members. Yuan Deu, Saitama, I'm not fond of fighting. Find someone else to practice with. Han Fei, Saitama, sorry, I'm currently unavailable. Zhang Chulan, Saitama, bald head. I just happen to have time now. It would be nice to have a bit of fun with you. Saitama, great. That's all I needed to hear. Let us head to the martial arts arena. Once the decision was made, Saitama focused his thoughts, and his consciousness instantly manifested in the chat group's martial arts arena. Simultaneously, Xiao Huahua, Yuan Degu, Gao Yao, and Xie Jiansan appeared in the audience seats. The group members were eager to witness the battle, while others, too busy, did not attend. With a whoosh, Zhang Chulan also materialized. He grinned. Zhang Chulan, I have decided. I will knock you out with a single punch. Saitama rubbed his fists together, declaring, Baldy. That is precisely what I had in mind. Saitama concentrated, summoning the chat group panel to access the points marketplace. Consume all points to enhance my physical form. Do you wish to expend 100,000 points entirely for strengthening your body? Yes. Saitama silently affirmed. In an instant, Saitama's aura grew even more formidable, imposing an intensified pressure upon those around him. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan received a notification from the chat group. Your opponent, Saitama, has consumed 100,000 points to enhance his physical strength. Do you wish to expend your remaining points to elevate your cultivation? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan couldn't help but curse. Damn it, Baldy, you're not playing fair, using a cheat in a PK match. Saitama shook his head. I'm not cheating. I merely wish to present my best self in this battle. Saitama's physical prowess was already formidable, akin to the peak power of a Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Now, with his strength further augmented, he was even more heavyweight. Although Zhang Chulan had reached the tribulation stage, he was aware that if Saitama closed the distance, victory was not guaranteed. Even the physique of a tribulation stage cultivator was incredibly powerful, yet it could not withstand the might of pure physical strength unless one practiced both body and spirit. Attaining true immortality might allow for a direct confrontation of physical strength. But Zhang Chulan, still a distance from that level, knew that engaging in a physical brawl was too risky. He would have to employ a strategy of attrition. With this in mind, Zhang Chulan devised a tactic. Kite the opponent and unleash spells relentlessly. As long as the bald head couldn't reach him, everything else was inconsequential. Baldy, take this. Zhang Chulan leapt into the air, distancing himself from Saitama. He began to gather lightning in his palms and hurled it towards Saitama. Palm lightning. In an instant, the sky roared to life, turbulent winds swirling as crimson lightning brewed and wreaked havoc. What began as a simple palm lightning spell transformed into an awe-inspiring force under the influence of tribulation stage cultivation, rivaling the might of heavenly tribulations. Boom! Thunder rumbled. A tremendous spectacle. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, struck down towards Saitama. I'll dodge. Saitama leapt nimbly, evading the bolt of lightning. Zhang Chulan chuckled darkly. Not done yet. With frenzied movements, Zhang Chulan unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts, each as thick as a water barrel, relentlessly targeting Saitama. In an instant, the surrounding area was engulfed in a storm of lightning, bombarding everything indiscriminately. Lightning was already swift, combined with the expansive range and dense release. Saitama found himself unable to evade. He was struck squarely, his skeletal structure jolted by the shock. The lightning also carried a paralyzing effect, rendering him nearly incapacitated upon impact. If Saitama endured until his internal energy was exhausted, he would have to concede defeat. This is the consequence of solely cultivating the body. As long as I can keep you at bay, I will wear you down. Zhang Chulan laughed heartily. Chapter 15 Yuan Degu. This Gatangier is pathetic. Zhang Chulan's palm lightning, comparable to a heavenly tribulation, showed no signs of abating. Soon, a full day and night had passed. The audience, initially comprising Xiao Huahua and 3 others, had transformed into a gathering of all group members. The members appeared dazed, on the verge of sleep. While the spectacle had once stirred their blood, after a day and night of watching, it had become tedious. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Saitama's physique was indeed resilient. After enduring Zhang Chulan's assault for an entire day and night, he still retained a faint presence, not yet extinguished. Yong Tian's figure appeared in the audience. Observing Zhang Chulan's maneuvers with a look of incredulity, finding himself at a loss for words. Truly, the reputation of the unyielding lotus was well-deserved. Relentlessly hammering away without changing tactics. What is this, a one-trick pony? Greetings to the esteemed group leader. Xiao Huahua quickly rose. Salutations, group leader. Gao Yao also stood to pay his respects. Honorifics to the group leader. Xie Jiansen spoke respectfully. Other group members followed suit, standing in acknowledgement. There is no need for such formality. Simply continue watching their battle. Yong Tian replied nonchalantly. With that, he directed his gaze back to the martial arts arena below. Yuan Deu, Zhao Ling and others who had approached to pay their respects, sat back down upon hearing his words. Ultimately, Saitama could not endure until Zhang Chulan exhausted his energy and was defeated. When Saitama's figure reappeared, he found himself amongst the audience. On the arena, Zhang Chulan was exuberantly laughing. Ha! Baldy, you've lost, haven't you? You thought you could compete with me? What power do you possess to challenge me? In that moment, Zhang Chulan was brimming with confidence, radiating arrogance. Saitama, boring, I'm leaving. He shook his head, preparing to log off. Other group members similarly felt disinterested, shaking their heads and chuckling. Truly, the unyielding lotus is something else. Gao Yao remarked. Zhang Chulan flashed, appearing before the group. Oh? Greetings to the esteemed group leader. Saitama turned to Yong Tian and offered a nod of acknowledgement. Baldy, do you concede? Zhang Chulan inquired, gazing at Saitama. Saitama, with his deadpan expression, uttered 4 words. Unyielding lotus, indeed. Zhang Chulan immediately retorted. How is that unyielding? I crushed you with sheer strength. Don't you think the group members should weigh in? Yong Tian nodded slightly. Indeed, being able to incapacitate Saitama is a skill in itself, but it is undeniably unyielding. With Yong Tian's statement, it became a definitive verdict. The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Chulan. Thus, the PK match between Saitama and Zhang Chulan concluded. With that, Yong Tian vanished, departing first. Other group members followed suit, withdrawing their consciousness from the martial arts section. Only Zhang Chulan remained, lost in thought, before he sighed and departed as well. Dragon Ball. Universe 11. At this moment, Yong Tian was lounging in a hot spring alongside Makalita. They were also indulging in a game of basketball, with the blue hoop seeing the ball enter and exit with remarkable frequency. However, the blue hoop was indeed a rarity. The mere thought of hoops reminded Yong Tian of his family's chicken that could sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Quite amusing, indeed. As he soaked and felt utterly relaxed, Yong Tian waved his hand, and a platter of salted boiled meat slices appeared before him. He glanced down and took a hearty sip of the broth. It was somewhat salty, with a pronounced taste of the sea, yet still quite delectable, prompting Yong Tian to express his admiration. Lord Daqianwang, how does this feel? Makalita inquired, as she gently massaged his shoulders. Quite pleasant. Yong Tian replied nonchalantly. Next time we bathe or soak our feet, perhaps you could modify your lines a bit. What would you like me to say? Makalita asked curiously. After a moment's contemplation, Yong Tian blurted out, let us change it to, greetings, esteemed guest. Technician number 11 at your service. Understood. Makalita nodded obediently. 3 hours later, having just finished his bath and donned his clothes, Yong Tian felt invigorated. Upon opening the chat group, he noticed someone had initiated a live stream. Ding! Yuan Deu had begun the broadcast. Completing a live stream would yield substantial points. Yong Tian, group leader, entered the live room. Xiao Huahua entered the live room. Xie Jianshan entered the live room. Fang Yuan entered the live room. Group members flocked in, intrigued to see what Yuan Deu was up to. Upon entering the live room, they beheld Yuan Deu clad in the attire of a victorious team member. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, clouds gathering to obscure the sun. What had been a bright, sunny day was now shrouded in oppressive gloom, transforming daylight into a night where one could scarcely see their hand in front of their face. By the seaside, a colossal monster emerged, bearing a spiral shell covered in countless black pores. Its eyes were situated beneath its mouth, and its roar resembled that of an elephant. With numerous tentacles and pincers extending from its shell, it slowly approached the shore, wantonly wreaking havoc on the marine infrastructure. Yuan Deu, with an unperturbed demeanor, introduced the unfolding events to the camera. Hello, group members. I am Yuan Deu, and welcome to my live stream. I'm sure you're all curious about what is happening, so I want to keep you in suspense. At this moment, a creature known as Gatangier has appeared in my world. In my original trajectory of fate, I exhausted my energy battling it, ultimately becoming a stone statue. Although I managed to rise again with the help of the children's light to vanquish it, I must admit it is an extraordinarily powerful beast. So, has my fate truly changed now? Let us wait and see. Enough with the chit-chat. Transform into Ultraman and take it down. Gao Yao exclaimed. In the end, it all comes down to defeating it, so hurry up. Yes, let us get started. Xie Jianshan chimed in. I look forward to seeing you in action, Brother Degu. Zhao Linger encouraged. Destroy that monster. Tear its intestines out and strangle it. Show it your might. Peter Parker urged. Seeing the group members' eagerness, Yuan Deu nodded. All right. I shall transform into Giga Ultraman and defeat it. With that declaration, Yuan Deu concentrated, and a prism of sparkling black light materialized in his right hand. He struck a pose, lifting the prism triumphantly toward the heavens. Giga, he shouted with fervor. In an instant, a blinding flash of light enveloped the area. As the brilliance faded, a colossal figure, radiating a powerful black glow, materialized. This was Yuan Deu transformed into the super dark shining Giga. The ultimate fusion of dazzling darkness and radiant light had culminated in the extraordinary form of super dark shining Giga. As the striking black Giga Ultraman emerged, an even denser black fog began to spread. A wave of terrifying pressure surged toward Gitangier, which, upon sensing this formidable force, was jolted into submission, cowering and trembling on the ground as it emitted mournful cries. Super dark shining Giga paused in surprise before speaking. To think my mere aura could intimidate this Gitangier. How pathetic. Yuan Deu strode toward Gitangier. What happened to your initial arrogance? Kindly revert to it. Gitangier, shivering in fear, could only whimper in submission. You beg for mercy, but I shall not spare you. Yuan Deu replied coldly. With that, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow toward Gitangier. Bang! The impact resulted in a violent explosion, shattering Gitangier into countless pieces. It's over. Yuan Deu leaped into the air and soared away. Upon returning to his human form, the thick fog and darkness in the sky dissipated. Brother Deu, you're amazing. You obliterated that monster with a single punch. Zhao Linger exclaimed. Wow, so cool. Zhang Chuan added. Not bad, quite impressive, but still lacking compared to our esteemed group leader, Gao Yao remarked. Giga Ultraman is incredible. One punch took down the boss. That was exhilarating. Xiao Huohuo exclaimed. Is this the power of giants? It seems I must continue to enhance my physical strength. Han Fei contemplated. One day, I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, even as a mere mortal. Saitama asserted, particularly eyeing Zhang Chuan. I will definitely take you down. Giga is indeed impressive. Fang Yuan agreed. Zhang Chuan, this has nothing to do with me. Saitama retorted. Heh, it's all thanks to our esteemed group leader. Yuan Deu humbly acknowledged. Well, that brings this live stream to a close. Until next time, group members. Yuan Deu waved goodbye and subsequently ended the broadcast. After the live stream concluded, the points were calculated and rewards distributed. Ding! Congratulations to Yuan Deu for completing a live stream, earning 1,000 points. Wait a minute. Why did Peter Parker earn 5,000 points for his last stream, while I only received 1,000? Yuan Deu questioned. Yuan Deu, be content. I streamed for a far longer duration. Just look at how little you accomplished during your live stream. Be grateful for your 1,000 points. Peter Parker replied. Now that you mention it, I do feel a sense of balance restored, Yuan Deu admitted. Yong Tian group leader. Yuan Deu, impressive work. Keep it up. Yuan Deu. Thank you for the compliment. Group leader. Chapter 16. Xiao Huohuo seeks help. Yong Tian glanced at the chat group and, seeing that nothing much was happening, decided to pass the time. He uploaded content from the ancient insect realm, Dochi Outburst, Sword and Fairy 3, and One Punch Man into the chat group. Yong Tian group leader, Xiao Huohuo. Gu Fanyuan, Xie Jianshan, Saitama. Here are your predetermined destinies and experiences. This information will be transmitted to your minds in a data memory format. Wow. The group leader is impressive. I need to see what this is all about. Xiao Huohuo exclaimed. Truly, the group leader possesses extraordinary skills. I revere your prowess. Gu Fanyuan added. Yong Tian, the group leader is amazing. Xie Jianshan echoed. Soulmates? I don't really believe in fate. I only trust in my own fists. Saitama declared. Wow. The group leader has uploaded new destinies for the group members. I must check it out. Zhao Linger exclaimed. Thus, the available group members hurried to delve into the stories and growth journeys of Xiao Huohuo and the others. Noticing that the chat group had fallen silent as everyone absorbed the information Yong Tian had uploaded, Yong Tian, feeling a bit bored, closed the group chat. Then, he saw Makalita approaching with a radiant smile, bringing a basin of water to place by his feet, signaling the commencement of their daily bathing ritual. Greetings, esteemed guest. Technician number 11 at your service. She announced cheerfully. Oh dear, comfortable at last. Yong Tian nodded with satisfaction. An hour later, after concluding the foot massage, he said, Margarita, go find your sisters. Are we looking for Kes and Bardas? Margarita inquired. Yes, let us go. Yong Tian replied with a slight nod. In an instant, the two vanished into thin air. When Yong Tian reappeared, He found himself on Earth in the 7th universe, accompanied by the 2 female angels, Bardas and Kes. Along with Margarita, they formed a trio of celestial beings. Yong Tian guided the 3 ladies to a picturesque peach orchard, where the ground was adorned with fallen peach blossoms, uplifting one's spirits considerably. Exiting the orchard, they encountered vast plains dotted with quaint abodes and fertile fields, complemented by picturesque ponds and meandering hot springs. Clad in a bright yellow bathrobe, Yong Tian eased himself into the soothing waters of the hot spring. Greetings, esteemed guest. Technicians number 6, 10, and 11 are at your service. The 3 angels chimed in unison. Splendid. This is exactly what I desired. Yong Tian beamed with delight. In an instant, he transformed into a regal figure of relaxation, indulging in foot massages and bathing, all essential elements of his leisure. Subsequently, he conjured an array of exquisite fruits, and, naturally, tea was an indispensable accompaniment. This is the essence of life, Yong Tian exclaimed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate himself, occasionally sipping tea or enjoying fruit and sunflower seeds. The 3 angels diligently attended to their revered lord with utmost respect. The following day, after rising from slumber, Yong Tian partook in a simple breakfast of clear noodle soup accompanied by a fried egg. Post-breakfast, he strolled through the peach orchard, relishing the scenery and taking a leisurely walk to promote both physical and mental well-being, which in turn elevated his mood. Later, by a small pond, he summoned a fishing rod and settled by the bank to fish, allowing his thoughts to roam freely. Naturally, his spirits soared in tandem with the serene surroundings. While fishing, as he awaited a bite, Yong Tian glanced at the chat group, discovering a lively conversation unfolding. The group messages had accumulated to 99. He began to scroll through the chat history. Saitama, indeed, I am invincible. Such solitude accompanies invincibility. Gao Yao, Saitama, bald head, what are you pretending to be? Weren't you just one-punched by the group leader? Zhang Chulan, bald head, what are you pretending for? Wasn't it me who took you down? Saitama, Xiao, my future fate is unexpectedly tumultuous and exciting. However, I am fortunate to have joined this chat group, thanks to the group leader's favor. Zhao Linger, Xiao, my dear brother, you truly deserve the title of Flame Emperor. Impressive. Xiao, Zhao Linger, my potential to become the Flame Emperor is merely a stroke of luck. Zhang Chulan, Xiao, as expected from the luck guy, how humble. Han Fei, the charm of the luck guy is evident. I must say, quite impressive. Everything is just a stroke of luck. Evil sword immortal, so I truly am a villain. However, now that I have joined this chat group, I shall no longer follow my original fate. I will develop stealthily and roam the world, taking down that detestable Heavenly Emperor Fuxi. Jing Tian and the Shu Shan are merely Fuxi's pawns. What nonsense is this Fuxi, declaring himself the Heavenly Emperor? I will eliminate him soon enough. Peter Parker, evil sword immortal, that's the spirit. As a villain, one must embody the villain's essence. Overthrow the divine beings of the celestial realm and become the Heavenly Emperor yourself. Yuan, I do not believe in a predetermined future. I have faced countless life and death crises. Moreover, I have broken free from fate, and it is precisely because I escaped my destiny that I joined this chat group. Yuan Deu, Yuan, I must say, your actions are excessively extreme. You would go to any lengths for immortality. How could someone so heartless join this chat group? Yuan Deu, huh? You, who claim to be righteous, have joined the chat group as well. Haven to you. Zhao Ling, what Yuan has done is indeed quite ruthless. But the environment of the Gu world is such that being tainted is inevitable. Zhang Chulan, Yuan, I believe we are quite similar. Had I lived through your 500 years, I might have become like you. However, sympathy aside, I cannot condone your actions. Yuan, Zhang Chulan, no worries. I seek no one's sympathy, merely a few hardships. Gao Yao, nonetheless, I believe Yuan is far superior to Tang San. At least the old demon is genuinely wicked, unlike Tang San, who is hypocritically benevolent. I can sympathize with the old demon, but friendship is another matter. Han Fei, Yuan, I can question you, understand you, become you, but I do not wish to know you. I fear a knife in my back. Peter Parker, there is truth in that. Sympathizing with Yuan is acceptable, but knowing him is dangerous. I don't want to be caught off guard. Yuan Degu, Ultraman Digga. Fortunately, Yuan entered Tang San's world last time. Otherwise, if he had entered mine, I might have ended up as his friend. Xiaohua, 6. Yuan, I feel the need to defend myself. With the group leader present and the chat group in existence, you need not fear my schemes. Without the group leader's permission, who would dare harm each other? As Gu Fengyuan's words fell, the group fell silent, tacitly accepting his statement. After a long pause, Gao Yao was the first to speak up. Gao Yao, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader, is that so? Yong Tian, group leader. Gao Yao, indeed, it is as such. Without my permission, anyone who plots against a group member is courting death. Yong Tian, group leader. To all members, a new rule is hereby established. Without my permission, members may not harm one another or plot against each other. Otherwise, they shall bear the consequences. Gu Fengyuan, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader, understood. I shall not violate the group rules. Gao Yao, should anyone breach the rules, I, Gao Yao, will be the first to uphold the group leader's honor. Gu Fengyuan, agreed. Don't be a bitch, other, agreed. Xiao Huahua, 1. All group members chimed in agreement. The next day, having just finished his bath, Yong Tian noticed a plea for help from Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader, I seek your protection. According to my fate's trajectory, today is the day Nalan Yanran comes to annul our engagement. Yong Tian, group leader, Xiao Huahua, don't you have 100,000 points? Isn't it easy to enhance your fighting prowess? Xiao Huahua, Yong Tian, hee, I mainly want you to back me up. Chapter 17, Group Task, Support Xiao Huahua. Yong Tian, group leader, Xiao Huahua, I can assist. As soon as Yong Tian spoke, the chat group issued a task notification. Notification. Due to Xiao Huahua facing the forceful annulment of his engagement, which trampled upon his dignity, a group task has been triggered. Group task. Slap Nalan Yanran's face and support Xiao Huahua. Accept or decline. All group members may participate in this task. Completing the group task will yield ample points. Upon the task's announcement, the group members erupted in excitement. Zhao Linger confirmed. Whatever the group leader says, the chat group will follow. Truly the esteemed group leader. Impressive. Han Fei. Indeed, life under the protection of the group leader is simply wonderful. So smooth. Peter Parker. The group leader is like a second parent to me. Yong Tian, group leader. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Yong Tian accepted the group task. Zhao Linger accepted the group task. Feng Yuan accepted the group task. Peter Parker accepted the group task. Gao Yao, Saitama, Yuan Deu, Zhang Chulan, Han Fei, and Evil Sword Immortal all accepted the group task. In no time, every member had accepted the group task. Saitama, Xiao Huahua, wait for us. We are coming to assist. Xiao Huahua, okay. After the group members accepted the task, they began their journey through the portals. Meanwhile, in the Douqi world, in the Wutan city, at the Xiao family residence. Inside Xiao Huahua's room, he was currently seated cross-legged on his bed, indulging in the 100,000 points he had acquired from the chat group. He removed the ring from his finger and opened the points mall, eager to purchase his future pinnacle of cultivation and all martial arts experience. Apologies, but your current points are insufficient to purchase the cultivation of the Dominator Realm, which is your future pinnacle. The Dominator Realm? Isn't that the Dou Emperor? Xiao Huahua pondered, perplexed. The Dou Emperor is merely the pinnacle of cultivation within this dimension, not your future pinnacle. Very well then. I shall purchase my future Dou Emperor cultivation and all martial arts experience. Do you wish to spend 100,000 points to acquire the future Dou Emperor cultivation and all martial arts experience? Yes. Purchase confirmed. Congratulations. Your cultivation has been elevated to the Dou Emperor. All your martial arts and combat experiences have also been infused. Xiao Huahua felt an overwhelming surge of information flooding his mind. His soul power had ascended to the imperial level, while his Douqi cultivation surged directly to the Dou Emperor realm. He acquired advanced heavenly techniques such as the Burning Art, the 8 Extremes Crash, the Flame-Splitting Wave Cutter, the 6 Harmonies Body Technique, the Heavenly Fire Transformation, and the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, among others. All these martial arts were the culmination of insights from his future Dou Emperor period. Additionally, his alchemical skills had reached the standards of an imperial alchemist. After digesting the vast amount of cultivation and experience, Xiao Huahua exhaled a long breath. How formidable! The power of a Dou Emperor is indeed extraordinary. This 100,000 points were well spent. Had Xiao Huahua chosen the path of immortality, those 100,000 points could have indeed brought him to the initial stage of the tribulation, but that would only entail reaching that stage without any martial arts, treasures, or spells, relying solely on profound realms and robust spiritual power to contend with others. In contrast, Xiao Huahua preferred his future Dou Emperor cultivation and the entirety of martial arts experience and insights, finding it far more enjoyable to navigate the world of Douqi. Yao Lao, come forth. You've been absorbing my Douqi for so long. It must have been quite satisfying, hasn't it? Xiao Huohua forcibly extracted Yao Lao's soul. With a gentle touch upon Yao Lao's soul, it solidified and stabilized considerably, akin to the sensation of nurturing an immortal to achieve longevity. Yao Lao gazed at Xiao Huohua, an expression of astonishment crossing his features, incredulous. What cultivation level are you at now? Why do I feel unable to see through you? Xiao Huohua smiled faintly, replying nonchalantly. I, Xiao Yan, have fortuitously reached the Dou Emperor level. Yao Lao. Xiao Huohua continued. Yao Lao, please enter the ring and rest for a while. I have friends to entertain now, and I shall reconstruct your physical body at a later date. At this, Yao Lao trembled slightly. His expression filled with excitement. Thank you so much, young friend. With a flicker, Yao Lao's soul vanished into the flame bone ring. Xiao Huohua donned the ring upon his finger and proceeded to accept the request from his friends to enter his realm. Fang Yuan requests to enter your realm. Do you agree? Zhao Linger requests to enter your realm. Do you agree? Yuan Deu requests to enter your realm. Do you agree? Yes. All approved. Xiao Huohua silently affirmed. With a swish, 10 figures materialized before him. In an instant, the spacious room felt cramped. Clearly, these 10 individuals were Yong Tian, Fang Yuan, Qi Yu, Xie Jianxian, Gao Yao, Yuan Degu, Zhao Linger, Zhang Chulan, Peter Parker, and Han Fei. Greetings, esteemed group leader. The friends greeted Yong Tian in unison. Xiao Yan, of course, was no exception. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the task. Yong Tian stated calmly. Fang Yuan chuckled. Haha, precisely what I intended. I can hardly contain my excitement. Xiao Huohua, lead the way, Yong Tian said with a composed tone. Xiao Huohua nodded slightly, opening the door and guiding Yong Tian and the others outside. Having walked less than 200 meters, they encountered an elder approaching them. Third young master. The clan leader requests your presence in the hall. Xiao Huohua smiled and nodded. Oh, very well. Butler, Missouri, let us go. My friends will accompany me. Such a large group, all your friends? Butler, Missouri was taken aback. Indeed, is there a problem? Xiao Huohua inquired with a calm smile. And no problem, Butler, Missouri said. Not pressing further, leading the way with understanding. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the third young master seemed somewhat different today. Was that a relaxed smile gracing his lips? Could it be that he was mistaken? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the hall. Just as Xiao Huohua was about to push the door open, a voice halted his motion. Wait a moment, let us light up a cigarette before entering. The speaker, of course, was Yong Tian. With a wave of his right hand, 10 packs of cigarettes appeared out of thin air. Everyone, except Zhao Linger, received a pack of cigarettes. As for why Zhao Linger didn't he receive one, it was simply because she was a young lady. What would she be doing smoking? He tore open the packaging, drew out a cigarette, and lit it. Just as Yong Tian ignited his cigarette, memories of his past life flashed back. How he had perished due to carelessly tossing a cigarette, but leading to an explosion in a methane pit. Forget it. No need to dwell on that. It's all part of my dark history. Whoa. Quasi, esteemed group leader. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? I haven't smoked in ages. Xiao Huohua also lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Esteemed group leader, what about mine? Why do I not have one? Zhao Linger asked, puzzled. You, a young girl, what do you need to smoke for? Don't go astray. If you follow our example, you'd be descending into the path of darkness. Yong Tian said with utmost seriousness. Then why are you all smoking? Have you all already fallen into darkness? Zhao Linger queried, confused. You wouldn't understand. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Yong Tian fabricated an explanation. Once everyone had lit their cigarettes, they pushed open the door and strode into the hall. In an instant, the peculiar behavior of Yong Tian and the 11 others resembled that of bandits, exhaling clouds of smoke with an air of intimidation. This scene drew curious glances from all around. The other members of the Xiao family exchanged whispers after sizing up Yong Tian and his companions. Who are these people? Why are they puffing smoke into the air? Has the third young master become so useless that he has smoking from his mouth and nose? Come to think of it, it does seem like third young master is indeed smoking in frustration. This useless fellow has brought a bunch of useless friends. Who knows? Either way, it seems there will be a good show to watch. Xiao Zhan, seated at the head, paused slightly before speaking. Yenner, who are these friends of yours? Xiao Yan stepped forward a few paces and slightly cupped his hands. Father, these are all friends I made during my travels. Xiao Zhan collected himself. Well then, since they are Yenner's friends, let them take a seat. However, the awkwardness lay in the fact that there were no extra seats available. Everyone present was eagerly anticipating a spectacle involving Xiao Huohua. With a casual wave, Yong Tian conjured 11 chairs that landed on the ground. What are you all waiting for? Sit down. Yong Tian calmly puffed on his cigarette as he and his friends sat down leisurely. The onlookers gaped at Yong Tian and the others, momentarily speechless. Wait, they brought their own chairs? Now that's what I call professional. Chapter 18. Breaking off the engagement? No more pretense. I am the Dou Emperor. The unconventional entrance of Yong Tian and the 11 others truly broadened the horizons of everyone present. As the smoke continued to billow, the entire hall became infused with the scent of tobacco. Eventually, Nailin Yinran could no longer endure it and stood up. Cough, cough. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Why are you exhaling smoke? It's choking me. Xiao Huahua calmly cast a glance at Nailin Yinran. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? If you are, just hold it in. Xiaoyan, you truly are a boorish person. Nailin Yinran exclaimed, exasperated. Xiao Huahua replied nonchalantly, how am I boorish? What brings you to the Xiao family? If you have nothing to say, then kindly take your leave. Beside her, Guyi shielded Nailin Yinran, questioning, Xiao clan leader, is this how you treat your guests? Before Xiao Zhan could utter a word, Xiao Huahua rose and declared, first and foremost, you must consider yourselves as guests. If you have matters to discuss, please speak swiftly, otherwise, I shall take my leave. With that, he feigned a turn to depart. Indeed, Nailin Yinran did not disappoint him. Stop, Xiaoyan. I have come to annul our engagement. It would be best to dissolve this betrothal. Xiao Huahua pivoted abruptly, at last. You are willing to articulate your intentions? Yes. I have come to terminate the engagement. You disgust me. I have no desire to be bound by a contract with a waste like you. Nailin Yinran's face was contorted with disdain as she regarded Xiao Huahua with the expression one might reserve for refuse. Guyi stepped forward, saying, Clan leader Xiao? Yinran is now the young master of the Yunlan sect. It is inappropriate for her to be encumbered by a marriage contract. It would be wise to dissolve this engagement. This decision comes from Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, and is also Yinran's own wish. Moreover, we come bearing sincerity. This gathering chi powder is refined by Master Gu He, the Pill King. As he spoke, he produced a box and opened it, revealing a fragrant pill nestled inside. In an instant, the three esteemed elders and the younger generation of the Xiao family were wide-eyed, their expressions betraying their eager desire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua clapped his hands and exclaimed, ha ha, splendid, truly magnificent. However, with a sudden shift in tone, Xiao Huahua stated ominously, Nailin Yinran, have you sent a beggar to deliver this message? I shall never withdraw from this marriage. Do not regret the humiliation you have inflicted upon the Xiao family. Nailin Yinran scoffed, her demeanor one of arrogant defiance. Whether you, Xiao Yin, agree or disagree, I, Nailin Yinran, am resolute in annulling this engagement today. If you refuse, the master of the Yunlan sect will personally arrive at an appointed time. What? Do you find the compensation insufficient? If so, I permit you to journey to the Yunlan sect to study advanced combat techniques and skills as recompense. No sooner had she finished speaking than a shadow darted forward. To hell with this. How infuriating. You hold us in such contempt. Gao Yao retaliated instinctively, delivering a resounding slap. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the hall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Guyi stood dumbfounded, the gathering chi powder tumbling to the floor. The other young members of the Xiao family were equally astonished. Even Xiao Zhan and the three elders wore expressions of disbelief. Nailin Yinran clutched her face, staring incredulously at Gao Yao. Xiao Huahua, equally perplexed, gazed at him in bewilderment. What on earth, my friend? Why did you suddenly resort to violence? Is this what they mean by slapping faces? I thought it was merely a metaphor for showing off. Whatever the case, as long as points are awarded, I shall not concern myself with the means. Gao Yao retorted defiantly. You dare strike me? Nailin Yinran glared at him, her voice laced with venom. Indeed. What of it? I am eager to complete my task. Gao Yao scoffed. You think you can intimidate me with your lofty airs? You are nothing but a lowly, arrogant fool. Nailin Yinran, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Gao Yao. Very well. You dare show such disrespect to the Yunlan sect. Striking me is tantamount to striking the Yunlan sect itself. You shall pay for this. And as for the Xiao family, one and all, prepare for your downfall at the hands of the Yunlan sect. Gao Yao raised his hand and delivered another resounding slap. Why waste words on you? I have a short temper. What is this pathetic Yunlan sect to me? Xiao Huahua hastily restrained Gao Yao, urging him to calm down. Old Gao, temper yourself. Do not stoop to the level of this woman. Seeing Gao Yao take action, Yong Tian extinguished his cigarette and stood up. The other group members followed suit, extinguishing their cigarettes and surrounding Nailin Yinran, Guyi, and the young man who accompanied them. Is the Yunlan sect truly so formidable? Yong Tian smirked at Nailin Yinran. Our Yunlan sect's leader is a Do Huang stronghold. What is wrong with being a bit arrogant? Nailin Yinran replied defiantly. If you dare to do anything to me today, prepare for retribution from the Yunlan sect. Despite being encircled by 11 individuals, she remained unperturbed. Are you implying that strength gives one the right to oppress others at will? Yong Tian's lips curled into a smile. Yes, and what of it? Nalin Yinran retorted. What of it? You shall see. Yong Tian stepped forward and delivered a slap. The others, witnessing this, were invigorated, realizing it was time to fulfill their task. As for the method of slapping faces, who cares if it is merely a figure of speech? The group leader had not prohibited physical confrontation. Thus, the friends followed Yong Tian's lead, each delivering a slap while chanting, what of it? What of it? What of it? Like a band of ruffians, they took turns slapping Nalin Yinran's face. Soon, they had completed a full circle. Seeing their leader take the initiative, Xiao Huohua followed suit and delivered a slap of his own. Nalin Yinran, what do you have to say? With a total of 11 members, Nalin Yinran endured a barrage of slaps, her face swelling after several rounds of this treatment. This left her utterly dazed. The three elders of the Xiao family, having witnessed this spectacle, were initially shocked but quickly regained their composure, reprimanding Xiao Huohua. Xiao Yan, do you not hasten to command your friends to cease this madness? You have brought calamity upon yourself. Should the Yunlan sect send someone, they will demand your surrender, lest our Xiao family be implicated. You fool. If the Xiao family falls because of you, you shall be branded a traitor for eternity. Nalin Yinran, regaining her composure, abandoned all pretense, and, like a shrew, pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Huohua. You wretches, how dare you humiliate Nalin Yinran in such a manner? The Yunlan sect will not let this stand. My master will not let this go unpunished. Should I ascend to the position of leader, I will ensure your entire family faces annihilation. Nalin Yinran glared hatefully at Yong Tian and the others. Unfazed, Xiao Huohua suddenly raised his right hand, grasping the three elders and pulling them into the circle of friends. He casually tossed the three elders to the ground, placing his foot on the head of the second elder. With a flourish, he declared, Nalin Yinran, you come to my Xiao family to annul our engagement, humiliating me in the process. Today, I shall topple your Yunlan sect. Enough pretense. I shall lay it bare. I am a Dou Di. I have recently encountered fortuitous circumstances and have fortuitously reached the Dou Di realm. With that, Xiao Huohua's aura could no longer be concealed, revealing his peak Dou Di cultivation. In an instant, the oppressive presence of the Dou Di filled the hall. Everyone, save for the group and Xiao Zhan, fell to their knees beneath the overwhelming pressure. In that moment, Nalin Yinran felt as though the sky had collapsed. She was utterly immobilized by the aura of this man she had deemed a waste. Is this the so-called waste of the Xiao family, who spread such slander? Chapter 19. You may call for help, but not kneel, or I consider it a loss. Nalin Yinran defiantly lifted her head. Xiao Yin, your talent is not wasted. Why did you not reveal this sooner? Would you have believed me had I said so? Xiao Huohua replied, exasperated. Very well, even if you are not a waste. You remain no match for the Yunlan sect. My master is a Dou Huang stronghold. The Yunlan sect is invincible. Nalin Yinran remained unyielding. Gao Yao stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. To hell with your incessant prattle. You have subjected me to such humiliation. Should I survive, I will repay this tenfold. Nalin Yinran glared maliciously at Yong Tian and the others. Yong Tian smirked. Excellent. You consider the Yunlan sect unbeatable, and you see yourself as the favored daughter of heaven. Then bear witness to the downfall of the Yunlan sect. With that, Yong Tian waved his hand, and all present in the hall vanished, reappearing suspended in midair above the Yunlan sect. This is the Yunlan sect. What sorcery is this? Nalin Yinran's face was filled with astonishment. With merely a wave of his hand, so many people were transported to the Yunlan sect. Moreover, he even suspended individuals in midair. Such feats could only be attributed to a Dozuan expert, could they not? At that moment, the younger generation of the Xiao family, along with three elders and Xiao Zhan, were utterly dumbfounded. A Dou Huang expert could never accomplish such a thing, nor could a Dozuan. Only the legendary Dozuan could possibly achieve this, right? The group of friends fell silent, merely observing with indifferent expressions. Xiao Huohua refrained from speaking. It was not his place to comment on the actions of the group leader. Even if the leader appeared unconcerned, he himself could not show disrespect. A mere trick, hardly worth mentioning. Yong Tian remarked nonchalantly, then let the master of your Yunlan sect, as well as the former master, come forth and see if they will assist you in shouldering this burden. As his words fell, with a mere thought, the protective law enforcer and Yun Shan, along with Yun Yin, were inexplicably transported to his side. Then, with another wave of his hand, the scene shifted once more, landing them on solid ground. At this moment, Shan and the others wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by their sudden relocation. Who wouldn't he be confused? Nalan Yinran's expression brightened. Master, avenge me. These people have humiliated me. Help me kill them. Yinran, why is your face swollen? How did I end up here? Yunyan was equally baffled. Humph. Kneel. Yong Tian coldly laughed, causing the three of them to kneel immediately, utterly immobilized. Yong Tian then delivered a resounding slap across Nalan Yinran's face. Smack. So you seek vengeance, do you? You wish to kill, do you? I grant you the opportunity to avenge yourself and to kill. With that, he landed another 2 slaps. Master, why are you kneeling? Why aren't you making a move? Nalan Yinran's face was contorted with despair. Not at all, disciple. What kind of formidable enemy have you provoked? Do you not see that even my master, Shan, has knelt? Yunyan exclaimed. Yong Tian gazed indifferently at the three. Yunyan, Shan, your disciple Nalan Yinran claims that your Yunlan sect is invincible. I detest hearing anyone boast of their invincibility in my presence. Do you not see my face, which exudes invincibility? How dare you speak of being invincible before me? And will you assist Nalan Yinran in carrying her burden? Upon hearing this, Shan trembled and pleaded, Senior, spare my life. I do not know any Nalan Yinran, nor can I assist her in any burden. Whatever grievances you have, settle them with her. I beseech you to spare the Yunlan sect. Yong Tian turned to Nalan Yinran. Do you see? This is the Yunlan sect you hold in such high regard. Did you not wish to kill my entire family? Why are you not making a move? Master, save me. Tears streamed down Nalan Yinran's cheeks. Not at all. I too am rendered immobile here. How can I save you? Is my disciple truly daft? Well then, since your Yunlan sect cannot save you, why not ask the protective law enforcer beside you? See if he can save you? Yong Tian suggested. Nalan Yinran turned her hopeful gaze towards the protective law enforcer. Senior. Before she could finish, the protective law enforcer interrupted hastily. You wretched servant. Do not implicate me. Do not call me senior. I do not know you. Afterward, the protective law enforcer timidly added, Senior. I am merely a lowly protector of the Soul Hall. Could you spare me for the sake of the Soul Clan? Yong Tian smiled slightly and shook his head. No. You may summon anyone. If they do not kneel, consider it my loss. Even if you were to summon the Soul Emperor, should he not kneel, it would still count as my defeat. What say you? The protective law enforcer, indignant, retorted, Senior, your words are rather grand, are they not? The Soul Emperor is the leader of my Soul Clan. How could he possibly kneel to you? You are unconvinced, are you? Very well. Yong Tian responded with a swift strike. Since you are not convinced, I shall summon your Soul Clan's leader. As he spoke, Yong Tian raised his hand and summoned forth a scholarly gentleman clad in a white robe. He appeared to be an amiable scholar, exuding an aura of refined gentility. Yet, in truth, he was the Soul Emperor. What the? How did I end up here? The Soul Emperor exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Soul Emperor. Since you are here, kneel. Yong Tian declared with an air of indifference. The Soul Emperor was taken aback, glancing at Yong Tian. What met his gaze was a handsome young man, whose expression radiated invincibility, adorned with a pair of distinctive earrings and 2 tufts of hair falling over his forehead. Curse this fellow. What if he is handsome? Does that grant him the right to utter such arrogance? The Soul Emperor's anger flared. You dare? I am the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint. How could I kneel before you? Who do you think you are? Even if the Dou Emperor were present, I would never bow. I said kneel. As Yong Tian's command fell, the Soul Emperor found himself kneeling instantly. The protective law enforcer was left dumbstruck. He had truly summoned the Soul Emperor. Not only had he come, but he had also knelt immediately. The remaining onlookers, apart from the friends, were rendered numb with shock, their minds ceasing to function. Nalan Yinran's face turned ashen, regret flooding her as she pondered why she had called off that engagement. Although the Soul Emperor knelt, he struggled fiercely, yet to no avail. Yong Tian shook his head slightly. There is no need to struggle. Even if the Dou Emperor were to descend, he too must kneel. The Soul Emperor was in disbelief. What is this? Why are my legs acting of their own accord? I do not wish to kneel. At that moment, the Soul Emperor finally realized he was up against a formidable opponent. It seemed that only the strength of a Dou Emperor could render him powerless to resist. Realizing this, the Soul Emperor quickly conceded. He had no desire to lose his life here. Senior, I am willing to cede the Soul Hall to you. I only ask for my life. I never said I would kill you, Yong Tian replied, somewhat speechless. Senior, is that truly the case? The Soul Emperor's anxiety dissipated. Yes, but I never claimed I would let you off easily. Yong Tian replied nonchalantly. Senior, feel free to command me. The Soul Emperor, now meek, knew he could not afford to die here before ascending to the rank of Emperor. A person of great ambition does not concern themselves with trivial matters. A brief period of forbearance is of little consequence. As long as you can ascend to the Dou Emperor realm, any means will suffice to achieve your goals. Henceforth, you shall follow the Fire Emperor. I can assist you in breaking through to the Dou Emperor realm, Yong Tian stated calmly. Fire Emperor? The Soul Emperor was taken aback. Xiao Huahua stepped forward. The Fire Emperor is none other than myself. From now on, you shall follow me. I shall ensure you live in luxury. Then let us first elevate your power to that of a Dou Emperor, Yong Tian remarked, delivering a resounding slap to the Soul Emperor's face. Instantly, the Soul Emperor's cultivation soared to the Dou Emperor realm, though he remained far from the peak of Xiao Huahua's power. As the Soul Emperor felt the changes within him, he was utterly flabbergasted. I received a slap, and now I am a Dou Emperor. Yong Tian affectionately ruffled the Soul Emperor's hair. Indeed, be obedient. Otherwise, I fear the Fire Emperor may burn you to ashes. The Soul Emperor could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 20. A newcomer joins the group, Sun Wukong. Yong Tian turned to Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua, our task here is nearly complete. Before we depart, allow me to present you with a small gift. Thank you. Esteemed group leader. Xiao Huahua instantly bowed in reverence. Regardless of the nature of the gift, gratitude was paramount. What might be a trifling gift to the group leader could very well be a monumental opportunity for her. Yong Tian withdrew a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. In your realm, the source energy has been depleted, and the Heavenly Dao has dwindled. Should a Dou Emperor remain here for too long, the heavens will expel you to the myriad worlds. Therefore, I must reconstruct a complete Heavenly Dao, and the world must undergo a comprehensive upgrade. With that, Yong Tian first unleashed a cleansing force, erasing the Heavenly Dao. Subsequently, he wielded the power of creation, conjuring a more formidable and flawless celestial path. With a mere wave of his hand, the world became increasingly stable, and primal energy filled the entire continent. Thus, there was no need to venture to other realms, for one could reside here with the cultivation of a battle emperor or higher. Indeed, Xiao Huahua, henceforth the celestial path shall be your cherished progeny. Yong Tian chuckled. With this mission concluded, he returned home. With that, Yong Tian's figure flickered, and he was teleported back to the Dragon Ball world. The other members of the group bid their farewells and returned to their respective worlds. The chat group's notifications chimed, and the points began to be tallied. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group task. This group task, slap Nan Lan Yen Rant's face, assist Xiao Huahua in holding the fort. According to the chat group's assessment, the members who participated in this task accomplished it exceptionally well through teamwork. Task completion finalized. Each participant received 100,000 points as a reward. Xiao Huahua, awesome. Another 100,000 points added to my account. Chuan Dao Fong Yuan. This task was quite simple and effortless. Even while traveling, I earned points. The group leader is truly impressive. Gao Yao, this task was exhilarating for me. Zhang Chulan, it's all thanks to the group leader. Truly, the group leader is like a second parent to me. The group members showered praise and expressed immense satisfaction with their points. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Yong Tian was now reclined on a luxurious sofa. Greetings, esteemed guest. Technician number 6 is at your service. Bados entered, carrying a footbath and a towel. Dressed in a resplendent yellow bathrobe, colloquially known as the Bath Emperor. Yong Tian relaxed as Makalita provided him a massage. Greetings, esteemed guest. Here is your milk tea with silk stockings, along with a platter of sliced fruits. Kusi held the fruit platter, offering Yong Tian some bites. This is the essence of life. Yong Tian sighed contentedly. In the chat group, a random newcomer was invited to join. At your command, esteemed group leader. The chat group promptly complied with Yong Tian's directive. Ding. Welcome by Ma 1 to the chat group. Zhang Chulan, wow. A newcomer has joined. Zhao Linger, by Ma 1. Welcome to the group. Han Fei, by Ma 1. Welcome to the group. Gao Yao, by Ma 1. Welcome to the group. Peter Parker, by Ma 1. Welcome to the group. In an instant, the group members bubbled up, welcoming the newcomer. Xiao Huahua, by Ma 1. Buddy, you're not the great sage Sun Wukong, are you? Chuan Dao Fong Yuan. I reckon that's quite likely. You must be Sun Wukong. Zhang Chulan, by Ma 1. Wow. The great sage. By Ma 1. Is this the doing of that old man Tathagata? It infuriates me. How dare he call me by Ma 1? Once I escape these 5-finger mountain confines, I shall ensure your souls are scattered to the winds. Zhang Chulan, by Ma 1. Great sage. This is the celestial chat group. You might want to check the group announcements to understand how to utilize this chat group. And perhaps consider changing your name. By Ma 1. Zhang Chulan. Alright, I shall take a look. Chuan Dao Fong Yuan. The chat group is truly remarkable. It has invited the great sage from Journey to the West, Xiaohuahua. Indeed, it's astonishing that so many of us can converse across different worlds in this group. Sun Wukong, I've changed my name back. Zhang Chulan, great sage, how long have you been suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain? Sun Wukong, Zhang Chulan. How do you know I've been imprisoned under the Five-Finger Mountain? Zhang Chulan. Every Chinese person knows this. It's not just me. And you were my idol during my childhood. Xiaohuahua, Sun Wukong. Yes, indeed. Who doesn't know the name of the great sage? I admired you greatly as a child, dreaming of creating havoc in the heavenly palace just like you. I suppose I am still your fan. Chuan Dao Fong Yuan, Sun Wukong, great sage. Long ago, I too was your fan. Gao Yao, Sun Wukong. Yes, I am also your fan. I admire you greatly. Sun Wukong, Zhang Chulan. I have been suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain for 10 years. For the past decade, I have been drinking copper juice and iron water. That old man Tathagata is truly unworthy of being called human. Sun Wukong, Xiaohuahua, Chuan Dao Fong Yuan, Gao Yao, you possess great insight. One day, I shall make that old man Tathagata pay dearly. Zhang Chulan, great sage, you may find that difficult. Allow me to show you something that will clarify matters. Sun Wukong, what is it? Ding. Group member Zhang Chulan uploaded Journey to the West, earning 1,000 points. Chuan Dao Fong Yuan, what a loss. That little brat by Ma when snagged 1,000 points for nothing. Had I known, I would have uploaded Journey to the West beforehand. Xiaohuahua, seeing that fellow earn points is more painful than losing points myself. At this moment, Sun Wukong, beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, gazed in confusion as he opened Journey to the West. Instantly, every plot of the tale flooded into his mind, overwhelmed by the deluge of information. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. After digesting all the information, his expression turned to one of profound fury. Sun Wukong, that damned old man Tathagata. How dare he send me to retrieve that nonsense scripture, ultimately treating me like a lackey for the Buddhist sect. Tathagata, I curse you. Such insolence. Should I find the opportunity, I shall ensure that old man Tathagata is reduced to ashes and his soul imprisoned in a latrine for 50,000 years. Gao Yao, Sun Wukong, great sage, if you wish to escape, it's quite simple. Just seek the assistance of the group leader. He will surely help you. Sun Wukong, the group leader? Can he truly assist me? Xiaohuahua, Sun Wukong, do not question the group leader's power. If the group leader intervenes, your troubles will dissolve effortlessly. Zhang Chulan, Sun Wukong, yes, Yong Tian is the group leader. Sun Wukong, Yong Tian, group leader. Can you help me? They all say you can resolve my predicament. If you have the capability, please lend me your aid. Yong Tian, group leader. Sun Wukong, it's no trouble. I will intervene. Chapter 21, Group Task, Rescue Wukong, Subdue Tathagata. As Yong Tian's words fell, the chat group immediately understood and promptly adhered to his will. Launching the group task. Ding. Due to member Sun Wukong being suppressed beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, urgent assistance from group members is required, thus triggering a group task. Group task, rescue Sun Wukong, subdue Tathagata. Accept or decline. All group members may participate in this task. Upon completion, substantial points will be awarded. Xiaohuahua, Sun Wukong. Great sage, wait for us. We are coming to rescue you. Zhang Chulan, Sun Wukong, we will come to your aid after accepting the task. Xiaohuahua has accepted the group task. Zhang Chulan has accepted the group task. Fong Yuan has accepted the group task. Yong Tian has accepted the group task. Within merely 3 seconds, all available group members accepted the task. Even those who were busy made themselves available, for the points offered by the chat group were too enticing. Each task rewarded no less than 100,000 points, a truly generous bounty. This was the shared sentiment among the group members. Moreover, with the presence of the invincible group leader, coupled with this extraordinary chat group, joining was indeed a stroke of good fortune. In the world of Journey to the West, beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, Sun Wukong fell into deep contemplation. This chat group is genuinely remarkable. It must be created by a being of immense power. This time Sun Wukong, have hope. Once I am freed, I shall enlist the group leader's aid to subdue that old man Tathagata, and then I shall take my revenge. Ideally, I shall overturn his sacred mountain and subjugate all the lofty deities into the latrine. As Sun Wukong pondered this, his spirits soared with excitement. Ding. Xiaohuahua has applied to enter your world. Ding. Zhang Chulan has applied to enter your world. Ding. Fong Yuan has applied to enter your world. Ding. Yong Tian has applied to enter your world. Agree. All agreed. Upon the moment Sun Wukong entered the group chat, He was initially skeptical, almost attributing it to the mischief of Tathagata. However, his doubts dissipated as he witnessed the reality unfold. After consenting to the requests of his fellow group members, he was greeted by the sound of numerous arrivals. Yong Tian, along with 11 others, stood beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. The moment Yong Tian entered this realm, he comprehended all its intricacies. It became apparent that this world was not the primeval chaos, but merely a straightforward journey to the west, with Tathagata, the Jade Emperor, Yuan Deu, and Su Muqiu representing the pinnacle of strength in this domain. I had yearned to explore whether this was indeed the supreme primordial chaos, only to discover it was simply a realm of pilgrimage. A sense of disappointment tugged at Yong Tian's heart. Nevertheless, he proceeded to replicate Sun Wukong's capabilities. Congratulations! You have successfully copied Sun Wukong's abilities, acquiring the cultivation level of a Tai Golden Immortal, along with a Rui Jingu Bang, the power of 3 heads and 6 arms. The Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations, the Great Immortal Art, body-fixing techniques, invisibility, the ability to manipulate the heavens and the earth, somersault clouds, external manifestations, an indestructible body, and the eyes of true sight. Congratulations! All the abilities you have copied have been enhanced a trillionfold. How remarkable! Yong Tian felt immense satisfaction within. Any ability, when amplified a trillion times, transforms into an extraordinary divine power. For instance, a humble water sphere technique, when magnified by such an extent, could be likened to a planet, or if unleashed, would equate to a galaxy crashing down upon you. Such is the distinction. Take the body-fixing technique, now enhanced a trillionfold. Should anyone fall victim to Yong Tian's strike, they might as well prepare to be immobilized until the universe meets its end. Great sage, we have come to rescue you, Zhang Chulan proclaimed with a smile. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. So, you are the members of the chat group? Who is the esteemed group leader? Sun Wukong inquired, his face beaming with delight. Yong Tian nodded with a smile. I am the group leader. I have met the esteemed group leader, Sun Wukong exclaimed, grinning. All right, let us extricate you first. Yong Tian snapped his fingers, and the Five-Finger Mountain vanished. With a wave of his hand, Yong Tian eradicated the mountain from existence. What? I am out already? Sun Wukong scrambled to his feet, astonished. How powerful must the group leader be? With merely a snap of his fingers, he obliterated the mountain that had imprisoned him for over a decade? Excellent. Since you are free now, let us tend to your foundation, Yong Tian remarked. The copper and iron liquid you have consumed for over 10 years must have damaged your roots. With a gentle gesture, Yong Tian pointed towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped Sun Wukong, who felt as though he were a parched desert receiving a long-awaited rain. His damaged foundation and cultivation were restored to their peak state, with even a slight improvement. Thank you, esteemed group leader, Sun Wukong said, his face radiant with joy. Now that I, Sun Wukong, have been liberated, with your assistance, I shall topple that bald donkey Tathagata's spirit mountain. Sun Wukong exuded a fierce aura. Haha, that is precisely my intention. I shall take you there to upend his spirit mountain. Yong Tian laughed heartily. With a thought, he and his companions vanished from their location. Meanwhile, at the spirit mountain, within the grand Thunder Sound Temple, Tathagata Buddha was ostentatiously lecturing his disciples on scriptures. As he reached an emotional crescendo, a change washed over his countenance. After a quick calculation, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Oh no, that rascally monkey has escaped. Someone must be meddling with my Buddhist affairs. After further calculations, Tathagata's expression paled, and he spat blood. Death a calamity. My sect is facing annihilation? Surely. I must have miscalculated. Tathagata's visage turned grim. He then glanced at Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin, I have foreseen a disaster for my sect. Do you find this amusing? It must be the Jade Emperor who cannot bear the flourishing of my sect, deliberately sabotaging my predictions. You should calculate as well. I wish to see what the outcome will be. Tathagata Buddha said with a cold smirk. Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled gently. I shall heed the Buddha's command. She raised her right hand, palm open, and began to calculate. Suddenly, Guanyin coughed up blood mid-calculation, her aura visibly diminished, indicating she had suffered backlash. Impossible. How could my sect face destruction today? Guanyin's complexion turned ashen. Tathagata's expression hardened, feigning calmness. Is that the result you derived as well? It seems the Jade Emperor is indeed intent on thwarting my sect's prosperity. Humph. With the current auspiciousness of my sect, it is clear that the Jade Emperor and Yuan Deu are conspiring against us. When my sect flourishes, I shall ensure they are thoroughly humiliated. As he spoke, a voice laced with mockery interrupted. Is that so, old Tathagata? Today is likely the day of your sect's downfall. The voice carried a tone of derision. Suddenly, 12 figures appeared before Tathagata Buddha. His expression shifted from surprise to nonchalance as he recognized them. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, monkey. Do you think that by bringing a few insignificant ants, you can escape your fate? Tathagata scoffed. In his eyes, the individuals accompanying Sun Wukong were merely mortals yet to attain immortality, insignificant as ants. As for Yong Tian, he was nothing more than a trivial being without any discernible cultivation. The only noteworthy presence was Sun Wukong, a slightly formidable monkey. Even if you release Sun Wukong from beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, what tempest could you possibly stir? System. Replicate Tathagata's cultivation and abilities. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully copied Tathagata's abilities, acquiring the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal, boundless Buddhist teachings. The true sutra of the great Sun Tathagata, the Buddha kingdom in your palm, the Tathagata divine palm, the golden body of 6 feet, the true words of resurrection. Body-fixing techniques, the sutra of infinite life, Namo Amitabha, the true sutra of deliverance, and all of Tathagata's abilities. Congratulations. All the abilities you have copied have been enhanced a trillion-fold. Yong Tian silently nodded, acknowledging the value of this power. Old Tathagata, if it were just me, perhaps I would have feared you to some extent, but now that I have so many friends and brothers at my side, toppling your spirit mountain and subduing you will be a trivial endeavor. Sun Wukong declared, brimming with confidence. Tathagata's expression turned icy. Impudent monkey. Do you believe that escaping my Five-Finger Mountain grants you the strength to challenge me? You are too naive. I shall annihilate your insignificant friends, and then erase your memories, imprisoning you beneath the Five-Finger Mountain once more. With that, he struck towards Yong Tian and the others. Buddha Kingdom. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and a colossal golden palm, akin to the very sky, descended upon the group. At that moment, Yong Tian and the others felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Unaware of your own folly, Yong Tian sneered, resolutely taking action. Chapter 22. Suppressing Tathagata. Yong Tian raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Tathagata Buddha. Body-fixing technique. As the words left his lips, a beam of light enveloped Tathagata Buddha. His expression and form were instantly frozen in place. The palm that Tathagata had aimed at the group dissipated into nothingness. Fixed. As the command was uttered, all the Buddhas within the spirit mountain, apart from Yong Tian and his companions, were immobilized and rendered incapable of movement. The body-fixing technique Yong Tian had employed at this moment had not yet unleashed its full power. He had merely activated 1/1000th of its might. Nevertheless, had it not been for Yong Tian personally dispelling this technique, the likes of Tathagata and others would have been ensnared in place for all eternity. If one were to exert the full force of the immobilization spell, it could render the entirety of the cosmic planes, and even the multiverse within its reach, utterly motionless. Such is the terrifying nature of the immobilization spell, augmented a trillion-fold. It is not inferior to the concept of an eternal pause in time. However, the most harrowing aspect is that the immobilization spell also ensnares the soul. Those bound by it remain acutely aware of everything transpiring in the external world. It is akin to one's consciousness being trapped within their own flesh, experiencing the profound solitude of eternal immobility. Initially, one might not feel its weight, but with the passage of time, the sensation of impending collapse or a surge of boundless terror may arise. Wow, leader, why is your immobilization spell so formidable? Even Tathagata can be bound. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The expressions wow and formidable were terms he had learned from the chat group, having found them both straightforward and amusing when observing his comrades' conversations. Remain calm. It is merely a basic operation. Yong Tian nodded at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Tathagata, let us see if you can escape this. He retrieved a gold-banded rod, as slender as a needle, from his ear. Upon grasping it, the rod immediately thickened and elongated. Once it had transformed into a hefty club, Sun Wukong gripped it tightly and swung it down upon Tathagata's head. Haha, Tathagata, take this from me. Bang! Due to Tathagata being immobilized by Yong Tian's spell, he was unable to evade the strike, resulting in a sizable bump forming on his head. Yet, Sun Wukong's barrage of attacks did not cease there. With a mischievous grin, Sun Wukong declared, Haha! The rod transforms into myriad forms. In an instant, shadows of the rod rained down, resembling thousands of clubs descending upon Tathagata's head. The sound of impacts echoed continuously. After venting his frustrations for over an hour, Sun Wukong finally ceased his onslaught. Surveying the scene, one could see Tathagata's head adorned with numerous bumps, a testament to the monkey's relentless beating. Now I see how Tathagata got those lumps on his head, Zhang Chulan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Ha! Tathagata, you have indeed been struck by a monkey. Xiaohua chuckled. Great sage, you are remarkable. Feng Yuan praised. Heh, my vengeance does not end here. The bald monks of the Buddhist sect have suppressed me for 10 years, and according to my future fate, they intend to suppress me for 500 years. Thus, I shall confine them for 50,000 years. Sun Wukong laughed. He then proceeded to unleash a beating upon Guanyin and the other bodhisattvas before turning his gaze back to Yong Tian. Sun Wukong sheathed his golden rod and rubbed his hands together. Heh? Leader, may I trouble you to obliterate the physical forms of Tathagata and the others? Then, imprison them in a latrine for 50,000 years. Upon hearing this, Yong Tian smiled and nodded. Certainly, this task is a mere trifle. With a wave of his hand, he erased the physical forms of Tathagata and the others. However, the immobilization spell remained intact, their souls still ensnared. Yong Tian raised his hand, summoning the souls of Tathagata, Guanyin, Maitreya, the lamp-extinguishing Buddha, the joyful Buddha, bodhisattvas, and arhats. Transform Lingshan into a latrine. As his words fell, amidst the astonishment of onlookers, Lingshan trembled and morphed into a colossal latrine, filled with excrement and crawling maggots, with decayed wooden planks laid across the top. From a distance, it was evident that this was a latrine meant for titanic beings. Yong Tian cast the souls of Tathagata and the others into the latrine, and then employed his means to suppress them. May you all be confined for 50,000 years. After this duration, you shall dissipate into nothingness. With these words, it was done. The former Lingshan had vanished, leaving behind only a vast latrine. Even if the Jade Emperor himself were to arrive, he would not uncover the imprisoned Tathagata and the others at the latrine's depths. Moreover, after 50,000 years of confinement, the means left by Yong Tian would ensure their complete annihilation until their souls were entirely dispersed, vanishing from this realm. Even the celestial paths of the journey to the west would be powerless to rescue Tathagata's soul. Wow, leader, you are incredible. The Grand Lingshan transformed into a latrine in an instant. How impressive. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with admiration, cackling. Tathagata being confined beneath the latrine for 50,000 years is simply hilarious. Xiaohua laughed. It stinks. We should leave this place quickly, Zhao said, her face contorting in distaste. Ha ha ha, let us go. The monkey has been saved, and Tathagata is now imprisoned in the latrine. The mission is nearly complete. So let us return to our respective homes. Yong Tian bellowed joyfully, waving his hand. With the exception of Sun Wukong, all members of the group vanished, evidently returned to their own worlds by Yong Tian. Yong Tian himself returned to the Dragon Ball universe. Upon his return, the chat group notified him that the mission had been completed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group mission. This mission, rescue Sun Wukong, suppress Tathagata. Upon assessment by the chat group, the participating members executed the mission excellently through teamwork. Mission rewards have been distributed. Each member received 100,000 points as a reward. At the moment the rewards were announced, the group members erupted in joy. Sun Wukong, wow. Thank you, chat group. Thank you, leader. Zhao Linger, haha. Being carried by the leader feels absolutely fantastic. What a thrill. Peter Parker, the leader is my benefactor. I am but a loyal servant to the leader. Gao Yao, then I am the leader's lackey. Xiaohua, I am the leader's little brother. Zhang Chulan, Xiaohua, hey. Don't unilaterally decide to be the leader's sidekick. If anyone is to take that role, it should be me. Saitama, Zhang Chulan. It's no surprise you'd want to take on such a role. You're always eager to do what others would shy away from. Han Fei, wow. Incredible. Yong Tian. Witnessing the chatter among his companions, felt a wave of exasperation. It truly seemed they were just idle and overly content. With time to engage in such discussions, they might as well have washed their feet a few more times. Chapter 23. Appointment of Technician on the 18th. Reflecting on foot washing. Yong Tian focused his thoughts and closed the chat. Lord, why are you so passionate about foot massages? Chris asked, kneeling as she assisted Yong Tian with foot washing. Hearing this, Yong Tian cast her a sidelong glance. You wouldn't understand, would you? My foot washing is not merely about cleaning. I cleanse the grime of existence and knead away the edges and misfortunes worn down by time. Initially, I believed it was just another mundane evening. As she stood before me with her suitcase, akin to a flower nurtured by a mountain spring. For you, it may be merely a foot wash, but for her, it might be a ticket home for the new year or a down jacket to ward off the winter chill. With a gambling father, an ill mother, a schooling younger brother, and her own burdensome fate. Who else would help her if I do not? The autumn wind understands my sentiments, gentle yet profound. Love rises with the chime of the bell, and when the bell ceases, the longing remains unresolved. Chris shook her head slightly. Lord, your words are too profound. I do not comprehend. With a sigh, Yong Tian began to speak slowly. Chris, do you know? What seems to you as a simple foot wash, to me, is the delicate hand that glides over my ankle, alleviating a day's weariness and leaving behind the beauty of life. At that moment, I gazed into her shy yet smiling eyes, as if they could penetrate the depths of my soul. I found myself unable to resist her gaze, and I could no longer discern whether the fluttering in my heart was born of love. I felt the warmth of her palm, a temperature that seemed the most precious in my life. Though the world is fraught with myriad afflictions, only longing remains incurable. Though there lingers a hint of sorrow from parting, it is only the passage of time that can soothe the heartache, whether it is mundane or refined. I can no longer tell. All I know is that if I do not act, it would be an affront to romance. After uttering these words, Yong Tian felt a twinge of melancholy. Beside him, Badass and Makarita silently observed. After a moment of contemplation, Badass shook his head. Lord Daqianwang, while we understand your words, we still cannot empathize. Just wash your feet. Why make it so profound? Kashi muttered. Yong Tian merely replied, the way of the feet is also a way. The technique is also a law. The law is natural. Kashi, Badass, Makarita, Yong Tian, it seems you still do not comprehend. It is essential to add an 18th technician. The technician he referred to was, of course, Android 18. Surely, it is not excessive to have her serve as a foot massage technician? Under the exquisite techniques of the 3 technicians, Yong Tian indulged for an additional 2.5 time units. Even Jige was inclined to give a thumbs up. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the southern city, an area dominated by seas and islands, the original plot of the Dragon Ball world unfolded. Outside the secluded laboratory secretly constructed by Dr. Gero, a few traders stood. Among them were Vegeta, Krillin, the future Trunks, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan. They gathered before the entrance of the laboratory. As for Kakarot, he had succumbed to a heart disease and was sent back by Yamcha. Son Gohan was tasked with escorting Bulma and Little Trunks home. Thus he was not present with the others. Had it not been for Vegeta's timely intervention, Kakarot would have surely perished on the spot. Clearly, the plot was situated in the moment of the android's emergence. The expressions of Piccolo and the Z-fighters were gravely serious. Yet only Vegeta displayed a disdainful demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. At this moment, his golden hair stood on end, swaying gently in the breeze. It was evident that he had transformed into an unparalleled Super Saiyan. Humph. Mere androids, nothing more than dolls. Watch as I, Super Vegeta, obliterate these puppets. Vegeta raised his right hand, palm directed toward the door, as an immense amount of energy swiftly gathered in his palm. Soon, an energy sphere coalesced. Yet it remained unlaunched due to Krillin and Trunks standing in front. Step aside. I will show these mechanical dolls the might of Super Vegeta, Vegeta bellowed, his expression brimming with arrogance, as he unleashed the energy sphere. In that critical moment, Trunks and Krillin swiftly dodged, opting for caution. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated as the door of the laboratory was blasted open by Vegeta's energy sphere. In an instant, a cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the entrance, obscuring the interior of the laboratory. Damn it, Vegeta, you fool, you are far too impulsive. We have yet to ascertain the enemy's situation, Krillin muttered under his breath. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, TCH. There's no need for that. I told you, all you need to do is go home, drink milk, and watch television. Those androids are nothing before me, Super Vegeta. With an air of confidence, he strode into the laboratory, feeling invincible. Vegeta, what you are doing is exceedingly reckless. Androids 17 and 18 are truly powerful and terrifying, Trunks cautioned. Vegeta chuckled coldly. Useless beings, merely 2 dolls, and you are frightened to this extent. Before Super Vegeta, everything is futile. With that, Vegeta advanced into the smoke-filled passage of the laboratory. Krillin, Piccolo, and Trunks followed closely behind, with Tien Shinhan also refusing to lag behind. The smoke gradually dissipated. Upon entering the laboratory, a shocking scene unfolded. There stood Dr. Gero, impaled through the chest by a boy with a scarf. The fist emerged from his chest. Dr. Gero turned, his face twisted with fury. 17. You wretched failure. How dare you defy my orders? I will destroy you. He reached for a remote control, the device meant to halt the android's activation. However, the golden-haired girl, Android 18, was quick to act, snatching the remote from his grasp. With a slight smile, she crushed the remote in her hand, discarding the shattered pieces beneath her foot. Ha ha, 18, splendid job, 17 exclaimed, withdrawing his fist from Dr. Gero's body. He leaped up and delivered a kick that decapitated Dr. Gero. His head rolled on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Dr. Gero, in a fit of rage, cursed vehemently. Damn failures. You two wretched pieces of trash. I should have destroyed you long ago. Enough of your nonsense. 17 retorted, crushing his head underfoot. Finally, peace. 17 sighed, breathing in the fresh air. 18 smiled slightly. That detestable old fool. His death was well deserved. The merciless scene of Android 17 and 18 left everyone in shock. Yet Vegeta remained composed, unperturbed. After all, he had become Super Vegeta. Who could stand against him? Chapter 24. Trunks. To think they have killed their creator. How heartless. Krillin trembled. For these two androids, Dr. Gero was their creator, their father. Truly, androids are cold and unfeeling beings. Tien Shinhan concurred with Krillin's sentiment. This cannot be happening. Trunks' heart was filled with dread. He feared the repetition of the catastrophic events from his own timeline. Goku's death, the demise of all Z fighters, leaving only Gohan to bear the burden. Ultimately, even Gohan fell in his attempt to save him, leaving Trunks alone to inherit his will. Such a future was too despairing. The tragedy must not repeat itself. Trunks murmured. He had come to this timeline to prevent the awakening of the androids, but now that 17 and 18 had awakened, he had no choice but to attempt to eliminate these two demons. The tragedy of the future must not be allowed to resurface. The more Trunks thought about it, the more resolute he became. Damn androids. Cursed demons. Die. With a fierce roar, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, his hair turned a radiant gold. Standing on end, his eyes transformed into a bright green hue, and his eyebrows also became golden. A surge of golden energy erupted from his body. His expression turned serious and cold. He raised his hands, palms directed at androids 17 and 18, as energy gathered in his palms. The energy sphere formed instantaneously. Die! He shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy. A barrage of energy blasts rained down like a meteor shower, cascading furiously from the palms of his hands. Aimed directly at androids 17 and 18. In an instant, the experimental base collapsed and crumbled, engulfed in a cloud of dust and smoke. This technique was none other than the prince's combat style of Vegeta. Although he had not received direct instruction from Vegeta himself, it was entirely reasonable for him, as his progeny, to master it intuitively. Krillin's expression shifted drastically as he promptly retreated from the area alongside Tien and the others. How infuriating. That fool Trunks. How could he possibly expect to defeat the androids with such an attack? He was merely exhausting his energy in vain. Krillin lamented, his frustration palpable. It was exasperating to witness such a lack of combat experience. How could someone become a Super Saiyan without having undergone sufficient training? Truly reckless. Humph. What a foolish individual. Aside from squandering his energy, his efforts were utterly futile. Vegeta's disdain was evident on his face. Why did Trunks suddenly launch an attack, given his usual calm demeanor? Such impulsiveness was unexpected. Tien shared his concern. I see now. It must be the events from the future, coupled with the emergence of the androids, that have caused him to lose his composure. Thinking the situation was beyond control, mused Piccolo thoughtfully. How frustrating. At this level of combat, I am utterly outclassed. The gap is widening, and I feel like an extraneous presence, Tien pondered quietly. Ever since the Scions appeared, I have found myself increasingly sidelined, nearly relegated to the role of mere backdrop. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-it. Trunks roared, unleashing a frenzy of energy blasts as if they were a mere commodity, bombarding the area with reckless abandon. Finally, after leveling the vicinity, Trunks ceased his onslaught, suspended in mid-air, panting heavily. Clearly, this had drained a significant reserve of energy and stamina from his body. Has it gone quiet? Have I actually defeated them? Trunks thought to himself. Below, smoke continued to swirl and dissipate, obscuring the events that had transpired. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that he had vanquished the androids, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Ha ha, I did it. The androids have finally been defeated. Trunks cackled. Yet, as the laughter echoed, a gust of wind swept through. The smoke cleared, abruptly halting Trunks' mirth and transforming his expression into one of horror. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and as the chill breeze passed, his body quivered slightly. To his shock, androids 17 and 18 stood unscathed. Furthermore, they were lifting a containment pod labeled 16. How is this possible? How could you two emerge unscathed from my attack? Trunks' countenance darkened to an extreme. Fool. Such a level of attack could never harm me. 17 scoffed, placing the pod on the ground. He then took to the air, disappearing in a flash, only to reappear with a punch directed squarely at Trunks' abdomen. Bang! Ack! Trunks cried out in pain, hurtling backward into a distant rock wall, instantly reverting from his Super Saiyan form. He had never been a match for 17, and with so much energy expended, he was now merely at the initial stage of Super Saiyan, barely able to maintain his transformation, which consumed most of his remaining energy and stamina. Moreover, he had not trained to harness the full power of Super Saiyan, making it entirely reasonable that he could not exert his full potential. Trunks, Krillin called out in worry. Vegeta sneered derisively, declaring, "Fool, it seems only I, Super Vegeta, can resolve this conflict." 17 snorted dismissively, "TCH. Pathetic. That transformation may look impressive, but it turns out to be so easily defeated." 17. Release 16 now. There will always be time for fighting. Besides, I'd prefer to take a bath and change clothes right now, 18 remarked. 17 shot her a resigned glance. Fine, I can't argue with you. He then turned to Vegeta and the others. I'll play with you later. With that, he and 18 proceeded to release 16. The pod opened, revealing a tall, muscular figure who gradually stood up. He was Android 16. Hey, 16, what was Dr. Gero's intention in creating you? It can't be just to kill Goku, right? 17 inquired curiously. 16 nodded slightly. Indeed, my sole purpose for being created is to kill Goku, but I do not enjoy fighting. That is quite surprising. I can't believe you actually listened to that old coot. However, there is something fortuitous. Neither 18 nor I are particularly fond of fighting either. How about we go sightseeing together and then find Goku? 17 suggested. Sounds good. 16 nodded in agreement without objection. Then let us go? 18 said, lightly tapping her feet off the ground as she took off, with 17 and 16 following closely behind. To put it simply, the three of them completely disregarded Vegeta and the others. They quickly flew farther away, vanishing from sight in no time. At this moment, Trunks struggled to rise from the ground, watching the departing trio of Android 18, calling out, "Are you going to kill Goku? Why bother with them? They're just 3 puppets. Watch as I, Super Vegeta, obliterate them all." Vegeta sneered. Chapter 25, Vegeta the Street Punk. With that, Vegeta didn't spare Trunks or the others a glance. He then took off from the ground, pursuing the trio of androids 17 and 18 on his own. Whoosh! Vegeta transformed into a pale white light, leaving a trail reminiscent of an aircraft's flight path as he disappeared from view. "Mr. Vegeta, the androids are too powerful. You alone are no match for them. Wait for us to go together." Trunks cried out as he soared after Vegeta, fearful that he might perish in this battle, which would lead to a future fraught with despair. Vegeta is being far too reckless. Krillin lamented. "Let us go, Krillin, we should follow too," Tien suggested. Krillin shook his head with a sigh. Alas, it seems there is no other choice. Thus, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien also focused their energy, utilizing their flight abilities to pursue. Before long, Vegeta intercepted the trio of androids on the road leading through the mountains to the city. He appeared arrogant, exuding an air of invincibility as Super Vegeta. "Haha, puppets, where do you think you're running off to? Wouldn't it be better to stay here and be shattered by me?" Vegeta grinned widely. 17 feigned astonishment. "Oh my, it's Vegeta. That predatory look on your face is truly frightening." Vegeta snorted, fully aware that 17 did not regard him as a threat. Just puppets. I hope you're smashed to bits and that what spills out isn't gasoline." Just as 17 was about to take action, he noticed 18 beside him, raising her arm in a regal gesture, blocking his path. 17. "Allow me to play with this guy Vegeta. The one named Trunks can be left to you. It's only fair that I take my turn against Vegeta, don't you think?" 18 asked with a light chuckle. 17 shrugged. "If you want to have your fun, then go ahead. Do not push him to his limits, otherwise the days ahead will lack much joy." With that thought, Android 18 nodded slightly. Vegeta let out a cold sneer. "You look down upon me so easily. I hope you can still laugh after this. Do not naively assume that because you are a beautiful girl, I will show you mercy." Android 18 flicked her golden hair dismissively and retorted, "Spare me the pleasantries. Let us begin." With that, Vegeta inhaled deeply and unleashed a thunderous roar akin to a primal scream. A brilliant golden aura erupted from his being, enveloping him in a radiant glow. With spiky golden hair and piercing blue eyes, he embodied unparalleled confidence, tinged with a hint of arrogance. "I, Vegeta, am a Super Saiyan. I have surpassed Kakarot. I am the strongest prince of all Saiyans, Super Vegeta." Android 18 let out a disdainful laugh, scoffing, "What nonsense about Super Saiyans? Just grandstanding," raising his right hand. Half clenched into a fist, Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself and declared, "Oh, how exhausting." Bow down to Vegeta. With a self-assured smile, he launched a powerful punch towards Android 18. She regarded the approaching fist with a faint smile, just as Vegeta's fist was a mere half centimeter from her face. Android 18 swiftly raised her right leg, delivering a knee strike that collided with Vegeta's abdomen. His punch halted midair as blood spewed from his mouth, and he leaned forward, clearly wounded. Android 18 extended a finger to prop up his chin, preventing him from collapsing entirely. "I don't care about your grievances," she stated as she quickly retaliated. Bang! Her fist struck Vegeta's head, sending him crashing into the mountainside beside the road. When Vegeta arose, he found Trunks, Tien, Krillin, and Piccolo had all rushed to his side. "Mr. Vegeta," Trunks called out, relief washing over him. His father was unharmed. If he had perished, young Trunks would once again face a hellish existence without a father. Vegeta regarded the group with disdain, taunting, "I didn't expect you worthless trash to come. Stay out of my battle. If I must fight alongside these earthlings and Nankians, I would rather face my foes alone. Even if it means dying in battle, I would embrace it willingly. As a Saiyan, dying in combat is a form of romance." Though his words were harsh, they stemmed from his proud and defiant nature, leaving little room for kindness. While Krillin and the others bore grim expressions, they refrained from further comment, well aware of Vegeta's temperament. Their attention shifted towards Android 18. With a slight smirk, Android 18 asked playfully, "Shall we continue this fight?" Vegeta scoffed, "Humph. Is that a question?" With that, he raised his right hand, condensing energy in his palm, and shot an energy blast towards her. Bang! Android 18 blocked the energy blast with her forearms, suffering only minor burns to her clothing, without any significant injury. "Humph." She laughed contemptuously. Suddenly, she leaped high into the air and delivered a devastating kick to Vegeta's left arm. "Ah!" Vegeta cried out in agony as his arm broke at the impact. Seeing his plight, Android 18 opted not to follow up with further attacks, instead observing him silently. Reeling from the blow, Vegeta staggered a few steps, struggling to remain upright. Clutching his broken arm, excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a wretched scream. "Ah!" He howled to the heavens, seeking relief from the agony. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. After a moment, he clenched his right fist and swung it towards Android 18, but she deftly sidestepped the attack. "Really now? It seems I should break your other arm as well." With that, Android 18 struck Vegeta's head, sending him flying backward until he crashed heavily onto the ground. In a flash, she appeared before him, aiming a foot directly at his right hand. Bang! "Ah!" Vegeta screamed as his right arm, too, succumbed to fracture. Overwhelmed by the intense pain, he writhed on the ground, turning onto his stomach and howling in despair. To prevent him from rising to fight back, Android 18 decisively stomped on his back, resulting in the fracture of both his hands and his spine. Vegeta lay weakly on the ground, his golden aura dissipating, and his hair reverting to black. He had reverted from his Super Saiyan state, truly living up to the moniker of Tragic Vegeta. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries and succumbed to unconsciousness. "Dad!" Trunks shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Android 18 with his sword raised. Chapter 26. The Kiss of Android 18's Technician. Bang! Trunks' alloy sword struck Android 18's arm, but regrettably, the blade was of such poor quality that it shattered upon impact. Observing Trunks' intervention, Android 17 soared into action, clasping his hands together and targeting the back of Trunks' head. Bang! The precise strike sent Trunks crashing to the ground, face first, slowly losing consciousness and reverting from his Super Saiyan form. Damn it! Seeing this, Piccolo joined the fray, kicking at Android 17, while Tien also engaged. And together they attempted to overwhelm him. However, the disparity in power was far too vast. After dodging Piccolo's kick, Android 17 retaliated with a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground, followed by a kick that sent Tien flying. In just a few moves, both Piccolo and Tien lay unconscious on the ground. Krillin, trembling with fear, stood at a distance, too intimidated to intervene. The gap in strength was insurmountable. Krillin quivered in terror, witnessing his friend's defeat, feeling utterly helpless. "Humph, what a so-called Super Vegeta. Useless," Android 18 scoffed, turning her gaze to the only remaining standing Z fighter. Krillin. With a smile, she flicked her hair back and, accompanied by Androids 17 and 16, approached Krillin. Terrified by the approaching androids, Krillin's legs shook as he stumbled backward. Mustering his courage, he clenched his fists and asked nervously, "What is your purpose? Are you here to kill Goku? Or to destroy the world?" Android 17 chuckled lightly, replying, "In any case, we will first deal with Goku. and then we will consider our next steps. Why are you still pursuing Goku? Has Dr. Gero not already been eliminated by you? Krillin inquired. To which Android 17 responded with a faint smile, this matter has nothing to do with Dr. Gero. It is merely a game. Krillin was taken aback, astonished that it was merely a game. Before he could ponder further, 17 reminded him. Hurry and give your companions some Sinza beans. Otherwise, they shall perish. With that, 17 turned to leave with 16. Meanwhile, Android 18 approached Krillin before departing. As she drew closer, Krillin trembled, instinctively wanting to evade her. To his surprise, 18 leaned down slightly and attempted to kiss his face. However, just before their lips could meet, a voice echoed, freezing everyone's actions in that moment. Time had come to a standstill. Zamesu. With those words, time across the entire earth froze instantaneously. 16 and 17 halted their movements, suspended in the act they were performing. 18's motion also ceased, remaining utterly still. The air, the flowing water, and all of existence came to a halt. A sound of footsteps broke the silence. Amidst the frozen time, a figure exuding an aura of invincibility approached slowly. Has the plot developed to this point? Yet, it seems I have not arrived too late. Yong Tian murmured. He stepped before Krillin, waved his hand, and shifted him aside to join Trunks and the others lying on the ground. Yong Tian then positioned himself where Krillin had stood, slightly bending forward to present his face to 18. Consequently, it became he who was to receive her kiss instead of Krillin. After all, Yong Tian had made arrangements for 18 to be his technician. He would not allow Krillin to have the upper hand. Time resumed its flow. As the words fell, 18's lips landed upon Yong Tian's face. She gazed in astonishment, realizing her kiss was bestowed upon a stranger she had never encountered before. When did this person appear? What about that little bald head? 18's eyes darted around until they finally rested upon Krillin, now standing beside Trunks, equally bewildered. What just happened? How did I end up here? 18 scrutinized Yong Tian's appearance. He adorned a pair of Potara earrings, with black hair spiked upright, and 2 tufts of hair framing his forehead. He wore a blue short-sleeve shirt, blue trousers, and an orange vest underneath. Clad in white combat boots and white gloves, he bore an air of striking handsomeness, accompanied by a confident smile. Yet, how could this individual have switched places with that little bald head unnoticed? Such a perplexing event was indeed disconcerting. Who are you? How did you suddenly materialize here? 18 questioned, her brow furrowed in perplexity. 16 and 17 also turned to regard Yong Tian, their expressions mirroring her astonishment. His presence was not documented in Dr. Gero's files, making him a figure of intrigue. This individual bears a resemblance to Goku. Who exactly are you? Are you foe or friend? Krillin's mind swirled with uncertainty. 18. I am here to extend an invitation for you to become my private technician. The remuneration is quite generous. Would you care to consider it? Yong Tian inquired with a gentle smile. What private technician? 18 asked instinctively. Of course, a foot massage technician. Yong Tian replied. Do you realize what you are saying? Do not think that your handsome visage grants you the liberty to act insolently before me. 18 retorted coldly. I am perfectly aware of what I am stating. We shall discuss this later. These individuals are on the brink of death and require treatment. With a wave of his hand, Yong Tian cast radiant beams of light upon Vegeta and the others, swiftly healing their injuries. As Vegeta and his companions regained consciousness, 18's eyes widened in disbelief. He healed them just like that? I have lost. Vegeta murmured to himself. Krillin commented from the side. Vegeta, you insufferable brute. You haven't merely lost. You've suffered a crushing defeat. Dad, are you all right? Trunks approached Vegeta with evident concern. What did you call me? Vegeta stammered, taken aback. Dad. Trunks finally dropped the pretense. Given that his counterpart in this timeline had already been born, there was no longer any need for disguise. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart raced with realization. So that is it. You are my son Trunks, born not long ago. In that instant, the truth dawned upon him. This young man from the future was indeed his son, Trunks. However, Vegeta did not greet his future offspring with warmth. He was irritated by Trunks' habitual boasting about Kakarot's prowess, as it implied he, a Saiyan prince, was inferior to that lowly warrior. Anyone in his position would be incensed. Chapter 27, Android 18, at your service. Vegeta cast a glance at 18, his expression darkening. He could not fathom being bested by a woman. Damn androids, cursed Kakarot. I shall surpass you all and defeat you. Vegeta silently vowed. At that moment, Vegeta's arrogance was tempered. Having been overpowered by 18, he was momentarily humbled. Yet, he did not withdraw, instead directing his gaze toward Yong Tian. Trunks, that fellow is the one who healed everyone. Do you know him? Krillin pointed at Yong Tian. Given Trunks' origins from the future, Krillin felt it prudent to inquire about unfamiliar faces. Trunks shook his head slightly. I do not know him. I have neither heard of him nor seen him. He does not exist in my timeline. One thing is certain. His ability to heal us indicates he is definitely not an enemy. Piccolo interjected. Hey, you there? Are you also a Xian? Vegeta approached Yong Tian, scrutinizing him closely. Yong Tian smiled faintly, responding nonchalantly. You could interpret it that way. You may call me Yong Tian, or by the Xian name, Vegeto. Vegeta pondered aloud. Vegeto? I have not heard that name before. Vegeto? Could it be that he has some connection to this Vegeta? Piccolo contemplated, noting the striking similarity in names. Indeed, there was a connection. Vegeto was the ultimate warrior formed by the fusion of Goku and Vegeta through Potara earrings. While he had not existed before, Yong Tian was a tangible reality now. Very well. Now, let us attend to Kakaroto's heart condition. Yong Tian stated casually. With a wave of his hand, he healed Goku, who was far away on planet Earth. His viral heart disease was eradicated with Yong Tian's utterance, akin to fulfilling a wish with the Super Dragon Balls. Once this was accomplished, the subsequent task was straightforward, persuading 18. Yong Tian smiled gently as he said, Now, Android 18. Let us resume our earlier discussion regarding your role as my private technician. Let us not speak of it. I refuse. 18 replied hastily. Do not be so quick to decline. The compensation I offer is quite substantial. Furthermore, the self-destruct devices implanted within you, 16 and 17, shall be removed by me. In addition, I can ensure you live in luxury. Wealth, resplendent attire, and an array of delectable cuisines can indeed satiate your desires. You shall toil for 8 hours each day, with provisions for accommodation and transportation, as well as daily meals. Yet, the singular stipulation is that you remain by my side, serving as my personal foot massage therapist. You are prohibited from attending to others' feet. You may enjoy a 4-day workweek with 3 days off, during which I shall ensure you travel freely across the cosmos. Such an offer is truly exceptional. Would you not give it a thought? Initially, Android 18 was reluctant to accompany Yong Tian as a personal technician. However, the bounteous incentives he offered stirred her interest. With transportation and housing at her disposal, an abundance of spending money, and the prospect of interstellar travel, she inquired, Is everything you say truly real? Yong Tian responded with a calm nod, Absolutely. If you doubt me, I can show you. But I am an android. Android 18 hesitated. And what of it? Are you not still human? Your memories and emotions as a human have not been erased. You remain one of us. Yong Tian replied nonchalantly. After hearing his words, Android 17 found himself in agreement. Very well, I shall accept your offer as a personal technician, but if you deceive me regarding the promised benefits, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Android 18 stated earnestly. Agreed. Yong Tian nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, he transported everyone, including Android 18, to a beautiful peach blossom grove. At the edge of the grove, the 3 angelic beings, Margarita and her companions, were fishing by a pond. Lord Zeno, you have returned. They greeted promptly. As for the individuals Yong Tian brought along, it was not their place to inquire. From now on, Android 18 shall be your colleague. But her duty will not be to assist the god of destruction. Rather, she will attend to my foot massages, Yong Tian explained. Yes, Lord Zeno. The 3 angelic beings replied without any dissent. What is the Grand Zeno? Is he a deity? Android 18 questioned. In response, Kes explained slowly, Indeed. That is one way to understand it. This universe is divided into 12 realms, and you reside in the 7th universe. The Grand Zeno is the supreme deity who created the 12 universes. Should he wish, he could erase all 12 universes in an instant. If the universes were to vanish, then so too would all life within them. What? Can a mere mortal accomplish such a feat? Android 18 exclaimed in astonishment. As I have mentioned before, Lord Zeno is a god, Kes emphasized. Meanwhile, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. Is this truly what I am to hear? Kes paused before continuing. Above the Grand Zeno is the most exalted Grand Zeno, who is the one that brought you here. The Grand Zeno is the son of the Grand Zeno. Does that make sense? Kes asked with a smile. Such explosive revelations left everyone momentarily dazed. So, Lord Zeno can determine the fate of the 12 universes with but a thought? Vegeta queried. Yes, that interpretation is indeed correct, Bartos affirmed. The realization of this conclusion left Vegeta and the others profoundly shaken. Yong Tian, with a flicker of thought, transported Gohan and Kakarot as well. After completing this task, he calmly issued a command. Bartos, Kes, and Margarita, you 3 shall take these Earthlings and Xians to your respective gods of destruction. Have them train in the hyperbolic time chamber for several years. Outside, only a few days will have passed. Their current strength is inadequate to defend Earth. So it is imperative they enhance their abilities. Understood, Lord Zeno. The three women replied, each leading Kakarot and others away. Bardos took Kakarot, Vegeta, and Android 17. Kess took Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan, while Marcarita took Tien, Android 16, and Trunks. Android 16 could certainly be upgraded to enhance his strength. Hey, wait a minute. Who said I wanted to train with you? Android 17 began, but before he could finish, he vanished. Thus, only Yong Tian and Android 18 remained, with the others gone. He suggested, let us indulge in a foot bath and massage for some relaxation. Android 18, commence. With that, Yong Tian waved his hand, summoning a foot bath, a towel, and a bottle of essential oil. With a flicker of thought, a reclining chair materialized, and Yong Tian settled into it. Very well, Lord Zeno. Your esteemed service is ready. Android 18 responded. Ah, life, this is the essence of living. Yong Tian sighed contentedly. Chapter 28, Uchiha Sasuke. The following day, Yong Tian sat by the pond, leisurely fishing. Whether the fish would bite was their own affair. He did not interfere with the chances of catching them. Randomly inviting one new member to the chat group, Yong Tian commanded the chat group. As you wish, most esteemed leader. Came the response. Ding. Welcome Uchiha Sasuke to the chat group. Peter Parker, Uchiha Sasuke. Welcome to the group. Han Fei, Uchiha Sasuke. Welcome to the group. Yuan Deu, Uchiha Sasuke. Welcome to the group. Saitama, Uchiha Sasuke. Welcome to the group. Evil Sword Immortal. That's quite a long name. It can't be your real name, right? Xiao Huo Huo Wow. Another newcomer? And it's Sasuke from Naruto. Zhang Holan, Uchiha Sasuke. Welcome to the group. Gao Yao, what the heck? A 5-word name. Could it be a Sakura person? Fong Yuan, Uchiha Sasuke. Interesting. A character from the Naruto world? Zhao Ling, a 5-word name, is indeed rare. I've never seen such a lengthy name. Peter Parker. It's undoubtedly a Sakura person. Sun Wukong. What is a Sakura person? Fong Yuan. Sun Wukong. Just a tiny place. Sun Wukong. I see. Yong Tian group leader. Uchiha Sasuke, from the Naruto world. A twisted and pathological realm. Zhao Linger, but what is Naruto? Why is it twisted and pathological? Yong Tian, group leader. You'll understand once you see it. With that, Yong Tian uploaded all the memories of Naruto into the chat group. In an instant, the group members rushed to absorb the anime series. Although it normally would take over a month to complete, by actively clicking to view, the chat group would transmit the memories directly into the members' minds. However, it would require some time to digest this information. Meanwhile, in the Naruto world, in Konohagakure, at school, Uchiha Sasuke, now 7 years old, was on the cusp of graduating to become a ninja. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing something new in his mind. The supreme chat group of all realms? What is this? Curiously, he clicked on the group announcement. Upon reading, he quickly comprehended what the group was. Does such a miraculous thing truly exist? A cross-dimensional chat group? If true, this would surpass even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in power, Sasuke mused. His curiosity piqued. He began to delve deeply into studying the chat group. Is this about Naruto? Are we talking about our Hokage in the Leaf Village? With a thought, Sasuke opened the content uploaded by group leader Yong Tian. Instantly, a deluge of information exploded in his mind. In a once tranquil mindscape, tumultuous waves surged, reaching towering heights. After a considerable time, Sasuke finally processed the overwhelming information swirling within his consciousness. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, beads of perspiration forming at his brow. Yet, he seemed utterly oblivious to his physical state, his heart brimming with an intense hatred. Itachi, on the fateful night of our clan's annihilation, how could he have extinguished the Uchiha lineage? Moreover, father and mother fell victim to his hand. Cursed be the will of fire. Damned be Shinura Danzo. And that despicable Yagura. The world of shinobi is indeed a twisted and perverse realm. Such a world, I must change. A future so dreary shall not come to pass. I will unify the entire shinobi world. I shall bring everlasting peace to this realm. Sasuke, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Why are you sweating so profusely? Sakura Harino inquired with concern. Sasuke paid no heed to her, lost in thoughts of the future that awaited this world. As he pondered, his expression darkened considerably. According to the information shared by the group leader, tonight marked the very day his brother, Itachi Uchiha, would join forces with Obito Uchiha to execute the clan's massacre. Oh no, what shall I do? If I cannot prevent Itachi, will I not be doomed to that tragic fate? Panic surged within Sasuke. I must stop Itachi. I must avert the destruction of the Uchiha clan. If I cannot prevent the annihilation of my clan, how can I hope to alter my own destiny? With this thought, Sasuke clenched his fists in determination. Right. According to the group announcement, in times of trouble, I can seek assistance from my comrades. I hope they can aid me. With that resolve, Sasuke wasted no time and directly messaged the group. Sasuke, hey everyone, can anyone help me? After glimpsing the future, I have learned of all the impending events. However, tonight is the night of the Uchiha massacre. Xiao Sasuke, that's intense. Right from the get-go, you're facing annihilation. Who could withstand that? Your brother is truly deranged, for the sake of the will of fire. He listens to Danzo's words and turns the blade on his own kin. What a farcical display of filial piety. Feng Yuan, Sasuke, how surprising. Your brother is committing the very act I once did. But unlike him, my actions were a desperate gamble for survival, a blood sacrifice of my entire clan. He had other choices, yet chose to assist outsiders, clearly brainwashed by that foolish will of fire. Zhao Linger, poor Sasuke, you deserve help. Gao Yao, your brother's behavior reminds me of my dear friend, Yi Xiaochuan. Both are equally detestable, assisting outsiders and persecuting their kin. I have resolved to help you eliminate Ataki Uchiha. Yuan Deu. The world you inhabit is truly malevolent. Such a realm deserves to be eradicated, much like Tang San. Zhang Hulan. Sasuke, your brother is truly a monster. Senju Hashirama is a genuine saint. If only he had allied with Uchiha Madara to unify the shinobi world, there would be far fewer problems. Sun Wukong. Sasuke, my young brother, do not panic. With me around, you shall be safe. There is no need for the group leader to intervene. I can easily handle that so-called Hokage. Yong Tian, group leader. Sasuke, fear not. I shall take action. Gao Yao. Yong Tian, we welcome you, esteemed leader. Xiao Huo. Salutations, leader. Sun Wukong. I pay my respects to you, esteemed leader. Sasuke, thank you, Yong Tian, esteemed leader. I am grateful to everyone in the chat group. If you help me withstand this calamity, I shall repay you. Kyu. Sasuke, it's no trouble at all. We are all comrades, and we will assist you. Besides, there are points to be earned, so we must help. At this juncture, the chat group, ever considerate, issued a group task. Ding. Due to group member Uchiha Sasuke facing the night of annihilation, assistance from group members is urgently needed, triggering a group task. Group task. Prevent the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and assist Uchiha Sasuke in unifying the shinobi world. Accept or decline. This task is open to all group members. Completing the group task will yield substantial points. Zhang Hulan. Yong Tian accepted the group task. Zhang Hulan accepted the group task. Feng Yuan accepted the group task. Evil Sword Immortal accepted the group task. Sasuke accepted the group task. In an instant, group members eagerly accepted the task, their speed rivaling that of a frenzy during a red envelope grab. Chapter 29. Given the circumstances, let us first dine. How splendid. With the assistance of my comrades, I shall undoubtedly alter that wretched future. Sasuke beamed with joy. Yong Tian requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Gao Yao requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Yuan Deu requests to enter. At that moment, Sasuke had just finished school and quickly dashed out, finding himself in a grove. He then accepted all the entry requests from his comrades. Come, my friends, I agree, I accept all. Sasuke silently urged. In the next moment, dozens of white lights flickered. With a series of whooshing sounds, figures stood before Sasuke. Upon closer inspection, he counted 12 individuals, predominantly male, with only one female among them. The sole woman was breathtakingly beautiful, perhaps even surpassing the celestial beings of legend. Additionally, what was that imposing monkey doing among them? The eclectic mix of his comrades was truly peculiar, Sasuke mused. The oddity was only natural, with characters from anime and film present. Differing styles were to be expected. Feeling the collective gaze of his comrades upon him, Sasuke became somewhat self-conscious. At that moment, he was still rather shy, not yet engulfed in a vengeful darkness, and retained a relatively cheerful demeanor. Are you all the esteemed seniors from the chat group? Sasuke inquired curiously. Indeed, Sasuke, I am the group leader, Yong Tian. Did you just finish school? Yong Tian asked with a gentle smile. Yes, I pay my respects to you, esteemed leader. Greetings to all my seniors. And to the divine sister. Sasuke bowed politely. There's no need for formalities. Yong Tian waved his hand dismissively. Sasuke, my little brother, at your age, you are quite adorable. Zhao Linger remarked with a smile. Gao Yao naturally. At this point, he has yet to experience the night of annihilation, having not lost his kin, so he remains unchanged. Feng Yuan. Indeed, had I not lived those 500 years prior to my rebirth, I might still be that kind-hearted youth. Xiao Huo. If all my friends and family were to perish, I would be even more deranged than Sasuke. Sasuke, but those events have not transpired yet. We still have time. Should we ambush Itaki and Obito now? Sun Wukong. No need for that. With a sweep of my divine sense, I can ascertain everything occurring nearby. Everything is under control. Yong Tian, given the situation, let us first dine. We can chat while eating. There is still time. And the night is young. With me here, there will be no unexpected occurrences. With that, Yong Tian focused his thoughts, using his creative ability to conjure a grand dining table out of thin air. This is the infinite wish dining table. Imagine what you wish to eat, and it will materialize before you. Divine brews, exquisite dishes, whatever you desire will appear, even delicacies crafted from the flesh of Pangu. However, the only limitation is that it can only conjure food from the table, Yong Tian explained with a smile. Feng Yuan's eyes lit up as he immediately conceived a method to exploit this for power enhancement. Then this will do. It won't hinder my growth. I shall have a cup of eternal life wine. With no side effects, drinking it grants immortality. With those words, a uniquely special cup of wine appeared before him. Feng Yuan, seeing this, felt a surge of brilliance in his eyes. He laughed heartily, lifted his cup, and drank it in one gulp. In an instant, Feng Yuan felt his aura change, his life force infinitely extended, boundless, endless, eternal vitality flowing through his body. Feeling the changes within his body, Feng Yuan was ecstatic. It actually worked. Haha, I never imagined that I, Feng Yuan, would achieve immortality in such a way. Thank you, group leader. Feng Yuan bowed respectfully toward Yong Tian. However, Feng Yuan's goal was not just to achieve immortality, but also to possess invincible power. This was only the first step. The road ahead was still long. In fact, as long as one reached the level of a standard Great Luo Golden Immortal, the Luo Jin Xian, one would be immortal and could create one's own universe plane. Even if one died and their existence was erased, they could eventually return from the river of time. Too early. Such immortality has flaws. Compared to the group leader, this power is too weak, Feng Yuan thought. Other group members, seeing Feng Yuan exploiting such a bug, couldn't help but feel a flash of excitement in their eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, give me a drink that awakens the Rinnegan Sharingan. Instantly, a cup of drink appeared on the table. Sasuke's expression lit up. He grabbed the drink and drank it in 2 or 3 gulps. Sure enough, his wish was fulfilled. 7-year-old Sasuke awakened the final form of the Sharingan, the Rinnegan Sharingan. In an instant, when Sasuke opened his eyes, they were blood-red Rinnegan Sharingan. The eyes had the ripple pattern of the Rinnegan, combined with the 9 tomo of the Sharingan. This meant he possessed the combined power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. At that moment, Sasuke obtained the peak power of the Naruto world. He could casually summon Susanoo, carry great weights at any time, and even transport enemies to another dimension within the heavens to imprison them. However, the infinite Tsukiyomi ability was a no-go. It couldn't be activated, otherwise Kaguya on the moon would revive. Once the ninja world was unified, the group leader would handle the Itsutsuki clan. Saitama, give me a divine water that enhances my physical strength. Xiao Huowo, I want a plate of fried rice that grants the strongest extraordinary fire when eaten. Other group members followed suit. This wasn't tea eating, it was more like making unconventional wishes. Zhang Hulan, give me a cup of fine wine brewed from the blood essence of Pangu, the god of creation. Haha, I want to increase my power. Zhang Hulan, I'm afraid you're too greedy. If you drink that, won't you explode? Yong Tian asked in doubt. Zhang Hulan laughed loudly. Ha? It's simple. Drink another cup and you can refine Pangu's blood essence without side effects. You're quite a talent. Gao Yao cast a disdainful look at Zhang Hulan. I'm different. I only need 1 quail egg to break through to Great Luo Golden Immortal without side effects. Gao Yao said seriously. Fine, but this infinite gourmet table has its limits. You can't gain power beyond Great Luo Golden Immortal from it. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Damn. Really? Xiao Huowo's eyes widened. Then, everyone's eyes gleamed green as they frantically summoned items to eat, increasing their power. Soon, night fell. Unknowingly, aside from Sasuke, the other group members' powers all rose to the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only Saitama and Han Fei chose to focus on body refinement. Training the body to its peak could also lead directly to the Dao. As for Sasuke, he had no concept of Great Luo Golden Immortal. After obtaining the Rinnegan Sharingan, he was already satisfied. If he later realized he missed such a chance, how many points would he need to reach a power comparable to Great Luo Golden Immortal? He would probably cry to death. Yong Tian smiled slightly and asked, all done eating? Yes, group leader. I love you to death. You are the most important benefactor in my life. I'm willing to face knives and fire, or even boil in oil for you, Gao Yao said, full of admiration. Sun Wukong, group leader, you're the kindest person I've ever met in my life, besides my master. Wherever I can help, I will do my best. For a moment, the group members all expressed their gratitude, saying they had never met anyone as good as the group leader in their lives. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Enough chatter. Let us go. Start the mission and capture Uchiha Itachi. Then, destroy the decayed Konoha and unify the entire ninja world. With a thought, Yong Tian led everyone and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already lying in wait at the Uchiha clan territory. Invisibility. Yong Tian snapped his fingers, and everyone entered an invisible state. They were just waiting for Itachi and Obito to appear. Chapter 30. Altering Itachi's will. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were chatting. Danzo, tonight, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village will be fully resolved. I believe Itachi will handle it, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, smoking, with deep eyes. Ruler Sarutobi, are you really going to annihilate the Uchiha? They are powerful pieces. Are you willing to let their clan be destroyed? Danzo Shimura asked in doubt. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled kindly. You don't know. The Senju clan was once so prosperous, but now only Tsunade remains. Besides, there's the obedient Hyuga clan, which can replace the Uchiha, right? Sarutobi, if I let the roots spread what we've done, would you not lose your reputation? Your Hokage position would be mine. Danzo's single eye glinted fiercely. Hiruzen Sarutobi calmly inhaled smoke. Danzo, crushing the Senju clan and the imminent destruction of the Uchiha were your orders. What does that have to do with me, Hiruzen Sarutobi? Danzo scoffed coldly. Humph. Aren't you afraid I'll force you to step down? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained unflustered. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't have been Hokage for so many years. He calmly smoked and added, also, remember, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Humph. Sarutobi, you will regret this. After saying this, Danzo slammed the door in anger. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan territory, under the dark night, with several black crows flying, the moon seemed stained blood red. A figure squatted on a utility pole, as if defecating. He wore black ninja clothes, 2 swords on his back, and a ninja pouch like a wallet at his waist. Though he squatted like he was defecating, his expression was extremely cold and merciless. His eyes were blood red, with a mangekyo pattern swirling inside. One could even say his eyes were mutated red-eye disease. This was the Uchiha clan's strongest genius, Uchiha Itachi. Below him, the void twisted, and a one-eyed man wearing a spiral mask appeared out of nowhere. This was Obito Uchiha, pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Itachi, I'll help you annihilate the Uchiha clan. You only need to slaughter your side, leave the other side to me. I also need to collect some Sharingan, Obito said, then used Kemui and disappeared. This disappearance was different. It caused no spatial distortion, vanishing as if out of thin air. Itachi's lips curled into a cold smile, whispering, for the village, for Sasuke, for preventing the Uchiha from being branded as traitors. Then, let me, Uchiha Itachi, bear the blame as the village's rogue ninja. I bear more burdens, while the ignorant clan members only need to enjoy themselves in the Pure Land. Sasuke, forgive me. Clan members, forgive me. Everything I do is for the village. And for you. After a brief moment of self-consolation, Uchiha Itachi's gaze grew resolutely steadfast. It begins. After tonight, the Uchiha clan shall cease to exist. With these words, Itachi drew the twin blades from his back and leapt down from the utility pole, making his way toward the nearest house. Within a dimly lit room, a 3-year-old girl lay peacefully asleep, while her parents embraced each other in a tender kiss, utterly oblivious to Itachi's entrance. With a swift motion, Itachi swung his long blade, aiming first at the slumbering child. To die in the realm of dreams is the most blissful way to perish. May my heart be grateful for this mercy. Itachi sneered, tightening his grip on the weapon. However, at that moment, a tender voice rang out. Universal pull. With a resounding bang, Itachi felt an irresistible force tugging at his body. He was abruptly yanked through the wall and sent flying. A small hand gripped tightly around his neck. Itachi, you truly deserve death. The youthful voice echoed in his ears. Itachi stared in astonishment at the figure before him. Sasuke, how could it be you? Sasuke tossed Itachi onto the ground, his eyes fixed intently on him. Itachi, your actions are utterly unforgivable. Itachi, when did you acquire such power? He gazed incredulously at his younger brother, particularly captivated by the blood-red eyes adorned with 9 tomo and rippling patterns. This sight left Itachi utterly astounded. Those eyes could very well surpass his own Sharingan. Sasuke ignored Itachi and instead bowed to the empty air beside him. Esteemed leader of the group, please intervene and alter Itachi's will. I still find it difficult to kill him. After all, he is my brother, and his current actions have been timely halted. Very well. A faint response echoed in the air. Before his astonished gaze, 12 figures materialized from the void, revealing the members of their chat group. Furthermore, Itaki noticed a monkey holding a person, none other than Uchiha Obito, masked with a swirling visage. It turned out that Obito had not vanished due to Kimui, but had been swiftly subdued and knocked unconscious. This scene caused Itaki's pupils to constrict, his mind reeling. Under Yong Tian's invisibility technique, everyone remained concealed. As long as Yong Tian willed it, no one could detect their presence, not even the Deva Path. Esteemed leader, please take action, Sasuke implored. All right. Yong Tian nodded slightly. With a flick of his hand, he altered Itaki's will. Itaki's once unwavering spirit of fire was transformed into a compliant brother, ready to heed Sasuke's every command, while the spirit of fire and the village were cast aside. Itaki's expression momentarily dazed, but upon rising, his gaze had changed entirely. No longer cold and unfeeling, he looked at Sasuke with eyes softened like gentle waters. Sasuke, I shall support all your thoughts and actions. Whatever you wish to do, I will strive to assist you with my very life, Itaki declared with a smile. Sasuke nodded slightly. Yes, Itaki, go find father and use Shisui's eyes to alter his will, changing it to support all my thoughts and decisions. Itaki smiled in agreement, and then transformed into a flock of crows, scattering and flying away. Esteemed leader, what should I do with Uchiha Obito? Sasuke inquired. Sun Wukong chuckled. Young Sasuke, such trivial matters need not concern the leader. You may handle it as you wish. Whether to kill or spare, that is entirely up to you. Sasuke turned to Yong Tian, seeking guidance in his eyes. Yong Tian nodded slightly, indicating he could arrange it himself. Very well. Then let us alter his will. That fellow Obito, in his quest to create a world with Rin, fell victim to Uchiha Madara's schemes. Initially, he was a pitiful soul, but eventually, he became thoroughly corrupted. His will and understanding must be changed. It is the twisted nature of this world that has caused this. We must transform it. Sasuke's gaze was imbued with unprecedented determination. Yong Tian waved his hand, altering Obito's perception and will, filling his mind with the ideals of unification and the Red Spirit. Chapter 31. The Unification of the Ninja World in Progress. At that moment, Obito found himself in a daze, enveloped in a dream. In this dream, he traversed to another parallel world. In this realm, Rin was still dead. However, after her passing, this world's version of himself seemed to have an epiphany, transforming into someone entirely different, with clear goals and methods. He possessed an unwavering resolve, as solid as mountains, embodying the ideals of unification and the Red Spirit. Obito watched the unfolding events as if he were merely a spectator. Rin's death did not sway his will or determination. He was committed to realizing his ideals. Initially feigning alliance with Uchiha Madara, after Madara's demise, he seized the Rinnegan that Madara had implanted in Nagato, replacing it with a pair of 2 Tomo Sharingan. With the Rinnegan in his possession, Obito eliminated Black Zetsu. He gathered the 9-tailed beasts, utilizing the Outer Path's demonic statue to absorb them all, becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, transforming into 6 Paths Obito. He even consumed the God Tree, gaining unparalleled vitality and regenerative capabilities. He refrained from employing the infinite Tsukuyomi technique, instead using the overwhelming power of the 10 Tails to clear all obstacles, unifying the entire ninja world. Anyone who dared to obstruct him was ruthlessly suppressed. He eradicated the feudal lords and the system of ninja villages, ultimately establishing a single nation, the Red Nation. Subsequently, he founded a Red School, ardently promoting the study of the Red Spirit. The populace took precedence, with ninjas serving as support, fostering technological advancement. He implemented core values of prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. Various policies and comprehensive laws were enacted. Should a ninja commit murder, they would be apprehended and sentenced. The people lived in peace, no longer suffering from starvation or the scourge of war. As time passed, a century elapsed, and the Red Spirit permeated the entire ninja world. The realm had been thoroughly transformed by the ideals of unification and the Red Spirit. Once the ninja world had settled into stability, genuine smiles began to grace the faces of its inhabitants. Technology flourished, gradually replacing ninjas and chakra. Various technological products emerged, including absolute truth weapons and star annihilation cannons. Kaguya at Satsuki, sealed upon the moon, was obliterated by a single blast. As for the subsequent Etsutsuki clan, they met their demise upon arrival. Ultimately, Obito summoned a white Zetsu and performed Edo Tensei to resurrect Rin, subsequently employing the outer path samsara technique to bring her back to life. Thus, the dream concluded. This development left Obito in a state of bewilderment, even dumbfounded. From his initial skepticism towards unification and the Red Spirit to ultimately comprehending, accepting, and embodying the Red Spirit. Awakening from the dream, Obito slowly opened his eyes. The first words to escape his lips were, "I am not Madara. I am Obito, Uchiha Obito. I am not the will of anyone else. I am myself. The world must unify. And the Red Spirit. It is the sole path to achieving peace in the ninja world. I will see the Red Spirit through to the end, even if it costs me my life. I must realize it. This ninja world is utterly rotten, beyond saving. The infinite Tsukiyomi is ultimately a false world. Only the Red Spirit can rescue the ninja world and bring about true peace. Obito, you are correct. To change this world, we must achieve unification." Sasuke wholeheartedly agreed. Obito nodded, "Excellent. Sasuke, I acknowledge you. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate." With that, Obito activated Kimui and vanished from sight. He intends to return and eliminate Kuro, while simultaneously devising a way to seize Nagato's Rinnegan. Xiao Huowo exclaimed, "Damn. The group leader is truly formidable. He has implanted the red will into him." Fang Yuan replied, "Indeed. Let us proceed. Next, we shall annihilate Shimura Danzo and Yahiko in Konoha. Then, we will implant the red will into every individual across the entire shinobi world." Yong Tian lightly waved his right hand. In an instant, Shimura Danzo and Yahiko manifested before the group. "Who are you?" Danzo inquired, bewildered. "Yahiko, what brings you here? Wasn't I researching how to bring Yahiko down from the Hokage position? How did I suddenly end up here? I have no idea. Are they ninjas from other villages who have stealthily infiltrated?" Yahiko furrowed his brow. This method feels akin to an unfamiliar space-time ninjutsu. At that moment, Yahiko felt utterly frustrated, as if he were caught in the act of voyeurism while a beautiful woman bathed, right at the most stimulating moment, only to be interrupted. "Who are you? To disturb my enjoyment. Do you wish to perish within Konoha?" Yahiko's face contorted with rage. "I care not for your trivialities. Prepare to perish," he declared, lunging forward like an insect, unworthy of addressing him. With a resounding slap, he obliterated both men. They disintegrated into a crimson mist, the pungent scent of blood permeating the air. "Old Gao, you've made quite the mess. It's as if you're polluting the atmosphere." Peter Parker elegantly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the surrounding blood mist. The air became considerably fresher. Danzo and Yahiko had stirred chaos in Konoha, rendering the once great village into a dismal state. If Yahiko were allowed to live for a few more decades, serving as Hokage for a prolonged period, Konoha would inevitably face its demise without interference from other villages. Yong Tian cast a glance at Gao Yao and spoke slowly. "Then let us commence the task. Unification of the shinobi world begins immediately. You shall each determine which village to unify without consulting me. Discuss it amongst yourselves. Just complete the mission, and any who obstruct us shall be disregarded." "Understood." Hail to the group leader. The group responded in unison. "Hee. The next steps will be simple. Kill as necessary." The evil sword immortal laughed heartily, transforming into a plume of black smoke and vanishing. Zhao Linger, Han Fei, and Yuan Deu headed for the land of water. Gao Yao, the evil sword immortal, and Peter Parker ventured to the land of wind. Xiao Huohuo, Fang Yuan, and Saitama journeyed to the land of lightning. Zhang Holin and Sun Wukong proceeded to the land of earth. Yong Tian and Sasuke remained in the land of fire, Konoha. "Let us go, Sasuke." Yong Tian affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, evoking a sense of divine blessing. Their forms gradually faded from existence, only to reappear within the Hokage building. Yahiko and Danzo had been swiftly dealt with by Gao Yao's earlier actions. Thus, Konoha was left in a state of disarray, leaderless. Yong Tian raised his right hand, arm aloft, palm facing the heavens, proclaiming, "Red will, the doctrine of unification, implant yourself into the minds of every civilian within the shinobi world." As his words echoed, crimson threads cascaded like a torrential downpour, infiltrating the consciousness of civilians across the shinobi realm. In mere moments, the implantation of will and the reformation of ideology were complete. All feudal lords shall vanish. Yong Tian lowered his hand, bending his fingers to snap with a flick of his wrist, eliminating the feudal lords. Consequently, the non-ninja civilians would begin to advocate for peace and the unification of the world. With someone to lead, they would unite to form a singular shinobi nation. As for the ninjas of each country, Feng Yuan and the others would handle them. Those who defied would simply be eliminated. In Konoha, there was no need for concern. Itachi had already been subjected to a change of will, and he would also alter the will of his father, Uchiha Fugaku. With Sasuke's presence, once the Rinnegan was activated, even the Konoha ninjas would have no choice but to submit. Chapter 32, Mission Accomplished, Emperor of the Shinobi World, Sasuke. Group Leader. I shall take over Yahiko's Umbu and Danzo's route. The Shinobi world will soon be unified, Sasuke declared. Yong Tian smiled serenely. Very well, I shall meander around the village. With that, Yong Tian's figure flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself upon the moon. Raising his right hand, he summoned Kaguya Itsutsuki from her seal. Kaguya appeared with long white hair, a pale complexion, and a pair of white eyes, with a single vertical Rinnegan in the center of her forehead. She appeared quite beautiful overall. System. Copy Kaguya Itsutsuki's abilities. Yong Tian thought. Ding. Congratulations, you have copied Kaguya Itsutsuki's abilities, acquiring the power of Kaguya's primordial chakra, immortality, Rinnegan. The Akugan, the Yellow Spring Byasaka, Infinite Tsunami, Bone Destruction, 80 God's Air Strike, Heaven's Middle, and the Divine Tree's Birth, among others. All abilities copied are enhanced a trillionfold. Quite adequate. Yong Tian commented. Am I saved? Did you release me from my seal? Kaguya smiled faintly. Isn't it obvious? Yong Tian shrugged. Kaguya's Rinnegan flickered, and her expression became somewhat stiff. It seemed her Rinnegan had no effect on this person before her. You are not of the Itsutsuki clan. You are human, correct? Has the Itsutsuki clan sought me out? Kaguya inquired. Need I even say? Do not embarrass yourself with your inferior ocular techniques. The Itsutsuki clan will no longer come. Nor can they. Yong Tian replied nonchalantly. With a mere thought, Yong Tian eradicated the remaining Itsutsuki clan members from this universe, leaving only Kaguya. Why can't they come? Kaguya asked curiously. Yong Tian smiled slightly and explained, because they have vanished forever. I have erased them completely. You are the last surviving member of the Itsutsuki clan in this world. Should you wish to disappear as well, then feel free to challenge me. Upon hearing this, Kaguya immediately recoiled. She had intended to test the strength of the individual before her, but it seemed unnecessary now. If what he said was true, killing her would be effortless, rendering any struggle futile. Kaguya, you shall reside in the shinobi world from now on, protecting Sasuke. That would be quite agreeable. Sasuke? Who is that? Kaguya queried, puzzled. He is the reincarnation of your grandson Indra's chakra. Yong Tian replied. Very well, I shall comply. With her agreement, Yong Tian snapped his fingers, transporting Kaguya to Sasuke's side. Here you go, Sasuke, I've sent you a capable aide. Yong Tian, thank you, group leader. Sasuke expressed his gratitude. After completing this task, Yong Tian vanished once more, reappearing before Naruto Uzumaki. Having done a good deed, he decided to perform a few more. With a wave of his hand, he implanted a memory into Kurama's consciousness within Naruto, depicting the future where the Nine-Tails dies after the events of the particle mode. Kurama, have been reborn. This is utterly incredible. This time, I shall assist Naruto in his rapid growth. The Nine-Tails mused within the ceiling space. Following this, Yong Tian concentrated and departed. Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze were resurrected. The two, revived, joyously gazed at Naruto. Naruto, my son, you have suffered so much, they exclaimed, embracing him tightly. In passing, they also restored Nagato and casually revived Yahiko. Yahiko, is that you? Nagato's eyes glistened with tears, cascading down his cheeks. Nagato and Konan. It's been such a long time. Yahiko beamed with a radiant smile. I'm sorry, Yahiko. I've committed many mistakes, straying from the original intent of forming the Akatsuki. Nagato's face was etched with remorse. It's all right, Nagato. We can start anew. Yahiko replied with a cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, Obito was fervently searching for Kaguya's black Zetsu, who had concealed itself, sensing danger upon realizing Obito's transformation. Deciding to hide for a while, it was unexpectedly subjected to Obito's relentless pursuit. It's my mother's essence. She has been resurrected from her seal. Black Zetsu exclaimed with exhilaration, employing the fluttering technique to burrow into the ground, heading towards the direction of Kaguya Itsutsuki. Lin. To prevent another tragedy, I shall uphold the red will to the very end. The unification of the ninja world is imperative. Obito clenched his fist tightly, his nails nearly piercing his palm. At that moment, a voice he yearned for echoed behind him. Obito, you must be tired after all these years, right? Take a break and come play with me. It was evident that the speaker was Lin, who had been resurrected. Obito's body trembled as he slowly turned around. Lin, is it truly you? Simultaneously, in the land of water, in the hidden mist village, Terumi Mei, Kojiro, and others gazed pallidly at the terrifying giant, their expressions filled with despair. Before them stood the transformed Daikaiju, Ultraman Tiga, towering at 120 meters, radiating a dazzling, dark brilliance. People of the Mist Village, I've stated before, I do not wish to perpetrate needless slaughter. Simply submit unconditionally, and all shall remain unharmed. The opposite holds true as well, came the cold voice. With that, Daikaiju stomped down, causing an entire sea area to evaporate instantly. We are willing to submit. Terumi Mei managed a bitter smile. This level of power was insurmountable. Even a Jinchuriki would be crushed underfoot. At the same time, similar events unfolded in the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of wind. Soon after, the members unified the major nations, culminating in Sasuke ascending the throne, revered as the Crimson Emperor. The nation was renamed the Great Crimson Nation. The 5 great nations were rebranded as 5 great provinces, each governing districts and counties. Obito, Itaki, Fugaku, and Nagato's Akatsuki served as governors to suppress their respective provinces. Thus, the ninja world was truly unified at last. Well, since the mission is accomplished, we shall return. Yong Tian's figure flickered as he traversed countless realms. Returning to the world of Dragon Ball, the members also gradually returned to their respective worlds. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group mission. This mission, prevent the Uchiha clan's downfall and assist Sasuke in unifying the ninja world. Through teamwork, the participating members have brilliantly fulfilled the task. The mission settlement was complete, with each receiving 100,000 points as a reward. Xiao Huo. This mission was exhilarating. The group leader is truly generous. Those from the land of wind who defied us were turned to ash. I merely asked them to submit or face death, and after incinerating a few dissenters, they all bowed before me. Zhang Hulan. Sasuke, do you ever wonder if you'll regret it? You had a chance to attain the power of a Deluo Jin Xian during our meal, yet you chose that pathetic Rinnegan. Once you comprehend what a Deluo Shin Xian truly is, you'll probably want to vomit blood. Sasuke, Zhang Hulan, nonsense. Absolutely not. I, Uchiha Sasuke, have unified the ninja world. I am invincible. Ding. Zhang Hulan uploaded a compilation on the cultivation system, earning 1 point. He uploaded the various realms Yong Tian had previously discussed. Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, great ascension, tribulation, true immortal, golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, and Hunyuan Wajiti Deluo golden immortal. Gao Yao, Zhang Hulan, you little rascal. That's quite brutal. Saitama, Zhang Hulan, your words are truly despicable. Sasuke is only 7 years old. Zhang Hulan, Saitama, bald head. Is that really 7? A 7-year-old unifying the ninja world as an emperor? Is your child so absurd at that age? Chapter 33, The Status of Kakarot and Vegeta. Sasuke glanced at the group messages and felt a pang of frustration upon understanding what a Deluo Jin Xian entailed. A Deluo Jin Xian is immortal and indestructible, wielding boundless magical power, capable of traversing the river of time, creating or annihilating universes with a mere thought. They tread upon the heavenly path, manipulating the flow of time, and can even engage with the Tao. Even in death, they do not truly perish, destined to return from the river of time one day. Why was I never informed of such strength? Had I known, I would never have chosen this wretched Rinnegan. Even if this Deluo Jin Xian is not achieved through my own cultivation, its magnitude is still a Deluo. Sasuke, Zhang Hulan, you despicable fiend. When the group leader treated us to dinner, you said nothing. Now that everything is over, you pop up to say this. It's truly insidious. Zhang Hulan, Sasuke. You didn't ask, did you? Not satisfied? If you're not, let us settle it in a duel, on the martial arts stage. I'll let you use both hands and feet. Sasuke, Saitama, Zhang Hulan, you really are crossing the line. Challenging a 7-year-old to a duel is akin to a college student bullying a child in preschool. Xiao Huo, Saitama. Stay calm, you'll get used to it. I've already become accustomed to it. Daikaiju, it's understandable, it's human nature. Even someone like Fan Yuan has such tendencies, at least you. Zhang Hulan, are only a bit annoying. Compared to someone else's explosive behavior, it's nothing. Fan Yuan, Daikaiju, ha ha ha. What does your insult matter to me? That is merely your perspective. If one lives for the opinions of others, they are destined to live a sorrowful life. Evil sword immortal, Fan Yuan, well said. I concur with your sentiments. Fan Yuan, evil sword immortal, your agreement is unnecessary. Zhang Hulan, alright, let us start fighting. I love watching you all bicker. Evil sword immortal, Fan Yuan, Saitama. Zhang Hulan, you are truly loathsome. Zhang Holan, Saitama, bald head, are you unsatisfied? If you have the guts, let us duel. Saitama, Zhang Holan, you are quite despicable. I have no desire to fight you. It's utterly pointless. If I were to fight, I would seek Han Fei. Only a true clash of fists is truly exhilarating. Han Fei. Saitama, what does this have to do with me? Yong Tian glanced at the group messages. Noting the members were engaged in idle chatter and boasting, and subsequently closed the chat group. Yong Tian turned to the android 18 beside him, giving her a gentle pat, to which she instantly understood. Greetings, esteemed guest. Android 18 is at your service. Before long, she brought over a basin of warm water, commencing the essential daily foot massage. An hour and a half later, the foot washing concluded. Next, they proceeded to the pond for fishing. While awaiting a catch, Yong Tian concentrated, projecting a three-dimensional image. He desired to observe the training progress of Vegeta and Kakarot. The scene revealed Kakarot and Vegeta sparring within a space akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, where they had spent a year or two. Their instructors were the angel Whis and the god of destruction Beerus. Beerus, initially reluctant to remain in such a dull space, adhered to the orders of the Omni King, as he dared not disobey. The Omni King, being the father of the king, warranted even greater caution and respect. Under the full guidance of Beerus, Kakarot and Vegeta's prowess had grown immensely, although not reaching the level of the destroyer god. Being such as Cell and Majin Buu can be easily dealt with. Kakarot, I shall now unleash my full power. If you cannot withstand my assault, prepare to meet your demise here. Vegeta laughed maniacally. Having declared this, he clenched his fists tightly and let out a thunderous roar. Hey-ya, ya-ya-ya. As his voice echoed like a primal scream, Vegeta's hair stood on end, infused with a vibrant purple aura. His locks transformed into a shade of violet, while his pupils also shifted to a deep purple. His eyebrows vanished, resembling the form of Super Saiyan 3 in that aspect. The air around him crackled with destructive energy, manifesting as a purple flame that surged furiously. This transformation could be referred to as the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, commonly known as the Super Saiyan Destroyer form, or simply the self-extremity technique. At this moment, Vegeta's lips curled into a wild grin, evoking the fierce presence of Majin Vegeta, an undeniable display of charisma. The purple hue was not only captivating, but also strikingly handsome. Ha! Kakarot, do you not find my Super Saiyan purple impressive? Vegeta crowed with delight. Kakarot responded with a sly grin. Haha, Vegeta, since you have chosen to battle me in this form, I shall match you with my angel form. Kakarot also clenched his fists and slightly crouched, tilting his head back as he unleashed a powerful roar. Hey, ya. It would be remiss to call oneself a Saiyan without letting out a few roars. As his bellow reverberated throughout the space, Goku's hair shot up, transforming into a silvery gray hue. His eyes and brows followed suit, becoming a shimmering silver. A ghostly blue energy erupted from him, restless and alive, with silver streaks racing through the azure flames like a meteor shower. This transformation is known as the Ultra Instinct, commonly referred to as the mindless technique. Under Ultra Instinct, the body instinctively reacts, eliminating the need for conscious thought, thereby maximizing speed and reflexes to evade attacks. Strength is significantly amplified, allowing him to accurately identify and exploit his opponent's weaknesses for a decisive strike. Vegeta, this state represents my full power. Be cautious not to be taken down by a single blow, Goku warned. Humph, such arrogance. Let us settle this with one decisive strike, Kakarot, Vegeta roared, bringing his hands together as he concentrated energy into his palms. A terrifying purple energy sphere began to take shape. Hey-ya, final flash. Upon uttering these words, he thrust his hands forward, sending the formidable energy blast hurtling towards Kakarot. Unfazed by the impending assault of the final flash, Kakarot wore an excited smile. Ready to counter Vegeta's attack, he slightly crouched, placing his palms at his waist as a vibrant blue energy surged forth. It ultimately coalesced into a brilliant blue energy sphere. Kamehameha, tenfold Kaioken. In an instant, the blue Kamehameha was enveloped in a crimson aura of Kaioken. Hey! Kakarot roared as he propelled the tenfold Kamehameha towards Vegeta's final flash. Vegeta's expression shifted as he realized. Damn it! Another Kaioken. Cursed Kakarot. In the moment before the Kamehameha struck Vegeta, the figure of Beerus appeared between them. Time froze. After pausing time, everything came to a standstill, and with a wave of her staff, she nullified their attacks. Time resumed. As Vegeta beheld the intervening Beerus, he quickly came to the realization that the moment Kakarot unleashed the tenfold Kaioken, he had already lost. Damn Kakarot, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Vegeta cursed vehemently. Chapter 34. New members, Gina and Charcoal. Vegeta, did you not claim you would give it your all? And now you blame me. Kakarot was perplexed by Vegeta's anger. I said to give it your all, not to overexert yourself in a life-or-death struggle. Cursed Kakarot, this is all your fault. Vegeta shouted. Beerus intervened to quell their quarrel. Enough. Kakarot, in future battles with Vegeta, you are forbidden from using the Kaioken. The Kaioken is too taxing on the body. You should minimize its use to avoid becoming reliant on it. Understood, Master Beerus. Hearing Beerus speak, Vegeta relented. Both held a degree of respect for Beerus, as she was their mentor in training. Moreover, her strength was formidable. Meanwhile, number 17 sat off to the side, lost in thought, uninterested in any form of training. Yong Tian, observing this, swiped to switch the screen. This time, the scene featured Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin, with their training overseen by the angel Kusu. After watching for a moment, Yong Tian noticed a tug on his fishing line and quickly turned off the display. A fish was on the line. Yong Tian lifted the fishing rod with one hand, pulling a 5-pound turtle from the water. Wow, what a big catch. Lord Grand Supreme Kai, you're amazing. The technician Android 18 chimed in, offering timely praise. After all, with such a generous salary, including meals, housing, transportation, and intergalactic travel, one ought to be somewhat dedicated to the job. Android 18, despite only serving Yong Tian, maintained her professionalism in the massage and foot washing industry. Cook this turtle into a soup. Yong Tian commanded. Turtle soup? But I'm not very good at cooking. If it turns out terrible, don't blame me. Android 18 cautioned. Yong Tian smiled slightly, brimming with confidence. No worries, you'll be a great cook. With that, he pointed a finger at Android 18's head, instilling her with the skills of a top chef. In that moment, Android 18 felt an overwhelming influx of culinary knowledge flooding her mind, as if she had always possessed these skills. This is the art of a culinary god, Android 18 murmured. Yong Tian nodded with a smile. Exactly, go make that soup. Ensure it tastes delightful. All right, Lord Grand Supreme Kai. Android 18 agreed, detaching the turtle from the hook and heading to prepare the ingredients. Though it was a turtle, it was still a fish of sorts, so it hardly counted as an empty catch. Even if it had been a spicy strip, it wouldn't be deemed an empty catch, given that it was indeed a catch. A smile crept across Yong Tian's face. At that moment, a notification pinged in the chat group, announcing the arrival of new members. Yong Tian was not surprised, as he had neither authorized invitations nor prohibited them. Ding. Congratulations to Gina for joining the multiverse chat group. Ding. Congratulations to Charcoal for joining the multiverse chat group. Zhao Linger, Gina, Charcoal, welcome to the group. Yuan Deu, Gina, Charcoal, welcome to the group. Zhang Holan, Gina, Charcoal, welcome to the group. Peter Parker, Gina, Charcoal, welcome to the group. Sun Goku, Gina, Charcoal, welcome to the group. Xiao Huo, Gina, Charcoal, I know them well. How did two newcomers who meet a tragic end get in here? Fan Yuan, is this the Kuna from One Piece? And the unfortunate girl, Bishaten, joining the chat group, seems to be a stroke of fate in your favor. Yong Tian gazed thoughtfully at the two newly added usernames in the chat group. Kuna, a character from One Piece, had been childhood friends with Zoro. She was the daughter of his mentor, Shimatsuki Koshiro, yet she existed only in Zoro's memory. Fiercely competitive by nature, she vowed to become a great swordsman, capable of defeating adults even in her tender years, possessing an extraordinary talent for the swordsmanship. They had dueled over 2,000 times. Yet Zoro had never once triumphed over Kuna. Her father, however, did not support her ambitions, once stating, "A female swordsman can never become the world's greatest due to physical limitations." Following his words, she momentarily abandoned her dream of becoming a swordsman, but with Zoro's encouragement, she regained her confidence. They made a pact that one of them must become the world's greatest swordsman. Tragically, before she could fulfill her dream, she fell down the stairs and lost her life. At that time, Kuna was merely 11 years old and now exists forever in Zoro's memory. If Kuna has indeed joined the chat group, then her fate must have changed, allowing her to realize her dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Yong Tian mused. As for Bishaten, this little girl deserves a better life as well. Yong Tian thought to himself. The sight of these two stirred a sense of compassion within Yong Tian, prompting him to offer assistance. Bishaten, on the other hand, is the protagonist of a heart-wrenching tale renowned for inducing sorrow and melancholy, often referred to as a depressing anime. Overall, it bears similarities to the tragic ending of The Little Match Girl. Ultimately, Bishaten dreams of her late grandmother on a frigid night, only to perish from the cold by morning. Such is the essence of a heart-wrenching anime. In Bishaten's world, there are no extraordinary powers, only an ordinary, mundane existence. She is a petite girl with blue hair, often clad in traditional kimono, residing alone in a dilapidated wooden cottage in the woods. Ever since her only grandmother passed away, she has been surviving through menial tasks. Working all day long, she could barely afford a small bag of rice, allowing her only one meal a day. Day in and day out, she struggles to make ends meet. At the entrance of her home, she drew a figure on the wall to represent her deceased grandmother. Speaking to it each day as she departed, "I'm going out," and upon her return, "I'm back." While other children attended school or played games, she could only watch enviously like a mouse in a gutter. Her small hands were covered in scars from her labor, and she longed for the life those children enjoyed. All she wished for was to have enough food each day, friends, her grandmother, a beautiful patterned bowl, and toys to play with. Yet, these remained but distant dreams, never to be realized. As winter arrived, the decrepit state of her cottage and thin blankets proved insufficient, and on a cold night, she succumbed to the frigid temperatures while dreaming sweetly. The lovely, resilient, hard-working little girl perished. Indeed, this is the essence of a heart-wrenching anime. It leaves one speechless. According to historical accounts, upon the release of such an ending, the author was threatened with a knife at his home, prompting him to alter the conclusion. In summary, this series is emotionally taxing and deeply melancholic, and I do not recommend watching it. Now that she has joined the chat group, Bishaten's fate will undoubtedly change. Yong Tian Group Master, Bishaten, Kuna, speak. What do you both desire? Any wish can be fulfilled. Upon this proclamation, the chat group erupted in a flurry of excitement. Zhang Holan, what the hell? Who are these newcomers? I've never seen the group master speak like this before. Xiao Huohuo, 666, I envy you. Han Fei, it seems these two newcomers have some extraordinary backgrounds. Otherwise, the group master wouldn't act this way. Xie Jinxian, I envy the newcomers. Zhao Linger, Bishaten, Kuna, I envy you. I've never received such treatment. Chapter 35, Xie Jinxian issues a group mission. In the world of pirates, East Blue, Shimatsuki Village, Koshiro's dojo. Kuna, gripping the sword Wadu Ikamanji, swung it repeatedly. At this moment, Kuna appeared to be nearly 11 years old, close to the tragic event of her untimely demise. Suddenly, messages flooded her mind, causing her to halt her swordplay and stand still, bewildered. A chat group that transcends the heavens? Curiously, Kuna perused the group announcement. Moments later, she grasped the nature of this chat group. At that instant, Kuna was utterly astonished. How marvelous! It is incredible that there exists a means to convey information across myriad worlds, far surpassing any snail or telephone. How extraordinary! Just then, she noticed the group master had tagged her, prompting her curiosity to grow. What? Who is this group master? Can he truly fulfill all my wishes? Kuna pondered, is it really possible? With this thought, she sent a message in the group. Kuna, Yong Tian, I wish to become the world's greatest swordsman. Can it be done? Yong Tian Group Master. Kuna, it can be quite simple. Additionally, I can bestow upon you some extra abilities. Kuna, Yong Tian, is it true? Thank you so much. Yong Tian Group Master. Kuna, no need for thanks. This is a gift for you. After responding to Kuna, Yong Tian focused his thoughts. His intentions pierced through countless cosmic realms and dimensional barriers, reaching the world of One Piece. This thought ultimately manifested as Yong Tian's form. A figure appeared before Kuna out of thin air. Who are you? Kuna asked, slightly dazed. I am the master of this chat group. Since you wish to become the world's greatest swordsman, I shall help you realize that dream. With that, Yong Tian pointed at Kuna from afar, and a radiant light surged into her mind. In that moment, Kuna felt as if a tempest of knowledge swept through her consciousness. She closed her eyes, savoring the influx of swordsmanship experience and insights. The sword saint, Yasuo, the sword demon, Dugu Kobai, the sword immortal, Li Bai, and the sword god, Li Chuangang. All the swordsmanship wisdom and strength from these masters flowed seamlessly into her. Kuna murmured. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. At this moment, I, Kuna, am the mightiest swordsman. 10 steps to slay a foe, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. With this declaration, she unleashed a strike with her Wadu Ikamanji. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, and a terrifying sword chi sliced towards the sea. It cleaved through the air for 1,000 miles before gradually fading away. This formidable sword chi could claim an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Heaven did not give birth to me, Kuna. The sword path is as eternal as the long night. Sword, come forth, Kuna shouted, and countless sword chi coalesced in the space around her, poised to unleash their power. If a multitude of swords were to be unleashed at once, the devastation would be unimaginable. In an instant, Kuina fully integrated the gifts bestowed upon her by Yong Tian, as if she had known these sword techniques all along. I have become the greatest swordsman. Kuina beamed with a brilliant smile. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Indeed, I also granted you infinite stamina and an immortal body, so you need not fear being ambushed. Kuina looked at Yong Tian with gratitude. Group Master, thank you. I have decided to set sail and spread the name of the greatest swordsman across the world. I want my father to acknowledge that a woman can indeed become a great swordsman. Very well, Yong Tian replied with a faint smile before vanishing. This strand of consciousness was retracted by Yong Tian. Thus, Gina possessed the strength to dominate the pirate world, in addition to her immortality. No matter how reckless she became, death would elude her. After resolutely making her decision, Gina procured pen and paper, leaving behind a letter on her bed before setting sail. On the ocean, she gracefully traversed the waves, gliding upon her sword. Whoosh! The surface of the sea was etched with a trail behind her. With boundless stamina and an immortal essence, Gina soared through the skies on her sword without fear of exhaustion, her only concern being the possibility of losing her way home. At the same time, in the world of Tanjiro Kamadu, a dilapidated wooden cabin stood precariously amidst a snow-covered forest. Inside, the roof was tattered, and the windows let in the biting cold air that seeped into the interior. The young Tanjiro curled up on the wooden floor, covered only by a thin blanket. There was no rice left, nor any firewood to burn. She felt the chill of her bed, her entire body stiff and trembling from the cold. Oh, Grandma, how I miss you. Ever since you left, I've never had a full meal or a change of clothes. The garments you stitched for me have grown worn and dirty. I toil each day just to stave off starvation. Grandma, please come and take me away, Tanjiro murmured with a quivering voice. Suddenly, she felt a surge of information flood her mind. A chat group from the myriad realms? Friends from across dimensions, chatting and making connections? The small Tanjiro was filled with immense curiosity. Although she could barely read, joining the chat group required no literacy. The information would automatically seep into her consciousness, allowing her to comprehend it intuitively. What do I desire? Can any wish truly be fulfilled? Tanjiro pondered, her heart racing with uncertainty. Tanjiro, Yong Tian. Can I live with my grandma? I wish for endless rice, a new set of clothes, and a simple job that meets my basic needs. I long for a beautifully patterned bowl for my meals, many friends to share my days with, and I wish to never feel cold or hungry again. Is that too much to ask? Yong Tian group leader. Tanjiro, no, your wishes are simple and easily achievable. Tanjiro, Yong Tian, can it truly be done? Am I not dreaming? If this is a dream, I hope I never awaken. The members of the chat group fell into a contemplative silence, astonished by the simplicity of her desires. Gina, Tanjiro, poor little one, you must have endured great hardships. Tanjiro, as long as my grandma is with me, that I do not suffer from hunger or cold, and have friends to play with, I would be content. With a thought, Yong Tian's consciousness pierced through the realms, descending into Tanjiro's world. His essence materialized before her, taking on his form. Uncle, who are you? The little girl stammered, shivering uncontrollably, her complexion pale. If the cold persisted, she would not survive much longer. Yong Tian smiled warmly, a radiant expression illuminating his face. I am Yong Tian, the group leader. I have come to grant your wishes. With a snap of his fingers, he dispelled the coldness within her and the temperature of the wooden cabin's sword, enveloping her in warmth. It's not a dream after all. I thought I was dreaming. Tanjiro's expression brightened instantly. Yong Tian waved his hand, and the cabin transformed into a grand castle. Within its walls, over 500 guards and more than 50 maids bustled about. Wow, Uncle Group Leader, are you a great deity? Tanjiro inquired, eyes wide with wonder. Yong Tian nodded slightly. You may think of it that way. This castle will now be yours. Additionally, I shall bestow upon you infinite wealth, endless delicacies, the gift of immortality, immunity to illness and cold, the ability to converse with animals, the power of flight, superhuman strength and speed, the capability to conjure clothing and toys from thin air, and lastly, I will revive your grandmother. With that, Yong Tian waved his hand, and an aged figure was resurrected before Tanjiro. Grandma, is it truly you? Tanjiro cried as she rushed to embrace her grandmother's leg. Having rewritten Tanjiro's fate and future, Yong Tian's form began to fade away. This fragment of consciousness was not retracted, but transformed into the very essence of this world's fate. After resolving matters concerning Tanjiro, Yong Tian glanced at the chat group. Tanjiro, Yong Tian, thank you. Thank you for reviving my grandmother and granting me a life I never dared to imagine. Ding. The evil sword immortal issued a group quest. Group quest. Defeat the Celestial Emperor Fuxi and assist the evil sword immortal in claiming the throne. Accept or decline. All group members may participate. Completing the group quest will yield abundant points. Zhao Linger, evil sword immortal, my friend. Did you not ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal during our last gathering? Why do you still need the group as assistance? Evil sword immortal, Zhao Linger. My primary goal is to help the group members earn points. Zhang Holan, evil sword immortal. Is it not true that your desire to gain points is a mere facade, masking your desire to show off? Xiao Huohuo, Zhang Holan, why must you expose him? Gao Yao accepted the group quest. Gao Yao, I care not for your trifles. Zhang Holan accepted the group quest. Zhao Linger accepted. Chapter 36, The New Emperor, Evil Sword Immortal. In the world of the sword and fairy, the evil sword immortal stood atop Mount Shu, awaiting the arrival of his companions. As for Mount Shu, it was but a trifling matter, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of his fingers. Ding. Gao Yao has requested to enter your world. Do you accept? Ding. Zhang Holan has requested to enter your world. Do you accept? Ding. Zhao Linger has requested to enter your world. Do you accept? Accept all. The evil sword immortal replied nonchalantly. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, figures appeared before the evil sword immortal. Welcome, great leader of the group. The evil sword immortal knelt on one knee before Yong Tian. Welcome, great leader of the group. The other group members followed suit in reverence. There is no need for such formality. A simple greeting will suffice. Yong Tian waved his hand. A surge of energy lifting everyone to their feet. Great leader, how can we not show you respect? You may disregard such matters, but I cannot. The evil sword immortal chuckled. Do as you wish. Your happiness is what matters. Yong Tian replied with indifference. Zhao Linger approached Gina and Tanjiro, inquiring. You must be Gina and Tanjiro, correct? Indeed. I wish to witness the prowess of my fellow group members. Gina nodded, wielding her sword. Having never encountered such a marvelous chat group, Gina was filled with curiosity about the members and thus accepted the quest to explore this world. It served dual purposes, to complete the quest for points and to familiarize herself with her companions while enjoying a change of scenery. Tanjiro also accepted the quest, eager to engage and bond with her fellow members. Both Gina and Tanjiro were merely tagging along, their powers too insignificant to contribute meaningfully. They were there to earn points. All right, it is time to commence our quest. Yong Tian smiled. The evil sword immortal nodded slightly. Let us go find Fuxi. How dare that wretch claim the title of Celestial Emperor? If anyone is to claim that title, it shall be me. Gao Yao, let us eliminate him. Xiao Huohuo, this world as Fuxi is indeed unworthy of the title of Celestial Emperor. Very well, let us ascend to the divine realm. Yong Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners. With both hands, he tore at the void, causing the air to split apart. A gateway to the divine realm swung open. The crowd erupted into jubilant cries, transforming into streaks of light as they surged toward the realm of the gods. The divine gate had been previously sealed, accessible only through the abyss of gods and demons. Yet, Yong Tian possessed the power to breach the fabric of space at will, forcing his entry into the divine domain. Upon entering, they were met by 2 guards stationed at the gate. How audacious, to dare trespass into the divine realm. Are you seeking death? With a swift motion, one guard raised his hand, only to be met with a resounding slap. To hell with you. What insolence is this? 2 mere watchdogs dare obstruct our path? In a single motion, their heads were crushed into their chests, and they fell lifeless to the ground. Filth! Spat the evil sword immortal, hawking a loogie onto the corpses. Xiao Huohuo flicked his fingers, casting 2 flames that reduced the bodies to ashes. Fuxi, come forth and face your demise, roared the evil sword immortal, his voice resonating with the power of his cultivation, echoing throughout the divine realm. In an instant, the heavens trembled, the earth shuddered, and the sun and moon dimmed, creating an atmosphere of impending doom in the divine realm. At that moment, a voice of authority boomed. Evil sword immortal, your sins are profound. Do you dare provoke this heavenly emperor in the divine realm? Do you yearn for a swift demise? Before his form arrived, his voice preceded him. A magnificent figure, radiating golden light, appeared before all. Evil sword immortal, your transgressions are unforgivable. Today, this heavenly emperor shall personally bring you to justice. I shall not spare your accomplices. Fuxi exuded an aura of unmatched majesty. Ha! I have no time for idle chatter. Prepare to die? The evil sword immortal laughed maniacally, transforming into a swirling mass of black smoke that invaded Fuxi's body. As the darkness engulfed him, Fuxi's form began to swell alarmingly. With a thunderous explosion, Fuxi's body burst apart before the horrified gaze of his own soul. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Evil sword immortal. What power have you obtained? Why can I not resist you? Fuxi's soul floated helplessly in the air, filled with bitterness. Ha! Why waste breath on you? The evil sword immortal seized Fuxi's soul and swiftly refined it, absorbing its essence. I am the evil sword immortal, forged from wicked intent, having attained immortality. My righteous spirit is infused with malevolence. Today, I ascend as the Heavenly Emperor. An overwhelming aura of darkness emanated from the evil sword immortal, while an unmatched righteousness erupted from his being. Yet, this righteousness was tainted with smoke. In his own words, it was an overflow of righteousness that exuded malevolence. His declaration resonated across the realms of gods, demons, and immortals alike. The evil sword immortal raised his gaze to the heavens. Heavenly Dao, do you acknowledge my ascension as the Heavenly Emperor? If not, I shall eradicate you. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao trembled in fear. Are you speaking in earnest? Should I not recognize your claim, you would seek to annihilate me? Yet, under the eaves, one must bow their head. The Heavenly Dao sensed the unreasonable strength of the evil sword immortal, who had transcended the world. Even without this realm, he could create a universe of his own. I acknowledge you. You are the Heavenly Emperor, the sole sovereign of the 6 realms. With this acknowledgement, auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Ethereal forms of celestial maidens appeared, dancing in celebration for the newly ascended Heavenly Emperor. Ha! I, the evil sword immortal, am the new Heavenly Emperor. Who dares to dissent? The evil sword immortal surveyed the remnants of the divine clan. Some expressed submission, while others harbored malice. The evil sword immortal sensed the wicked intent and resentment within them. With a wave of his hand, he annihilated those who bore ill will towards him and the leader of their group. With the ascension of the evil sword immortal, the task he had set forth was accomplished. A notification chimed in the chat group. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group task. This task involved eliminate Heavenly Emperor Fuxi and assist the evil sword immortal in claiming the throne. The chat group verified that the participating members had successfully completed the task through teamwork. Task settlement complete. Each participant receives a reward of 100,000 points. Come on. You set this group task just to show off, didn't you? You could have gone live directly. Why bother with the task? Zhang Huan inquired. You know nothing. Didn't I mention rewards for the group members? The evil sword immortal retorted. All right, if you wish to linger in this realm, do as you please. I shall take my leave. With a flash, Yong Tian returned to the Dragon Ball world, eager to enjoy some turtle soup. I still wish to stay and see if Jing Tian and Li Xiaoyao truly resemble each other so closely. Perhaps Jing Tian is actually Li Xiaoyao's father, Zhao Linger remarked. The others looked on in bemusement. Chapter 37, New Group Member, Guinsha. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, Yong Tian sat alone at his fishing spot, observing Trunks' training progress. As for the turtle soup, it was yet to be prepared. Trunks has significantly improved. With this, he stands a fighting chance against Cell and any future crises. Yong Tian murmured to himself. At that moment, Trunks remained composed as he faced a combined assault from Tian Jinhan and Android 16. The reason for his confidence lay in his newly transformed purple hair. Having achieved the Super Saiyan Destroyer form, he had mastered the power of destruction, known as the Self-Extremity Technique. Tian Jinhan, practicing the Zen Extremity Technique, was a bald man with a third eye. His training was more suited to this style than to destruction, which was considerably easier to master. Uncle Tian Jinhan, use your new Kamehameha to attack me. I can take it, Trunks declared confidently. All right. Tian Jinhan nodded slightly, swiftly soaring into the sky. Joining his palms, he formed a diamond shape with his fingers, peering down through the gaps. Trunks was perfectly positioned within the attack range. A massive amount of energy gathered at the nexus of his palms, forming a potent white energy sphere. Huh. Kamehameha. Tian Jinhan bellowed, unleashing the energy wave towards Trunks. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, leaving a square crater in the ground, while Trunks stood and scathed above it. Uncle Tian Jinhan, keep going. Your attacks are too weak. Trunks urged. Understood. Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Tian Jinhan unleashed several consecutive energy waves. As the strikes rained down, Trunks gazed upwards, raising his right hand to the sky, where a purple energy sphere began to coalesce. Finally, with a gentle push of his palm, he unleashed the destruction. The purple energy sphere surged upward, consuming the Kamehameha wave. Unyielding, it continued its trajectory toward Tian Jinhan. In a flash, Tian Jinhan appeared behind Trunks. Trunks caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision, a smirk playing on his lips. He too vanished, reappearing with a swift kick aimed at Tian Jinhan's head. With a resounding crack, Tian Jinhan felt as if his skull might shatter. Propelled backward and crashing to the ground, unconscious. Uncle Tian Jinhan, are you alright? Trunks reverted from his transformation, rushing to his side with concern. Makareta glanced at Trunks and waved her angelic staff, casting a beam of light upon Tian Jinhan, healing his injuries. He is fine now, no need to worry. However, it seems you may have been a bit too rough. Makareta remarked. I apologize. As soon as I engage in battle, the loathsome artificial beings spring to mind. Unintentionally, I exerted a bit more power than intended. Trunks bore an expression of deep remorse. Observing this, Yong Tian swiftly dismissed the scene. At this moment, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin were immersed in their training. Gohan, exhibiting remarkable prowess, had unlocked his full potential thanks to Kess, astonishingly transforming into the legendary beast form, silver-haired and red-eyed. A manifestation unique to Gohan. Piccolo had also undergone a transformation, now appearing as a towering, orange version of himself, reminiscent of a colossal giant. Gohan, I truly underestimated your potential. It is astonishingly formidable. Piccolo exclaimed, utterly astounded. Gohan smiled faintly, replying, Uncle Piccolo, your newfound strength is quite impressive as well. Gohan, let us settle this with a single strike. Piccolo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. All right, Gohan responded, opening his mouth to unleash a thunderous roar. Huh, yeah. His primal scream reverberated throughout the entire space. Gohan raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers to his heart, commencing the gathering of energy. Uncle Piccolo, receive my attack. Special beam cannon. With a swift motion, a spiraling energy blast was launched towards Piccolo. A hint of satisfaction graced Piccolo's lips as he too executed the same technique. Special beam cannon. The identical attacks collided, resulting in a standoff. Alas, it was unfortunate that Piccolo stood on the left while Gohan occupied the right. There exists a saying, those who stand on the left in a standoff are destined to lose, and thus Piccolo was fated to defeat. Indeed, with a resounding bang, Gohan's special beam cannon pierced Piccolo's heart. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan cried out in concern. Yet, Piccolo remained relatively unscathed. His head was intact, and he merely required some stamina to regenerate and recover from his injury. Yong Tian, witnessing this, shut off the three-dimensional projection. Just then, he saw Android 18 approaching gracefully, bearing a pot of turtle soup. Esteemed Lord Zeno, your turtle soup is ready, she announced with a smile. Very well, place it here. Yong Tian waved his hand, conjuring a table. Gazing at the exquisitely delectable turtle soup before him, he swallowed hard. Dear guest, allow me to feed you the soup. Android 18, wielding a spoon, ladled the soup, gently blowing on it before offering it to Yong Tian. How is it? Is it delicious? She inquired, her headlights flickering slightly. It is splendid. This soup is incredibly flavorful. Your culinary skills are commendable. You must try it as well. Yong Tian praised. Android 18 tossed her hair back, revealing a breathtaking smile. It is all thanks to the divine culinary skills bestowed by Zeno. Otherwise, I could not have produced such a delightful broth. Indeed, Yong Tian nodded slightly, lowering his gaze to continue savoring the soup. After finishing, he lit a cigarette and resumed his fishing, casually requesting Android 18 to provide a massage. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the next day. Rising early, he indulged in some morning tea, followed by a foot soak and a massage. Life should be about enjoying food, drink, and leisure, Yong Tian mused. Lord Zeno, is this how you typically spend your days? Aside from foot massages and fishing, doesn't such a life seem monotonous? Android 18 asked. Yong Tian shook his head gently. You do not understand. You only see me indulging in massages and fishing on the surface. If I do not express my boredom, how could you possibly know? I do not find it dull. This lifestyle is rather delightful. I relish it. One might say it is a sweet indulgence. Just imagine, no work obligations, daily massages, and fishing, with the freedom to traverse other worlds, flaunting my prowess. Or, should I feel discontent, obliterating a world, and when in good spirits, assisting those in distress? I can go wherever I please, with infinite time and lifespan, and possess unparalleled strength. How could I possibly find life dull? This existence embodies true freedom, worthy of enjoyment. If one day I tire of it, I shall address that when the time comes. Ding. Welcome, Guinsha, to the chat group. Chapter 38. Guinsha challenges Yong Tian. Feng Yuan, Guinsha, welcome to the group. Xiao Huohuo, Guinsha, welcome to the group. Zhang Holan, Guinsha, welcome to the group. Zhao Linger, Guinsha, welcome to the group. Beizhong Tan, Guinsha, welcome to the group. Gu Yuna, Guinsha, Welcome to the group. Guinsha, a chat group connecting all realms? How intriguing. This is a novel concept I have yet to encounter. Yong Tian, observing Guinsha's entry into the chat group, fell into contemplation. Guinsha practiced the heartless dragon technique, achieving eternal life and immortality, mastering the cycle of all things, disregarding the constraints of time, and transcending all. He could sever all bonds, existing beyond the Tao of heaven and the universe itself. Unconstrained by levels, realms were merely symbols in his eyes. The distinctions between strength and weakness lost their significance. With a mere thought, he could annihilate the entire universe. In the realm of fantasy, he could be considered the pinnacle of combat power, a multidimensional infinite box. Revered as the creator of all, Guinsha once nurtured a breed of insects, personally cultivating 1,001 protagonists. He hoped that among these protagonists, one would arise to defeat him. Unfortunately, he merely swatted them away, extinguishing their lives effortlessly. Cultivating ants to challenge himself was one of Guinsha's pleasures. In contrast, the omnipotent Zeno of the Dragon Ball universe fell remarkably short of Guinsha's power. Zeno was akin to a peak great Luo golden immortal during the height of the primordial era. Yet there remained a significant gap between him and the quasi-saints and saints of that era, let alone the Heavenly Dao and the Great Dao. The cultivation systems of the primordial era were peculiar, encompassing both low-end and high-end levels, as well as top-tier configurations. Regardless of the configuration, they all revolved around the Great Dao, with the utmost possibility of transcending it, tearing apart the Great Dao, and creating new paths. Each realm's cultivation system varies, but one aspect remains unchanged. All laws ultimately converge upon the Great Dao. Currently, Yong Tian's strength surpassed that of the Great Dao, having been elevated to the omnipotent godhood through the chat group. To advance further was a simple endeavor. He merely needed to encounter someone stronger than himself and replicate their abilities. Though Guinsha was formidable, Yong Tian held an edge over him. System: copy all of Guinsha's abilities. Yong Tian commanded, utilizing the chat group as a conduit to directly replicate Guinsha's power and abilities. Ding. Congratulations. You have copied all of Guinsha's abilities. Acquiring the combat power ceiling of novels, transcending the boundaries of existence, the Heartless Dragon technique, the Tao of the Heartless Dragon, the laws of heaven, the great compassionate teaching of humanity, the divine seal of the celestial monarch, the great slaughter technique, the repair of the world technique, and the eternal invincible immortal technique. Congratulations. All copied abilities have been enhanced by 10 trillion times. Excellent. Guinsha truly deserves the title of combat power ceiling. My strength has increased significantly. Yong Tian beamed with joy. Merely transcending the constraints of realms was enough to dominate the vast majority of power ceilings. Now, having enhanced it by 10 trillion times through Yong Tian's copying, he was truly invincible. Invincible. Guinsha remarked, your methods are truly remarkable. You have created a chat group connecting all realms. I believe I could take inspiration from this and perhaps develop one myself. Gao Yao inquired, Guinsha, what kind of world do you come from? Does it possess extraordinary powers for research? Guinsha replied, Gao Yao, it can be considered to have extraordinary powers. In my world, my strength is quite respectable. It seems there are none stronger than I. I can say I am eternally invincible. Since I became invincible, I have never encountered an opponent. I hope the group leader is stronger than I. Thus, it ignites my fighting spirit, empowering me further. Xiao Huo, Guinsha, worry. Your boastful claims seem rather exaggerated, don't they? Gao Yao, Guinsha, what the heck? Are you truly the strongest being in your realm? However, I believe you still cannot surpass the might of the group leader. The group leader is the true embodiment of invincibility. Zhang Holan, Guinsha, I too believe the group leader is superior. Your prowess may be formidable, but a confrontation with the leader would reveal the truth. Saitama, Guinsha, I concur. The group leader is indeed more invincible. In my world, I am the epitome of invincibility. Yet before the group leader, I feel as insignificant as an ant. Guinsha, Saitama, is that so? Your words pique my interest in the group leader. Guinsha, Yong Tian, group leader. I wish to challenge you and ascertain the extent of your prowess. Yong Tian, group leader. Guinsha, very well. Let us meet on the martial arts arena. With that, Yong Tian entered the martial arts arena section of the chat group. Here, all abilities can be perfectly simulated. Guinsha, Yong Tian, splendid. Allow me to witness the splendor of the formidable beings from other realms. Guinsha had naturally come to understand the nature of the martial arts arena through the chat group. Zhang Holan, Guinsha, are you really going to challenge the group leader? Peter Parker, 666. The newcomer is quite confident in his abilities. To challenge the group leader upon joining the group? Xiao Huohuo. Guinsha, just wait, you will soon be humbled. Gina. Guinsha, you cannot fathom the strength of the group leader. He is like a god among men. You are destined to lose. Zhao Linger. Although it seems absurd, I still hope the newcomer does not lose too swiftly. Saitama, a wild guess. But I predict Guinsha will be defeated in an instant. Guinsha, he perhaps. On the martial arts arena, Yong Tian and Guinsha stood facing each other. The other group members sat in the audience, eagerly anticipating the ensuing battle, wondering who would emerge victorious. Is the invincible group leader truly unbeatable? Can the self-proclaimed invincible Guinsha really defeat the leader? Fan Yuan pondered. From the audience's perspective, Guinsha's figure appeared quite obscure, shrouded in a mysterious force that obscured his true appearance. Yet, Yong Tian perceived him clearly. To Yong Tian, Guinsha was merely an ordinary, infinitely layered, multidimensional being. However, in Guinsha's eyes, Yong Tian appeared utterly unremarkable. In every regard, he seemed just an average person. This was indeed the greatest absurdity, as nothing tangible or intangible could escape his gaze. Yet Yong Tian appeared exceptionally ordinary, distinguished only by a slight charm, rendering him rather unexceptional. This was undeniably terrifying, indicating that Guinsha could not decipher the person before him. Guinsha smiled faintly. Group leader, your strength is indeed formidable. After being invincible in my own world, this is the first time I encounter someone whose power I cannot fully comprehend at a glance. However, I shall only grow stronger than you. With that, Guinsha charged at Yong Tian, striking out as he would against those protagonists he had previously vanquished. However, Yong Tian merely exhaled softly. In the next moment, Guinsha found himself in the audience section. Guinsha? What in the world just happened? How did I end up in the audience? Have I truly been instantaneously defeated by the group leader? It turns out to be just as I suspected. I knew you would be defeated. Saitama displayed an expression of knowing this would happen. Chapter 39. Saitama challenges Guinsha. Xiao Huohuo. Haha. The group leader truly is the strongest. Evil sword immortal, no doubt about it. The group leader is the most powerful. Yuan Deu. Every time I witness the group leader in action, I can hardly discern how he executes his moves. Truly the mightiest among all realms. Uchiha Sasuke. The group leader is my hero. He is the one I respect and admire most. It is only reasonable for him to be so powerful. Gao Yao. The strength of the group leader is unfathomable, beyond comprehension. Zhang Holan. I can assert that from this point forward, no one joining the chat group will surpass the group leader's strength. He is an absolute and unequivocal being of invincibility. Gina. The group leader is my most important benefactor. He is the strongest. I shall forever follow in his footsteps. Bikington. The group leader uncle is the most formidable. Guinsha. I have lost. Thoroughly defeated. Indeed, this world is filled with countless heroes. Haha, what a remarkable group leader. Chuan Dao Fan Yuan. Guinsha, do you wish to reconsider what you just said? Chuan Dao Fangziyuan, feeling displeased, remarked that all those words were hers. Yong Tian group leader, well done. Guinsha, your strength is commendable. Continue to improve, and one day you may catch a glimpse of my back. Guinsha, Yong Tian. Understood, group leader. Guinsha's heart brimmed with exhilaration. After searching for so long, he had finally found someone stronger than himself. This realization imbued life with greater significance. He had once contemplated suicide, but alas, he could not bring himself to end his existence, instead living on in solitude and boredom. But now, he was no longer alone. He had encountered a being superior to himself. In the future, it was highly likely he would encounter many others even stronger within the chat group. This indicated that he had broken free from the shackles of his previous limitations. He was not yet the strongest or the pinnacle, and there was still a path to traverse. Stagnation was no longer an option. Suddenly, Guinsha felt as though he had discovered the meaning of life. Thus, let him establish a goal. First, to surpass and defeat the group leader. Then, to venture beyond the myriad realms, seeking ever stronger beings to challenge. Even if he were to perish along the way, it would be a welcome release. Guinsha mused. Yong Tian, group leader. If there is nothing else, you may all take your leave. With that, Yong Tian vanished in a flash. The crowd respectfully bowed towards the direction in which the group leader disappeared. After observing Yong Tian's departure, Guinsha stood in a daze before turning to Saitama. So, bald head, are you feeling brave? How about a match between us? Hehe. Am I afraid of you? In my world, I am considered invincible. How could I possibly fear you? Saitama retorted mockingly. Very well. You truly have some guts. Guinsha gave a thumbs up. Then, both of them flickered and appeared on the arena. Ding. Peter Parker initiated a betting poll. Betting for a grand prize. In the upcoming battle between Saitama and Guinsha, who shall prevail? 1. Saitama. 2. Guinsha. The minimum wager for this round is 1,000 points. Peter Parker, the betting has opened. Place your bets. The more you wager, the greater your winnings. I am betting on Guinsha. Xiao Huo. Holy cow. The bald head is going to clash with Guinsha. This is exciting. Let us see whose strength prevails. Xiao Huo immediately placed his bet on Guinsha. Zhang Hulan. In this round, I support Guinsha. Clearly, Guinsha is more arrogant, hence naturally stronger. Chuan Dao Fan Yuan. I too stand with Guinsha. Gao Yao. That bald-headed queer is destined to lose. I must bet on Guinsha. Zhao Linger. I believe that Saitama brother should win, considering he appears more composed. By Kington, I am uncertain. Let us see how it unfolds. I'll just pick Saitama. Gina. I bet Saitama will be defeated in a single move. If not, then disregard my words. Uchiha Sasuke. In this round, I support Saitama. After all, he has helped me, so I still wager on Saitama winning. Sun Wukong. I place my bet on Guinsha. He clearly appears more enigmatic. At this moment, on the arena, Guinsha and Saitama stood face to face, each unwilling to make the first move. Instead, they each placed their bets in the group chat. Naturally, both chose to wager on themselves, for they possessed unwavering confidence in their abilities. Moreover, they were among the few who had actually faced the group leader. So it was only fitting that they felt bold enough to challenge one another. Saitama thought to himself, very well, I shall use my full strength to defeat you. With full confidence, he unleashed a powerful punch, exclaiming, huh? A serious punch. As he roared, his fist charged towards Guinsha, creating a colossal shadow of a fist aimed at him. With a casual flick of his hand, Guinsha swatted the punch away. In an instant, Saitama was sent flying, his form exploding upon impact. The next moment, he found himself bewilderedly seated in the audience. What is this nonsense? How utterly weak. Guinsha quipped. Did I really just get knocked out by a single slap? Is the gap in our strength so vast? Saitama's mood plummeted, plunging him into a state of despondency. From an outward perspective, it appeared as though Guinsha had been effortlessly dispatched by the group leader. Yet, Saitama had previously managed to force the group leader to throw a punch against him, which led him to erroneously conclude that Guinsha was inferior. Thus, he had mocked him, ready to engage in a fierce duel. However, he never anticipated that Guinsha, seemingly unremarkable, possessed strength that utterly eclipsed his own. Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed, damn it, my 1,000 points are gone. Bai Qington lamented, Wu, I never expected Saitama to be so weak. Zhao Linger added, what a miscalculation. I've just lost 1,000 points for nothing. Xiao Huo chuckled, I knew Guinsha would undoubtedly be far stronger than the bald guy. Zhang Hulan remarked, of course. The bald guy once lost to me. How could he possibly defeat Guinsha? After all, the first thing Gu did upon joining was challenge the group leader. Such arrogance hardly suggests weakness, right? Except for that floor tile, Tang sang. Gao Yao declared, I knew the bald guy was destined to lose. I have an eye for this. I could tell he wasn't human. Guinsha asked, Saitama, are you convinced now? Saitama replied, I was too superficial in my judgment. I shall henceforth acknowledge you as the strongest outside of the group leader. After all, the only one capable of knocking him out with a single slap, apart from the group leader, was Guinsha. Yuan Deu gasped, just how powerful must the group leader be? Guinsha was able to defeat the currently enhanced Saitama in an instant, and yet the group leader dispatched this formidable Guinsha with ease. Peter Parker mused. The implications are chilling. Zhang Hulan echoed, how terrifying. Xiao Huo added, indeed, how frightening. Gao Yao concluded, truly, the group leader is invincible. Chapter 40. Zhao Linger begins her broadcast. All right, since it has concluded, I shall take my leave. With that, Guinsha's figure flickered and vanished. Departing from the arena of the chat group, I still need to train, Saitama sighed, his body fading away as he disappeared. The other group members followed suit, gradually leaving to return to their real lives. Yong Tian glanced at the chat group messages before focusing on his foot bath. VIP, technician number 18 is at your service. Technician number 18 beamed with a smile. The daily foot washing session was indispensable. One could forego meals, but not foot massages. For how else could one reign as the emperor of baths? Yong Tian nodded slightly, and with a thought, a three-dimensional projection materialized before him. Within the image, Gohan had attained his final form and was currently sharing a meal with Piccolo. Yong Tian called out through the projection, Chris, you've done exceptionally well. Training them to this level is sufficient. bring Gohan and the others back. Upon hearing this, Chris bowed respectfully. As you wish, Lord Grand Supreme Kai. Gohan's training had indeed yielded commendable results. After all, Gohan's current form was renowned as the strongest singular entity, Beast Gohan. Subsequently, Yong Tian contacted Marcarita and Bardos. Bardos, Marcarita. Please bring back Vegeta, Kakarot, and Trunks. Their training outcomes are quite impressive. Yong Tian said with a smile. Understood, Lord Grand Supreme Kai. The two angels responded, bowing across the vast expanse. What is that little brat cell up to now? Yong Tian swiped the three-dimensional projection, shifting the focus to Earth. At that moment, Cell was in his initial, most hideous form. His mouth resembled that of an insect, his skin a sickly green adorned with black spots, presenting an image akin to a humanoid, shelled insect. It appeared undeniably grotesque. Damn it, what is going on? Why can't I find androids 17 and 18 in this timeline? According to the timeline, they should have been awakened by Dr. Gero by now. How am I to evolve into my final form without them? Surely, they haven't been killed. Cell's confusion was palpable. It seemed he would need to gather the Dragon Balls of this timeline, if they were still functional. He could wish for 17 and 18 to resurrect before him, or for them to appear. In doing so, he would be able to absorb them and achieve his ultimate complete form. Cell clenched his fist. Having made up his mind, he set out to do just that. However, lacking a Dragon Ball radar, he could only proceed slowly. Cell certainly has some ambition, but currently, neither Kakarot nor Vegeta would be a match for him. Yong Tian shook his head slightly. Even if Cell transformed into his perfect form, Lightning Cell, he would still be rather pathetic, merely on par with a Super Saiyan 2. Not to mention facing Vegeta, who now wielded destructive energy. In that case, a single destructive energy blast from Vegeta would render Cell completely incapacitated. After shutting off the projection, shortly thereafter, Marcarita, Chris, and Bardos returned with Vegeta, Kakarot, Gohan, Trunks, and others. We pay our respects, Lord Grand Supreme Kai. Bardos led the bow. That will suffice. Their strength has improved adequately, yes? You three technicians may return to your posts. Having technician number 18 attend to my foot massages alone can become tiresome. Tonight, all four of you shall assist me with foot washing or massages. Teamwork will make life far more enjoyable. Yong Tian stated calmly. Yes, Lord Grand Supreme Kai. The three women nodded in agreement. Lord Grand Supreme Kai, we shall take our leave now. Thank you for your guidance, Vegeta said with a smile. In Yong Tian's presence, Vegeta dared not speak carelessly, as the angels were so powerful, almost like obedient dogs before him. Furthermore, as the ones guiding his training, he felt it necessary to show them respect. The angels' demeanor towards Yong Tian reflected on him as well. Let us go, Vegeta, we should return. Future Trunks must be eager to resolve the issues with the androids in their timeline, Kakarot remarked. Mr. Goku, perhaps the future has already changed? The androids 17 and 18 in this timeline are not villains. So, the future might very well have altered, Trunks suggested. Bardos interjected to clarify, no. The future timeline and this timeline are distinct. Any changes only affect the future of this timeline, not the one you inhabit. Well then, I suppose I shall see for myself. Trunks concluded. It's all right. We shall accompany you on a journey through the realms of the future. No foe, no matter how formidable, can withstand our resolve, Kakarot reassured. Subsequently, Kakarot executed his instant transmission, transporting the Z warriors back to Bulma's abode. Yong Tian observed the departing Z warriors in silence, for there was little left to say. He had already ensured that Bardock and the others provided the utmost assistance to Vegeta and his comrades. If they still could not contend with mere androids, then perhaps they deserved a fresh start. Greetings, esteemed guests. Technicians number 6, 10, 11, and 18 stand ready to serve you. The four maidens beamed with radiant smiles. No poking, no poking. Their techniques are quite adept. Progress is evident. Yong Tian nodded in satisfaction. 2 days later, Yong Tian sat by the pond, fishing. At that moment, in the chat group, Linger initiated a live broadcast. Ding. Zhao Linger has started a live stream. Completing a full broadcast rewards a substantial amount of points. Peter Parker has entered the live stream. Han Fei has entered the live stream. Gao Yao has entered the live stream. Guinsha has entered the live stream. Uchiha Sasuke has entered the live stream. Curiosity piqued. The group members eagerly clicked into Zhao Linger's broadcast to watch. At that moment, Zhao Linger was floating above a serene lake in the Nanzao Kingdom, adorned in flowing sleeves and an ethereal gown, resembling a celestial fairy untouched by earthly affairs. Beside her stood the moon worship leader. Zhao Linger greeted the void. Welcome to Linger's live stream. This time, I shall resurrect my mother. Then I shall tear apart the water demon beast and finally, take a stroll with my carefree brother. Gao Yao exclaimed, hurry up. Just don't dawdle like Peter Parker. Ding. Gao Yao sent a hurry up gift worth 50 points. Xiao Huohuo cheered, hooray. The fairy sister is live. Must lend my support. Ding. Xiao Huohuo sent a flame blossom worth 100 points. Zhang Hulan remarked. Sister Ling, is beautiful. Drooling. Ding. Zhang Hulan sent a moonlit bird walk worth 1,000 points. Thank you for the gifts, dear friends. Zhao Linger smiled sweetly. Princess, who are you speaking to? If you aim to resurrect your mother, then the water demon beast will also be revived. Are you truly prepared for this? The moon worship leader inquired. Fear not, Baiyu. Ling is formidable. Do not attempt to thwart my efforts to resurrect my mother, or you shall meet a grim fate. Zhao Linger warned. Very well, I shall refrain from intervening. Baiyu acquiesced, standing silently by. Now, Zhao Linger was merely 15 years old, not yet 16. Thus, the plot of Li Xiaoyao's journey to sea had yet to unfold. However, Baiyu found it absurd that this 15-year-old princess could single-handedly subdue him upon her return, insisting she would resurrect her mother and compel him to guide her to this lake, threatening his life if he did not comply. Under the weight of such undeniable power, Baiyu had no choice but to relent. Chapter 41. Zhao Linger, the Sword Saint, is a fool. Then, let us first lift the petrification of my mother. Zhao Linger raised her right hand and flicked her fingers, a golden light descending upon Qing'er's statue. Instantly, the statue was riddled with cracks. With a resounding crack, the outer layer of the statue shattered away, revealing a beautiful woman, reminiscent of Zhao Linger. This was Lin Qing'er. Her father was Lin Yiping, the second reincarnation of Su Changqing, who would later reincarnate again as Su Changqing, with the first being Gu Liufeng. Although this world intersects with the plot of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, it is not the same realm as the group member, the Evil Sword Immortal. This is an alternate timeline. Hence, even if the Evil Sword Immortal became the Heavenly Emperor, it would only be in his world, unable to influence this one. In this realm, the Heavenly Emperor remains Fuxi. Mother, Zhao Linger called out. Lin Qing'er, momentarily stunned, then looked at Zhao Linger in bewilderment. You are my daughter, Linger? Yes. I am Linger. I could no longer bear to see you suffer, so I liberated you from your petrified state. Zhao Linger replied with a smile. Wait, does this mean the seal of the water demon beast has also been broken? The water demon beast has revived? Lin Qing'er expressed concern. Just then, a tremendous wave erupted from the lake's depths, and a terrifying beast emerged from the water. It was none other than the water demon beast. It's over. Linger, you must flee. The water demon beast has revived. Allow me to seal it once more. Lin Qing'er urged anxiously. Meanwhile, the moon worship leader wore a triumphant expression. For the revival of the water demon beast was precisely what he had anticipated. He had previously conducted blood sacrifices to bring forth the water demon beast once more. Hence the lake's periphery was littered with bones. Water demon beast. Eliminate those two. Baiyu commanded. What are you barking for? Zhao Linger approached with a swift motion, delivering a slap that reduced him to a mist of blood. Wait, did you just kill me with a single slap? Thus, the moon worship leader met his demise. Mother, do not panic. It's merely the water demon beast. Watch as Linger vanquishes it. Zhao Linger exhaled towards the water demon beast. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted, evaporating the lake entirely. The water demon beast, as if facing its nemesis, began to decay rapidly. In no time, it had transformed into a cloud of ashes, dispersing into the air. Zhao Linger smiled sweetly. Mother, both Baiyu and the water demon beast have been eliminated by me. Am I impressive? Linger, what kind of power is this? Lin Qing'er asked, utterly astonished. Not much, just the great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhao Linger answered candidly. The great Luo Golden Immortal? What realm is that? The legendary great Luo Immortal? Lin Qing'er inquired with curiosity. Indeed, you could interpret it that way. Next, we shall alter the predetermined fate of our Nuwa lineage. The decree that only one descendant of Nuwa can live per generation. Decreed by the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi of the Divine Race. Zhao Linger explained. Long ago, when the three sovereigns coexisted, Fuxi established the Divine Race. Shinnong created the Beast Race, and Nuwa birthed the human race. Fuxi proclaimed himself the heavens, acting on their behalf, and claimed the title of Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, such a worthless Fuxi is unworthy of being the Heavenly Emperor. He is the root of our Nuwa clan's tragedies. The Divine Race looks down upon the human race and the Beast Race, which they deem as demonic. From now on, Linger shall launch an assault on the Divine Realm to usurp Fuxi's position. Zhao Linger declared. Is that so? It's no wonder that our Nuwa descendants have only been able to survive one at a time throughout history. inevitably culminating in tragic deaths. Lin Qing suddenly realized. Indeed. Moreover, Shu Shan serves merely as the earthly pawns of the divine realm. Your father, Su Changqing, has already ascended to the divine realm. I am aware of this. So, you intend to overthrow the divine realm? Lin Qing asked. It is imperative. If he, Fuxi, can dictate the rules, why can't I, Zhao Linger, establish my own? Zhao Linger asserted with unwavering confidence. However, at that moment, a figure soared through the air. It was the Sword Saint, Yin Ruozhuo. Qinger, the Sword Saint called out. Yin Ruozhuo, what brings you here? Lin Qinger inquired, her expression darkening. Yin Ruozhuo was Lin Qinger's ex-boyfriend, who later married the Witch King and bore Linger. Qinger, I have come to fulfill the will of heaven, to restore order, to return everything to the proper path. The Sword Saint stated with calmness. What will of heaven? What restoration? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Qinger was perplexed. The Sword Saint chuckled lightly and asserted, the will of heaven decrees that only one descendant of Nuwa can live per generation. Thus, I shall redirect the wayward fate back onto its rightful course. One of you, mother and daughter, must perish. Will it be you who takes your own life, or shall it be Linger? The choice is yours. Do not compel me to intervene personally. If I must act, it will be uncertain who shall meet their end, you or Linger. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Linger was rendered speechless. The Sword Saint's utterance was nothing short of absurd. Surely only a fool would speak such nonsense. Yin Ruozhuo, can you truly be so heartless? We once shared a bond of love, did we not? Lin Qinger's face was a portrait of distress. I have attained enlightenment. And one who has achieved such a state must adhere to the will of heaven, must cultivate an emotionless heart. There is no point in further discourse. Make your choice. The Sword Saint declared coldly. At the mention of this, Zhao Linger was reminded of her original fate. According to the predetermined destiny, she would be captured by this imbecilic Sword Saint and imprisoned in the demon locking tower, only to be rescued by her beloved Xianao, while Lin Yuru would perish. Ultimately, she would meet her end at the hands of the water demon released by Bai Yu, perishing together. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. Choose your fate, you fool. You deserve to die. Zhao Linger spat, delivering a fierce slap. With a resounding thud, the Sword Saint was unable to withstand such formidable force, exploding into a cloud of ash. Foolish wretch, what destiny and fate are you blabbering about? You are merely a pawn of the divine realm. You deserve every bit of this. Zhao Linger cursed vehemently. With that, the world around her seemed to fall into a serene silence. Zhao Linger sighed deeply, her heart feeling considerably lighter. However, as the dust settled from Yin Ruozhuo's demise, an unexpected event transpired. A divine light descended from the heavens, gradually coalescing into a majestic golden figure. A voice, authoritative and imposing, echoed forth. Zhao Linger, Lin Qing, as descendants of Nuwa, you dare to alter the divine decree. Your sins are unforgivable. I, the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi, sentence you both to death. Upon uttering these words, Fuxi's divine form raised a hand to strike down upon Zhao Linger and Lin Qing. How infuriating. I had not sought you out in the divine realm. Yet you dare to strike first. Truly, you are fearless. Zhao Linger seethed with anger. Suddenly, she levitated into the air, waving her sleeve to obliterate Fuxi's divine form. Grasping at the void, she forcefully tore open a passageway to the divine realm. Fuxi, your time has come, Zhao Linger declared, stepping boldly into the divine domain. Chapter 42, New Members, Emperor Qin. In the divine realm, Fuxi's countenance was grim. The ease with which one of his divine forms had been annihilated was utterly unacceptable. Damn it, how has Zhao Linger eluded my control? She must be eliminated before she grows strong enough to pose an irreparable threat. Fuxi brooded in fury. Fuxi, your demise is imminent. A voice rang out. With that proclamation, a woman resembling a celestial being appeared before Fuxi. Zhao Linger, how did you enter my divine realm? Fuxi's tone shifted to one of alarm. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Typically, mortals could only access the divine realm through the abyss of gods and demons or by possessing divine bloodlines, which could open passages from Shan, the realm's loyal servants. Do not concern yourself with how I arrived in the divine realm. From this day forth, there will be no divine clan, only the human and beast races. Zhao Linger retorted coldly. Fuxi erupted in rage, rebuking her, presumptuous. How dare a mere descendant of Nuwa utter such blasphemous words? Even Nuwa herself would not dare speak to me in such a manner. You, Zhao Linger, are doomed to die today. No one can save you. I can't be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of it, Zhao Linger declared, raising her hand for a slap. With a resounding smack, Fuxi was sent flying. He lay on the ground, struggling for breath, clearly on the brink of death. No, it cannot be. I am the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi. How could I be unable to withstand even a single strike from you? This is impossible. With that, Fuxi's breath ceased, his soul shattered, dead beyond resurrection. Such weakness. To dare call oneself a Heavenly Emperor. Zhao Linger shook her head in disdain. Then, she conjured a flame from her fingertips and cast it upon Fuxi's lifeless body, reducing it to ashes, ensuring that even the remnants of his spirit were utterly annihilated. This was to prevent any fragments of his soul from reincarnating in the mortal realm. In an instant, the remaining members of the divine clan could only stare in disbelief. By the heavens, the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi was slain by a mere slap. We wouldn't even measure up to a single slap. From this day forward, I shall be the Heavenly Emperor. The divine clan shall be obliterated. Only one can exist among the divine. Zhao Linger's voice resonated throughout the 6 realms. Since the divine clan decreed that the descendants of Nuwa could only live one at a time, it was only fair that she established the same rule after exterminating the divine clan, was it not? No, you cannot do this. A divine guard cried out in terror. He could not fathom the impending downfall of the divine clan. Would they, too, be hunted like the descendants of Nuwa? The other divine beings fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, protesting their innocence. Please, do not do this. These are the deeds of Fuxi alone. We had no part in it. We are innocent. No, do not take such action. The divine clan cannot be exterminated. You will incur divine wrath. Absolutely not. How can the 6 realms exist without our divine clan? Zhao Linger, you must not proceed with this. We are the rightful rulers of the 6 realms. How dare you? Zhao Linger, act in such a manner. Zhao Linger scoffed. Oh, it is entirely possible, absolutely feasible. I merely intend to enact upon you what your divine clan has done to the descendants of Nuwa. You cannot accept being treated as you have treated me? How utterly laughable. Enough of this pointless chatter. All of you shall perish. With a wave of her hand, golden light cascaded down upon the entire divine realm. Only Su Changqing was spared. All other divine beings were utterly annihilated. Even the exalted T0 beings who proclaimed themselves as celestial maidens were reduced to dust. Moreover, the divine tree of the divine realm was also destroyed. The tree was the source of life for the divine clan, as long as it remained. The divine clan would continue to be born from it. Zhao Linger would not be merciful like the evil sword immortal, leaving behind any benevolent divine beings. Having been treated so by the divine clan, she was compelled to repay them in kind, treating the high and mighty divines with the same disdain. As for Ziyu and Fi Peng, they had been dealt with by Fuxi many years prior. Their defiance had led to their demise at his hands. Thankfully, Shuejian inherited Ziyu's will, serving as her second incarnation. However, Jing Tian had perished due to Fuxi's machinations. Now, with Fuxi dead and the divine clan exterminated, she had avenged Jing Tian. The group members in the live stream flooded the chat with comments. Zhang Hulan, well done. The divine clan deserves extinction for how they treated the descendants of Nuwa. Gao Yao, the most supportive episode yet. Xiao Huowo, this is the most satisfying episode. They received the same treatment they dealt to you, and they couldn't handle it. How amusing. Peter Parker. Indeed, people often hold others to strict standards while allowing themselves leniency. Evil Sword Immortal, Sister Linger, you have done beautifully. You have my utmost admiration. Having eradicated the divine clan, Zhao Linger proceeded to resurrect Jing Tian and Zixian. She entered the points shop, spending 5,000 to 6,000 points to acquire 2 resurrection coins, bringing them back to life. Then, she employed her spatial abilities to teleport Su Changqing, Shuejian, the resurrected Jing Tian, and Zixian, along with the red-haired monster and the demon Lord Zhonglu. What the hell? Shuejian, Zixian, Bai Dufu, have you all died too? Why are you here in the ghost realm with me? Jing Tian exclaimed in bewilderment. Get lost. You are the one who died. Shuejian retorted, delivering a punch. Just kidding. Zixian Qinger, Su Changqing gazed upon his beloved from 3 lifetimes past, as well as their daughter born in the second life, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. After a moment of nostalgic recollection among the gathered, they were abruptly reminded of the peculiar events at hand. What, indeed, had transpired? Why had I been resurrected? Zixian was filled with bewilderment. Su Changqing donned a contemplative expression. Could this be the handiwork of the new celestial emperor? I once heard a voice proclaim that today would witness the annihilation of the divine race, allowing only one to survive. I wonder who this new emperor could be. Grandfather. Grandmother, it is I. The new emperor is Zhao Linger. It was Linger who brought you back to life. From now on, no one shall disturb you. Linger will assist you. Upon hearing Zhao Linger's declaration, disbelief washed over the group. What on earth? My granddaughter is capable of such feats? You have even vanquished the emperor. Su Chongqing was utterly confounded. The demon lord, Zhong Lu, erupted into laughter. Ha! Zhao Linger, you are indeed remarkable. Countless heroes abound in this world. Yet you have achieved the impossible. After years of pondering, I failed to discover a means to defeat Fuxi, yet you have succeeded. Truly, you are the granddaughter of Xian. My discerning eye has proven accurate. The crowd could only stare in astonishment. Zhao Linger casually closed the live stream. Ding. Zhao Linger has completed a live broadcast. This broadcast rewards her with 5,000 points. Yuan Deu exclaimed, "What the heck? Why does Linger receive 5,000 points as well? My last broadcast only yielded 1,000 points." Zhao Linger replied, "Perhaps your broadcast duration was insufficient? Enough of this. I must find my brother Xiao. I intend to cultivate him into the new emperor." Zhang Holan remarked, "Zhao Linger, you are incredible. To have a girlfriend like you is truly enviable." Gao Yao retorted, "Zhang Holan, don't be ridiculous. Don't you have Feng Bao? What is there to envy?" Peter Parker added, "Gao Yao, don't take it too seriously. P.S. Just joking." Kawashima Yoshiko chimed in, "Huh? Women are but fleeting phantoms." Ding. The Eternal Emperor has joined the chat group. Chapter 43, The First Emperor, Dam Zhao Gao. Ding. The Eternal Emperor has joined the chat group. Yuan Deu, Eternal Emperor, welcome to the group. Evil Sword Immortal, Eternal Emperor, welcome to the group. Gao Yao, Eternal Emperor, welcome to the group. Bamboo Charcoal, Eternal Emperor, welcome to the group. Gina, Eternal Emperor, welcome to the group. Xiao Huowo exclaimed, "What? Is that the first emperor?" Kawashima Fanyuan added, "Eternal Emperor, it must surely be the first emperor." Gao Yao insisted, "It should be my brother Zhang. Who else could be the Eternal Emperor?" Zhang Holan concurred, "Indeed, it must be Zhang." Han Fei inquired, "Zhang Holan, Gao Yao, the Zhang you speak of, is it Ing Zhang?" Xiao Huowo responded, "Han Fei, isn't it obvious? After being in the group for so long, you still don't know that Ing Zhang is the Eternal Emperor? His accomplishments during his reign were so monumental that he is revered as the Eternal Emperor Qin Shi Huang." Han Fei expressed surprise. "Xiao Huowo, I truly did not know. It is astonishing to learn that Ing Zhang received such high accolades in later generations. He was right in his actions. It seems necessary for me to support the first emperor in my world as well." Xiao Huowo affirmed, "Absolutely. If you don't support the first emperor, who else will you support?" His vision was unparalleled for his time. To summarize, establishing a heart for the world, providing destiny for the populace, continuing the teachings of the ancients, and ensuring peace for all time. That is the grandeur of the first emperor. Han Fei praised. Those words are well articulated. Indeed, he had foresight. Ing Zhang's unification of the 6 states was undeniably the right course. Gao Yao boasted, "Han Fei, in my world, I have already assisted the first emperor in unifying the globe. Furthermore, I have extended his lifespan by 5,000 years. Thus, we need not fear the immediate disintegration of the Qin dynasty." Yong Tian group leader Zheng, "It is a rare occasion to have Zheng join our group." Guinsha remarked, "Yong Tian, even the group leader refers to him as Zheng. I am curious to meet such a person." Xiao Huowo commented, "Guinsha, the group leader is using a title of respect. Do you understand? It's like how everyone calls the action film actresses teacher, but are they truly teachers?" Gao Yao added, "Your analogy is quite vivid." Kawashima Yoshiko quipped, "The master of analogies has arrived. Xiao Huowo is truly something." Zhang Holan jest, "Xiao Huowo, I shall dub you the mightiest serial king." Yuan Deu declared, "No wonder Xiao Huowo, the serial king, effortlessly leads the conversation astray." Xiao Huowo retorted, "Get lost. I am the fire emperor, not the serial king." Meanwhile, in another realm, during the Qin dynasty, the first emperor Ing Zhang sat upon his throne. Surrounded by ministers and officials, the first emperor remained silent, lost in contemplation. What is this celestial chat group? How can it speak within my mind? This is incredibly wondrous. Moreover, are these people referring to me when they mention Zheng an Eternal Emperor? Do they truly know me? The title Eternal Emperor is splendid. I, Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng, am indeed the Eternal Emperor. A wave of joy surged within Ing Zheng's heart. He then glanced at the group announcements and familiarized himself with the workings of the chat group. After reviewing the announcements and grasping the concept of the chat group, Ing Zheng felt a surge of excitement. What? This thing can connect countless realms. Does such a miraculous entity truly exist? Could it be that legendary immortals exist, and eternal life is achievable? As the ministers observed the first emperor's prolonged silence, they exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Zhao Gao, the Minister of Chariots, and Chancellor Li Si merely exchanged a look, refraining from speaking. Fu Su, Hu Hai, and the other princes dared not disturb their father's reverie. With no one willing to interrupt the first emperor, they could only wait in silence, not wanting to provoke his ire. Can eternal life truly be realized? If it is indeed possible, then the dominion of our great Qin may endure for countless generations. This audacious thought blossomed in Ing Zheng's mind. Thus, he altered his group nickname and composed a message to send within the chat group. First Emperor, is this chat group created by immortals? Can the immortals tell me? Can I achieve eternal life? Will my great Qin endure for all eternity? Xiao Huo responded. Qin Shi Huang, Zheng, I regret to inform you. Your great Qin existed for merely 15 years before being obliterated. Qin Shi Huang exclaimed. Xiao Huo what? Who annihilated my great Qin, no matter how flawed? My great Qin should not have fallen so swiftly. Xiao Huo reassured. No need to be agitated, Your Majesty. Your reign did not lead to the downfall of Qin. It fell after your passing, during the reign of the second emperor. Qin Shi Huang argued. Xiao Huo, even if Fu Su inherited the throne, my great Qin should not have perished so quickly. I left behind the Meng family army, the Wang family descendants, and sufficient strength to quell rebellions. Gao Yao clarified. Your Majesty, it is not as you believe. After your death, Zhao Gao conspired with Li Si to alter your final edict, crowning Hu Hai as the second emperor and decreeing Fu Su's death. Fu Su never suspected the edict was false and willingly took his own life. Qin Shi Huang raged. Damn Zhao Gao, what audacity! Why was Fu Su so foolish? Did he truly accept death from a mere edict? Moreover, I never commanded his death. How foolish he was. Xiao Huo explained. All of this was orchestrated by Zhao Gao. With Fu Su dead, Hu Hai ascended as the second emperor and Zhao Gao seized power, turning Hu Hai into a puppet. Li Si was executed, and the leaders of the Meng family, along with your over 20 sons and 10 daughters, were all exterminated. Gao Yao. Ultimately, the talents and loyal subjects within the grand court of the Qin dynasty were all ensnared and perished at the hands of Zhao Gao, leading to a situation where the vast Qin realm was left bereft of capable individuals. The populace suffered grievously under the debauchery of Hu Hai, prompting widespread uprisings that culminated in the overthrow of the Qin dynasty, marking its demise. Emperor Shi, accursed Zhao Gao, worthless Hu Hai. How could you squander the realm I labored for years to establish, bringing about its ruin so swiftly? I must alter these outcomes. I cannot allow such events to transpire. Emperor Shi. So, the downfall of Qin refers to that wretched Hu Hai. Ding. Due to the pressing need of Emperor Shi to prolong the life of Qin, an urgent request for assistance has been issued to the group, triggering a group task. Group task. Assist Emperor Shi in unifying the world, extending the life of Qin for 10,000 years. Accept or decline. This task is open for participation by all group members. Upon completion, substantial points will be awarded. Yong Tian accepted the group task. Xiao Huo accepted the group task. Gao Yao accepted the group task. Han Fei accepted the group task. Yuan Deu accepted the group task. Chuan Dao Fan Yuan accepted the group task. Apologies, I have been unwell with a cold and fever these past few days, and my writing has suffered. Chapter 44. Remove Hu Hai. Eliminate Zhao Gao. At this moment, Emperor Shi's face was suffused with fury, his entire demeanor radiating wrath. Upon learning of the impending calamities befalling the Qin from his allies, he was nearly consumed by rage. The foolish Hu Hai had eradicated all his siblings. Hu Hai could not possibly be his progeny. He feared he was merely a changeling, for he could not have sired such a simpleton. And Zhao Gao, that eunuch, had indeed been treated far too leniently by him. In the court below, the ministers were taken aback by the sudden shift in the emperor's expression, their hearts sinking. Suddenly, Emperor Shi bellowed, Hu Hai, come before me. Hu Hai trembled in fear and stuttered, Father, why have you summoned your humble son? Did you not hear my call to come forth? Do you dare to speak further? The emperor's countenance remained grim. Your servant obeys. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Hai obediently crawled on the ground until he reached the feet of Emperor Shi. Useless wretch. With that, Emperor Shi kicked Hu Hai to the ground. The emperor gestured, bring forth attendants. Bind Hu Hai and summon the imperial physician. I shall personally discipline this rebellious child. Anyone who dares to plead for mercy shall be punished alongside him. As you command. Instantly, 2 eunuchs approached and bound Hu Hai where he lay. Gao Yao has requested to enter your realm. Do you agree? Han Fei has requested to enter your realm. Do you agree? Yuan Deu has requested to enter your realm. Do you agree? Peter Parker has requested to enter your realm. Do you agree? All accepted. With a mere thought, Emperor Shi granted entry to all his allies. Suddenly, Over a dozen figures appeared in the grand hall, naturally comprised of Yong Tian and the others. Yong Tian smiled slightly. It seems we have arrived at an opportune moment. No, your presence is indeed timely. Emperor Shi rose to welcome his allies to take their seats, surveying the room. The allies occupied the upper seats while the civil and military officials stood below. After inviting Yong Tian and the others to sit, Emperor Shi addressed the ministers. These are my friends. To see them is to see me. Yes, your majesty. Though discontent may have simmered within the ministers, they dared not voice their opposition. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao's expression darkened ominously. Observing the newcomers and the bound Hu Hai, his mind raced with uncertainty. My esteemed friends, you have arrived at a fortuitous moment. Before we embark on our group task, shall we witness a spectacle? Emperor Shi inquired. Certainly. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Excellent. Summon the imperial physician. Shortly thereafter, the physician hurried into the hall. Upon realizing Emperor Shi's unwavering intent to punish him, Hu Hai was overtaken by panic. Father, what wrong have I committed? What sin have I committed to deserve this? Hu Hai pleaded desperately. With a cold sneer, Emperor Shi retorted, Humph. You wretched beast. Today, you shall not escape unscathed. Saying this, Emperor Shi unsheathed his sword. In the astonished gaze of the civil and military officials, he severed Hu Hai's right arm with a single stroke. Ah! Hu Hai screamed in agony as excruciating pain coursed through his shoulder. Then, with 2 more strikes, the emperor lopped off his legs. Ah! Hu Hai's cries echoed in sheer torment. Humph! Wretched beast. Now you are utterly incapacitated, no matter how you may scheme. You shall achieve nothing. Emperor Shi glared coldly at Hu Hai. Upon learning the reasons for the impending downfall of Qin, Emperor Shi was filled with loathing. He despised Zhao Gao, and he loathed the heartlessness of Hu Hai, who not only eliminated capable officials, but also slaughtered all his siblings. This alone was enough to incite the emperor's wrath against him. Imperial physician, ensure that Hu Hai does not perish. Once his wounds are treated, let him spend the remainder of his days in confinement. Provide for his needs, but he must never set foot outside those prison walls. Emperor Shi commanded with unyielding authority. Soon, the physician and several eunuchs took Hu Hai away. Father, what have I done wrong? Why treat me thus? Hu Hai shrieked. Yet, his cries fell on deaf ears as he was taken away. To the civil and military officials, it was clear that Hu Hai must have provoked the emperor's wrath. Otherwise, he would not be subjected to such treatment. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. For Emperor Shi to act thus, there must be a compelling reason. Emperor Shi, however, paid no heed to their thoughts, instead casting a frosty gaze at Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao? At this, Zhao Gao shuddered and stammered. Your servant is here. You wretched cur. Merely a lowly eunuch. Yet your ambitions know no bounds. Emperor Shi scolded furiously. Your majesty speaks the truth. Zhao Gao nodded vigorously. Manqian, Wang Ben. Here. 2 formidable figures emerged from the ranks of ministers. Emperor Shi pointed at Zhao Gao. Dismember him, and feed his remains to the dogs. And any relatives he may have. Execute them as well. Annihilate his entire clan. Your servant obeys. Wang Ben and Manqian approached Zhao Gao with impassive expressions. One seized a leg while the other dragged him out. Your majesty, spare me. I have been utterly loyal to you, with no merits but my toil. Please, your majesty. Zhao Gao begged. Ultimately, his voice grew fainter until it vanished entirely. Enough. I am weary. The court session concludes here. Dismissed. Emperor Shi declared. Long live our emperor. The ministers bowed in farewell before gradually dispersing. My esteemed friends, the performance concludes here, Emperor Shi remarked. That suffices, Zhengge. You still possess your formidable presence. Now, let us proceed to undertake our task. Yong Tian replied with a smile. Then, raising his right hand, he gently patted the top of Emperor Shi's head. This touch has granted you an extension of life for 10,000 years. Moreover, I bestow upon you the power to attain sanctity in the flesh. With this, you shall be capable of establishing a nation single-handedly, unafraid of anyone or anything in this world. Yong Tian said with a serene smile. Is this not akin to the immortal's blessing upon my crown, granting me everlasting life? Emperor Shi exclaimed, trembling with excitement. 10,000 years of life. Does this not make me akin to an immortal? And the strength of sanctity in the flesh seems extraordinarily potent. I feel invigorated beyond measure. My strength is immense. It feels as though a single blow could annihilate an army of 10,000. With such power, the lands of Qin shall endure eternally. I shall have no fear of any turmoil. Emperor Shi was overwhelmed with elation, nearly moved to tears. Let us proceed. Our first task is to unify the world. In truth, the current territory of the Great Qin occupies merely a minuscule fraction of the globe. If we were to conquer the entire world, that would indeed herald an era of everlasting peace. Upon finishing his words, Yong Tian waved his hand, conjuring a map in the void. It was a globe, meticulously marked with all the geographical plates and continents. Ha! Splendid, splendid. I never anticipated that beyond our Great Qin, there remains such vast expanses of land yet to be claimed. These territories must be incorporated into the domain of Great Qin. The first emperor laughed heartily. Truly, as the progenitor dragon, upon seeing such a map, he felt not terror, but exhilaration. Xiao Huohuo exclaimed in admiration. Such is the progenitor dragon. His ambition and vision are indeed vast and profound, Zhang Hulan remarked. The first emperor's joy intensified. Ha! It is imperative, for I am Qin Shi Huang. Henceforth, this planet shall be solely under the dominion of Great Qin. Chapter 45. Unifying the World. Chaos reigns in the chat. After a moment of contemplation, Yong Tian declared, however, before undertaking the mission, we must bolster our Qin soldiers and amass provisions. Our military industry, agricultural economy, and all must be properly established. Otherwise, even if we unify now, chaos may easily ensue later. But how shall we bolster our forces? The first emperor inquired. Fear not. I shall take action. Yong Tian replied with a confident smile. He then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Thus, I bestow upon you 1 billion Qin soldiers. Furthermore, an inexhaustible supply of provisions. Additionally, each of these 1 billion soldiers shall be equipped with a mech suit of unlimited energy. These warriors will unconditionally obey your every command. Mech suits? What are those? The first emperor asked, somewhat perplexed. Peter Parker, well, the group leader is indeed extravagant. 1 billion Qin warriors wielding mechs. It's no exaggeration to say they could dominate the galaxy, let alone unify the world. Xiao Huohuo, be confident, we've got this. Kawashima Fanyuan, impressive. Yuan Deu, no wonder the group leader is extraordinary, effortlessly accomplishing what we could only dream of. Zhao Linger, the group leader truly aspires to greatness, as always. Gina, incredible. The one I admire most is indeed the group leader. Let us go see these 1 billion cyber warriors of Qin. With a grand gesture, Yong Tian transformed the scene, bringing everyone to a vast open space. As far as the eye could see, rows upon rows of impeccably organized cyber soldiers stretched endlessly, a sight both awe-inspiring and heart-stirring. Your Majesty, please give your orders. We are willing to serve you unto death. The 1 billion cyber soldiers of Qin shouted in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, audible even from dozens of kilometers away. Uchiha Sasuke, wow. This is truly awe-inspiring. This is what unity looks like. I wholeheartedly support the first emperor's quest for unification. Ha ha ha. Excellent. I am greatly pleased. Relay my orders. Unify the world. Those who resist shall face no mercy. The first emperor laughed maniacally, drawing his sword and pointing it toward the overseas expanse. As commanded, in an instant, 1 billion mechs soared into the sky, heading toward every corner of the globe. The sight of countless mechs, akin to a swarm of locusts, darkened the skies, instilling a profound sense of dread. Evil sword immortal, whoa, there is something foul. Xiao Huohuo, evil sword immortal, go to hell. What do you know? Mechs are the romance of men. Kawashima Fanyuan. In fact, had I the choice back then, I would have chosen mechs instead of playing with those wretched bugs. Peter Parker, Kawashima Fanyuan. Don't you realize you don't need to play anymore? Kawashima Fanyuan. Now that I possess the strength of a great immortal, I surely no longer need to engage with such trash. Joining this chat group is the luckiest thing in my life. Xiao Huohuo. I must say, the first emperor's posture when drawing his sword is truly unparalleled. The first emperor. At last, someone has noticed my sword-drawing action. Guinsha. It's decent, I suppose. Han Fei, progenitor dragon, you may rest for now. Once these Qin cyber mechs achieve global unification, you shall become the Star Master. The first emperor, Star Master? That does sound quite appealing. Yong Tian group leader, let us go? I shall lead you to obliterate a certain location. The first emperor, Yong Tian. Where are we headed that even the group leader is so invested? Yong Tian, group leader, an island adorned with cherry blossoms. Xiao Huohuo. I wholeheartedly support the destruction of this place. Gao Yao, I too. In my world, I have already obliterated such an island once, but in this world, it poses no obstacle to my second conquest. Yong Tian group leader, let us move. Yong Tian snapped his fingers, and, with a wave of invisibility, they vanished. When they reappeared, they hovered above an island blanketed with cherry blossom trees. This island, utterly unforgivable, no longer warrants existence. Yong Tian's indifferent voice resonated. He raised his right hand, palm open, aimed at the island below. Energy slowly coalesced in his palm, forming a purple energy orb out of thin air. Destruction. Yong Tian gently pushed the purple energy orb from his palm toward the island. Instantly, the destructive orb descended upon the entire island. The orb, akin to an apocalyptic grinding wheel, obliterated everything it touched. With a blinding flash of purple light, the entire island vanished without a trace. The surrounding sea calmed, requiring a descent of 10,000 meters to reach the ocean floor. The island was utterly annihilated. Guinsha, Yong Tian, group leader, what is your purpose in this action? Why does such a trivial matter warrant such grandiose efforts? Yong Tian, group leader, Guinsha, there is no need to question what is worthy of my actions. To put it simply, I desire it. Guinsha, the group leader, is formidable. Such a straightforward answer. Yong Tian, group leader, indeed. If I wish to do something, I shall do it. If I do not wish to, I shall refrain, without unnecessary complications. Next, let us upgrade this realm of heaven. Yong Tian murmured softly. Upon finishing his words, with a mere thought, he replaced and upgraded the heavenly realm. Heaven, from now on, you shall assist Great Qin and extend its lifespan by 10,000 years. Yong Tian issued this directive. As you command, honored creator. Heaven responded. At that moment, a notification chimed in the minds of all group members. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group mission. This mission, assist the first emperor in unifying the world and extend the lifespan of Great Qin by 10,000 years. According to the chat group's assessment, the participating members, through teamwork, successfully accomplished the group mission. Mission settlement complete. Each member earns 1,000,000 points as a reward. The first emperor, impressive. My Qin cyber soldiers have swiftly swept across the globe. Truly remarkable. Zhang Hulan, whoa. 1,000,000 points. I can't believe my eyes. Xiao Huo Huo Huo. Incredible. It's truly 1,000,000 points. Usually, completing missions grants only 100,000 points. Why has this time yielded a direct reward of 1,000,000 points? Kawashima Feng Yuan. It must be the handiwork of the group leader, right? Or perhaps, given our current strength as great immortals, a mere 100,000 points offers little enhancement. While 1,000,000 points makes a significant difference, it could also be a reward mechanism of the chat group. Saitama, I don't care about the details. As long as it boosts strength, more points are always welcome. In any case, thanks to the group leader. Since the mission is complete, let us prepare to bid farewell. Goodbye, First Emperor. Yong Tian waved to Ying Zheng before gradually disappearing. The other group members were equally satisfied with the rewards of this endeavor. 1,000,000 points? Quite a substantial purchasing power indeed. Guinsha mused. The group members gradually returned to their respective worlds. After returning to the Dragon Ball world, Yong Tian indulged in a foot massage before casually tossing a line into the pond to fish. Ding. Welcome, Ni Ping Xiang Ni Tue, to the chat group. Xiao Huo Huo Ni Tue? Who is that? Zhang Hulan, ridiculous. Is the name really just Ni Tue? Chapter 46, Yi Xiao. Gina, does anyone know who Luan Lei is? Kawashima Haoiwen. No, I have no recollection of who Luan Lei might be. Guinsha. I don't know. I've never heard of this person. By King Tan. Who cares about Luan Lei? With this 1,000,000 points, how should I spend it? It's practically impossible to exhaust. In this chat group, points can buy anything. As long as one remains in the group, they serve as a universal currency. Yong Tian group leader Luan Lei? I actually know who he is. His name is Chen Ping'an. Orphaned at a young age, he has endured a life fraught with hardship, yet ultimately gained the favor of Sword Mother, rising to the pinnacle of the world. He can be considered the protagonist of a novel. Yuan Deu, I see. But why is he called Luan Lei? Yong Tian group leader Yuan Deu. The reason he is called Luan Lei is that when someone engages in the actions of a scoundrel and wishes to evade responsibility, they conveniently pin the blame on Chen Ping'an. Hence the moniker. Xiao Huo Huo, absurd. This is truly chaotic nonsense. Chen Ping'an, what is this? Why can I hear voices in my mind? Yong Tian, Chen Ping'an. Check the group announcement. You'll understand everything. Chen Ping'an. All right, thank you. At that moment, in the world of Jianlai, Chen Ping'an curiously examined the information in his mind. After understanding the group announcement, he realized what kind of existence the chat group was. A connection to myriad realms? Truly a divine method. Chen Ping'an murmured. So, can it resurrect my parents? A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. He then edited a message and sent it out. Chen Ping'an, Yong Tian, group leader. May I resurrect my parents? Yong Tian group leader, yes. Once you join the group, not only can you resurrect your parents, but you could even rampage through your world with ease. Chen Ping'an, really group leader? Yong Tian group leader, indeed, Chen Ping'an. If you don't believe me, I shall grant you 1,000,000 points. Use them to resurrect your parents or acquire the strongest power in your world, and you will believe. Ding. Group leader Yong Tian has gifted you 1,000,000 points. In the chat group, resurrect my parents. Chen Ping and thought. Ding. Reviving your parents requires 10,000 points. Do you wish to spend 10,000 points to resurrect your parents? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, your parents have successfully been resurrected. Would you like to use the remaining 990,000 points to enhance your strength? It is advisable to elevate your swordsmanship, otherwise, the collapse of the Li Zhu cave will still endanger you, your parents, and all those you wish to protect. I want to protect my parents. To shield all my friends and family from harm, I shall spend 990,000 points to enhance my swordsmanship. Chen Ping'an roared in his heart. Ding. Congratulations. You have expended 990,000 points, elevating your swordsmanship to the 28th realm. Your strength now belongs to the absolute invincibility within the entire realm of Luanlei. Currently, the highest realm in the Jianlei world is merely the 16th realm of the Heavenly Court Sovereign. Having spent 990,000 points, Chen Ping'an forcibly raised his swordsmanship to the 28th realm. In such a state, a mere wisp of sword energy could overturn the sword energy Great Wall and pierce through the entire world. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao of this realm, in Chen Ping'an's hands, was no longer a concern. He could freely create worlds and obliterate the Heavenly Dao. Beneath the stone arch bridge, there happened to be a sword surpassing the 15th realm. How intriguing. Jianlei, Chen Ping'an called out, and the suspended sword beneath the stone arch bridge fell into his hands. Firmly grasped, Sword Mother sensed Chen Ping'an's aura and trembled uncontrollably, having never encountered such a powerful presence. Even her previous master was far inferior. Chen Ping'an secured the sword at his waist and glanced at the dilapidated house, where his parents resided. With a mere gesture, he transformed the house, though still modest. It no longer appeared so decrepit. Father, Mother, I miss you so much. Chen Ping'an rushed forward to embrace them, tears streaming down his face. Yong Tian, group leader. Chen Ping'an, do you believe now? Chen Ping'an, thank you, great leader. Without the 1,000,000 points you bestowed upon me, my parents would have had no chance of revival. Furthermore, my current strength seems to render me invincible in my world. Yong Tian, Chen Ping'an, that is only natural. Feel free to enjoy yourself. Ding. One Leaf in Autumn has joined the chat group. Yong Tian, group leader. Welcome, One Leaf in Autumn. Newcomers are always welcome. Xiao Huo. Welcome, One Leaf in Autumn. Newcomers are always welcome. Kawashima Haoiwen. Welcome, One Leaf in Autumn. Newcomers are always welcome. Bai King Tan. Welcome, One Leaf in Autumn. Newcomers are always welcome. Gina. Welcome, One Leaf in Autumn. Newcomers are always welcome. Evil Sword Immortal. Welcome, One Leaf in Autumn. Newcomers are always welcome. Yi Xiaochuan. How interesting. This chat group is truly a novel concept. It appears directly in my mind. Is it the latest high-tech product? Yong Tian, group leader. Yi Xiaochuan. Just check the group announcement, and you will understand everything. Yi Xiao, I see. This is the supreme chat group of the myriad realms. Let me see who the members are. Yi Xiao, what the hell? Sun Wukong and even the first emperor are in this group. This is incredible. The chat group is amazing. Xiao Huo. Yi Xiao, now you understand what kind of existence this chat group is, right? Yi Xiao, is there really a realm of myriad worlds? Gao Yao. Yi Xiao, of course. If you don't believe it, let the group members enter your world, and you'll know. At that moment, Yi Xiao was serving as the manager at the Zhang Internet Cafe. Absorbing the information in his mind, he fell into contemplation. So, I have truly joined this so-called chat group of the myriad realms? According to the group announcement, even the deceased can be resurrected. This is simply unfathomable. Ding. Gao Yao requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Ding. Zhang Holan requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Ding. Xiao Huo requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Ding. Kawashima Haoiwen requests to enter your world. Do you agree? After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xiao agreed. Agreed. He was not worried about being harmed by group members, as the chat group had clear rules prohibiting any form of harm to fellow members. Otherwise, they would be expelled by the group leader and the chat group. Suddenly, 4 individuals appeared at the front desk. 3 of them were clad in ancient attire, while 1 wore modern clothing. Yi Xiao, what do you think? Do you believe now? Gao Yao asked with a smile. Who are you among the group? Yi Xiao inquired. Looking at Gao Yao smiled and introduced the others. I am Gao Yao. These 3 are Zhang Holan, Haoiwen, and Xiao Huo, and I am the group leader. Yong Tian shattered the void, slowly approaching the crowd. Salutations, great leader. Gao Yao immediately bowed. The other 3, of course, also greeted him respectfully. What the hell? How did you enter my world? I never received your request to enter. Yi Xiao exclaimed in confusion. I am the group leader. Your consent is unnecessary. I can traverse the boundaries of the myriad realms and find your world on my own. It's a simple task. Yong Tian replied with a smile. What the hell? Incredible. No wonder you are the group leader. Yi Xiao was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 47, Reviving Su Muqiu. Yi Xiao, is the game glory fun? Yong Tian asked with a smile. Very fun. I love it. If it weren't fun, I wouldn't have played this game for 10 whole years. Yi Xiao's eyes shimmered with a sense of nostalgia. Yong Tian smiled slightly. Excellent. Since you enjoy it so much, I shall grant you one leaf in autumn, along with the future pinnacle of Jun Mo Xiao's power. Additionally, I will help you revive Su Muchu. What? Yi Xiao gasped in astonishment. Can you really do that? Yi Xiao stammered. A trivial matter. There is nothing the great leader cannot accomplish. Xiao Huohuo remarked. As long as the group leader intervenes, everything becomes remarkably simple. Gao Yao concurred. With the presence of the group leader, even the gravest crises can be effortlessly resolved. Zhang Hulan wholeheartedly concurred with this notion. In my understanding, it appears that there is nothing the esteemed leader cannot accomplish. Even the reopening of the multiverse is within their reach. Yong Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a trivial matter. All that is required is to retrieve him from the past and bring him to the present. Just like this. As he spoke, Yong Tian reached into the river of time with a single hand, effortlessly extracting Su Muchu, leaving behind a lifeless body resembling him. Yong Tian did not alter any events of the past. Where's this? Su Muchu exclaimed, bewildered. Upon seeing Su Muchu before him, Yi Xiao was utterly astonished. What the heck? You accomplished this so easily? Who are you? Su Muchu inquired, looking at the group in confusion. Muchu, I am Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao quickly replied. Yi Xiao? Why do you look so much older? You can't possibly be Yi Xiao's uncle, can you? Su Muchu expressed disbelief. Muchu, here's the situation. Do you remember what happened? You were struck by a car, and at the moment you were about to meet your demise. It took nearly a decade to rescue you from the past. Yi Xiao explained slowly. Muchen is also here. I will call her over shortly. You will live in this time henceforth. Yi Xiao continued. It does seem like that. I nearly got hit by a car, and now I'm here. This is unbelievable. Su Muchu exclaimed in shock. After making a phone call, Su Muchen hurriedly rushed over from the nearby Jiashi. Brother, you've come back to life, she cried, embracing Su Muchu with tears of joy. The others in the internet cafe found the situation rather unremarkable. To them, it seemed like they were merely engaging in role-playing or filming a video. Otherwise, how could they speak of past and future and resurrection? It could only be explained as a short video shoot. At that moment, the cafe owner, Chunghua, approached. Yi Xiao, impressive. You're even putting on a show. Are you moonlighting as a director while managing the cafe? Clearly, everyone assumed it was merely a theatrical performance. Indeed, otherwise, the salary from just managing the cafe would be a tad insufficient. Engaging in side ventures seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Yi Xiao replied with a smile. Just as he worried about how to explain this to Chunghua, she had already filled in the blanks herself, making things simpler. After a moment's reflection, Yi Xiao said, boss, let me introduce you. These are all my friends. They've come to visit me. I see. Well, I'll grant you the day off, so you can spend quality time with your friends. I'll handle things here for now. You go ahead. Chunghua was understanding and a good boss. Thank you for your kindness, boss. Yi Xiao laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with her consideration. Thus, he led the group outside, intending to enjoy a hot pot meal and converse. Hot pot? Certainly, but let us opt for a superior establishment. Yong Tian snapped his fingers, and they found themselves in a grove of peach blossoms. Here, pink petals danced through the air. Beneath a small pavilion, there was a stone table with stone benches that could comfortably seat several. They all took their places. Nearby, a small waterfall cascaded down into a clear pool, with petals floating gracefully upon its surface, creating a picturesque scene. A vibrant rainbow arched across the sky, and occasionally, a few celestial cranes flitted by. Gazing into the distance, one could see mist-shrouded mountain peaks, resembling a paradise on earth. The scenery was splendid, perfect for dining and leisurely conversation. Exquisite views paired with delightful cuisine and fine wine naturally uplifted the spirit. Where's this? Am I dreaming? Su Muchen mused in amazement. Indeed, how did we suddenly change scenes? Am I still dreaming? Su Muchu mumbled. Not at all. This is a small world I casually created. Here, we are undisturbed and can relish our food in peace. Yong Tian chuckled lightly. Wow, the group leader's abilities are remarkable. Truly divine prowess. I am in awe. Yi Xiao began to extol. Xiao Huohuo remained composed. Calm down. This is merely basic skill. Since the group leader can effortlessly retrieve individuals from the past to the present, he can accomplish anything. There is no need to be astonished. Creating a small world is something any of us seated here could also achieve. In the future, you too will be able to do this. Yi Xiao, you can feel the power within you, right? I have bestowed upon you the peak powers of Jun Mo Xiao and Yi Xiao. Consequently, you will possess extraordinary strength in your everyday life. Yong Tian remarked with a serene smile. Thank you, esteemed group leader. Yi Xiao respectfully bowed. All right, now that we've reached this point, let us eat. Yong Tian waved his hand, and a hot pot appeared on the stone table. This hot pot was rather special. It contained a variety of delicacies. Whatever one wished to eat, simply think of it and use chopsticks to pick it up or a ladle to scoop it, and the desired dish would materialize. Even panga meat, Kailan meat, and dragon phoenix delicacies could be summoned. Just a thought, and it would be there. Moreover, the broth would neutralize any adverse effects of the meat, allowing the body to absorb it perfectly, Yong Tian elaborated. Upon concluding, he conjured forth a large jug of exquisite nectar, along with some 9,000-year-old peaches and ginseng fruits. Yong Tian was the first to use his chopsticks, retrieving a small golden dragon and tossing it into his mouth. The meat was delectable, rich yet not greasy, tender and refreshing, truly delicious. Wow, the group leader has treated us to something extraordinary. Consuming this hot pot will surely enhance my cultivation. Zhang Hulan rejoiced. Chuan Dao Yuan took a sip of the divine brew and exclaimed, what a delight! The cold winds blow in the valley, but the spring and autumn melodies call the youth back. Good poetry, good poetry. Yi Xiao responded. Yi Xiao, are your friends divine beings? Su Muqiu poked him in the side playfully. Perhaps. Let us just enjoy our meal. Yi Xiao replied with a nonchalant smile. Right, I want to think too much. I'll just consider it a dream. Su Muchu said, picking up a peach and taking a big bite. 9,000-year-old peaches. Ginseng fruits. This is an earthly paradise. Something I never dared to imagine. The group reveled in the feast, opening their mouths wide and savoring every bite. Chapter 48. Tianbao joins the group. After 2 hours, the meal finally concluded. Let us go. We've eaten our fill. It's time to disperse. Yong Tian waved his hand, sending everyone out of the small world. Thanks to this hot pot feast, Yi Xiao experienced a significant leap in his cultivation. The Su Muqiu siblings also greatly benefited, having consumed the peaches and ginseng fruits. Their lifespans and strengths naturally increased substantially. Just like a dream, Yi Xiao murmured, clenching his fist and feeling the overwhelming power within him. He looked at Su Muqiu and realized that this was not a dream. Everything was indeed happening in reality. Yong Tian flashed away, returning to the world of Dragon Ball. Naturally, Xiao Huohuo and the others followed the group leader's lead, using the chat group's teleportation function to return to their respective worlds. Ding. Tianbao joins the chat group. Ding. Mr. Tree joins the chat group. Zhang Hulan, wow? 2 more people have joined the group. Why are new members joining so frequently now? Zhao Linger, who cares? Welcome the newcomers. Tianbao, Mr. Tree. Guchin Sha, Tianbao, Mr. Tree. Beichong Tan, Tianbao, Mr. Tree. Gina, Tianbao, Mr. Tree. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Tianbao, Mr. Tree. Yong Tian Group Leader. Mr. Tree, hello? Mr. Tree. Yong Tian Group Leader. Welcome, Tianbao, to the group chat. Tianbao, what is this? Why is there a voice speaking in my head? Jiao. Tianbao, go check the group announcement. You'll understand after reading it. Tianbao, Jiao. All right, thank you. At this moment, in Mr. Tree's world, Mr. Tree, having nothing to do today, strolled about the village. Suddenly, he felt a voice resonating in his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. What on earth? Am I hallucinating? Is someone actually speaking inside my head? Mr. Tree was taken aback. He then clicked to view the group announcement. And upon grasping the nature of the celestial chat group, he was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly beside himself with joy. A chat group, what a marvelous thing. I, Mr. Tree, too can ascend to the pinnacle of life, winning the affections of a wealthy beauty. Mr. Tree, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader, could you assist me? I desire an abundance of wealth and wish to resurrect my brother, so no one will look down upon me again. Yong Tian Group Leader. Mr. Tree, certainly. Ding. Group Leader Yong Tian has sent you an exclusive red envelope. Would you like to accept it? Accept. Mr. Tree thought, and immediately received the red envelope from the group leader. Within it was a bronze ring. The ring possessed a storage function, granting the wearer a 1,000 increase in all attributes, and contained 100 tons of gold, in addition to a resurrection coin intended for reviving his brother. Wow. I've struck it rich. I, Mr. Tree, am about to take flight. Mr. Tree was elated, grinning like a fool, unable to contain his joy. Ha ha ha. I will buy a car and a house. I shall move into a grand villa overnight. I am the mightiest Mr. Tree, using the resurrection coin. Target of resurrection, my brother. As the words left his lips, a dashing fellow wearing sunglasses appeared before Mr. Tree. Brother, you have finally returned. During your absence, my life was filled with hardship. I endured disdain and bullying. Mr. Tree lamented to his brother. But now, everything is well. You have returned, and I have wealth. I can now experience the life of the affluent. Mr. Tree, Yong Tian, thank you, esteemed group leader. May you enjoy a lifetime of peace. Thank you for rescuing me. The impoverished and timid. You are truly a savior. Yong Tian group leader, Mr. Tree, it's but a trifling matter. Ding. The group leader has uploaded Tai Chi Zhang Sanfan. Yong Tian casually uploaded the plot development and character trajectories of Tianbeo's world into the chat group. Yong Tian, group leader, Tianbeo, here is the fate development between you and Junbeo. Take a look for yourself. Tianbeo, Yong Tian, understood. Thank you, esteemed group leader. In the world of Tai Chi Zhang Sanfan. At this moment, Tianbeo and Junbeo had already left Shaolin Temple, seeking to make a living in the mundane world. In this era of eunuchs wielding power, Tianbeo merely wished to live a better life, aspiring to rise above others, determined to make progress step by step. Tianbeo was wholly devoted to his brother. He felt he had wronged everyone, save for Junbeo. However, Junbeo was too naive in this world, content with simple joys, such as indulging in red bean buns. Their thoughts were fundamentally different, destined to diverge. Throughout the tale, Tianbeo had 4 or 5 opportunities to eliminate Junbeo. Yet he could not bring himself to harm his only brother. Not only did he spare him, but he also continually urged Junbeo to join him in conquering the world, hoping to win him back. Yet, Junbeo could not fathom Tianbeo's intentions. Until his dying breath, Tianbeo never resorted to using the devastating Prajna Palm against Junbeo, which could have gravely injured the Shaolin elder. Yet, Junbeo, for the sake of a few acquaintances he had known for mere days, chose to end Tianbeo's life, betraying their bond. It was akin to having a childhood friend, a brother in spirit, only for him to discard that bond for fleeting connections made it work. It was absurd, with morals as filthy as maggots. After reading the material uploaded by the group leader, Tianbeo fell silent, nearly succumbing to despair. Alas, Junbeo is still my only true brother. Such is the rarity of a perfect harmony in this world. Tianbeo sighed deeply. Tianbeo, what are you muttering about? Junbeo asked innocently. It's nothing. Tianbeo smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Tianbeo, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader, is there a way to prevent Junbeo from betraying me? A method for us to walk the same path till the end? Yong Tian group leader, Tianbeo, indeed. You merely need to have him drink the devoted wine from the Feng Tianyu brand, and he will no longer oppose you, offering you his unconditional support. Tianbeo, Yong Tian. Then, where might I procure Feng Tianyu's wine? Kawashima Fangyuan. Should I say something? Yong Tian group leader, Tianbeo, as luck would have it. I have some right here. Ding. Group leader Yong Tian has sent you an exclusive red envelope. Would you like to accept it? Yes. Accept. Tianbeo thought, and instantly, a bronze ring materialized on his right middle finger. Upon receiving the ring, Tianbeo understood its purpose and its contents. Wearing this ring grants a staggering 10,000 increase in all attributes, with a storage space containing a bottle of Feng Tianyu's devoted wine, the Tai Chi sword technique, the Tai Chi fist technique, the 9 Yang true scripture, the 9 Yin true scripture, the great shift of the universe, the muscle transformation scripture, and 1,000 tons of gold. Wow, I've hit the jackpot. And so many martial arts techniques. I am invincible. Tianbeo was immediately ecstatic. With such wealth, fortune and glory would naturally follow. And with the techniques and the ring enhancing all attributes by 10,000, my comprehension, martial arts foundation, strength, internal power, speed, and power would be elevated across the board. In this world, I would be truly invincible. Come, Junbeo, let us drink. Tianbeo retrieved the devoted wine from the ring. He found a tavern, ordered some dishes, poured the wine, and began to feast. Tianbeo, where did you get this wine? It tastes exquisite. After finishing a cup, Junbeo's eyes sparkled with fervor. The wine was working its magic. At that moment, Junbeo would revere Tianbeo as he did the revered celestial beings, supporting him unconditionally, even turning black into white if needed. Chapter 49. Sun Wukong issues a group task. Tianbeo, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader. Thank you. From this moment on, I shall be your most devoted follower. Jiao, Tianbeo, go away. I am the most loyal follower of the esteemed group leader, Zhang Holan, Jiao, Tin Bao. Do not compete with me. I am the group leader's mosaic. Xiao Huo. You idiots are starting again, causing a ruckus. Zhang Holan, Xiao Huo. Why are you barking like a dog? Observing the group chat filled with idle banter, Yong Tian shook his head slightly and closed the chat. He glanced at the 3 angels and 18 technicians beside him. Technician number 18, add 2.5 minutes. Today, your pay will be doubled. Yong Tian said nonchalantly. Understood, esteemed guest. Technician number 18 nodded with a smile. She was a professional, unconcerned with money, primarily enjoying helping customers extend their services. After 2.5 hours, the massage concluded. Yong Tian felt rejuvenated, his spirit uplifted. Let us arrange something special for Mr. Tree. Yong Tian waved his hand, implanting the template of Feng Yuxiu into Mr. Tree's mind. Yong Tian smiled with satisfaction. Haha, with this, Mr. Tree shall transform into Feng Yuxiu. In Mr. Tree's world, Mr. Tree was in the village, sharing drinks with his brother. Come, brother. I toast to you. It has been ages since I last saw you. Let us drink to our heart's content. Mr. Tree laughed heartily, downing a cup of strong liquor. Tree, you have endured much injustice over the years. Fortunately, I am here to settle matters. Today, we shall drink, not only to determine superiority, but also to decide life and death. As he spoke, Tree couldn't help but utter these words. After finishing, he found himself momentarily stunned. What on earth did I just say? Tree was utterly bewildered. At that moment, Zhu and San Lunzi pushed the door and entered. Tree, I heard your brother has risen from the dead. I came with Zhu to see what's going on, San Lunzi said with a grin. Wow, this fine liquor is impressive. A bottle must cost 300 to 400, right? What is going on? Have you struck it rich? Zhu looked at Tree with a mocking expression. Zhu, come sit and have a drink. I need to discuss something with you. You have occupied my land for quite some time. Isn't it time to return it to me? Tree said with an air of indifference. Zhu looked at Tree with disdain. Oh, Tree, you're different from before. My occupying your land has brought you fortune. Reclaiming it will be of no use to you. You don't farm. You just wander around the village. What use is land to you? Better to let me use it for a few decades. I'll even reward you a few $100. Enough for you to eat and drink for a while. Tree let out a cold laugh. Heh, Zhu, you're quite capable. Just now, with so many people outside, I was engaged in a duel of sorts. With that, Tree clasped his fists. Today, we shall discern superiority and decide life and death. Suddenly, Tree kicked Zhu with force, sending him flying out of the door. There was a loud crash as Zhu landed heavily on the floor. Puff. Zhu spat out a mouthful of blood, and 2 or 3 of his ribs instantly broke. Tree's gaze hardened as he leaped up, delivering a fierce stomp straight down onto Zhu's head. With a crack, he crushed Zhu's skull. Blood splattered, drenching San Lunzi's face. San Lunzi stood frozen, his body quivering slightly, and with a trembling voice asked, Tree, what are you doing? Martial arts are for killing. San Lunzi, should you speak of today's events? You know the consequences, don't you? Tree asked with a cold smile. I know, Tree. I will keep it a secret, I swear. San Lunzi trembled, unable to meet Tree's gaze. Very well, you may leave. I shall spare your life. Tree replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Tree, for sparing my life. San Lunzi quivered as he pushed the door to leave. With a sudden crack, his neck was twisted and broken. Humph. Only the dead will keep secrets. Tree glanced indifferently at the 2 bodies on the ground, waving his hand to store them in his bronze ring. This ring was quite extraordinary, in addition to storage. It possessed multiple functions, including incineration. After burning Zhu and San Lunzi to ashes, Tree turned back to his brother. Come, brother, let us continue our drinking. Tree, how could you do such a thing? Tree's brother looked at him, struggling to accept the reality before him. Brother, it's all right. I will no longer allow anyone to bully me, nor will I permit anyone to bully my family. Furthermore, I now possess the means to revive you. Is it too much to have a few special abilities? Tree said with a comforting smile. Alas, as long as you are aware of it, that is enough. His brother said no more and joined Tree in drinking. Very good, very good. Yong Tian observed Tree's transformation and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. There is a profound sense of achievement in personally altering those unresolved matters. Meanwhile, in the world of Journey to the West, on Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong was currently asleep. An elderly man with white hair and a beard approached. Great sage. Who calls me? Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, golden light gleaming from them. Great sage, it is I, Li Chonggong, the Jade Emperor's star. The old man said with a grin. It's you. Old man, what brings you here? Sun Wukong glanced at him sideways. The Jade Emperor's star's expression grew serious as he stated, "The Jade Emperor sent me to seek you. He says the world is currently facing a grave crisis, one that concerns the Heavenly Dao. We need the most formidable beings from our realm to discuss countermeasures." "Oh, who has the Jade Emperor summoned?" Sun Wukong's interest was piqued. The Jade Emperor's star's eyes darted as he explained, "The Jade Emperor has summoned Jin Yuan de Xian from Wu Zhuangguan, Patriarch Bodhi from Fangxi Yuan Mountain, as well as Yuan Shi Tianzan, Ling Bao Tianzan, Taishang Lao Jun, and you, Great Sage. There are no representatives from Buddhism. All Buddhist figures have mysteriously vanished, including Tathagata, Randang, and Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. The vast Lotus Mountain has inexplicably turned into a latrine, its origin unknown. Now, with the changes in the Heavenly Dao, it is truly a time of turmoil. We cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse." The Jade Emperor's star sighed. As for Buddhism, Sun Wukong understood well. It was a matter from the last mission when he suppressed the various Buddhas, better left undiscussed. However, the matter concerning the Heavenly Dao warranted investigation. "Now I see. Since it pertains to the Heavenly Dao, I, Sun Wukong, shall accompany you to the Heavenly Court." With that, Sun Wukong grabbed the Jade Emperor's star and, with a flip, they arrived at the southern gate of the Heavenly Court. In a flash, they appeared in the hall of discussions within the Heavenly Court. "Great Sage, you've arrived." The Jade Emperor smiled at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong surveyed the hall. Noting only the Jade Emperor, Zhen Yuanzi, Yuan Shi Tianzan, Ling Bao Tianzan, Taishang Lao Jun, and the ever-important Patriarch Bodhi were present. Only 6 individuals were in attendance. The others had not been summoned. These were the pinnacle of power in the journey to the West World. Sun Wukong's current strength surpassed all those present. "Greetings, Master. Thank you for imparting wisdom. Without your guidance, I would not have achieved what I have today." Sun Wukong respectfully bowed to Patriarch Bodhi. Patriarch Bodhi waved his hand. "Disciple, no need for such formalities. I have not assisted you much. Your achievements today, breaking free from the shackles of fate, are all due to your own efforts." After reminiscing with Patriarch Bodhi, Sun Wukong turned his attention to the Jade Emperor. "Old man, what is the matter regarding the Heavenly Dao?" Sun Wukong cut straight to the point. The Jade Emperor wasted no time, explaining, "I summoned you all because matters have exceeded my control. A demon from beyond the heavens has invaded our world. The Heavenly Dao warns that if not handled properly, the world will face annihilation. This is also a means of self-preservation for the Heavenly Dao." "A demon from beyond the heavens?" Sun Wukong pondered. "Jade Emperor, if we fail to address this demon from beyond, the possibility of world annihilation is indeed real. After all, it comes from an unknown realm," Sun Wukong confidently asserted. The Jade Emperor frowned, cautioning, "Wukong, can you truly resolve this? There is not just one demon from beyond. According to the Heavenly Dao's warning, it seems that nearly 90% of the beings in this world have been silently possessed, their souls manipulated. For instance, Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. I can sense he is no longer the same. His transformation is so profound it's as if he has become a different person. He who never sought beauty has recently been found harassing Chang'e, even troubling the celestial maidens of the Heavenly Court. I even suspect that the Heavenly Dao itself may have fallen under the control of these demons. I can no longer contact the Heavenly Dao." Sun Wukong smiled calmly. "No worries, if I cannot resolve it. There will be others who can." With that, Sun Wukong focused his mind and entered a chat group, directly issuing a group mission. Ding! Sun Wukong announced the group mission, declaring that the journey to the West World had been invaded by demons from beyond the heavens, and was on the verge of being conquered, hence the special group mission. Group task: assist member Sun Wukong in expelling or annihilating the otherworldly demons, thereby restoring the world to its rightful path. Accept or decline. This task is open to all group members. Upon completion, a substantial amount of points can be earned. Ding! Guinsha has accepted the group task. Ding! Yong Tian has accepted the group task. Kawashima Fangyuan. Otherworldly demons, you say? How intriguing. Ding! Kawashima Fangyuan has accepted the group task. Ding! Xiao Huohuo has accepted the group task. Ding! Saitama has accepted. Chapter 50. Tang San Tang, Barrier of Heaven, Earth, and All Beings. At this moment, in the world of Journey to the West, 4 figures emerged in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. These 4 individuals exuded an eerie and sinister aura, their presence radiating an overwhelmingly potent killing intent. Their visages were grotesque, evoking an immediate sense of dread in onlookers. Were Sun Wukong present, his countenance would surely pale. This was due to the fact that these four bore the semblance of Sun Wukong, Tang San, Sha Monk, and Zhu Beiji. Albeit with a significant difference, their bodies were marred by wounds, some even festering, resembling ghastly specters. Tang Santang's steed was a skeletal horse. Master, is our aim still to obliterate the myriad gods and Buddhas before laying waste to this world? Zhu inquired. Tang Santang cast a sidelong glance at Zhu. Need you even ask? Once here, there is no turning back. We have already ravaged 80 journey to the West worlds. We need only to annihilate this one to gather the full count of 81. This corresponds to the 81 tribulations spoken of by the Buddha, after which we shall surely attain Buddhahood and surpass the Tathagata of our own world. After all, the inhabitants of our world directly invaded this realm through the laws of causality brought forth by the celestial demons. Individuals sharing the same name and identity will be supplanted by our counterparts from the other realm. Alas, our progress may be slightly delayed. This world lacks Buddhism and the Tathagata, thus our great Buddha cannot descend through the laws of causality. However, with the four of us, seasoned experts of journey to the West, breaking through, the outcome is assured. None shall escape my grasp, Sanzong. This world shall ultimately face annihilation. Zhu chuckled ominously. Indeed. Master, you are the Burier of heaven, earth, and all beings. Let us ascend to the heavenly court. Tang Santang patted the skeletal horse and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing beyond the horizon. Sun Xinger, let us follow. Zhu proclaimed. Very well, eradicate the 8 realms. Leave no stone unturned. Let us go. Sun Xinger somersaulted and disappeared into the distance, with the other 2 closely trailing behind. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the heavenly court, Sun Wukong had just issued the task when a series of requests to enter his world echoed in his mind. Ding. Guinsha requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Ding. Gao Yao requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Ding. Xiao Huowo requests. Agreed. All approved. The sound of confirmations resounded, and upon glancing around, 20 figures had appeared in the hall. These 20 individuals comprised the entirety of the chat group, making a total of 21, and if one counts the deceased Tang Santang, the count swells to 22. They included Saitama, Kawashima Fanyuan, Xiao Yin, Xie Jinxian, Uchiha Sasuke, Peter Parker, Han Fei, Zhao Linger, Dagu, Gao Yao, Zhang Holan, Yong Tian, Sun Wukong, Beizhong Tan, Gina, Guinsha, Qin Shi Huang, Shin Pingan, Yi Xiao, Shu Gu, and Tian Bao. Salutations to the group leader. The entire chat group exclaimed in unison. Uchiha Sasuke declared in an exaggerated manner. The others cast him pitying glances, thinking, what a weakling to make such a fuss. The Rinnegan is utterly inconsequential in the journey to the West world. Greetings, esteemed group leader. The members bowed in respect. Wukong, who are these companions of yours? The Jade Emperor inquired, looking perplexed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied with a grin. Old Jade Emperor. These are my friends who have come to assist in vanquishing the otherworldly demons. But, disciple, are these companions reliable? Some appear rather weak. The Patriarch Bodhi expressed concern. No worries. With our invincible group leader, those so-called otherworldly demons or divine beings will hardly pose any threat. Sun Wukong asserted confidently. Group leader? The Jade Emperor was intrigued. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, introduced to the Jade Emperor and the others. Oh, this esteemed individual is our group's leader, known as Yong Tian, an absolutely invincible being. System. Copy all abilities and powers of the Jade Emperor, Patriarch Bodhi, Supreme Old Lord, Janayuanzi, Yuan Shi Tian Zun, and Ling Bao Tian Zun. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully copied the abilities and powers of the Jade Emperor and 5 others. All copied abilities have been enhanced 100 trillion times. Quite impressive. Yong Tian smirked, feeling a surge of power. May I inquire, Yong Tian, how shall we deal with these otherworldly demons? The Jade Emperor asked. Yong Tian glanced at the Jade Emperor and smiled. Though it seems simple, let us first assess the situation. Their main forces are approaching. As he spoke, 4 figures burst through the southern heavenly gate, heading straight for the Lingshao treasure hall. The foremost figure, a bald man wielding a skeletal staff, approached with confidence. Amitba, I am the monk Tang Santang, Burier of heaven, earth, and all beings. Zhu Beiji of the 8 realms, here to eradicate the celestial, declared Zhu Beiji, brandishing a white-boned rake, exuding a fierce aura. I am Sun Xinger, the enforcer of punishments. He swung his golden staff, emanating a fierce killing intent. As the 4 approached, a chilling wave of murderous energy, akin to ice, spread throughout the Lingshao treasure hall. What the heck? The invasion of the journey to the West world is a dark rendition of the classic. Xiao Huohuo suddenly comprehended. Ha! I am the Heavenly King Li Jing of the pagoda. Tang Santang, I come to aid you. Li Jing, enveloped in dark energy, soared forward with a pagoda in hand. With Li Jing's arrival, a succession of figures gradually flew in, encircling Sun Wukong and the others. I am Erling Shinyang Jian. How could I miss participating in the destruction of this realm? Yang Jian had been possessed, yet the one who took over him was still Yang Jian, albeit a dark version from the journey to the west. Neza, Zhao Gongming, Wen Qixing, Liu Qixing, Zhengyu the Great, the Judge, Zhong Kuei, Yama, the Thousand-Mile Eye, the Wind-Listening Ear, the four Heavenly Kings, and the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. All among the notable figures of the Heavenly Court and the underworld were now under the control of the otherworldly demons from another realm. How fascinating! To forge causal connections through identity and names, employing such tactics to manifest inner demons and seize control, is quite ingenious. Yong Tian observed with interest. He glanced at Tang Santang and the others, realizing, ah, I see. The ones you have possessed are indeed yourselves, significantly increasing the success rate without any rejection response. By the time the possessed realize what has happened, it will already be too late. Such a method is truly remarkable. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. No wonder. The Heavenly Dao informed me that approximately 90% of the beings in our world have had their bodies and souls manipulated. This method of world invasion is terrifying. Thankfully, the Heavenly Dao is still striving for self-preservation and has not been completely overrun. Yang Tian shook his head slightly. No, the Heavenly Dao of this realm is no longer the original. It has long been replaced and possessed. It is likely that the moment it transmitted this message to you, it was already in its final throes. Tang Santang laughed heartily. It seems you are quite perceptive. No wonder this is the 81st journey to the West world. Strong individuals still remain. Sun Wukong's expression shifted. What? This world is the 81st you have invaded. What became of the world before? Sun Xing let out a cold laugh. Humph. What else could happen? It was naturally brought to ruin by our hands. Enough idle chatter. We were sent by the Buddha to this realm, and it is indeed the 81st tribulation. It would be best to obliterate this world as soon as possible. Tang Santang cast a fleeting glance at Sun Xing. Wukong, why waste words with them? Just strike. The monk Tang Santang proclaimed, I am Tang Santang, the one who buries heaven, burying the earth, burying all sentient beings. Today, I invite you all to your deaths. With that, Tang Santang wielded his skeletal staff and swung it toward Yang Tian's head. Since Yang Tian appeared to be the strongest here, attacking him would undoubtedly be the right choice. Chapter 51. Annihilation of the Dark Journey to the West. Seeking death. Foolish. Audacious. Ignorant of the grave peril. Boisterous shouts filled the air. Guinsha, Xiao Huohuo, Gao Yao, Peter Parker, and others sprang into action. Time stop. With a mere flick of his hand, Guinsha halted the flow of time throughout the entire journey to the West realm. Xiao Huohuo and the others remained motionless. Yang Tian gazed calmly at the frozen Tang Santang, and with a single thought, he replicated all the powers of the Dark Journey to the West group. Ding! Congratulations. You have replicated all abilities of Tang Santang and the others, and the powers you have copied have been enhanced a trillionfold. Once the replication was complete, Yang Tian effortlessly dispelled the time stop cast by Guinsha. There was no need to use time stop against such foes. As he watched the skeletal staff hurtling toward him, Yang Tian raised his right hand, extending a single finger to block it. He effortlessly absorbed the strike. Observing Yang Tian in scathe, Tang Santang's expression shifted. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Truly amusing. It has been a long time since I have encountered someone so formidable. You deserve my full effort. Laughing, Tang Santang casually discarded his skeletal staff. He inhaled deeply, and his muscles bulged dramatically. A cacophony of popping sounds erupted from his body, resembling the sound of popping beans, as he transformed into a colossal figure towering 5 meters tall. His chest, neck, arms, legs, and back swelled with muscle. He appeared as if he were about to explode from sheer muscularity. Tumors of muscle were scattered all over his body. Even his face was lined with muscle definition. This grotesque visage emanated an overwhelming psychological pressure. Zhu Beiji trembled in excitement. It has begun. This is the Master's ultimate form, the golden body of burial, Shin burial. It is upon us. I recall when we invaded a journey to the West world, the Master utilized this very form to obliterate the entire realm with a single punch. The Heavenly Dao was annihilated as well. Back then, he pulled me out from under the 5-Finger Mountain and asked whether I would accompany him to the West or be sent to the afterlife. That was truly perilous. I nearly met my demise with a single punch. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. He never imagined that after such a long time, the master would unleash this ultimate form again. Sun Xingge, still haunted by the past, thought this is a sure thing. As long as the master enters this form and wields such power, no one can stand against him. Not even the Buddha could withstand it. Tang San revealed a sinister grin. Benefactor, since you do not comprehend the profound teachings of Buddhism, I shall demonstrate my understanding of martial prowess. I will transcend you all. With that, Tang San clenched his fist and hurled a punch toward Yong Tian's head. To hell with you. Yong Tian swatted Tang San to the ground with a single hand. Trash. With such arrogance in speech, who will perish if not you? Yong Tian lifted his right foot and stomped down fiercely on Tang San's head. With a splatter, the skull shattered, blood gushed forth, and life was extinguished. Even with his immortality, there was no chance of revival. Crushing Tang San was no more challenging than squashing an ant. No, impossible. The master is so powerful. How could he be killed like this? He possesses immortality. He is invincible. He cannot die. Sun Xingge struggled to accept the scene unfolding before him. Damn it. The master is definitely feigning death. I once witnessed him being slain by a coalition of the greatest powers from a journey to the West world, Tathagata, Jade Emperor, Jinenzi, Yuan Shizan, and Taizhang Lejun, yet he revived almost instantaneously. I am certain he will do so again. Zhu Beiji affirmed. He will undoubtedly come back. The master is invincible. He is merely pretending to be dead. Furthermore, under his guidance, we have obliterated 80 journey to the West worlds. What great scenarios have we not witnessed? He is simply playing dead. Qin Wujin expressed unwavering confidence. Enough of your prattle. You all shall join him. Yong Tian's mighty hand descended, effortlessly slaying Zhu Beiji, Qin Wujin, and Sun Xingge. Yong Tian waved his hand and employed the erasure ability of the Omni King to eliminate the corpses of the four. Tang San's skeletal horse wailed as it charged toward Yong Tian. Guinsha, quick to react, swiftly obliterated the skeletal horse. Loyal creature, indeed. Following that, Yong Tian casually eradicated the external demons within the bodies of Yong Jian, Li Jing, Neza, and the other celestial beings. With the chaos resolved, Li Jing and Yong Jian, among others, regained their senses. Wow. As expected of the group leader, the Tang San quartet has fallen just like that? Impressive. Zhang Hulan marveled. Indeed, your strength is commendable. Yong Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Yong Tian obliterated all external demons in the journey to the West world, leaving only the Heavenly Dao, which remained in its dark, ominous form. All is well. Now, if I can just eliminate the Heavenly Dao, the external demons can be entirely exorcised. Yong Tian spoke calmly. Thank you, dearest Yong Tian. The Jade Emperor bowed slightly to Yong Tian. I am merely fulfilling a request. Were it not for the monkey's plea, I would not have idly come to this realm. With that, he prepared to strike down the Heavenly Dao. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed ominously. Halt! You possess quite the audacity. How dare you massacre so many of my followers? And now you wish to annihilate the Heavenly Dao? Are you tired of living? Suddenly, the heavens tore open. A massive rift appeared in the sky, resembling a colossal eye. An ominous, dark Buddha figure, towering high, began to coalesce from the fissure. This entity was the Tathagata Buddha of the dark journey to the West realm. System. Replicate the Tathagata's powers. Ding. Congratulations. You have replicated all abilities of the Tathagata from the dark world, and the powers you have copied have been enhanced a trillionfold. Feeling a slight increase in strength, Yong Tian could not help but curse. What a load of rubbish. Never mind. Even an ant's thigh is still meat. You wretch. You nearly spoiled my plans. Perish. The Tathagata aimed a palm down at Yong Tian. This strike contained the power of the Heavenly Dao, which ordinary saints would avoid at all costs. Trash. Each one of you is pitifully weak, yet your arrogance is astonishing. Blustering like fools, Yong Tian gently exhaled toward the Tathagata. In an instant, what transpired filled the Tathagata with dread. His body began to crumble, his colossal form shattering into dust, his being gradually transformed into ash, swiftly scattering upon the wind. In the span of a single breath, nothing remained. No, the Tathagata let out a final, unwilling roar before completely dissipating. Now, let the Heavenly Dao also be obliterated. With a snap of his fingers, Yong Tian erased the Heavenly Dao. Then, with another thought, he recreated a new Heavenly Dao. In the realm of dark journey to the West, while it may be formidable in comparison to the original journey to the West, it still pales in comparison to the might of our supreme leader. Xiao Huohuo chuckled. Guinsha, I implore you to embark on a journey to locate this dark journey to the west and obliterate it. Yong Tian issued this directive. Rest assured, esteemed leader. Annihilating worlds and vanquishing the fated ones is precisely my forte. Guinsha bellowed with laughter before vanishing from sight. In less than a minute, Guinsha returned. Esteemed leader, the matter has been resolved. This dark journey to the west is rather cunning, having concealed itself in the crevices of a multiversal parallel universe. Guinsha remarked with a slight smile. The chat group then displayed a video uploaded by Guinsha. In the video, Guinsha's imposing figure was seen. A colossal hand reached out among the myriad stars of the cosmos, ultimately locking onto a vast, dark life star. This star appeared to be several times larger than the entire Milky Way, akin to a small universe unto itself. Surrounding the star were the remnants of 80 dead planets. Slowly rotating, these remnants being the remnants of the journey to the West world, previously vanquished by Tang San and his companions, now showcased as trophies of conquest. With a swift motion, Guinsha's great hand seized the star, and in an instant, it was refined. During this process, figures such as the Jade Emperor of the Dark Winds, Zhen Yuanzi, Yuan Shi Tianzan, Ling Bao Tianzan, and Taishang Lao Jun surged forth from the star in an attempt to thwart the colossal hand. Alas, the boundless might of the hand merely clenched, resulting in the complete obliteration of the star. Consequently, all nearby celestial bodies were engulfed in an explosive demise in a heartbeat. Zhang Hulan exclaimed, "Wow! Guinsha's power is indeed formidable." Gao Yao added, "Strong as he may be, he cannot compare to our leader." Xiao Huohuo remarked, "I must admit, Guinsha possesses considerable strength." Guinsha humbly responded, "Not bad, yet I fall far short of our esteemed leader." At that moment, a notification of task completion resonated within the chat group. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group task. This task was, assist group member Sun Wukong in expelling or exterminating the outer demons and restoring the world to its rightful path. The chat group assessed that the participants, through teamwork, successfully accomplished the group task. Task settlement complete. Each member receives 1,000,000 points as a reward. Yuan Deu exclaimed, "Wow, another 1,000,000 points. Are tasks this generous now?" Gina praised, "The chat group is remarkable. Our leader is incredible." Xie Jinxian declared, "I adore the chat group, but I adore our leader even more." Uchiha Sasuke mused, "Before long, I should be able to elevate my strength to that of a Deluo immortal, right?" Sun Wukong expressed gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed leader, for your assistance." "Thanks to all my brothers and sisters in the chat group." Peter Parker added, "Sun Wukong, this dark journey to the West lacks martial ethics. They nearly stole your home." Sun Wukong retorted, "Damn. Though I'm not afraid of them, I dread being homeless." Struggling, the 47th duplicate cannot be deleted. I must find a way to amend that one. Chapter 52. The Great Pangu joins the group. Yong Tian's thoughts shifted, and he returned to the Dragon Ball world. Having completed the task, it seemed reasonable to return. The other group members also dispersed, returning to their respective worlds. "Wukong, it's fortunate you summoned such a powerful being. Otherwise, our world would be in peril." Master Pewdie lamented. "Hehe, Master, I would never idly watch the world be destroyed, for I too was born of this realm." Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "Wukong, you should take the position of the Heavenly Court's ruler. Your virtue merits such a role," the Jade Emperor remarked. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I prefer the tranquility of Flower Fruit Mountain. Who needs to be the Jade Emperor? Too many responsibilities." With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished. In the Dragon Ball world, Yong Tian lay on his bed, deep in contemplation. Am I truly invincible now? Have I reached the pinnacle of worldly bliss? While indulging in foot massages and assisting group members in rewriting their destinies brought him joy, he felt there were greater pleasures yet to be experienced. Perhaps he should seek out more beautiful companions? Yong Tian immersed himself within the realms of the multiverse, extending his all-encompassing consciousness to discover more exquisite beauties to serve as his attendants. Little Poison Immortal, a beauty to be created for amusement. With a wave of his hand, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, appeared before him. Her visage was exquisite, her brows gentle and elegant, akin to delicate willow leaves, subtly curved. She exuded a warm and charming aura, unmistakably embodying youthful grace. "Greetings, Master." "Excellent. Come here and wash my feet. Massage me to relieve my body." "As you command, esteemed guest. The Ebon Poison Immortal technician is at your service." 2 hours later, Yong Tian felt invigorated. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the little poison immortal into thin air. In the future, I shall create more attendants to wash my feet and immerse myself in diverse customs, Yong Tian murmured. The following day, Yong Tian, with nothing to do, sat by the pond, watching a volleyball match. It was an exhilarating competition featuring the formidable 18, Bardos, Makalita, and Kessie, divided into 2 teams. They volleyed a white volleyball back and forth, ultimately scoring a victory for 18 and Bardos. Although their volleyball skills were not particularly refined, their sheer physical prowess ensured their triumph. Excellent. 18 and 6. Today you two shall provide me with a massage for 2.5 hours. Yong Tian smiled. Certainly, Lord of the Universe. The 2 women replied with slight smiles as they fetched a basin of water. They first washed Yong Tian's feet, then proceeded with bathing and massaging him. This had become an indispensable part of Yong Tian's daily routine. At that moment, a voice from the chat group caught Yong Tian off guard. Ding! The Great Pangu has joined the chat group. By King Tan, Great Pangu, welcome to the group. Zhang Holan, Great Pangu, welcome to the group. Saitama, Great Pangu, welcome to the group. After the collective welcome, the members began to speculate about the identity of the new member. Xiao Huo inquired, by the way, does anyone know who this newcomer is? Is it God? Or Pangu? Perhaps a creator deity? Or merely a minor character? Uchiha Sasuke replied, Xiao Huo, I have no idea. I'm just a kid. What do I know? Xiao Huo retorted. Uchiha Sasuke, I didn't ask you. Off you go to play in the mud. Kawashima Fanyuan suggested, I believe there is a high probability it is the Great Pangu. Of course, it could also be someone else unknown to us. Yuan Deu speculated, perhaps it is a powerful individual from another world. One who has created a new world of their own, thus deserving the title of Great Pangu. Great Pangu? Who might this be? Is it Pangu, or perhaps Brother Digu? Yong Tian pondered, intrigued. The name was exceedingly enigmatic. Then, with a thought, Yong Tian traversed the boundless realms of time and space, breaking through the barriers of myriad worlds. Locking onto an incredibly chaotic realm, he beheld an immensely colossal giant, whose body was as vast as a universe, with galaxies swirling around him like mere whirlpools the size of a thumb. However, these were not galaxies but rather the filth within chaos, resembling galaxies. By the heavens! This must be the Great Pangu. Yong Tian's interest peaked instantly. The Great Pangu is indeed one of the most tragically iconic figures across the myriad realms. Regardless of how powerful or advanced the primordial beings may be, none could escape the fate of Pangu being the first to part the heavens. Even if one were to extol the virtues of the mythic Pangu with extravagant praise, shrouded in enigma, the grandeur of my realm shall forever eclipse the divine essence of the mythic Deluo, the primordial chaos, and the path of the Dao, all of which remain inexorably tied to the creation of the universe by Pangu. In the very act of his creation, Pangu must inevitably embody the vast expanse of the primordial land. Throughout this process, countless systems emerge, eager to seize his essence, his blood, marrow, flesh, bones, fragments of his body, hair, and nails. In essence, Pangu is a treasure trove, the target of every system seeking to plunder his being. The more advanced systems manage to claim his flesh and marrow, while the less sophisticated ones can only extract his blood. The majority of systems merely scramble for the droplets of Pangu's blood that scatter about, resulting in rewards for their hosts that predominantly feature Pangu's essence. Consequently, Pangu's blood becomes overly abundant, almost pedestrian. Any system that lacks a stock of Pangu's blood feels unworthy to call itself a system. Those systems devoid of Pangu's blood are the dregs of existence, unqualified to partake in the struggle for his essence. Moreover, the more sophisticated systems opt to capture Pangu, raising him like livestock, waiting for the opportune moment to harvest him, drawing his blood or extracting his marrow at will. After a while, they reap another bounty of flesh and blood, epitomizing sustainable exploitation. Even after Pangu's demise, when his form transforms into the primordial land, he finds no respite. The beings that inhabit this land relentlessly consume the resources left behind by Pangu. Ultimately, when all utility is exhausted, they plunge into an era devoid of magic and spirit. Do you truly believe that the mission and significance of the Great Pangu have reached their conclusion? Even in the absence of spiritual energy and the Dao, his corporeal form remains suitable for habitation by living beings, serving as a form of resource recycling. It is only when the planet is utterly destroyed that Pangu's residual value is fully extracted. Such is the essence of the Great Pangu. Such is the fate of the most tragic and lamentable protagonist. Upon realizing the purpose of the chat group, Pangu decided to alter his nickname within it. Pangu, is this the supreme chat group connecting the myriad realms? Is it the doing of the Dao? Xiao Huo. To think it is the great Pangu. It seems my speculation was indeed accurate. Chuan Dao Feng Yuan. Xiao Huo. No. It's mainly due to the famous figures who open the heavens. There are only a few, making it easy to guess. Gao Yao. Pangu. It is not the Dao doing. It is the chat group doing. Pangu. Gao Yao. Was this chat group created by the Dao? Gao Yao. Pangu, I do not know. You could inquire with the group leader. They should have the answers. Pangu. Yong Tian. Is this chat group your creation, or is it the work of the Dao? Yong Tian group leader. Pangu, stop being so paranoid. If the Dao were to act against you, you should be able to perceive it. Pangu. Yong Tian. So are you saying that you established this chat group? Yong Tian group leader. Pangu, you may interpret it that way. Chapter 53 Pangu. I shall not open the heavens. Pangu. Yong Tian, you are remarkable. Such ingenious thoughts. This has inspired me regarding the opening of the heavens. Yong Tian group leader. Pangu, what inspiration? You want to be creating a chat group, will you? Pangu. Yong Tian. Yes. I believe I can establish a chat group dedicated to the opening of the heavens. I shall invite all Pangu from every realm and timeline into my group, seeking wisdom from those who successfully open the heavens. Yong Tian group leader. Pangu. There is no need to consult them. In countless timelines, every Pangu who opens the heavens succeeds, yet they also fail. Pangu. Why do you say that? What do you mean by both success and failure? Yong Tian, group leader. Success refers to the transformation of your body into the primordial land, which can indeed be considered a success. The failure signifies your failed attainment of the Dao, resulting in death and transformation into a resource for cultivation being wasted. Pangu. How do you know that I will also fail in attaining the Dao like the others? I have not yet tried. How can you assume I will end up as they did, transforming into the primordial land after death? One must attempt it to know. Yong Tian, group leader. If you wish to try, then go ahead. Your destiny is thus. It is futile to reason with a stubborn spirit. Pangu. I do not believe in fate. Yong Tian, group leader. Suit yourself, but it is a pity, another Pangu destined to be drained by the system. Pangu. Fearmongering. I am the great Pangu. Who dares to slay me? Who can kill me? The 3,000 demonic gods before me would not dare to utter a sound. And this so-called system is merely a farcical clown. Yong Tian group leader. Alright, you are quite confident. Pangu. I have no desire to waste words with you lower beings. I do not wish to be associated with your worthless kind. Yong Tian group leader. Pangu, very well. You are impressive, you are aloof. After speaking, Yong Tian uploaded a video. Ding. Group leader Yong Tian uploaded a video. At this moment, the great Pangu stood in the boundless chaos, wielding the axe of creation. He gazed at the video uploaded by Yong Tian, but did not click to watch it. A look of disdain etched upon his face, filled with contempt. Who is Pangu, after all? An entity that seeks to prove the Dao through strength. What are 3,000 demonic gods? What is this system? Ultimately, they are nothing but a heap of refuse. The chat group is merely a trivial toy, easily created and hardly worthy of his attention. I am the legendary Pangu, who dares to rend the heavens and wield the mighty axe to cleave the Dao. Once I succeed in proving the Dao through strength, I shall slay the Dao hiding in the shadows, then recreate a compliant Dao to toy with. Pangu mused. However, the conversations within the group provoked Pangu's displeasure. What nonsense were they discussing? Gao Yao. This Pangu is truly unfortunate. Countless Pangu, whether lesser or greater, even the legendary Pangu, all share a tragic fate. They are drained of their essence and must transform into the primordial land to contribute their residual value after death. It feels worse than my plight. Xiao Huo. Indeed, while the great Pangu is powerful, the Dao is no mere trifling entity. Can't my Pangu be the pinnacle of the legendary Pangu while the Dao cannot be the highest form of the legendary Dao? Zhang Holan. Thus, in this vast multiverse, in every timeline, every realm, every parallel universe, in the absence of external interference, Pangu shall forever succeed in opening the heavens, but fail in attaining the Dao. Peter Parker. What a miserable Pangu. Even the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty pale in comparison to his tragic fate. Yuan Deu. Incredible. Why are there so many systems seeking to drain his blood? Some even raise him as a resource for regeneration. Uchiha Sasuke. These entities known as systems are truly malevolent, deliberately targeting various Pangu with sinister intent. Evil sword immortal. The key point is that Pangu is indeed formidable, wielding the axe of creation. He nearly slayed the 3,000 chaotic demonic gods, and even in a state of exhaustion, he could still cleave through chaos. Though he ultimately succumbed, his strength is undeniable. Zhao Linger. Had he opened the heavens without sustaining losses against the 3,000 demonic gods, perhaps he could have genuinely succeeded in proving the Dao through strength. At that time, tearing apart the Dao would also be quite plausible. Zhang Holan, what a pity. It seems our group's great Pangu is overly arrogant and somewhat dismissive of the assistance we offer. I suspect he believes he needs no help and is likely to fail in attaining the Dao. Gao Yao, whether he succeeds or not is of no concern to us. As long as the group leader is here, does it matter how strong he is compared to the group leader? Guinsha, this is a cycle. Every birth of a Pangu brings forth the Dao, the systems, and the 3,000 demonic gods, all waiting for the opportune moment to bring down Pangu. The so-called creator god Pangu is merely a puppet manipulated by the great Dao and the system, not unlike livestock. I harbor grave suspicions that Pangu is a product of an ultimate Dao, nurtured as if on an assembly line. Otherwise, why would the system continuously extract Pangu's essence? And why would he remain so fixated on the act of opening the heavens and evolving the primordial chaos? To put it mildly, it is a demonstration of strength to validate the Dao. To put it bluntly, it is merely to fulfill the tasks and missions arranged by the great Dao. Upon hearing the remarks of his companions, Pangu's rage surged uncontrollably. How dare this bunch of worthless beings discuss me? Nevertheless, let us first see what absurd video the group leader, this clown, has uploaded. With that thought, Pangu immersed his mind into the chat group. Instantly, countless images flashed through his mind. Scenes began to loop in synchrony within his consciousness. The images depicted billions of giants named Pangu, wielding colossal axes of creation. There were low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, ultra-high-tier, and ultimate mythical versions of Pangu, encompassing all varieties of strength. In summary, all Pangu figures were engaged in the same endeavor. First, they awakened from chaos, then prepared to undertake the act of opening the heavens, to validate the Dao through strength. Along this path of validation, 3,000 demonic gods surged forth as if they had conspired, attacking him in unison. Should Pangu succeed in validating the Dao, these 3,000 demonic gods would find themselves devoid of a path, perpetually suppressed beneath the great Dao. This was an insurmountable conflict of obstruction. Fortunately, Pangu's strength was formidable. After wielding his axe and slaying countless epics, he ultimately decimated nearly all of the 3,000 demonic gods, with but a few fleeing. In the end, Pangu, grievously wounded and on the brink of death, in the final moment before his strength waned entirely, swung the colossal axe of creation and cleaved through the chaos. It was at that imminent moment of success that countless systems surged forth, breaking through realms, mercilessly attacking Pangu, plundering his essence, flesh, and the marrow of his bones. Ultimately, the pure essence ascended while the turbid energies descended. Pangu's shattered form was eternally frozen in that moment. Thus, he stood and perished, his body transformed into the primordial land and all things. With that, the video concluded. After watching, Pangu fell into a deep silence. Pangu, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader, I admit I spoke rather loudly just now. Please, I implore you to guide my fellow group members to assist me. Yong Tian, group leader, Pangu, I still prefer your initial rebellious demeanor. Do regain that spirit. Guinsha, Pangu, will you still validate the Dao? Will you open the heavens? Pangu, open the heavens? Validation is still necessary. I am Pangu the Great. I shall not open the heavens. Chapter 54, Yong Tian versus Pangu the Great. Xiao Huo, Pangu, are you not my comrade? Why the sudden change of heart? Pangu, Xiao Huo, this is not a change of heart. This is an urgent measure for self-preservation. Xie Jinxian, Xiao Huo, indeed, any Pangu who has witnessed so many outcomes of Pangu would feel uneasy. Zhang Holan, Pangu, what level of Pangu are you? Pangu, Zhang Holan, based on the performance in the video, I am the ultimate supreme mythical Pangu, the very level that many in later generations boast about as the mythical Deluo. Sun Wukong, Pangu, I recall that the mythical Deluo could tear apart the heavens, kick the great Dao, play with the river of time, and create the heavens and the great Dao at will. How is it that you cannot even achieve this? You truly lack shame, boasting about yourself like this. Pangu, Sun Wukong, how dare you? Do you not realize that my great Dao is also of the supreme mythical caliber? Sun Wukong, Pangu, if you are weak, practice more. Saitama, Pangu, huh? Weakness is weakness. Do not seek so many excuses. Coincidentally, the Points Mall in our group has Pangu's flesh for sale. I shall buy some to make soup and braised meat. A fine remedy for my depleted body. Pangu, Saitama, insect. You are courting death. Saitama, Pangu, I am not courting death. I truly can purchase Pangu's flesh from the Points Mall. I can even obtain Pangu's bones and marrow. Zhang Hulan, Pangu. Do not be so angry. Nearly half of the group members have consumed Pangu's flesh and drunk his essence. Why not procure some of Pangu's bones yourself? Simmer soup and absorb the marrow as a splendid tonic? Pangu, Zhang Hulan, Saitama, go to hell. I can lock onto and locate the world you inhabit. Do you not fear that I may truly come for you in reality? Yong Tian, Pangu, there is no need for such hostility. Zhang Hulan has indeed consumed Pangu's flesh. Zhang Hulan, Pangu, I firmly believe you can locate my world's coordinates. But the chat group does not permit members to harm one another. If you truly wish to kill me, I have no words to say. First, you must pass the group leader's trial. Saitama, Pangu indeed. You may first attempt to see if you can defeat the esteemed group leader. Should the group leader lose to you, I would have no grievances if you sought retribution against me afterward. After all, I am simply outmatched. Yong Tian group leader, Pangu. Indeed, you may challenge me first. If you can best me, the chat group will naturally be yours. And the lives and deaths of the members will also rest in your hands. Pangu. Zhang Hulan, Pangu, what say you? Will the esteemed Pangu challenge the group leader? What if you win? Losing is nothing to be ashamed of. Winning and losing are both normal. Pangu, very well. I shall engage in battle with the group leader. Let us see who is stronger. Yong Tian group leader, Pangu, let us proceed. The chat group possesses a dedicated martial arts arena. It will simulate all external abilities and strengths. Dying here will not affect your physical form in the outside world. It will simply result in the loss of a thought. Yong Tian divided a fragment of his consciousness, delving into the chat group, and appeared on the martial arts arena within. Pangu similarly entered the arena. The martial arts arena expanded continuously. Otherwise, Pangu would have had no place to stand. Zhang Hulan, it has begun. After so long, someone dares to challenge the group leader. Pangu the Great versus the group leader. What a fantastical opening. Guinsha, I believe Pangu will still be swiftly defeated. Han Fei, absolutely. Just have unyielding faith in the group leader. Gao Yao, I think Pangu should be able to withstand one strike, perhaps. Zhao Ling, or not even one strike. Xie Jianxian, you all overestimate Pangu. As a delicacy on the dining tables of most, being able to withstand even a single blow is a miracle. Sun Wukong, it's settled then. If Pangu loses, he shall brew a bone broth. Or perhaps some steamed Pangu ribs would not be amiss. Tian Bao, are you all not too confident? Have you not considered the possibility of the group leader losing? Xiao Huo, Tian Bao, go away. Pangu gazed at Yong Tian, who appeared diminutive as a microorganism, and furrowed his brow. Group leader, can you withstand even a single strike from me? Pangu inquired. He asked deliberately, as he could shrink his form but saw no need. He merely wished to let the group leader feel the disparity between an elephant and an ant. No matter, when faced with uncertainty, invoke the heavens and the earth. Yong Tian declared firmly, his body expanding dramatically until he matched Pangu's stature. This was a divine ability he had copied from Sun Wukong, seldom utilized. System. Replicate all of Pangu's abilities. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully replicated all of Pangu's abilities, acquiring the supreme, mythical mixed primordial Wuji de Luo golden immortal cultivation. The acts of creation and all of Pangu's powers and strengths. Ding. Congratulations. All abilities you have replicated have been amplified a trillion-fold. Excellent. A smile tugged at Yong Tian's lips. Ha ha ha, splendid divine abilities. Your current size is sufficient for a battle against me. Pangu laughed heartily. Is that so? Then strike. Yong Tian's lips curled slightly. After you, please. Let me gauge your prowess. Pangu chuckled. Yong Tian smiled wryly. Is that so? Then you may go first. If I make a move, I fear you shan't have the chance to retaliate. Upon hearing these words, Pangu's expression turned somber. Very well. You possess a certain audacity. Henceforth, I shall no longer feign reluctance. With that, Pangu's muscles swelled, his sinewy form resembling bronze forged in fire, as he gripped the heaven-splitting axe tightly. A chaotic azure lotus perched atop his head. The nebulous force of chaos erupted forth from his massive frame, unleashing a terrifying aura of obliteration. Die! Pangu bellowed, swinging the axe toward Yong Tian's head. Even before the axe descended, it shattered the fabric of time and space, piercing through the river of time. This strike was omnipresent, transcending past, present, and future, coalescing the ultimate power to deliver this blow. A series of astonishing phenomena erupted forth. The universe was reborn, the heavenly laws were dismantled, realms crumbled, and countless multiverses collapsed, manifesting scenes of utter annihilation. You shall be the one to perish. Yong Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk as he raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and hurled it toward Pangu. With a single punch, chaos was reignited, and the great path was obliterated. Countless laws were extinguished, and myriad realms were shattered. The river of time was demolished, and all heavens and worlds fell into ruin, as the heavenly and great paths fragmented and reformed countless times. Billions of multiverses were swept away, crumbling into nothingness. Pangu felt a suffocating pang of dread wash over him. He beheld the dissolution of his creation's azure lotus, and the heaven-splitting axe shattered into innumerable shards. Soon after, a sharp pain coursed through his body, plunging him into eternal darkness. In the next moment, the great Pangu found himself seated among the onlookers. After a brief moment of confusion, realization dawned upon him. Had I truly been vanquished in an instant? How could such power exist? Surely, the great path is not as formidable as it seems. In that moment, Pangu found himself engulfed in bewilderment. Chapter 55, Pangu issues a group mission. Gao Yao, haha. I knew it. Even the mighty Pangu can only be felled by a single strike from the group leader. Sun Wukong, excellent. We can brew some soup from Pangu's colossal bones. Saitama, braised pork, steamed ribs, grilled tenderloin. Let's get to it. Xiao Huo, you're making my mouth water. Guinsha, Pangu's essence, along with his flesh, seems to be a unique delicacy that many of you have tasted. Kawashima Fan Yuan. Indeed, it is a culinary delight. One must not miss out. Pangu, damn it. Upon seeing the conversation among the group members, Pangu's confusion evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming urge to slay them all. A bunch of beasts. Here I am, the true Pangu, and you all are discussing how to consume my flesh and drink my essence, treating me as if I'm not even human. Is this how little you regard me? Is this what it means to face reality? At that moment, a detached voice echoed. Pangu, what say you? Do you yield? Or do you intend to continue the battle? The speaker was none other than Yong Tian. I concede. I am not your match. Pangu hastily waved his hands in surrender. Very well, Yong Tian replied with a nod of indifference. Gao Yao, the group leader, is incredible. Xiao Huo, truly. The group leader has compelled even the great Pangu to bow his head. In an instant, the group members showered praises. Yong Tian's figure then flickered and vanished. As the group leader departed, the other members were about to exit the martial arts arena when Pangu called out to them. Hey, you just mentioned consuming my essence and flesh, right? Now I offer you an opportunity. Excluding the group leader, all of you can come at me together. All right, Sun Wukong, will see what you are truly made of. Sun Wukong flashed onto the martial arts arena. I, too, wish to witness the prowess of the culinary delights. Guinsha joined him on the stage. A flurry of movements ensued as Saitama, Xiao Huo, Zhang Holan, Gao Yao, Qin Shi Huang, the evil sword immortal, Degu, Han Fei, and others all materialized upon the arena. Pangu stepped forward, appearing on the stage as well. Law of heaven and earth. Law of heaven and earth. The battle god technique. Diga. A chorus of voices erupted as Sun Wukong, Zhang Holan, Gao Yao, and Degu all possessed the strength of great Luo Jingxian, their bodies expanding to match Pangu's colossal height. Although they had not attained the mythical great Luo, they were still of that realm. As for Guinsha, his strength was formidable enough, relying solely on his self-created no-dragon heart method to stand among the ranks of mythical great Luo. Only Guinsha achieved this level of power entirely through his own efforts. Kill. Guinsha launched the first attack, striking at Pangu with a mighty palm. Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Simultaneously, Degu, Gao Yao, Xiao Huo, and others unleashed their respective techniques, converging upon Pangu. In an instant, a dazzling array of attacks unfolded, showcasing a spectacle of opulence. Brilliant and terrifying effects cascaded forth. Pangu's expression remained calm as he summoned the laws of strength from within, effortlessly swinging his axe to cleave Guinsha in two. Next, Pangu inhaled deeply and unleashed a fierce gust of breath toward Xiao Huo and the others. Boom! A tempest swept through, reducing Xiao Huo and the others to ash, leaving not a trace behind. Swish! Guinsha and the others found themselves back in the audience seats. It was evident that the group members were utterly unable to withstand even a single strike from the great Pangu. They were simply no match. Ants, you are far too weak. Only Guinsha's strength is barely acceptable. Pangu remarked. How about it? Do you still wish to consume Pangu's flesh and drink his essence? Who else is there? Pangu bellowed. The group members fell silent. Observing their stunned expressions, Pangu's confidence surged once more. Ha! Why the silence? Come, let us spar for another 300 rounds. Pangu laughed boisterously. Who dares? You are merely a bunch of ants. To even think of drinking Pangu's essence. Should I hear any more talk of consuming Pangu's flesh or essence, I shall slay you all, Pangu declared with arrogant bravado. At that moment, a colossal hand descended, obliterating Pangu. To hell with it. Such arrogance. What can drinking Pangu's essence even accomplish? The attacker was none other than Yong Tian, who remained unseen, merely sending forth an attack. Pangu now found himself back among the audience, staring blankly at the group members, his gaze becoming clearer. Zhang Hulan, Pangu, I concede. However, I will still partake in your essence. Sun Wukong, Pangu, though you can easily slay us, we can consume your essence anytime, anywhere. Saitama, I've decided. As long as I have points, I shall feast on Pangu's meat at every meal. Guinsha, it seems my dietary habits must now include wine brewed from Pangu's essence. With that, the group members began to disperse from the martial arts arena. Once everyone had departed, Pangu remained in contemplation for a while before bursting into laughter. There are realms beyond realms, beings beyond beings, and losing is not a disgrace. Moreover, I need not concern myself with the opinions of mere ants. In this chat group, I only hold reverence for the group leader, Pangu murmured. With that, he vanished, withdrawing this thread of divine thought and returning to his own realm. Pangu stood amidst the boundless chaos, commencing a profound self-reflection. It is unfathomable. The group leader's strength is indeed at such a level. If I had the group leader's assistance, surely my path to enlightenment would hold promise. Previously, I was overly arrogant, dismissing all others. This lesson has opened my eyes to the existence of those stronger than myself. Based on the videos uploaded by the group leader, no matter how powerful I may be as Pangu, my fate is bound to be tragically bleak. I must avoid being drained by those systems. According to the group announcement, if any member encounters difficulties, they are permitted to post a task requesting assistance from fellow members. Why not try issuing a group task? Pangu pondered. Ding. As Pangu foresaw the future and wished not to become a mere livestock drained of its essence, he urgently required the help of his comrades, thus deliberately triggering a group task. Group task. Assist member Pangu in achieving success in his path to enlightenment, and prevent the systems of the myriad realms from persecuting him. Accept or decline. This task can only be undertaken by members of formidable strength. Upon completion, a substantial amount of points will be awarded. Saitama, Pangu, what on earth is this ridiculous task you've posted? I can't even accept it? Sun Wukong, Pangu. I also cannot accept the task. It seems Pangu's strength is quite formidable. Zhang Hulan, Pangu, I too cannot accept the task. Does this imply that I am weak? Han Fei, same here. Zhao Ling, me too. Pangu, I consider myself exceptionally powerful. It is merely in comparison to the group leader that I appear less impressive. Ding. Guinsha has accepted the group task. Ding. Yong Tian has accepted the group task. After a brief pause, Pangu noticed that only the group leader and Guinsha had accepted the task. Pangu, thank you, group leader. I am grateful to you, Deist Gu, for your willingness to assist me. Guinsha, Pangu, this is intriguing. I wish to witness what this so-called system truly is, capable of precisely locating Pangu for torment and plunder. Yong Tian, group leader. Guinsha, the system can be classified into many categories. Some adhere to rules. Others are conceptual deities, while some systems are even more absurd than omnipotent gods. In short, the system is ever mysterious. You will understand once you experience it. Ding. Guinsha has requested to enter your world. Do you agree? Agree. With a mere thought, Pangu consented. In an instant, a figure materialized beside Pangu amidst the chaos. It was none other than Guinsha. Pangu, the great god, regarded Guinsha and remarked, your strength is commendable. However, it pales in comparison to mine. Nevertheless, you should be able to withstand one or two weaker demon gods. Guinsha chuckled lightly. Huh? Levels and strength hold no significance for me. But tell me, do you believe I could fell you with a single axe? Pangu casually replied, I would indeed believe that. You are the legendary Pangu, and it has been previously validated that you could indeed slay me with a single blow. Chapter 56, Rending the Great Dao. By the way, where is the group leader? Why has he not yet made an appearance? Without the group leader, things could become quite challenging. Pangu expressed his concerns. Guinsha shook his head slightly. I do not know, but he will surely arrive. As their conversation concluded, tumultuous waves surged within the chaos. The thick and viscous chaotic energy was tossed into disarray. A pitch-black fissure was torn open by a pair of colossal hands. A figure appeared before the two. I have met the esteemed group leader. Guinsha offered a slight bow. Group leader, you have finally arrived. Pangu's face lit up with a smile. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Then, you may commence your path to enlightenment. With a mere thought, an axe materialized in Yong Tian's hand, a replica of Pangu's legendary axe. only enhanced 100 trillion times. Use this axe to vanquish foes and embark on your path to enlightenment. Yong Tian proclaimed with a smile. Pangu, somewhat puzzled, remarked, is this the legendary axe? But I already possess one. If you do not wish to use it, then so be it. Yong Tian retracted the axe. After a moment of contemplation, Pangu suddenly realized that the group leader was aware of his possession of the axe, yet still chose to present it. This must hold great significance. Recognizing its potential utility, Pangu quickly reached out to claim it. I shall use it. I never said I wouldn't. Seeing Pangu's eagerness, Yong Tian smiled slightly and retrieved the axe once more. Take it for your path to enlightenment. It is not a gift, merely a loan, Yong Tian stated calmly. Upon receiving the axe, Pangu felt a surge of overwhelming power emanating from it, spreading throughout his entire being. The sensation of this axe's strength left his face etched with astonishment. What in the world? Why is this axe so immensely powerful? I feel as though I am wielding not merely an axe, but the very essence of the 3,000 great Daos. With this axe, not only can I create the heavens, but I could even cleave through the great Dao. Kun Ti? Pangu was utterly astounded. Pangu, wielding the axe, charged forth. Create the heavens and enlighten yourself as you wish. Should the great Dao attempt to intervene, I shall take action, Yong Tian stated calmly. Pangu nodded solemnly. Very well. Do not intervene on my behalf. I alone can contend with the 3,000 demon gods. If I find myself truly overwhelmed, I shall request your timely assistance. Understood. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Then, Pangu took a deep breath and bellowed. I am Pangu. Today, I shall create the heavens. I shall transcend the 3,000 great Daos through the power of the great Dao. I shall prove my path through strength. If I succeed in my enlightenment, I shall suppress the great Dao and all paths. As these words echoed, they reverberated throughout the boundless chaos. Instantly, the great Dao responded. The trial of the great god Pangu was subtly set into motion by the great Dao. Within the chaos, all beings of chaos became aware of this matter, and the response from the great Dao permitted Pangu to pursue his enlightenment. Should Pangu succeed in his strength-based enlightenment, the 3,000 demon gods of chaos would be doomed to eternal obscurity. In an instant, figures began to materialize in droves. All 3,000 demon gods assembled. Not a single one missing. Pangu, do you dare pursue enlightenment through strength? If you succeed, we shall be left with no path to tread. To obstruct your path is akin to killing one's own parents. I shall surely slay you. Pangu, if you wish to pursue enlightenment, first survive our onslaught. Abominable beast. I shall end you. Pangu, prepare to meet your demise. Remember my name, for I am the chaos-devouring demon god, Chaos. I am the chaos-annihilating demon god, Luoho. I am the chaos-dark demon god, Mo. Pangu, prepare to pay with your life. Today, all 3,000 demon gods shall emerge, and Pangu is destined to die. In an instant, the 3,000 demon gods surged forward, charging towards the great god Pangu. Humph, since you have come, then all shall remain here. Pangu sneered, brandishing the heavenly opening axe, and casually swung it. With a single blow, he cleaved through the approaching chaotic demon gods. Swish! Instantly, under the might of this strike, the heavens were rent asunder, tearing through the chaos. The first several dozen chaotic demon gods were cut in half. However, the chaos quickly mended itself. Those chaotic demon gods gradually returned to form. A bunch of worthless trash. No matter how many there are, they are ultimately just ants. Pangu laughed maniacally and swung his axe once more. Boom. In an instant, over 100 demon gods were cleaved in two. Although these chaotic demon gods could recover, they could not withstand being casually slain. The more times they were cut down, the closer they came to true death. Cursed be this Pangu. How could he be so powerful? Let us all attack. We shall wear him down with our numbers. Is that so? Pangu sneered, becoming serious. Gripping the axe tightly with both hands, he roared, unleashing all his strength against the 3,000 demon gods. Boom. In an instant, it was as if he were harvesting wheat. The 3,000 demon gods were all cleaved in half under this full-force eruption. Such a scene utterly terrified the 3,000 demon gods. What the hell? We, the 3,000 demon gods, have gathered, only to be cleaved in half by you with a single blow. How can we fight now? Even if we can recover, we cannot fight back at all. Quick, flee. We must escape from here. Pangu cannot be regarded through the lens of ordinary logic. We are not his equals, and there is no possibility of confrontation. With a single swing of his axe, he could annihilate all 3,000 demon gods. How utterly monstrous. Is the path of strength truly so terrifying? Flee. After today, Pangu's might will likely overshadow all other paths. In an instant, the 3,000 demon gods regained their senses and scattered in a chaotic retreat. Ha ha, you wretched beasts. Can you truly escape? Pangu bellowed with laughter, wielding the divine axe of creation, as he ruthlessly pursued each fleeing demon god. Before long, under Pangu's relentless onslaught, the 3,000 demon gods were left almost entirely dead or wounded, with only a handful of chaotic demon gods barely managing to escape. A few insignificant cats and dogs. Pangu paid no further heed. In a fleeting moment, he reappeared before Yong Tian. Ha ha, esteemed leader, your divine axe of creation is indeed remarkably effective. Slaying these beasts is as effortless as killing chickens. Pangu laughed heartily. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Very well, continue. Having passed the first trial of the Great Dao, you now face the second trial, to cleave through chaos and uphold the heavens and the earth with your formidable body, preventing chaos from healing. Ha ha, I have just such an intention. Pangu's expression grew solemn as he gripped the divine axe of creation. Suddenly, he channeled all his energy and swung the axe toward the boundless chaos. Whoosh! Under the immense power unleashed, the universe was reborn, splitting chaos in two. The light rose while the murk sank, illuminating the entire chaotic realm. As chaos was split, earth, water, fire, and wind surged wildly, with fierce winds and spatial rifts rapidly expanding. Steady, Pangu, with the creation blue lotus atop his head, supported the heavens with his hands and the earth with his feet. Separating the realms, the divine axe of creation radiated boundless power, forcibly pulling apart the unstable heavens and earth, preventing them from merging and healing. At that moment, the heavens and earth changed color, adorned with vibrant, multicolored radiance that enveloped the entire cosmos. Countless luminous orbs of myriad colors surged toward Pangu. Meanwhile, the Great Dao struck at the opportune moment, launching a powerful attack aimed at Pangu. In response, Yong Tian let out a cold chuckle and effortlessly deflected the assault from the Great Dao. With a single hand, he seized the entirety of the Great Dao system. Duplicate this Great Dao. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully copied the supreme divine myth Dao. You have acquired all the abilities of the Great Dao. Ding. The copied Great Dao has been enhanced 100 trillion times. Excellent. A smile crept across Yong Tian's lips. This Dao encompasses all 3,000 Daos. Let us demonstrate the tearing of the Great Dao. Yong Tian grasped the Dao and effortlessly ripped it in twain. The Dao let out a mournful wail and instantly dissipated into nothingness. The countless orbs of vibrant colors were, in fact, systems. Chapter 57. Capturing numerous systems, task complete. These myriad systems, radiating with colorful brilliance, surged forth with reckless abandon. They disregarded martial ethics and besieged Pangu. This was an utterly tragic affair. Even though Pangu had slain 3,000 chaotic demon gods, he was ultimately overwhelmed by countless systems breaking through, extracting his essence, draining him to the marrow. Ha ha, another Pangu. I am the supreme system of unparalleled greatness. I shall extract several tens of thousands of tons of his essence. I am the mightiest signing in system across the realms. I will plunder his marrow. I am the most formidable villain system. I demand Pangu's heart. The invincible celestial harem system is here. Whoever dares to covet Pangu's kidneys shall find themselves at odds with me. The divine choice system has arrived. I am the super god synthesis system. Today, I shall extract Pangu's essence and synthesize the strongest divine blood. I am the omnipotent system. Surely, extracting some of Pangu's essence is not excessive? To slay Pangu, how could I be absent from the strongest devouring system? I am the unbeatable system from the start. My requests are modest. Simply procure 100,000 pounds of Pangu's flesh. I am the strongest duplication system. Wouldn't it be reasonable to acquire 1,000,000 pounds of Pangu's flesh? The common Pangu's essence is up for grabs. Let each vie for it based on their abilities. I am the conceptual divine system, surely invincible. I am the advisory system. I am the fisherman S-boon. The strongest fishing system in all realms is here. I am the laidback system. In an instant, countless systems went berserk, charging toward Pangu. Pangu, momentarily taken aback, pondered, is this what systems are? Each system represents a path. Even the weakest among them could rival the Heavenly Dao. So this is the third trial of the Great Dao. Only by enduring this trial can one succeed in proving their path through strength. No wonder so many Pangu have perished at the hands of systems. Such a hellish difficulty. Without formidable external assistance, one would surely meet their doom. Pangu murmured. Moreover, in addition to the colorful systems, there were also radiant 9-colored systems, diverse and vibrant, black and white, encompassing all imaginable varieties. Various systems surged forth. There were countless systems, far exceeding those of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, who merely sought to kill him. The systems not only left no room for Pangu to survive, but also sought to extract his very essence, draining all utilitarian value. Damn it! I only intended to prove my path through strength. Must so many systems descend upon me? Pangu erupted in fury. With a thought, he activated the divine acts of creation to fend off these systems. His hands supported the heavens, his feet grounded on the earth, leaving him unable to wield his hands freely. Yet he could manipulate the axe and the creation blue lotus with his divine will. If he could withstand the onslaught of the systems, he could complete the proof of his path and create the heavens. System. Duplicate all systems in this realm. Is that feasible? Yong Tian pondered. Ding. Congratulations. You have duplicated billions of systems. Ding. Congratulations. All the systems you have duplicated have been enhanced 100 trillion times. Excellent. Thus, I now possess countless systems, all enhanced 100 trillion times. A subtle smile played at the corners of Yong Tian's mouth. The capability of my system, while absurd, is also straightforward. The essence of the system is to duplicate and then enhance 100 trillion times. There are no limitations, no complex components, belonging entirely to the realm of idealistic concepts. In summary, it can duplicate and enhance 100 trillion times, no matter the circumstances. It is unrelated to strength, the great Dao, rules, or even the supreme, entirely idealistic. Esteemed leader, save me. I can hardly hold on. Don't just stand there, ancient dust sand. Hurry and lend me your aid. Pangu cried out, in a state of utter misery, his body riddled with wounds. The systems swarmed him like a cloud of relentless insects, attacking viciously, seeking to extract his essence and tear away a piece of flesh. All right, I shall assist you. Ancient dust sand responded cheerfully. No worries, I will step in. Yong Tian said calmly. With that, Yong Tian resolutely took action. Extending his right hand, he reached out to grasp the multitude of systems besieging Pangu, binding them in place. Suppress. Yong Tian uttered softly. Then, with a mighty grip, he seized them all within his palm. With a thought, Yong Tian opened the chat group. He placed all the captured systems into the points mall, clearly marking their prices at 100 points each. Each system could be purchased for a mere 100 points. However, each member of the group could only buy one system. No more. Yong Tian thought. This could be considered a welfare distribution for the group members. What Yong Tian accomplished may sound lengthy, but it transpired in the blink of an eye. Holy cow, these systems have been suppressed just like that? The esteemed leader is incredible. Ancient dust sand was left dumbfounded. Holy cow, this is amazing. Pangu stood there, momentarily dazed. The sheer magnitude of powerful systems being effortlessly subdued by the esteemed leader was truly a terrifying spectacle. I was nearly undone by this formidable system. How could such a powerful entity be so effortlessly subdued by the master of the group? Does this not render me utterly useless? Pangu pondered. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and stabilize the heavens and the earth to achieve your Dao. Yong Tian's calm reminder pierced through his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Pangu's spirit was instantly invigorated, and he expended every ounce of his strength to raise the heavens high. Utilizing the primordial green lotus and the heaven-splitting divine axe, he anchored the cosmos, ensuring its complete stability. Moments later, the separation of heaven and earth widened. The chaos was thoroughly divided, liberating Pangu's hands. With the presence of the heaven-splitting divine axe and the primordial green lotus, all factors causing instability were eradicated. This signified that the great Pangu had successfully opened the heavens. As the cosmos finally stabilized, a terrifying power erupted from Pangu. His aura transcended all boundaries. The path of strength ascended over myriad Daos. Standing upon the heavenly path, he forcefully pushed through the great ways. Thus, the great Pangu achieved success in his Dao through strength. At the very moment of his triumph, the path of strength replaced the previous Dao that Yong Tian had torn asunder. It transformed into a brand new ultimate path of strength. Across all realms and epochs, Pangu stood alone as the sole figure who attained success in the Dao through strength. The mythic saint of the path, the great Pangu, was thus born. I am Pangu. Today, I have successfully proven my Dao through strength. My path of strength will surpass all others. Once these words left his lips, they reverberated throughout the entire cosmos. After proclaiming, Pangu retrieved his heaven-splitting divine axe and placed it alongside the primordial green lotus. With a forceful melding, he fused the two treasures into one, ultimately evolving it into the vast primordial continent. Gazing upon the land he had created, Pangu could not contain his joy and burst into laughter. Ha! I have succeeded. I am no longer merely a remnant of my former self transformed into the primordial. This new primordial continent is birthed from my treasures, and from this day forth, I, the great Pangu, am invincible. Invincible? Did you just claim invincibility? Yong Tian shot a sidelong glance at Pangu. No. Master of the group. You are the true invincible one. Pangu hastily retorted. By the way, this is your heaven-splitting divine axe. Pangu returned the axe to Yong Tian. Yong Tian nodded indifferently, stowing the axe away. System. Copy all of Pangu's abilities. Ding. Congratulations. You have copied the abilities of the great Pangu and obtained the mythic cultivation of the path of strength, along with all of Pangu's powers. Ding. Congratulations. All the abilities you have copied have been enhanced by 100 trillion times. Very good. A slight smile graced Yong Tian's lips. His power had advanced once more. Meanwhile, the chat group timely settled the task. Ding. Congratulations on completing the group task. This time's group task. Assist member Pangu in achieving his Dao and prevent the systems of all realms from persecuting him. The chat group confirmed that the participating members had brilliantly completed the task through teamwork. The task settlement was complete. Each member received 10 billion points as a reward. Guinsha, what the hell? 10 billion points. Pangu. Zhang Holan, what the hell? I'm so envious. The chat group must have a bug. 10 billion points. How many group tasks must one take on to earn that? Chapter 58. Qing Yi Bai joins the chat. Zhao Linger, it hurts. It hurts so much. 10 billion points. What a pity that it was obtained by Guinsha. Doesn't that just make him more powerful? Gao Yao, Zhao Linger. Don't be so down. We can't compete with Guinsha anyway. Only the group master and Guinsha could accept that task. The group master likely doesn't care about these points, but with Guinsha possessing 10 billion points, his strength will undoubtedly rise again. Zhang Holan, it doesn't matter. I will still flatter the group master. Saitama, Zhang Holan, you dog, don't be greedy. Let me do the flattering. Gao Yao, you all can shut up. Let me handle this. Yong Tian, group master. All members, I'm not interested in that. If you're bored, finding a prison to sit in would be fine. Gao Yao, Zhang Holan, Richuan Fang Yuan. After completing the task, Yong Tian departed from the realm of the great Pangu and returned to the Dragon Ball world. Farewell, master of the group. Pangu bowed deeply in the direction Yong Tian had departed. Then I shall take my leave as well. Guinsha's figure flickered and vanished. Goodbye, old friend. Pangu waved in farewell. Then, in a flash, Pangu shrank in size and dove into the primordial continent he had created. Within this primordial realm, countless beings had yet to be born. As the sole entity who had achieved Dao through strength, it was remarkably simple for Pangu to create life. As for the dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan, they were birthed from the four great elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, and did not require Pangu's direct creation. Thereafter, he ceased to interfere with the natural trajectory of the primordial continent's fate, allowing it to unfold organically. Heng Jun, Kun Peng, Yang Mei, and ancestor Hong Yuan, among others, immersed themselves in the newly opened primordial realm. Pangu transformed into a robust man, wandering the vast expanse of the primordial continent. In the Dragon Ball world, on Earth in the 7th universe, Cell had finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shinran. Cell shouted at the Dragon Balls on the ground. Boom. In an instant, the heavens changed color, dark clouds swiftly converged. A golden light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls. The golden light morphed into a golden lightning bolt, shooting skyward. When the sky turned entirely dark, a dragon with a green back and a yellow belly emerged in the heavens. Come forth, one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. State your wish. I can grant any desire. Upon hearing this, Cell clenched his fists in excitement. All right, bring back androids 17 and 18. The dragon pondered for a moment before responding. I'm sorry. Androids 17 and 18 are not dead. That wish cannot be fulfilled. I see. They are indeed alive? Cell mused. Can you at least transport them here? Cell inquired. Yes. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and the wish was granted. All right. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, Shinran vanished, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which scattered across 7 different locations on Earth. The sky returned to its normal hue. Whoosh. 2 figures materialized before Cell. They were none other than the androids 17 and 18. How did I suddenly end up here? I still have to give Lord Zeno a foot massage. I can't waste time here. 18 exclaimed, her face filled with concern. You ugly freak. Did you bring us here? 17 glared at Cell. Hearing this, Cell let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha. 17, 18. You two have finally appeared. Come here and let me absorb you. It will be so comfortable, merging into one with me. Get lost. You hideous insect. How dare you speak so boldly? 17 retaliated, delivering a punch to Cell's abdomen. Puff. In an instant, Cell's entire body was pierced through, with 17's fist going straight through him. A mouthful of purple blood erupted from his mouth. No, this is impossible. How could your power be so formidable? Cell screamed in terror. Humph. Ugly freak. Die. 17 concentrated energy into his fist, launching an energy blast that exploded with devastating force. In an instant, Cell was obliterated, leaving no trace behind, utterly deceased. Although Android 17 abhorred training, his powers had, to some extent, been enhanced under the tutelage of the angels. Eliminating the current phase of Cell was a mere trifle. 17, you are quite capable. Android 18 remarked with a smile. Sister, you are still far more formidable. You serve directly under Lord Grand Zeno. Such a position is the dream of countless individuals. Android 17 replied with a subtle smile. All right, I must seek out Lord Grand Zeno, or I might miss his foot massage time. With that, Android 18 took flight towards Yong Tian's location. At that moment, Yong Tian was in a garden on Earth, adorned with blooming peach blossoms, fishing beside a pond. Though he still hadn't caught anything, even bending down to sip from the pond didn't quite count as being unproductive, did it? Ding. Qing Yi Bai has joined the chat group. Qing Yi Bai? Who might that be? I don't recall hearing about them. Yong Tian frowned slightly. He then delved into Qing Yi Bai's world and discovered that he was an exceedingly ordinary human on Earth. From Yong Tian's perspective, Qing Yi Bai was currently fastening screws on an assembly line, his eyes vacant and expression numb, devoid of passion and hope for life. Simply working in a state of apathy. What on earth? How could the chat group invite such an ordinary person to join? And an ordinary person I had never even heard of. Yong Tian found this quite perplexing, but nonetheless welcomed the new member. Yong Tian group leader, welcome, Qing Yi Bai. To the multiverse chat group. Zhao Linger, welcome, Qing Yi Bai. Bei Chong Tan, welcome, Qing Yi Bai. Gu Ina, welcome, Qing Yi Bai. Shi Huang Di, welcome, Qing Yi Bai. Pangu, welcome, Qing Yi Bai. Guinsha, welcome, Qing Yi Bai. Meanwhile, on Earth, in a dark factory, Qing Yi Bai had just finished work, concluding yet another monotonous and busy day. Upon returning aimlessly to his rented room, he discovered a talking chat group had inexplicably appeared in his mind. The Multiverse Supreme chat group? Filled with curiosity, Qing Yi Bai entered. Holy moly! Guinsha, the Great Pan Gu, Ultraman Tiga, Gao Yao, Zhang Chulan. All members of this chat group were characters from films, animations, or novels that I recognized. I'm on cloud 9. Qing Yi Bai was instantly filled with excitement. Moreover, this chat group featured a points mall, where an omnipotent system was available for sale. It only required 100 points. Who on earth is this group leader? How extraordinarily impressive, Qing Yi Bai pondered. A glimmer of hope sparked in his previously vacant gaze, illuminating the possibility of a brighter future. Qing Yi Bai, to all members, esteemed leaders, you are the individuals I admire most. It is a privilege for me to join this chat group. I hope to receive guidance from you all in the future. Happy New Year. Chapter 59. Yi Hei joins the chat group. Ri Chuan Fong Yuan. Qing Yi Bai, from your words, it seems you are quite familiar with us? Qing Yi Bai, Ri Chuan Fong Yuan, familiar indeed. I adore Xianzun, who does not know? Those who cannot compose poetry surely cannot attain the status of a master. You are the one I respect the most. Your perseverance is truly commendable. Yuan Deu. So, Qing Yi Bai, you recognize me as well? Qing Yi Bai, Yuan Deu, yes. Ultraman Tiga, you are my utmost idol. I lent you my brilliance, which led to my own future being shrouded in darkness. Sun Wukong. Qing Yi Bai, it appears you know everyone in the group? Pangu. Qing Yi Bai, have you heard my story? Guinsha. Do you know me too, Qing Yi Bai? Qing Yi Bai, Sun Wukong, Pangu, Guinsha. Indeed, I recognize and understand everyone in the group. However, I have no impression of the group leader named Yong Tian. Xiao Huahua. Qing Yi Bai, if I mention the group leader's other name, you should recognize it, right? His other name is Vegeta. Qing Yi Bai, Xiao Huahua, with that hint. I can roughly guess that this group leader named Yong Tian must be a transmigrator who has become Vegeta while still using his original name. Yong Tian group leader, indeed. You are quite the genius. Your deduction is remarkably accurate. Qing Yi Bai, Yong Tian, I bow before you, esteemed leader. I humbly request your guidance moving forward. Yong Tian group leader, we are all compatriots, it's all good. Observing Qing Yi Bai's comments, Yong Tian suddenly understood. This was a quintessentially ordinary person from Earth. It seemed he often indulged in novels, animations, and films. Otherwise, he wouldn't recognize everyone in the group. Who would have thought that Guinsha, Guina, Bei Chong Tan, Zhao Linger, Shen Pingyan, and others were also in this group. This group was a veritable mix of characters, especially the great Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth. As long as I hold tight to the legs of these illustrious figures in the group, my life can hardly be deemed miserable. In this way, I would no longer need to toil away in the factory, fastening screws, nor be bound to the drudgery of the assembly line. All these group members are characters I know from films, animations, or novels. How fortunate I am to join this group. Qin Yi contemplated. Holy moly. The points mall even has systems for sale. Just 100 points each. This chat group is incredible. Qin Yi was utterly astonished. Qin Yi, could any esteemed leader spare me a few points? I wish to purchase a system. If a mere mortal like me possesses a system, I would never have to work again. Sun Wukong. Qin Yi, certainly. Allow me to gift you some points and a little something as well. Ding. Sun Wukong has gifted you 100,000 points. Ding. Sun Wukong has gifted you the Flying Nimbus, Body Freezing Technique, and the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. Qin Yi, Sun Wukong, what? You truly gifted me? Thank you, great sage. I am most grateful. You are magnificent. Sun Wukong. Qin Yi, enjoy life to the fullest. Qin Yi, yes, great sage. Instantly, with points and magical abilities in hand, Qin Yi broke into a goofy grin. To hell with it. I'm not going to work tomorrow. I'm going to skip work. I have no desire to attend that dreadful job for even a day. Qin Yi promptly entered the system mall, expending 100 points to purchase a system. The all-powerful system. What a splendid name. I love it. It's settled. At the moment of successfully acquiring the system, a stream of light surged into his forehead. Suddenly, Qin Yi felt a wave of comfort envelop him. He would no longer toil away like a beast of burden, nor would he have to go to work. He would no longer need to send acknowledgments in the work chat. This fellow was incredibly fortunate to have been pulled into the chat group, altering his destiny from that point onward. Yong Tian smiled faintly. Mockery ta ba duo si. Kexi, let us commence today as foot massage. Yes, Lord Grand Zeno. The three attendants, ba duo si, immediately donned sweet smiles and began their daily foot massage ritual. A day later, Yong Tian sat by the fishing spot, watching the ripples form in the pond. Finally, he had a bite. With a swift tug on the fishing rod, a tattooed snake was reeled in. What the heck? A snake? How unfortunate! Yong Tian exclaimed angrily. He then casually grabbed the snake and handed it to Ba Duo Si. Technician number 6. Please prepare a pot of snake soup with an old hen. Understood. Lord Grand Zeno. Ba Duo Si replied, taking the snake away. Yong Tian cast his line again, continuing to fish. While waiting for another catch, he opened the chat group to check on the messages. Qin Yi Bai, Xiao Hua Hua, Yan Di. Could you grant me a flame of exotic fire? I yearn to incinerate that oppressive factory that exploits my labor. Xiao Hua Hua. Qin Yi Bai indeed. Such a trivial matter. Ding. Xiao Hua Hua has gifted you a void-devouring flame. Qin Yi Bai, wow. Thank you, esteemed one. Uchiha Sasuke. Qin Yi Bai, I too can offer my assistance. Ding. Uchiha Sasuke has bestowed upon you a pair of Rinnegan. Qin Yi Bai, Uchiha Sasuke, you're awesome. Immense gratitude for your generosity, Sasuke. Pangu. Qin Yi Bai, since you require aid, I have little to offer, but I shall gift you a drop of my essence. This is currently a highly sought-after currency. Qin Yi Bai, Pangu. The great Pangu is truly remarkable. My heartfelt thanks, revered one. Yong Tian, having perused the group messages, noted that many members had offered Qin Yi Bai a small token of their regard. Yong Tian, group leader. Qin Yi Bai, since everyone has contributed, I, as the group leader, shall also present you with a small token. Ding. Group leader Yong Tian has granted you immortality. Qin Yi Bai, I bow to you, esteemed group leader. Thank you for the splendid gift. Qin Yi Bai, I have resolved to chronicle this chat group and all its members into a novel to commemorate my life. Yong Tian, group leader. Qin Yi Bai, do as you wish. Your happiness is what matters. Ding. Yi Hei has joined the chat group. Zhang Holan. Yi Hei. Welcome to our ranks. Gao Yao. Yi Hei. A warm welcome to you. Guinsha. Instantly, the group members greeted the newcomer with enthusiasm. Qin Yi Bai, Yi Hei, wow. The Heavenly Emperor has graced our chat group with his presence. At this moment, in the era of celestial domination, Yi Hei gazed in astonishment at the chat group that had suddenly appeared in his mind. What on earth? A chat group? How could such a thing manifest in my mind? Yi Hei was utterly bewildered. After glancing at the group announcements and gaining a rudimentary understanding of the situation, he swiftly comprehended. What the hell? A supreme chat group of the heavens? Here I am, having ascended to the throne, yet this golden opportunity arrives only now? Yi Hei was engulfed in confusion. I, Yi Hei, in an era where becoming an emperor is deemed impossible, have achieved this with a sacred body unsuited to the times. It can be said that I am unparalleled in history. Yet, despite my grievances, it is imperative to foster camaraderie with my fellow group members. What the hell? Pangu is also in this group. And the first emperor, Spider-Man, Ultraman, the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, is present too. What an assembly of divine beings. Yi was profoundly astonished. Qing Yabai. Yi, Heavenly Emperor, why do you remain silent? Are you suppressing the dark turmoil? Yi, Qing Yabai, you know me? Qing Yabai, of course Yi. You suppress the dark turmoil, stabilize the forbidden zones, restore the heavenly court, and protect all beings, truly worthy of the title Heavenly Emperor. The first emperor, Heavenly Emperor? That sounds rather impressive. Xiao Huo. Yi, are you the Jade Emperor? Yi, Qing Yabai, you have discerning eyes. Yi, Xiao Huo. No, I am merely an unremarkable sacred body. Yong Tian observed the ongoing conversation with some surprise. He had anticipated that the chat group would also include the Heavenly Emperor. Yong Tian group leader, Yi, the Heavenly Emperor. You are deserving of that title. Aside from a slight darkness in your heart, you are otherwise commendable. Yi, Yong Tian, wait a minute, my friend, where is this darkness in my heart? Pray tell. Yong Tian group leader, Yi, is your heart not dark? You imprisoned Zhang Yuchen in a latrine for 500 years. You wielded a wicked club, stripped him bare, and even sold the sacred maiden's undergarments. Should I provide further examples? Yi, Yong Tian ahem. Enough, no more. My heart may indeed possess a smidge of darkness, but merely a hint. It is my past path, best left unspoken. Chapter 60, Yi versus Sun Wukong. Qing Yabai. Yi, are you still suppressing the dark turmoil? Or have you been hiding in the 3 generations copper coffin for countless years? Yi, Qing Yabai no. The dark turmoil and the 7 forbidden zones have been subdued by me. However, the flying immortal waterfall still harbors risks. The undying emperor can launch surprise attacks from the celestial realm via the waterfall. Qing Yabai. Yi, fret not. It's not a significant issue. For you are the invincible heavenly emperor. I stand with you, ready to vanquish all foes. Yi, Qing Yabai. Very well. Are you reversing the heavens? You are echoing my own words. Qing Yabai. Yi, no worries. Next time it shall be your turn to speak. I merely serve as your voice. Indulging in the pleasure of words. Yi, Qing Yabai. Yi, by the way, have you settled the parking fee for your car beneath Mount Tai? I do not seek immortality, only to await your return to settle the fee. I am the security emperor of the Mount Tai parking lot, eagerly awaiting your payment. Yi, Qing Yabai, my friend, this is a bit excessive, I assent it. You're quoting the words of the formidable empress like this? Qing Yabai. Yi, remain calm. Yi, Qing Yabai, fine, I shall remain calm, but you're testing my patience. Taste my fist. I am the Heavenly Emperor, ready to vanquish all foes. Insolent one, meet your end. Sun Wukong. Yi, splendid. A magnificent Heavenly Emperor. Your charisma aligns perfectly with my taste. Evil sword immortal. Yi, it seems that only someone with such conviction could truly be the Heavenly Emperor. Fuxi is but a trifling matter. Yi, evil sword immortal. I recognize you. You are the villain from the game The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Fuxi is still mightier than you. Evil sword immortal. Yi, nonsense. Fuxi has already met his demise by my hand. I, the evil sword immortal, am the strongest. Now, I am the Heavenly Emperor. Yi, evil sword immortal. If my instincts serve me right, you joined this chat group to alter your fate, did you not? Evil sword immortal. Yi, indeed, you have uncovered the truth. My righteous spirit is overflowing, yet it has turned malevolent. Yi, evil sword immortal, your audacity is astonishing. What a preposterous claim. Zhaoling Yi, I too am a Heavenly Emperor. However, my carefree brother is being groomed to take on that mantle, and I must pass this position to him. Yi, I see. Thus it appears that the destinies of our group members cannot be viewed through the lens of the past. If all goes well, their fates should shift in some manner. My own destiny, too, will transform due to my inclusion in this chat group. Yong Tian, group leader. Yi, I never expected you to possess such clarity. You are indeed enlightened. Yi, Yong Tian, of course. I am the Heavenly Emperor, prepared to vanquish all foes. Yi, Sun Wukong, great sage. I wish to duel with you. What say you? Sun Wukong. Yi, haha. A pleasure indeed. Let us engage in a splendid contest. Yi, Sun Wukong, splendid. Then let us meet upon the martial arts arena. With that, Yi materialized upon the martial arts platform. The group members flocked to witness the spectacle. Qing Yabai, hooray! We shall witness the clash between the Heavenly Emperor and the Great Sage. Such an outrageous duel could only be witnessed in a wildly imaginative workshop. Who would have thought I would be a first-hand observer? It would be hard to believe if I recounted it. Yi Sun Wukong, prepare for battle. Sun Wukong. Yi I, the Great Sage, am here. Soon, within the chat group, upon the Grand Martial Arts Arena, Yi stood with an air of calmness. An overwhelming surge of vitality radiating from his being. Sun Wukong appeared equally composed, wielding his golden staff, adorned with a phoenix-winged crown, clad in golden chainmail, and donned in cloud-stepping boots. This was the ensemble of the Great Sage, exuding an aura of majesty and unparalleled coolness. Meanwhile, in the audience, Yong Tian and the other 23 members were all gathered. Yi, make your move. If you do not strike, you shall miss your chance. Sun Wukong smiled and said. Yi took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Excellent. Just in time. I too wish to test the extent of the Great Sage's formidable prowess. With that, Yi summoned his celestial cauldron, forged from 9 types of immortal metals, which floated above his head. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Yi launched into action with his self-created technique. The Heavenly Emperor Fist. In an instant, unique manifestations exclusive to the sacred body emerged around him. The bright moon rising over the sea, the golden bitter sea, the chaotic blue lotus, the splendid mountains and rivers, the diagram of yin and yang, life and death, the celestial king descending upon the 9 heavens, and the stars shining in the azure sky. These myriad phenomena coalesced into a chaotic world. I am the Heavenly Emperor. I shall subdue all foes in this world. With a single punch, his vital energy erupted, shattering the heavens with a torrential force, causing the celestial laws to crumble, as if the very essence of the Great Dao had been obliterated. Of course, this was merely an exaggerated description. The Great Dao had not truly been extinguished. As the archaic sacred body, Yi had attained the status of an emperor during an era when it was deemed impossible to do so. Effortlessly dominating all adversaries of the same realm, and slaying those beyond his level was not a daunting task. The sacred body emperor suppressed myriad paths, reigning over all the prodigious talents of his contemporaries. Bring it on. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stowed away his golden staff and similarly launched a punch. Although the sacred body emperor was powerful, he was ultimately not at the level of the immortal emperor and could not contend with the great Luo golden immortal. Even though Sun Wukong's great Luo Dao fruit was not cultivated by himself, it was still beyond the comparison of the sacred body emperor. When their fists collided, the void was obliterated and space shattered. For a moment, the river of time came to a halt. Yi's right arm shattered, blood spurting from his mouth as the celestial cauldron flew away, and he was sent hurtling backward. He crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Old Sun hasn't even exerted himself, and you've already fallen. Sun Wukong taunted at the opportune moment. Although he did not perceive this statement as particularly mocking, it resonated differently in Yi's ears, akin to a blatant provocation. As the dust settled, Yi slowly rose from the ground. With a calm demeanor, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a thought, he activated the secret of the character Zhe, healing all his injuries. Again, Yi howled, utilizing the secret of the character Xing, showcasing incredible speed, reappearing before Sun Wukong in an instant. The Heavenly Emperor cauldron floated above him once more. Yi's momentum surged rapidly, his power escalating wildly. All combatants assemble. The 9 secrets unified. Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Heavenly Emperor Fist. A single vessel shatters myriad laws. Yi commanded the celestial cauldron, delivering his most potent strike. The cauldron rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal vessel of immense proportions. In an instant, it bore Yi's entire essence, pouring forth all his strength as it descended upon Sun Wukong. A world-shattering divine technique plummeted towards Sun Wukong. Well done. This strike is quite intriguing, Sun Wukong remarked appreciatively. Then, with a sharp command, Law of Heaven and Earth, Battle God Technique. In an instant, Sun Wukong's form expanded to an astonishing height. Raising his right hand, he effortlessly grasped the celestial cauldron and, with a powerful squeeze, reduced it to mere powder. Following that, he delivered a resounding slap across Yi's body. Bang! Yi exploded into a mist of blood. Though defeated, Yi possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. A single drop of blood could restore him to life. Sun Wukong had relied solely on pure physical strength, refraining from employing any divine techniques beyond the law of heaven and earth. Thus, he did not utilize the powers of the laws or the great Luo Dao fruit to annihilate Yi. Consequently, Yi could still revive himself with a drop of blood. Once restored, Yi landed on the ground and immediately raised his hand in concession. Great Sage, it's time to call off your divine techniques. No need to continue. I concede. The disparity in our strengths is too vast. Yi shook his head. At this moment, had he invoked the realm of the Dao, he could have easily defeated Sun Wukong, but alas, that was not the case. All right. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. His form quickly shrank, returning to that of an ordinary person. Yi, your strength is commendable. In this realm, you should find it difficult to encounter rivals. Sun Wukong assessed. Yi smiled faintly indeed. I am invincible among my peers. Wow. The Great Sage and Emperor Yi are formidable. Qing Yibai exclaimed. Yong Tian group leader, not too shabby. Pangu, somewhat weak. I could extinguish both of them with a single breath. Sun Wukong. Pangu, you old fool. Don't you dare say that to the group leader. Yi, Pangu. Pangu instantly fell silent, closing his mouth. Chapter 61. Yushin joins the chat group. Yong Tian. With a thought, commanded, system, copy Yi's abilities. Ding. Congratulations. You have copied Yi's abilities, acquiring the 9 secrets, Heavenly Emperor Cauldron, Archaic Sacred Body. Sacred Body Emperor Cultivation, Heavenly Emperor Scripture, Chaotic Scripture, 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Source Heavenly Book, Sacred Body Monastic Secret Method, Primordial Scripture, and the Guide to Salvation, among others. Ding. The abilities you have copied have been enhanced by 1,000,000,000,000-fold. Not bad. Yang nodded in satisfaction. Well, since this duel has concluded, I shall take my leave. Yi spoke slowly. With that, his figure began to fade, retracting his divine thought back to his true self. Hee, just in time. I too shall depart. Old sun is off. Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light and swiftly vanished. Soon, the group members began to disperse. Yong Tian also returned to the realm of reality. Lord of the universe, here is the old hen stew you requested. Bados approached slowly, holding a pot of steaming soup. Vibrant in color and extraordinarily appetizing. Looks quite good. Just set it down. Yong Tian replied nonchalantly. Bados shook her head. That one tea do? I should feed you. As you wish. Your happiness is all that matters. Yong Tian responded indifferently. Now open wide. Be careful, it's hot. Bados scooped a spoonful of soup, gently blowing on it before offering it to Yong Tian. How is it? Tasty? Bados asked eagerly. Quite good. Your culinary skills are commendable, Yong Tian remarked. Ha. As long as you find it delicious, I'm satisfied. Bados laughed heartily. After finishing the soup, Yong Tian materialized a 3-dimensional image, sliding the screen. Let us see what Kakarot is up to, Yong Tian thought. The image depicted West City on Earth, where Kakarot, Vegeta, and Trunks stood before the time machine. Dad, Uncle Wukong, are you really going to the future with me? Trunks inquired. Indeed. The issue of the androids must be resolved. I wish to witness whether the androids 17 and 18 of the future are truly beyond saving. Kakarot replied casually. Leave android 18 to me. I have surpassed that puppet. Vegeta sneered, eager to avenge his previous defeat. Although he could not confront this timeline's 18, he could certainly take his vengeance in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't all his training be in vain? All right, then let us go. But the time machine can only accommodate 2 people. What about the third? Trunks asked. Simple. Vegeta can hold on to the outside of the time machine. Isn't that another way to traverse time? Kakarot stated, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Trunks scratched his head. While that is indeed possible, it's humph. Kakarot, don't make decisions on my behalf. Vegeta retorted, visibly displeased. All right, Trunks, let us set off. Kakarot jumped into the time machine before anyone could react. Trunks, looking resigned, followed him into the machine, while Vegeta, fuming, grasped the machine's leg. Soon, the time machine activated, soaring into the sky. A flash of white light engulfing the 3 as they transformed into a streak of white and vanished from sight. In the present moment, a leap has been made into the future timeline. Upon arriving in this desolate future, Trunks and his companions behold a scene of utter devastation and the collapse of order. The world is riddled with scars, the earth is charred, and scarcely a spark of life remains. Damn those androids. How could they have reduced the earth to such a state? How many lives must have been lost? This is infuriating. Kakarot's anger surged intensely. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoes through the air. Ha. So what if we did it? Trunks, where have you been hiding? The voice belongs to Android 18 from this future. Android 17 and 18 approach leisurely. Accursed androids. To hell with you. Trunks roars, his eyes ablaze with fury. In a moment of pure rage, he transforms into a Super Saiyan. His golden hair stands erect, shimmering golden brows framing his emerald green eyes. muscles bulging with refined strength. He gathers an energy blast in his hand and hurls it towards Android 17. Bang! A blinding white flash erupts, and Android 17 is obliterated in an instant. As for why Android 18 remains, it is naturally left for Vegeta to handle, as he had specifically requested it. Android 18. Die! Vegeta bellows. Huh. Destruction energy blast. He gathers a purple energy orb with both hands, pushing it forth towards Android 18. Bang! A piercing scream escapes Android 18 as she is annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Haha, I have finally surpassed 18. I, Super Vegeta, am the mightiest. Vegeta laughs triumphantly. The androids have finally been dealt with. Trunks is overwhelmed with joy. Who goes there? Kakarot suddenly turns to look behind him. He sees a creature with wings, green skin speckled with black. A being of crustacean origin. This is Cell, who had intended to ambush Trunks and seize his time machine to travel to the past. Unfortunately, the perceptive Kakarot detected him. Oh no, I've been discovered. Cell exclaims in horror, turning to flee. Humph. Once you've come, you shan't leave. Vegeta sneers. Big bang attack. Vegeta shouts, launching an energy blast towards Cell. Bang. A fierce light flashes, and dust rises slightly. When Calm returns, Cell is utterly annihilated. Vegeta, you despicable fiend. I haven't even lifted a finger, and you've already dispatched 2 foes. This is outrageous. Kakarot complains. Humph. I am now Super Vegeta. Dealing with a few weaklings is a trivial matter. If it were you, I wager you'd take an eternity. Vegeta retorts proudly. Well then, now that the androids have been vanquished, let us return. Trunks, Kakarot proposes. Trunks, would you kindly take us back? Vegeta requests. Father, it's no trouble at all. Thank you for assisting me in dealing with the androids from my timeline. Trunks beams with gratitude. Thus, Trunks activates the time machine for a return trip. Upon witnessing this, Yong Tian decides to halt his observation. Since the androids have been dealt with, allow me to present you with a small gift, Trunks. Yong Tian whispers. With a flick of his hand, he restores the future to its former glory. The deceased Gohan, Kakarot, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Kaizu, Ting, and all the Z fighters, along with the Earthlings, are resurrected. What is happening? My world has reverted to its original state. Did Lord Zeno intervene? Trunks murmurs. Lord Zeno, I wonder if you can hear me. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you. Tears of gratitude well in Trunks' eyes. Yong Tian casually closes the scene. Android 18, Technician. Let us begin today's foot massage. Certainly, esteemed guest. Technician 18 is at your service. Dressed in a sleek black professional outfit, a sweet smile adorns her face. After a considerable time, the daily foot massage concludes. Yong Tian exhales deeply, feeling utterly rejuvenated. Ding. Yushin Buddha has joined the chat group. Yushin. How intriguing. A character from the sequel of Journey to the West? Yong Tian ponders. This fellow is rather fortunate. Qing Yi Bai Yushin Wao. Greetings, Yushin Buddha. You have presided over the 3 realms for 33 years, battling the antiquated Tathagata. You are the person I admire most. Yushin, what the hell? Who is speaking in my mind? Qing Yi Bai. Yushin, Buddha, please take a moment to read the group announcement before speaking. Yushin, Qing Yi Bai, understood. Chapter 62, Killing Tathagata. At this moment, in the world of the sequel to Journey to the West, at Ling Mountain, within the Grand Hall of Great Strength. At the highest seat, a man clad in black with long straight black hair sits cross-legged upon a black lotus. This man is Yushin Buddha. His eyes are tightly closed as he senses the chatting group within his mind. I see. This so-called chat group can connect countless worlds. Indeed, a flower represents a world. Having reviewed the group announcement, Yushin has a rough understanding of the nature of the chat group. According to the announcement, I can seek assistance from group members to alter my fated destiny. My destiny as Yushin Buddha is to govern the 3 realms for 33 years. Yet I intend to change this predetermined fate. I shall ensure that Tathagata never returns. I wish to forever preside over the 3 realms. Yushin muses. Yushin, Qing Yi Bai. I have read the group announcement and gained some understanding of the chat group. Qing Yi Bai. Yushin Buddha. You are the one I admire and respect most. You are correct, Tathagata is wrong, and Sun Wukong is merely a pawn of Tathagata. Yushin, Qing Yi Bai. Oh, you seem to know my story. Qing Yi Bai. Yushin. Of course. Tathagata knows he will return after 33 years, and thus he flees in a panic. His return is a predetermined fate. Sun Wukong, along with the deities of the 3 realms, has always stood by Tathagata's side. They firmly believe you to be the demon, while Tathagata is the righteous one. The crux of the matter is that fate is already sealed. Everyone will assume you will fail. The reason for your failure lies in your insufficient means to win over people's hearts. You lack popular support. Everyone is inclined to oppose you. And even the Heavenly Dao does not stand by your side. It would be a miracle if you succeeded. The biases of the masses are akin to a mountain. No matter how hard you strive, you cannot hope to budge an inch. In their minds, you are the demon. Even if they understand your experiences, they will not acknowledge you. Their worldview is such that demons are not orthodox. Tathagata is the orthodox one. And Tathagata merely needs to say a few words to sway the hearts of many to support him as the decision-maker. Unless you eradicate the Heavenly Dao, eliminate Sun Wukong, and completely obliterate Tathagata's soul, the three realms will naturally belong to you, and no one will be able to interfere with your dominion. Yushin, Qing Yi Bai, I am aware of this, but my strength is still insufficient. I can only defeat Sun Wukong and Tathagata, but I cannot annihilate them. I need to find Tathagata's reincarnated spirit child and gather 16 ancient Buddha relics. Once I have collected all 16 relics, I will be able to slay Tathagata. Otherwise, I would not require the assistance of my comrades. So, do you have a way to assist me? Qing Yi Bai, Yushin, it is quite simple. I shall lend you my strength. Yushin, Qing Yi Bai, truly? You can assist me? Qing Yi Bai, Yushin, indeed. Allow me to enter your world. Yushin, very well. Xiao Huo. Qing Yi Bai, my friend, are you truly capable? How long have you been in this chat group? Don't rush headlong to your demise. Zhang Hulan, indeed, Qing Yi Bai? Your abilities appear rather lacking. You have yet to partake in a single group mission, and I fear you may struggle against the challenge posed by Yushin Buddha. Qing Yi Bai, not to worry. The great Pangu has bestowed upon me his divine blood. Utilizing the omnipotent system, I have refined and absorbed this essence. With the immortality granted by our esteemed group leader and the longevity bestowed upon me, alongside the binding techniques and the 72 transformations provided by the great sage, I have expended 100,000 points to barely enter the tribulation phase. My physical prowess can rival that of the saints of the Heavenly Dao. My strength is formidable. Pangu, is this truly the case, Qing Yi Bai? Qing Yi Bai, indeed. Fear not. I shall commence a live broadcast. If necessary, I can call upon our illustrious group leader. Allow me to demonstrate. Yushin, Qing Yi Bai, very well. Since you possess such confidence, step into my realm. Ding. Qing Yi Bai has requested entry into your world. Do you agree? Agreed. With a thought, Yushin consented to Qing Yi Bai's request. In an instant, a figure materialized before him. This individual appeared exceedingly ordinary, devoid of any captivating traits. He was none other than Qing Yi Bai. Ding. Qing Yi Bai has initiated a live broadcast. Zhang Hulan entered the live stream. Zhao Linger entered the live stream. Yong Tian entered the live stream. Sun Wukong entered the live stream. In a flurry, group members flocked into the broadcast. The screen displayed Qing Yi Bai bowing respectfully. Salutations. Yushin Buddha, you are Qing Yi Bai? Yushin inquired with an indifferent tone. Indeed, though my cultivation may be modest, my physical form is remarkably robust. Eliminating a Tathagata should pose no challenge. Qing Yi Bai asserted with unwavering confidence. At that moment, Qing Yi Bai, a mere factory worker, had unexpectedly gained power, and thus transforming into a figure of significance was only fitting. Yushin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. But can you locate the reincarnated spirit child of the Tathagata? Qing Yi Bai responded with equal mirth. That is trivial. I shall simply eradicate the Heavenly Dao. With that declaration, Qing Yi Bai unleashed his aura, revealing the might of the Heavenly Dao's physical form. A single drop of Pangu's blood had elevated his corporeal strength to this level. This was without fully absorbing Pangu's essence. Should he achieve complete assimilation, reaching the realm of the great saint would be effortless, though not in the mythological sense of the term. Suddenly, he soared into the sky, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The sky tore open, leaving an unhealable wound. Qing Yi Bai plunged into the rift, seizing the Heavenly Dao and swiftly refining and absorbing it. In an instant, the Heavenly Dao was obliterated. Qing Yi Bai's consciousness radiated outward, recreating a new Heavenly Dao. Fellow deist, remarkable. You truly vanquished the Heavenly Dao. Yushin's eyes widened in astonishment. Let us go. It is time to slay Sun Wukong and the Tathagata's reincarnation. Qing Yi Bai grasped Yushin and vanished in a flash. They reappeared before Zhao Linger. This is the reincarnated spirit child of the Tathagata, Qing Yi Bai introduced. Oh, Yushin tore away Zhao Linger's clothing, revealing a swastika mark on her back. Yushin's eyes lit up. Good. Indeed, it is the reincarnated spirit child of the Tathagata. Then let us finish her. With a swift motion, Qing Yi Bai struck, sending Zhao Linger, along with the Tathagata's essence within her, into oblivion. Thus, the Tathagata met his end. Impressive. How effortlessly you dispatched the Tathagata. I admire your prowess. Yushin praised. Now let us seek out Sun Wukong. Qin Yebai seized Yushin once more, and they vanished again, reappearing before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, your time has come. A cruel smile graced Qin Yebai's face. Who are you? Why do you wish to slay me? Sun Wukong fixed his piercing gaze upon Qin Yebai. The one who will kill you. With that, Qin Yebai unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! Sun Wukong was obliterated. His essence scattered. Sun Wukong, huh? You mean to say you have vanquished both the Tathagata and Sun Wukong? Gao Yao. Qin Yebai, well done. Yuan Deu. Qin Yebai. You seem rather extreme. Diga, I am not extreme. I am simply a rational individual. To resolve Yushin's troubles, such measures are necessary. Eradicating those who oppose him addresses the root of the problem. Qin Yebai replied. Subsequently, he closed the live broadcast. Very well, Yushin. I must take my leave. With that, Qin Yebai departed. Watching Qin Yebai vanish, Yushin remained momentarily stunned. It seems you are the true demon, he murmured. Thus, the Tathagata, Sun Wukong, and the Heavenly Dao, all obstacles to Yushin's success, were eradicated. Henceforth, Yushin could reign supreme over the three realms. Chapter 63. The Saint of All Realms joins the group chat. Yihei, Yuan Deu. While your views on enemies may be excessively extreme, I believe Qin Yebai acted rightly. Our stance is with Yushin, and thus, any cruelty towards foes is entirely justified. Peter Parker, Yuan Deu, I support Qin Yebai. He is in the right. Merely differing in perspective. Gao Yao, Yuan Deu indeed. Qin Yebai is correct. Your beliefs are misguided. It is you who are extreme. Pangu, Yuan Deu. Matters are devoid of right or wrong. Only strength matters. The weak have no right to distinguish between them. Were you as powerful as our group leader, no one would dare to contradict you. Kawashima Fan Yuan Deu indeed. This is the absolute truth. Zhao Linger, Yuan Deu. Dear Ultraman brother, reality unfolds as such. If you possess strength, none will oppose you. Yuan Deu. Qin Yebai, no need for further words. It is simply a matter of differing stances. I believe I have committed no wrongdoing. Had I not struck against the Tathagata, Yushin would undoubtedly have been hindered by the fate decreed by the heavens. And if I had spared Sun Wukong, he would inevitably gather the 16 ancient Buddha relics, alongside his own bone relic, leading to Yushin's defeat. Therefore, my decision to eliminate Sun Wukong was the correct choice, a choice of stance. The Tathagata, Sun Wukong, and the Heavenly Dao must perish. They are all unstable elements. Yuan Deu. Qin Yebai, understood. I stand with my fellow group members. I merely feel some actions taken by my peers are excessively extreme. Not that I deem them right or wrong. Qin Yebai, as long as you are content, Yuan Deu. Yong Tian, group leader, fear not, pursue what you wish to do. I shall support you. Regardless of any uncontrollable circumstances, I will bear the burden and resolve the matter. Zhang Holan, Yong Tian, greetings, esteemed group leader. You are truly formidable. Gao Yao, Yong Tian, greetings, esteemed group leader. Qin Yebai, Yong Tian, greetings, esteemed group leader. Xiao Huohuo, Yong Tian, greetings, esteemed group leader. In an instant, group members showered praises upon and saluted their leader, Yong Tian. Yong Tian, group leader. No need for formalities. Observing the discussion regarding Qin Yebai's extremity, Yong Tian paid little heed. Casting a glance at the 4 skilled technicians beside him, he closed the chat group. Your technique is proficient, but exert a bit more force. Very well, esteemed guest. At this moment, in the world of Ultraman Diga, Yuan Deu stood by the seaside, gazing at the endless shoreline. Surrounded by the scrutiny of his peers, he felt a pang of internal conflict. However, upon realizing he had criticized his friends for the sake of outsiders, he recognized his error. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Deu chuckled softly. Right and wrong are inconsequential. In my world, I am Diga Ultraman, and in other realms, I shall embrace the darkness. Those not of my kin will surely harbor different intentions. Henceforth, I shall devote my utmost support to my comrades. The formidable strength I possess is a gift from our esteemed leader. While I may harbor my grievances, I shall not cast blame upon my fellow members. Upon reflection, my understanding has significantly broadened. Ding. The Master of All Realms has joined the chat group. Yong Tian, upon observing the newly added name, felt his spirits lift considerably. The Master of All Realms? That must be Lin Fengjiao. As the guide for the majority of transmigrators in their novice village, it is indeed fitting to bestow upon her such a grand title. Yong Tian nodded in affirmation. Yong Tian, welcome, Master of All Realms, to our group. By Kington, welcome, Master of all realms, to our group. Gu Yuna, welcome, Master of all realms, to our group. Emperor Qin, welcome, Master of all realms, to our group. Yi Hei, welcome, Master of all realms, to our group. In an instant, the members of the group welcomed the newcomer with enthusiasm. Qing Yi Bai, Master of all realms, wait. Are you Uncle Jiao? Uncle, you are the person I admire most. Yi Hei, Qing Yi Bai, my friend, come on, just because someone enters the group, you declare them your idol? That is quite absurd. Qing Yi Bai, Yi Hei, keep your composure. Every member of this group is someone I respect immensely. Yi Hei, good grief, you truly are outrageous. Master of all realms. Qing Yi Bai, have you heard of my tale? Qing Yi Bai, Master of all realms, of course. You are the most handsome Daoist of Shan, known far and wide. Truly, who in the world does not recognize you? Meanwhile, in the world of Mr. Zombie, Uncle Jiao was utterly bewildered. Am I really that famous? Has my renown reached such heights? Yet, how come I remain oblivious to this fame? After perusing the group announcement, Uncle Jiao grasped the concept of a chat group and promptly changed his name to Lin Jiao. As for the name Lin Fengjiao, he would never acknowledge it with so many eyes upon him. A man overflowing with yang energy adopting such a delicate name would be quite humiliating, wouldn't it? Uncle Jiao, cherish my dignity too much to allow that. Upon surveying the nicknames of the group members, Uncle Jiao was left in awe. The existence of a chat group is indeed unfathomable. Pangu, Emperor Qin Ing Zheng, Han Fizi, and the legendary Sun Wukong. All these illustrious figures are in this group. How extraordinary. Lin Jiao, Qing Yi Bai, I can't possibly be that renowned, can I? Qing Yi Bai, Lin Jiao, you certainly are. If I say you are, then you undoubtedly are. Yi Hei, Lin Jiao, are you the uncle from Renjia town? Lin Jiao, Yi Hei, indeed, have you heard of my story? Yi Hei, Lin Jiao, you were once the person I admired most. Yong Tian group leader, Lin Jiao, I too hold you in high regard. Lin Jiao, is my fame truly that vast? Uncle Jiao was filled with doubt. Ding. Qing Yi Bai uploaded a series of Mr. Zombie videos. Reward, 1,000 points. Zhao Linger, binge watching time. Xiao Huo, rewatching the Mr. Zombie series is quite enjoyable. The group members eagerly clicked to watch. The Mr. Zombie series? Let me see what this is about. Uncle Jiao curiously clicked in. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into his mind through a process akin to memory infusion. The opening revealed a Daoist clad in a bright yellow robe, exuding righteousness. A poem soon surfaced. A half bowl of clear water reflects the universe. A talisman commands the spirits and deities. Stepping upon the yin-yang trigrams. With a wooden sword, I severed demon souls. Weeping and pouring wine upon the spirit ground, the Daoist essence persists through heaven, earth, and humanity. The red string and glutinous rice still remain, yet the ghost catcher of yesteryear is nowhere to be seen. This referred to none other than Uncle Jiao. After finishing, Uncle Jiao stood frozen, unable to quell the turmoil within. It's over. My junior brother Qin He is dead. My senior brother is also gone. How did things come to this? Uncle Jiao's face darkened. Qiu's hung, and Wenna have truly let me down. Alas, my mission has ultimately fallen into decline. Uncle Jiao sighed deeply, realizing the future awaiting him, feeling a profound sense of loss. However, Uncle Jiao regained his resolve, his gaze firming. Such future calamities, I must not allow them to unfold. My senior brother and junior brother must live on. The chat group allows for task postings, so I shall shamelessly issue a request to my comrades to rewrite this tragic future. Ding. Due to member Lin Jiao's concerns regarding the bleak future repeating, a task has been triggered to assist him. Group task. Assist member Lin Jiao in rewriting the tragic and desolate future. Accept or decline. This task is open to all group members. Upon completion of the group task, substantial points shall be awarded. Qing Yi Bai, I accept. I shall take it on. Pangu. Never mind. Such tasks are unnecessary for me. Let others handle it. Accepting would lower my prestige. Guinsha. I too shall refrain. I am not in need of points. Uchiha Sasuke. If you want to take it, I will. Zhao Linger, I will too. Sun Wukong, I shall as well. Kawashima Fan Yuan, even a fly's leg is meat. I shall accept it. Qing Yi Bai accepted the group task. Bai Kington accepted the group task. Tian Bao accepted the group task. Tree Brother accepted the group task. Yi Xiao accepted the group task. Yong Tian chose not to accept either, for points held no significance for him. However, he could traverse the myriad realms, descending into Uncle Jiao's world as a form of leisure. In truth, there were numerous intriguing experiences Yong Tian had yet to explore. Uncle Jiao's world was indeed populated by many notable figures, including the interdimensional bus driver Ning Ting Ting, the master of all realms Uncle Gio, and captain away of the opening team. In any case, let me send forth a thread of divine consciousness to take a look. Chapter 64. Uncle Gio, I haven't boarded yet. At this moment, Uncle Gio awaited the arrival of his comrades in the ancestral hall. Ding. Qing Yi by requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Ding. Gao Yao requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Ding. Yushan requests to enter your world. Do you? Consent granted. Uncle Gio silently affirmed. Thus, with a flurry of sounds, 22 group members materialized out of thin air, nearly filling the entire ancestral hall. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled in the sky. A cataclysmic scene brewed as a colossal rift tore open in the void. A beam of golden light emerged from the opening, transforming into a striking figure. This was but a manifestation of Yong Tian's divine consciousness, not his true self. A thread of divine consciousness, while inherently feeble, is relative only to its owner. Regardless of its frailty, the potency of the consciousness hinges on its origin. Yong Tian, with a mere thread of consciousness, could suppress the myriad realms without issue. Whoa! Salutations, esteemed group leader. Gao Yao immediately bowed deeply. Salutations, esteemed group leader. Qing Yi Bai and the other members all bowed before Yong Tian's divine consciousness. No need for such formalities. Let us promptly attend to the task. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Exactly what I intended. Yushan laughed heartily. Yi He frowned. This realm is far too fragile. A single punch could shatter it. Gao Yao. Yi He, then just refrain from using too much force. Yi He, fair point. Then let us commence by dealing with Ren Weiyang. Zhang Hulan proposed. I concur. Uncle Gio also nodded slightly. Then let us proceed. Yi He invoked the secret of movement, and with a flash, everyone vanished. They reappeared atop a mountain. This was the burial site of Ren Weiyang, where the ghost of Qiuxing's slumbering companion, Dong Xiao, lay interred. Yet, the most fearsome entity on this mountaintop was none other than the zombie, Ren Weiyang. Xiao Huo let out a hearty laugh. This trivial matter is best left to me. With a grasp, Xiao Huo drew Ren Weiyang forth from the earth with a mere pull. Fire palm. Flames erupted from the palm, instantly incinerating Ren Weiyang. Xiao Huo employed a rather rudimentary combat technique, yet in this era of diminishing powers, it proved remarkably effective. And the female ghost. Come to me. With a swift motion, he absorbed and refined Dong Xiao's soul. Ba, such a task seems rather monotonous. It presents no challenge whatsoever, Yushan lamented. Then let us not squander any more time. Let us complete the task in an instant. Yong Tian nonchalantly waved his hand. All malevolent demons and zombies in this realm were eradicated and purified. It has been decreed that in this age of decline, malevolent creatures shall not attain sentience. Thus, it is best to obliterate all evil entities. Once this was accomplished, the sounds from the chat group echoed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group task. This task was, assist group member Lin Jiao in rewriting a tragic future. According to the chat group's evaluation, the participating members had successfully completed the task through teamwork. Task settlement completed. Each member received 100,000 points as a reward. With all demons and monsters vanquished, the tragic fate of Uncle Gio would naturally be altered. Moreover, you are bestowed with boundless Taoist powers, an immortal body, invulnerability, and eternal life. Yong Tian pointed towards Uncle Gio, granting him immense Taoist abilities. Thus, in this world, Uncle Gio would become an invincible being. Whether faced with celestial masters descending from the mountains, or newly birthed malevolent beings, or even evil practitioners, Uncle Gio could easily handle them. Thank you, esteemed group leader. Uncle Gio exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yushan interjected, wait, are we genuinely here to complete a task? Or merely to go through the motions? Yushan, if there are points to be earned, you should be pleased. The evil sword immortal remarked. Indeed, every task is a breeze with the esteemed group leader present. Sun Wukong chimed in. I must add, even if the esteemed group leader were absent, we have the likes of Pangu and Guinsha among us. And our current strength is formidable, each of us a great Luo. Bei Zhangtan stated. So are we to return to our respective worlds now? Yong Tian, the group leader, replied. No rush to return. Let us first sink that island with the cherry blossom trees before heading back. If we don't deal with that island, what a wasted trip. I was thinking the same. Gao Yao laughed. I concur. That island must be submerged. Otherwise, I shall feel unsettled upon returning, Zhang Hulan added. I need to burn the beasts on that island. Otherwise, I won't sleep tonight, Xiao Huo stated. Which island? Lin Jiao inquired, perplexed. Lin Jiao, if you don't understand, it's best not to ask too many questions, just observe. Yi He responded. With a grand gesture, Yong Tian transitioned the scene. They found themselves over a vast ocean, with a small island appearing deceptively benign adorned with cherry blossom trees. However, this island was a breeding ground for all manner of beasts, the very source of their existence. The term beast had not even existed until this island birthed grotesque creatures. No need for further words. Buddha's Wrath of the Lotus. Xiao Huohuo launched his signature technique. Boom. An explosion resounded, engulfing the island in flames. A torrential wave of heat soaring into the sky as the entire island was obliterated. Annihilate. Yi casually struck the remnants of the island with a punch. Instantly, the void shattered, and a torrent of emptiness surged forth, devouring the island entirely. The sea was consumed by this void, forming an unfathomable abyss. As the air compressed, the space gradually began to mend itself. The sea water continuously filled the abyss, and at this rate, it would not be long before it was completely restored. Wow. Incredible. One punch created such a commotion. If he struck harder, wouldn't he shatter the very heavens? Uncle Jio's eyes widened in astonishment. Qing Yi Bai glanced at Uncle Jio and explained, calm down. With Yihei's power, catching stars and moons is mere child's play. He could pierce through the cosmos with ease, so there's no need for such surprise. Amazing. Are all the group members this formidable? Uncle Jio felt as if he were dreaming. Uncle Jio, once you've been in the group for a while, you'll come to understand, Zhang Holin chuckled. All right. Now that the island has been destroyed, I shall return. Yong Tian transformed into a beam of golden light, breaking through realms. The group members used the chat group's teleportation feature to return to their respective worlds. Uncle Jio stood momentarily suspended over the ocean, feeling somewhat dazed. Wait. I haven't boarded yet. Did you all consider bringing me back? Uncle Jio's expression turned troubled. Speaking of which, did you all forget something? Lin Jio interjected. What did we forget? I don't think so, Yihei replied. You didn't send me back. I'm still over the ocean. How do I return? Lin Jio exclaimed. Oh no, I completely forgot. You are too weak to instantly return to Renjia town. You must fly for a while, Yihei admitted. Lin Jio, I don't know. It wasn't me who brought you there, so find the one who did take you back. Gao Yao suggested. If all else fails, you can just fly back slowly. Qing Yi Bai added. Lin Jio, the task is complete, and you have 100,000 points, right? Just spend some points to teleport back, Lin Jio conceded. Yong Tian observed the chat messages, falling into silence. To be honest, he had simply forgotten to send Uncle Jio back. It was not intentional. Ding. Fate has joined the chat group. Chapter 65. Fate joins the group chat. Ding. Fate has joined the chat group. Yong Tian group leader. Fate, welcome to the group. Qin Shi Huang. Fate, welcome to the group. In an instant, the members welcomed the newcomer. Qing Yi Bai. Fate, are you from the Shuming clan? Fate, yes. Qing Yi Bai, wow. This chat group is full of all sorts of people. Another one trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi has joined. Uchiha Sasuke. Infinite Tsukuyomi? What does that mean? Sasuke, triggered by key words, immediately posed a soul-searching question. Qing Yi Bai, Uchiha Sasuke. It means literally that fate has been manipulated by others throughout his life, submerged in the illusions created by others for most of his existence. Only in the later stages did he break free from that fate. Regarding fate, Yong Tian pondered for a moment and immediately recognized who this person was. Fate, also known as Su Ming, belongs to the Shuming clan. He is the protagonist in the quest for magic. When he was but a dying infant, his body and soul were separated by Su Xianyi. His soul was acquired by the Celestial Emperor. Upon realizing he belonged to the Shuming clan, the Celestial Emperor cast his soul into the land of the barbarian tribes. The Shuming clan, often referred to as the body-snatching clan, survives by continuously exchanging bodies, regarding the body as a vessel while the soul remains eternal. The Celestial Emperor utilized his Shuming clan abilities to fulfill his own schemes. Time and again, he struggled within the predetermined cycles of fate designed by the Celestial Emperor. He underwent 36 reincarnations. This signifies that he was subjected to the Celestial Emperor's manipulation through reincarnation and extermination 36 times, all without his awareness. Only in the 37th reincarnation did he finally realize everything was an illusion. Upon uncovering the truth, Su Ming dedicated his life to seeking the reality and battling against fate. Not only did the Celestial Emperor attempt to manipulate fate, but Su Xianyi, the Elder of Destruction, and several other powerful beings also plotted against him, seeking to control him. Ultimately, as the conclusion drew near, fate finally broke free from the chains of manipulation. However, upon discovering the truth, he found that all the friends he once knew had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. In this world, what remains genuine? The illusion of Wushan, the affection of Balan, the The childhood companions. Are they all mere fabrications? What is truth? What is reality? Why is this all so? His mental state, once spiraling into madness, drove him to the brink of insanity. Desperate to resurrect all those he had lost, he succumbed to madness. Ultimately, in a frenzied act, he seized the formidable body of Xianzong from the boundless path. Fortunately, he succeeded in this possession. Utilizing Xianzong's corporeal form, he ascended to the pinnacle of the demon-seeking realm, the boundless path. Since the world has branded me as a demon, I shall embrace this fate and become one. Subsequently, in a bid to revive everyone he lost, he sacrificed himself, merging his physical form and all his powers into a realm known as the barbarian god realm. His consciousness transformed into the celestial path. In works such as Immortal Rebellion, I Desire to Seal the Heavens, and Eternal Thought, the character of Destiny is referenced. He did not perish, but ultimately returned. In the final tale, 3 Inches of the Human World, he is mentioned to have, like Wang Lin, stepped into the 10th step of the Radiant Sky realm. Yet, amidst his quest for demons, he endured great suffering. In the early to mid stages, he was manipulated, and in the latter stages, all his friends and family perished. His conclusion was a self-sacrifice to resurrect the departed souls, leading to his own demise. Yet, in the end, he returned. He bore similarities to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm in the perfect world. Though I may ultimately fade away, one day, I shall return. Unlike Destiny, who sacrificed himself with a reasonable return, should one be utterly slain, their return is uncertain. However, if Huang is killed, he will undoubtedly resurrect. A stark contrast between the two. Ding. Qingyi by uploaded Seeking Demons. All group members eagerly clicked to view. Upon receiving Destiny's tale, some were moved to tears. Beichong Tan. Oh dear, Destiny's life is so tragic. Far worse than mine. Gu Ina indeed. This is akin to an ultimate hellish version. It cannot simply be termed Seeking Demons. It is merely a tale of a tragically devoted soul, driven to madness. Yi He. Certainly, Destiny embodies true magnanimity. He cannot be labeled a demon. Su Xian Yi, Di Tian, and Mia Sheng conspired against him. Yet he sought not revenge, but the resurrection of his departed loved ones. Such is the essence of great love. Zhang Chulan. I understand now. Destiny is the epitome of a loving immortal. Chuan Daofeng Yuan. Zhao Ling Air. In this entire chat group, none suffer more than Destiny. Only Gao Yao can possibly rival him. Yuan Deu. Reading such a life nearly plunged me into depression. Sure, Huangdi. Same here. Next time, I should ask about my friends' lives before deciding whether to delve into their fates, lest I fall into despair myself. Qingyi Bai. Destiny. At this moment. What stage are you in? Have you freed yourself from fate? Destiny. Qingyi Bai. I have taken possession of Xinzong. I have found traces of all my departed friends and family, but I cannot locate Tu Mao He. I have searched every nearby realm. Yet my friend Tu Mao He remains elusive. Qingyi Bai. Fear not, Destiny. Miesheng will assist in bringing back Tu Mao He. In Immortal Rebellion, Tu Mao He reincarnated as Tian Yunzi and was once Wang Lin's mentor. Interestingly, Wang Lin's Lu Mo avatar was sent back in time. Having seized the boundary compass and the Tian and Aizhu, leaving the Tian and Aizhu for Wang Lin's true self, Lu Mo is, in essence, Wang Lin's protector. Ding. Due to group member Destiny's impending self-sacrifice to resurrect his loved ones, an urgent group task has been triggered. Group task. Assist Destiny in resurrecting all his friends and family. Accept or decline. This task is exclusive to the strong. Completing the group task will yield significant points. Guinsha. Only the strong may participate? I shall accept this to test my abilities. Reviving many is a trivial matter. Pengu, I decline. Such a task is meaningless. Ding. Guinsha has accepted the group task. At that moment, in the world where Destiny resided, amidst the endless starry expanse, his colossal form sat cross-legged upon a compass known as the boundary compass, which was still missing its orb. This orb is the 7th bead from Destiny's bracelet. It must be placed within the compass to transform into the Tian and Aizhu. Suddenly, the void split open, and a figure appeared before Destiny. It was Guinsha. Are you Destiny? He inquired with a smile. Guinsha could lock onto Destiny's realm with his own power, bypassing the need for the chat group to traverse dimensions. Although it required time to locate him, having observed how the group leader usually made his entrance, he decided to emulate it. Yes, I am Destiny. And you are? Destiny responded, somewhat puzzled. Guinsha introduced himself. I am Guinsha from the chat group. I am here to fulfill the group task. Reviving your loved ones is quite simple. Were there traces? Destiny remained expressionless, neither joyful nor sorrowful. All right, I understand. Leave it to me. Guinsha smiled slightly, raising his right hand to touch destiny. A surge of power entered Destiny's inner world. In an instant, an indescribable force erupted, reviving all of Destiny's friends and family. Meanwhile, Destiny remained unscathed. I can feel it. My relatives, my friends, they have all resurrected within my inner world. Destiny exclaimed with growing excitement. Do you need my help to find Tu Maohi? Guinsha asked. Destiny shook his head. No need. You've already helped me enough. I will find Tu Maohi myself. Very well. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Guinsha vanished in a flash. Returning to his own world, the notification of task completion echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the group task. This group task assists Destiny in resurrecting all his friends and family. The chat group has verified that you have excellently completed the group task. You have earned 100,000 points as a reward. TCH. Such meager points. Guinsha shook his head slightly. This amount of points was no assistance to him. The chat group also announced that Guinsha had completed the task. Qing Yi Bai, Guinsha, as expected of you, completing the task so swiftly. With this, Destiny has rewritten his tragic fate. Not only has he revived his loved ones, but he has also survived. Beichong Tan, that is quite good. Gao Yao, I relish witnessing the fates of our friends being transformed. Chapter 66. Wang Lao Mo joins the group chat. Ding. Wang Lao Mo has joined the chat group. Qing Yi Bai, Wang Lao Mo wow. Just as we resolved Destiny's matters, you joined the group. Welcome Wang Lin. Wang Lao Mo, Qing Yi Bai. Have you heard of my story? Qing Yi Bai, Wang Lao Mo. No, but your face tells 1,000 tales. Moreover, I must say, you are the person I admire most. Xiao Hua Hua. Qing Yi Bai, come on. You say that about everyone, don't you? Qing Yi Bai, Xiao Hua Hua. You know it in your heart. Why voice it? Zhang Chulan. Gao Yao. Is it really so frequent for new members to join the chat? It feels as if it never ceases, akin to an endless series of nesting dolls. Yi Hei. Qing Yi Bai. Admit it. Did you invite Wang Laomo to join? How come you can identify every new member? Qing Yi Bai, what can I do? I didn't wish for it. It's just that I happen to know them. Zhang Chulan, well, such a boastful statement. It's truly a display of extravagance. Kawashima Fong Yuan. I can roughly guess the situation. It is simply that all the members within the group have characters reminiscent of works such as manga, anime, or novels in the world of Qing Yi Bai. To put it bluntly, in his realm, the group members may very well be characters from a certain narrative. Qing Yi Bai, Kawashima Fong Yuan. Truly deserving of the title of Hook Master. Your guess is astoundingly accurate. Kawashima Fong Yuan. Qing Yi Bai, Hook Master? What does that mean? Qing Yi Bai. It means nothing much. It simply suggests that you are in the business of selling hooks. Kawashima Fong Yuan. Qing Yi Bai, damn. You are the one selling yourself. Zhang Holan. Kawashima Fong Yuan, wow. You're impressive. You understood that? At this moment, in the world of immortal reversal, Wang Lin sat in an expanse beyond the mundane. Beside him was Ling Yuan. After gaining a basic understanding of the chat group, he decided to change his name to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, what exactly is this group about? Why? With my current strength at the 10th step of the Radiant Heaven realm, can I still not see through some individuals? Qing Yi Bai, Wang Lin, Radiant Heaven realm? What the hell? You are already beyond the plot of immortal reversal. The ultimate step in immortal reversal is merely the 4th step of the sky-piercing realm. Yet you are at the 10th step, already free from fate. Wang Lin. Qing Yi Bai, is it not normal to transcend fate? Why do you find it strange? Zhang Holan. Wang Lin, he simply wants to show off. If you were still a cultivator below the 4th step, he could reveal your fate and flaunt it in front of you. Wang Lin. Zhang Holan, oh? Is there such an implication? Qing Yi Bai. Oh no. The level of pretentiousness is diminishing. I initially thought it was astonishing that the destined individual joined the chat group only after attaining the boundless path. Yet here you are. Even more audacious. Joining the chat with the strength of the Radiant Heaven realm is simply bewildering. Yong Tian, Group Master. Qing Yi Bai. Why do you think he joined the chat group only at the 10th step and not as a weaker individual? Did you not say you would write the chat group into a book? Surely you can deduce it? Qing Yi Bai, Yong Tian, now that you mention it. I seem to understand a bit. In my world, writing also involves copyright distinctions. If I write on a certain platform and infringe upon another's work, it would either be deleted or taken down. So, Wang Lin falls into such a category? Yong Tian, Group Master. Qing Yi Bai, who knows? Wang Lin, Yong Tian, Group Master. What is your strength? Shall we engage in a duel? Gao Yao, how intriguing. It truly is fascinating. Another reckless soul wishes to challenge the esteemed Group Master. Guinsha. Wang Lin, I advise you to abandon that challenge. If you insist on confronting him, you may first contend with me. for I am still not at the level where the group master could effortlessly dismiss me with a single slap. If you manage to defeat me, I shall grant you permission to challenge the group master. Pangu, Wang Lin, I too stand ready. Defeating me is also an option, as I am the second strongest in the chat group. However, my strength pales in comparison to the group master's mere fingertip. Wang Lin, Guinsha, Pangu, very well. I shall first defeat you both, lest you harbor any grievances. Pangu, Wang Lin, splendid. You have guts. Guinsha, Wang Lin, enough idle chatter. Let us proceed to the martial arts arena within the chat group. Wang Lin, Guinsha, very well. Fate, impressive. We shall witness your battle. How delightful. Yi Hei, I predict Guinsha will emerge victorious. With his prowess, defeating Wang Lin should pose no challenge. Qingyabai, Yi Hei, I place my bets. Rest assured, the Celestial Emperor, Guinsha, is bound to win. Yi Hei, Qingyabai, I hope your faith holds true. Linjiao, it appears we are in for a grand display of powerful abilities, not to be missed. Before long, those who had time gathered in the martial arts arena section. Wang Lin, clad in white, stood calmly upon the stage. Guinsha, equally composed, remarked, Wang Lin, make your move. If you do not act now, you may find no opportunity thereafter. Wang Lin let out a cold laugh. Is that so? If so, then Wang shall no longer hold back. With that, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and multiple figures emerged. Slaughtering shadow clones, ancient demons, ancient fiends, and cultivator clones, advance. Wang Lin himself represented divinity. With a flick of his right hand, a billion soul banners manifested. Friends, come forth and converse within my banner. A billion souls surged forth, darkening the skies as they frantically devoured the essence of Guinsha. Simultaneously, slaughtering shadow, ancient demons, ancient fiends, and his cultivator clones all charged at Guinsha. Slaughtering shadow wielded the sword of slaughter, striking towards Guinsha. Wang Lin's cultivator clone unleashed celestial techniques. Summon the winds, call forth the rains, transform beings into soldiers, causing the earth to crack and mountains to collapse. Wang Lin did not remain idle. He raised his left hand and pointed at Guinsha. Petrification technique. Be frozen. Guinsha remained unfazed, his expression still calm. It seemed rather intimidating, but ultimately, it was nothing of consequence. Upon finishing his words, Guinsha gently struck out with his palm. It transformed into a colossal hand, swiftly obliterating Wang Lin. Wherever the hand passed, it resembled an apocalyptic grinding stone, leaving no room for pause. With a single strike, Wang Lin was annihilated, erasing all his offensive capabilities. Wang Lin found himself amidst the audience, cold sweat trickling down his brow. What level of power is this? How can it be so formidable? Gao Yao reassured him, remain calm. Guinsha, as the third strongest in the chat group, can suppress 99% of the combat power ceiling. Moreover, his strength has further advanced, making it a simple feat to defeat you. Wang Lin inhaled deeply. So it is. This world truly abounds with heroes. It appears that even beyond the 10th step of the Radiant Heaven realm, there exist further realms. The path of the Dao is indeed without end. Guinsha's figure flickered and appeared beside Wang Lin. Your strength is commendable, yet even if you transcend the celestial paths, you shall never match the prowess of the group master. He is invincible. The stronger I become, the more I perceive the group master's depth, unfathomable and unattainable. Guinsha spoke slowly. Wang Lin cupped his hands. I, Wang, have learned much. I shall certainly challenge you again in the future. Excellent. I await your challenge. You may regard me as your surpassing goal. However, as for the group master, it would be better to refrain from setting him as your target. Guinsha replied nonchalantly. Understood. Wang Lin nodded slightly. Thereafter, the group members gradually departed the martial arts arena, returning to their respective worlds. System, replicate Wang Lin's and Fate's abilities. Ding. Congratulations, you have replicated the abilities of Wang Lin and Fate, acquiring the ancient divine art, slaughtering immortal technique, the innate talent of the Nether clan, and slaughtering shadow clones, along with all of Wang Lin's and Fate's cultivation and capabilities. The abilities you have replicated have been amplified 100 trillion times. Not bad. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Chapter 67, Funina. Ding. Funina has joined the chat group. Yong Tian, Group Master. Funina, welcome to the group. Qingyabai. Funina, welcome to the group. Gao Yao. Funina. Though new members joining the chat group has become increasingly frequent, it remains essential to extend a warm welcome to newcomers. Each new member is an independent entity, potentially a fascinating soul, or perhaps a mere rat in a stinking gutter. Qingyabai. Funina, you are the person I admire most. Zhang Holan. Qing Yabai, spare me. Here we go again. Yi Hei. Qing Yabai, has that become your catchphrase? Gao Yao, this is truly shameless. Every time a new person enters, you claim they are the one you admire, utterly lacking in self-restraint. Funina, a character from Genshin Impact? This character certainly bears a strong tragic undertone, Yong Tian pondered. Funina, also known as the god of magic, Furkalos. Strictly speaking, Funina and Furkalos are already considered two distinct beings. Funina is an ordinary person separated from the water god Furkalos, representing the human aspect, the divine aspect. Laden with conspiracy and divinity, along with the heart of God, remains concealed within the Edict of Judgment. Her conspiracy was to deceive the laws of nature, to beguile the skies of Sky Island, to outwit Fontaine, and to mislead all those beyond. Thus, the ordinary Funina was compelled to masquerade as the water deity Furkalos for 5 centuries. The divine aspect, cursed by the human side, ensured that as long as her divine essence remained, Funina would perpetually enjoy youth and longevity. Yet, the torment of embodying the water deity was destined to be profound, even if aging was not a concern. However, such anguish was not one that an average person could endure. Henceforth, Funina lost her sense of self and reality, leaving only the facade and the opera of pretense. This protracted suffering could be compared to a life of great ambition, unlike those of lofty aspirations. Funina endured greater torment simply because she possessed morality and kindness, yearning to witness the salvation of the people of Fontaine. She could not bear to see them all dissolve in the primordial waters of the womb sea. This goal remained tantalizingly elusive, destined to amplify her suffering. To sacrifice her own well-being for the sake of others, a task immeasurably arduous, painfully challenging, and supremely noble. What made it even more unbearable was that after 500 years of effort, she could not reveal her plight to anyone, nor share her burdens, forcing her to confine her anguish to her own heart. Gao Yao, in contrast, experienced a slightly more favorable fate, devoid of morality. He could vent some of his own suffering by complicating the lives of others. Those with a moral compass are inevitably bound to suffer more than those without. Countless times, Funina nearly succumbed to despair, contemplating surrender. Meanwhile, her divine aspect remained vigilant, tirelessly gathering energies within the judgment mechanism for 5 centuries. She executed numerous acts of justice, adjudicating many cases in Fontaine over that lengthy span. Furkalos' actions aimed solely to amass enough energy to shatter the throne of the water deity, restoring the powers and authority belonging to the ancient dragon, Nivelle. Thus, the fully restored ancient dragon Nivelle would possess the strength to grant absolution to the people of Fontaine. As the water dragon king, he could control all water sources across the continent of Tivat, including the primordial waters of the womb sea. Consequently, he would be able to prevent the womb sea from dissolving the people of Fontaine, transforming them into true beings. This would ultimately lead to the salvation of Fontaine. With only Furkalos needing to sacrifice herself, the human aspect would walk the earth, living her own life. Ultimately, Furkalos indeed accomplished her goal. She was judged by Nivelle and executed by the judgment mechanism. Yet, the one who perished was not Funina, but rather her divine aspect, the water deity Furkalos. The people of Fontaine, originating from pure water spirits, could not be regarded as true humans until they were absolved by the complete ancient dragon, Nivelle. Although Furkalos successfully saved Fontaine in the end, Funina's heart remained shrouded in immense pain. This long-lasting scar might never heal throughout her lifetime. Ding. Yong Tian uploaded Funina's life resume. Zhao, is there a new anime to watch? Qing Yi Bai, just a heads up, Funina's story is rather intense. If you're not afraid of tears or melancholy, feel free to watch. Sure Huangdi. Qing Yi Bai, I was joking about almost becoming depressed last time. Regardless of how tragic a friend's story is, I must understand it. In an instant, the group members were intrigued and clicked to watch. The screen depicted Funina beginning her separation from the water deity, continuing to play the role of the water deity. Funina, do you wish to save the beings of Fontaine? Yes, I cannot bear to see them dissolve in the sea. Then, starting today, you must embody the water deity Furkalos. As long as you maintain your guise without being discovered, Fontaine will be saved. Are you willing? To save Fontaine, I am willing to play the water deity. As time passed, the loneliness and duration felt interminable. Has it already been several centuries? Perhaps this performance must continue for several more centuries. I never anticipated this process would be so agonizing. Have I reached my limit? No, I should have reached it long ago. Today, I cannot even notice my own tears. I yearn to confide in someone, even one person, but that would mean losing everything, wouldn't it? As the scenes rapidly flickered by, 500 years elapsed. The final image emerged. Fontaine, Opera de Fontaine. The highest judge of Fontaine, Navile, presided at the foremost seat, announcing the verdict. In the name of the highest judge, I declare Finina guilty of masquerading as a deity and deceiving the populace in her human identity. Based on the results from the judgment mechanism, I hereby sentence the water deity to death. Finina stood in the dock, her composure shattered, her heart racing in turmoil. Ultimately, she staggered, lost and disheartened, collapsing onto the throne. Tears streamed down her cheeks like an overflow of water elements, cascading down her face. As the judgment mechanism transformed into a colossal sword, descending upon her head, Finina's identity fluctuated. Between Finina and Fukulos, the transitions flickered back and forth. Water dragon, do not weep. Navile, I hope you will cherish the role that has belonged to you for the past 5 centuries. Farewell. With a thunderous crash, the azure sword fell. A blinding white light flashed. The demon deity Fukulos, along with the essence and throne of the water deity, was utterly shattered. Fukulos fell beneath the blue sword. Finina's blue hat tumbled to the ground. Though Finina appeared unharmed, her divine counterpart had perished forever. The water deity was left with only half of her being. The human side. Yi He, the great demon deity Fukulos Finina, what a marvel. Truly kind and magnificent. Gao Yao, damn it. You made my eyes water. Qing Yi Bai, watching it again still makes me feel for Finina. Her kindness and greatness are overwhelming, willing to bear all the sins of Fontaine alone. Yuan Deu, if it were me, I would likely succumb to darkness. Peter Parker, if I were to endure Finina's life, I would only say that the greater the power, the lesser the responsibility, the bigger the loaf, the tastier the hot dog. Zhang Holin, Peter Parker, fine. I get it. No need to flaunt your low standards. Chuan Dao Fong Yuan. Heh, sacrificing oneself to save others? A spirit worthy of respect. Jinshin, Fontaine, the Opera House. Ding, you have joined the supreme chat group of all realms. At this moment, Finina sat on her bed, tears surging uncontrollably. How much longer must this long suffering persist? It has already been several centuries. When will it end? A chat group? What is that? Wiping away her tears, Finina scrutinized the situation. If that is the case, then I could seek help from my group friends to save Fontaine? Is that possible? Finina pondered. Chapter 68, Helping Finina. According to the group announcement, this chat group consists of friends from all realms. They have no ties to the continent of Tivat. If I were to ask for their assistance, there should be no issue, right? Finina contemplated. Yet, the reflection in the mirror warned me not to let anyone discover my masquerade as the water deity. Otherwise, all would be in vain. What should I do? Finina felt immensely conflicted. It should be fine, right? I'll give it a try. Subsequently, she scrolled through the chat history, discovering that the group leader had uploaded her life resume, even revealing glimpses of her future in the video. So that's it. If the group friends are aware of my circumstances, then it should be manageable. Simply asking for help is all that is needed. Finina suddenly realized. To her astonishment, the reflection in the mirror revealed that she was the one scheming this affair. To shatter the throne of the water god, to restore the ancient dragon's powers, and to secure a pardon from Violet for Mondstadt. At the moment she envisioned saving Mondstadt, even she felt an overwhelming sense of greatness. A wave of joy surged within Finina. With that thought, she swiftly composed a message in the chat group and sent it out. Finina, is there anyone who can assist me? Gao Yao, Finina, I must help you. Yi He, Finina, awaiting the task announcement in the chat. Zhang Holin, Finina, do not worry. You need not explain, we all understand. Xiao Huo, Finina, indeed. Rest assured, we will support you. Finina, thank you all. It feels wonderful to have your understanding. Ding. Due to the suffering endured by group member Finina for 5 centuries, urgent assistance from group members is required. Triggering a group task. Group task. Assist Finina in saving Mondstadt, prevent the demise of the water god, and allow Finina to succeed the heavenly principle. Accept or decline. This task is open for participation by all group members. Upon completion, substantial points will be awarded. Xiao Huo accepted the group task. Bai Kang Tin accepted the group task. Qing Yi Bai accepted the group task. Zhang Holin accepted the group task. Emperor Qin accepted the group task. Finina accepted the group task. Wang Lin accepted it as well. In an instant, all 27 group members, excluding Yong Tian, had accepted the task. Yong Tian, however, did not need to accept the mission. Points from the shop held no significance for him. His points were boundless. Thus, he decided to project a fragment of his divine consciousness into Finina's realm. Yong Tian whispered to himself, while his true form reclined on the sofa, accompanied by technicians number 18, 6, 11, and 10, who were either washing his feet, massaging him, or serving him fruits and snacks. This was the life of an emperor. Can I accept a task too? How delightful. A sweet smile graced Fanina's face. Ding. Qing Yi Bai requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Ding. Wang Lin requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Ding. Zhang Holan requests to enter. In a moment, over 20 requests for entry into the world echoed in Fanina's mind. Fanina was taken aback. Oh, over 20 individuals? I must find a spacious place for their arrival. She quickly dashed out of the room and made her way to the opera house. Approve all group members' requests for entry. Fanina willed. Swish. A flurry of white light flashed, and 26 figures appeared within the opera house. Including Fanina, there were 27 individuals present. All group members, save for Yong Tian, had gathered. At that moment, a rift in the void opened, and a fragment of divine consciousness breached through, ultimately manifesting as a striking figure. This was Yong Tian's fragment of consciousness. Fellow members of the chat group, salute our esteemed leader. Gao Yao commanded, and the crowd bowed in reverence to Yong Tian. Salute to the esteemed leader. Dispense with the formalities. Let us commence the task. Yong Tian spoke nonchalantly. As for how the task should be executed, I leave it to your discretion. No need to consult me. Qing Yi Bai laughed heartily. Ha ha. Then I shall obliterate Sky Island, eradicating all the deities above. I shall join. The evil sword immortal revealed a cruel smile. Count me in. I will incinerate these deities. Xiao Huohuo smiled. Leave the heavenly principle to me. Panga spoke calmly. No need for explicit roles. Just bulldoze through. Transforming Mondstadt's denizens into regular humans shall be my task. Guinsha stated coolly. Thus, with mere words exchanged, the fate of the heavenly principle and the deities over Tivat was determined. Is your division of labor so precise? Fanina was momentarily stunned. Fufu. You need not concern yourself with the other matters. Just await the results. Yang Tian reassured her with a smile. Fanina nodded earnestly. As Fanina gazed in astonishment, her friends sprang into action. Sky Island. Here I come. Qing Yi Bai's body expanded infinitely, and with a powerful punch, he struck the floating island. Boom. The protective layer surrounding Sky Island shattered. Raised on. Qing Yi Bai unleashed a wave toward Sky Island. Boom. The wave directly struck Sky Island. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. Sky Island was obliterated into oblivion. Buddha-S Fury Fire Lotus. Xiao Huohuo cast a fiery lotus, incinerating the deities high above on Sky Island. No one could escape. The heavenly principle? What a worthless thing. Pangu inhaled deeply and exhaled towards the heavens. Instantly, a terrifying phenomenon occurred. His breath transformed into an eraser in the universe, obliterating everything in its path, including the sun, moon, stars, the heavenly principle, and the great path. Ultimately, apart from Tivat, all other planets, star rivers, and galaxies were reduced to ashes. Pangu, you've gone too far. You've destroyed the sun and moon. Yihei cautioned. No matter. I shall recreate them. A glint of brilliance flashed in Pangu's eyes. He directed two beams towards the sky. One transformed into the moon, and the other into the sun. Now, I shall create a new heavenly principle. With a flicker of thought, Pangu molded a new heavenly principle. Heavenly principle. From this moment on, you are Fanina's daughter. Whatever she commands, you must fulfill. Otherwise, you shall perish. Pangu imposed this rule upon the newly created heavenly principle. If the heavenly principle disobeyed, it would naturally dissolve into nothingness. Let all Mondstadt people be transformed into true humans. Guinsha waved his hand, scattering countless glimmers of light. These lights infused into every Mondstadt citizen, including Fanina, officially transforming them into genuine humans. The primordial waters could no longer dissolve the Mondstadt people. As for the demon god Fukulos, I grant you a new body, allowing you to exist as the true water god. Guinsha spoke calmly. His words became law. Fukulos emerged from the decree's core, her face radiating joy as she sensed the transformation of Mondstadt's people. All Mondstadt citizens have truly become humans. How was this achieved? Zhang Holan chuckled. Then I shall deal with the star-eating whale beneath the depths of Tivat. With that, Zhang Holan vanished, arriving at the ocean's depths. The origin of the primordial waters. A massive, grotesque whale was voraciously gulping vast amounts of seawater. You drink seawater, and I will devour you. Opening his mouth wide, Zhang Holan swallowed the whale whole. Upon entering his belly, it was instantaneously refined. Witnessing what his friends were accomplishing, Yong Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. The task was nearing completion. Now, Fanina, I bestow upon you the powers of the heavenly principle, granting you immortality and boundless divine strength. Yong Tian gently patted Fanina on the head. Thank you all. Fanina was overwhelmed with emotion. Fanina, are these your friends? What have they done? Fukulo's sword in. Fanina, brimming with joy, tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, in the mirror, that's me. These are all my good friends. They helped me save Mondstadt. They defeated the deities, and now I have succeeded the heavenly principle. I shall no longer embody the water god. From this moment forth, I shall solely be myself. Fukulo's embraced Funina and expressed his heartfelt apologies. Funina, I am truly sorry. For the past 5 centuries, you have borne so much. This was originally my duty, and I have placed upon you an undue burden. I am deeply remorseful. Funina, in high spirits, reassured him. We were essentially the same person to begin with. There is no need for your apologies. This was my own decision. I chose to save Fontaine. However, from now on, I shall be my true self. I intend to live my own life. At that moment, a notification indicating the completion of their task echoed within the chat group. Ding! Congratulations on accomplishing the group task. This task involved assisting Funina in saving Fontaine, preventing the death of the water god, and allowing Funina to replace the heavenly principles. According to the group's assessment, all participants displayed remarkable teamwork and successfully completed the task. The rewards have been distributed. Each member receives 1 million points as a reward. King Yi remarked, 1 million points? That seems reasonable. Uchiha Sasuke added, 1 million points will significantly enhance my capabilities. Funina expressed her gratitude. Thank you all. Thank you, group leader. Thank you to every group member. I am immensely grateful to you all. Without your assistance, I do not know how long I could have held on. Thank you so much. King Yi responded. Funina, there is no need for such formalities. Helping you was a fervent desire of my heart. Yi encouraged, Funina, enjoy your life ahead. Zhao Linger chimed in. Funina, you no longer need to be tormented. That is wonderful. After the task was completed, the group members gradually departed from the world of Genshin Impact, returning to their respective realms. However, Yong Tian's consciousness chose not to return. He wished to explore this world, to travel, and to experience the exotic charm it had to offer. Finding a few foot massagers would also be delightful, as this world was certainly not lacking in beauty. Chapter 69. The Emperor of the Canned Heavens joins the group. Yong Tian vanished in a flash, only to reappear before a girl with blonde hair, the traveler, Lumen. Beside her floated a creature known as Paimon. Excuse me, sir, did you come from Fontaine? Could you please tell us how to get there? Paimon inquired. Yong Tian smiled gently. Fontaine, you say? What is your purpose there? Paimon scratched her head and explained. I am Paimon, and this is the traveler, Lumen. She is heading to Fontaine to seek information about her lost kin, while also traveling along the way. Wherever she goes, I go. You seem to share a close bond. Yong Tian remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lumen nodded slightly. Indeed, sir. I met Paimon upon my arrival here, and she has been by my side for quite some time now. By the way, what is your name? You may call me Yong Tian. As for your kin, I can bring him to you. Once you are reunited, will you continue your travels across Tibet? Yong Tian inquired. Of course, we shall continue our journey. I will travel with my brother. Lumen asserted, her expression resolute. Truly a spirit of wanderlust. Yong Tian praised. Do you have the ability to bring him here? If so, please summon him to my side. Lumen requested earnestly. Then let us bring your brother here. Whether he wishes to travel with you is his own decision. Yong Tian replied nonchalantly. With that, he concentrated, and Lumen's brother, Ether, was suddenly transported before them. Where am I? Why have I suddenly appeared here? Ether exclaimed. Bewildered. Lumen. He gasped in surprise. Brother, I'm so glad to see you. Lumen exclaimed joyfully. Ether, this is not the time for us to meet. Did we not agree to reunite at the end of our journey? I shall not leave this world until the heavenly principles and the 7 gods have perished. Ether stated, his expression indifferent. However, as far as I know, the 7 gods currently existing did not participate in the destruction of Kenria. It was entirely the doing of the heavenly principles. Ether shook his head slightly. That is merely the surface appearance. The thrones of the 7 gods and the heavenly principles all contributed to the fall of Kenria. I must lead the remnants of Kenria, namely the Abyss Order, to shatter the heavenly principles. I shall obliterate the Sky Islands. The heavenly principles and the Sky Islands have already been destroyed. Surely you must know this? Yong Tian interjected. Ether seemed taken aback. What? I had heard from the Abyss Heralds that the heavenly principles and the Sky Islands no longer exist. I initially did not believe it. How could it possibly be true? Who did this? I must express my gratitude personally. The one responsible is Funina, the water god of Fontaine. Dissatisfied with the heavenly principles and the Sky Islands, She found a way to replace the heavenly principles and subsequently destroyed the Sky Islands. Yong Tian elucidated. Ether gasped in astonishment. The water god Funina is indeed formidable. I must go and witness her prowess firsthand. I shall express my gratitude to her in person. Is the water god of Fontaine truly that impressive? Lumen asked, somewhat astonished. Paimon shook her head slightly. Well, Paimon is uncertain, but it does seem that the heavenly principles have indeed been replaced. Then I shall send you before her, and we shall part ways here. Until we meet again, Yong Tian declared, concentrating once more to transport Paimon, Lumen, and Ether before Funina. Yong Tian then vanished in a flash, reappearing in Liu. He exclaimed, I seek foot massagers. Keqing, Ganyu, Xiangling, Raiden Shogun. Prepare yourselves. I shall come seeking your services. A sinister smile spread across Yong Tian's face. Thus, Yong Tian's consciousness embarked upon a journey across Tibet in search of foot massagers. In the Dragon Ball world, Yong Tian's true self remained unconcerned with the activities of his consciousness. Android 18, your skills have improved remarkably. Well done, he complimented. Thank you, Lord Grand Supreme Kai. Android 18 responded with a professional smile. Ding. The Emperor of the Canned Heavens has joined the chat group. Zhao Linger greeted. Welcome, new member, Emperor of the Canned Heavens. Xie Jinxian added. Welcome to the Supreme Chat Group, Emperor of the Canned Heavens. Funina chimed in. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome indeed. Saitama remarked. Welcome to the group. Emperor of the Canned Heavens. King Yi Bai quipped. Welcome to the group, Kidnapper. Yi Hei greeted. Welcome, newcomer. In a flurry of messages, the group members welcomed the new arrival. Ah, the Emperor of the Canned Heavens? The one who paved the way for future generations, traversed the heavens and the earth, and vanquished all foes throughout time? It truly is him. Yong Tian realized who it was. The Emperor of the Canned Heavens, known by his true name, Chu Feng, was the protagonist amidst the tales of kidney deficiency. He was also referred to as the Heavenly Emperor, the Kidnapper, the Ancestor of Cremation, Chu Lowly, Chu Demon, and Battlefield Correspondent. Several monikers exist, but the most recognized ones belong to the Emperor of the Canned Heavens and the Kidnapper. Chu Feng once sang love songs along the road to the underworld and misidentified Qin along the road of reincarnation, but he was most memorable as the Kidnapper. Emperor of the Canned Heavens. Thank you for the warm welcome, everyone. Zhang Holan remarked. Emperor of the Canned Heavens, you seem to acclimate to the chat group quite rapidly. Are you perhaps another traveler? The Emperor of the Canned Heavens replied. Zhang Holan, no, I am a bona fide earthling, not some traveler. Xiao Huohuo added. Emperor of the Canned Heavens. Wait, you're also an earthling? This is quite the coincidence with so many compatriots here. The Emperor of the Canned Heavens responded. Xiao Huohuo, so you are too? Xiao Huohuo confirmed. Emperor of the Canned Heavens, indeed. Though I am a traveler. The Emperor of the Canned Heavens asked. Yi Hei, Yi Heavenly Emperor, what brings you to this group? Yi Hei replied. Emperor of the Canned Heavens, you know me? The Emperor of the Canned Heavens chuckled. Yi Hei, isn't that a redundant question? Do you not recognize me? I am Chu Feng, the Heavenly Emperor. Yi Hei, Lord Quan, I apologize. I have no recollection of you. I have only heard of the Emperor of Desolation, but not of the Emperor of Chu. Lord Quan. Yi Hei, surely you jest? There's no need to pretend you don't know me in the group. Yi Hei, Lord Quan, I truly have no impression. At this moment, in the realm of kidney deficiency, Chu Feng glanced at Yi Hei's domain, feeling a hint of confusion. At present, Yi Hei was engaged in a philosophical discourse with a formidable individual. What could be amiss? Could it be that we joined the chat group at different times? The Yi Tian Emperor in the group does not recognize me at this juncture? Chu Feng pondered deeply. Lord Quan. Yi Hei, I think I understand now. We exist in different temporal nodes, so it is only natural that you do not recognize me. It seems you are indeed situated in the past. Yi Hei, Lord Quan. Are you suggesting that you hail from the future? Lord Quan. Indeed, Yi Hei. This is the only explanation for your unfamiliarity with me. Given this, I shall refrain from divulging too much about the future. Otherwise, my counterpart in your time may seek retribution against me. Yi Hei, Lord Quan, I comprehend. Regardless of what transpires in the future, I shall serve as the Emperor, vanquishing all adversaries in this world. Lord Quan. Excellent, Yi Hei. Your spirit is commendable. Qing Yi Bai, Lord Quan. What level of cultivation do you currently possess? Lord Quan. Qing Yi Bai. Well, I suppose I am above the level of sacrificial path. Qing Yi Bai. Lord Quan. You've reached such an advanced stage, yet you're merely participating in a chat group? Is this a mockery of your fellow members? Lord Quan. Qing Yi Bai. Is it wrong for me to possess a bit more strength? Would you care to spar? Qing Yi Bai. Lord Quan. It's fine. Being strong is entirely reasonable. Lord Quan. By the way, who might you be, dear acquaintance? You seem to know me well. Qing Yi Bai, Lord Quan. I am merely Qing Yi Bai, not an acquaintance of yours. I've only heard tales of your exploits, but you do not know me. Lord Quan. Very well. If you prefer not to disclose, I shan't pry further. Delving too deeply is not prudent. Qing Yi Bai, Lord Quan. Are you still engaged in the trade of selling enemies? What of that spitting frog and the diarrhea-ridden yellow cow? Have you cooked and consumed them? Lord Quan. Qing Yi Bai, what nonsense are you spouting? They are my dear friends and brothers. How could I ever harm them? Qing Yi Bai, Lord Quan. I seriously suspect that with enough money, you would likely devour them. Lord Quan. Impossible. Principles cannot waver. They are my good brothers, and I would never betray them. Except for that wicked, smoke-breathing black dog. Yi He, are you referring to the Black Emperor? Lord Quan. Yes. That despicable creature is truly one of a kind. It's almost more unscrupulous than I am. Zhang Holan, Lord Quan. Impressive. You're criticizing yourself. Lord Quan. Pa, my morally deficient son, that scoundrel of a Taoist, is the true embodiment of immorality. I am not at all lacking in virtue. Chapter 70. Han Baobao, Lord Luo, and Superman. Yi He, Lord Quan. You cannot be considered a good person. Is that morally deficient son of yours, Duanda? Lord Quan. Indeed, that is him. Yi he is indeed lacking in virtue. But how did he come to be your son? Lord Quan. He has been reincarnated as my son. Is that so unreasonable? Yi He. Yong Tian perused the group information and subsequently closed the chat. A bunch of idle individuals, boasting with great fervor. Yong Tian felt utterly speechless. Chat group. Randomly invite 3 individuals to join the group. Yong Tian contemplated and issued the command. All right, most esteemed group leader. Upon receiving the command, the chat group promptly admitted 3 newcomers. Ding. Han Baobao has joined the chat group. Ding. Lord Luo has joined the chat group. Ding. Clark Kent has joined the chat group. Qing Yi Bai, what the hell? How come so many new members arrived all at once? Qing Yi Bai, Han Baobao, Lord Luo. Clark Kent, you 3 are the individuals I admire most. Welcome to the chat group. Zhang Holan. Qing Yi Bai, you rascal, every time someone new arrives, you claim they are your most admired individuals. Gao Yao. Qing Yi Bai, are you operating some sort of bot? Qing Yi Bai, I am merely speaking the truth. Everyone in this group has been someone I have looked up to, except for that little rascal. Uchiha Sasuke. Yuan Deu. Saitama. Qing Yi Bai, are you implying regional discrimination? Qing Yi Bai, and if I am, come at me for a duel. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Qing Yi Bai, so you only pick on the weak, do you? Saitama. Lord Luo. Excuse me, what is the nature of this chat group? What is this multiverse chat group? It cannot possibly be a prank, can it? Clark Kent. I have attempted to analyze it, but unfortunately, it eludes understanding. This group truly seems to connect the myriad realms. The vastness of the universe is indeed wondrous. Lord Luo. Is that so? Then does this mean Earth is saved? Han Baobao, are you all immortals? Qing Yi Bai. Yes, Han Baobao, we are indeed immortals. Xiao Huohuo. Lord Luo, have you encountered some troubles? Lord Luo, in my world, monsters are rampant, and humanity now faces a critical moment of life and death. Ding. Due to group member Luo Feng facing the threat of extinction from monsters, he urgently requires assistance from group members, triggering a group mission. Group mission. Assist Luo Feng in protecting Earth from the assault of the Golden Horn Beast. Accept or decline. This mission is open to all group members. Upon completion, substantial points will be rewarded. Ding. Qing Yi Bai has accepted the group mission. Ding. Funingna has accepted the group mission. Ding. Lord Quan has accepted the group mission. Ding. Yi He has accepted the group mission. In an instant, group members rushed to accept the group mission. Qing Yi Bai, hold on. I will upload some materials, and you will understand the world Lord Luo hails from. Ding. Qing Yi Bai uploaded Swallowing the Starry Sky, Mortal Cultivation, Superman DC Universe. Congratulations to Qing Yi Bai for earning 3,000 points. Lord Luo, has this uploaded the fate trajectories of the 3 of us? Qing Yi Bai, precisely. Everyone clicked on the files and videos uploaded by Qing Yi Bai. Instantly, the experiences and futures of Lord Luo and the others flooded into their minds through memory transmission. Lord Luo, I see. My fate is indeed filled with twists and turns. Clark Kent, am I really destined to battle Batman in the future? That seems ridiculous. He is so weak. Relying solely on kryptonite and technology to stand a chance against me? I merely refrain from killing him. Otherwise, he would never have the opportunity to face me. And is it true that I become that evil after being corrupted? Han Baobao. As the rescuer Han Tianzan, This aligns perfectly with my fantasies of immortal cultivation. Yet I have only just found a little green bottle. I never anticipated that old Mo would actually wish to harm me. I must devise a plan to eliminate him. At this moment, in the world where Luo Feng resided, he stood atop the highest structure by the sea, his face reflecting a vision of hope for the future. Ding. Yi He has requested to enter your world. Do you accept? Ding. Funingna has requested to enter your world. Do you accept? Accept. All accepted. Luo Feng consented to all entry requests. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the scene. Over 20 figures appeared before Luo Feng. The sky tore open with a thunderous sound. An immensely handsome figure, exuding an aura of invincibility, crossed over. Bow before the esteemed group leader. All members bowed in greeting. No need for formalities. Yong Tian spoke calmly. What the hell? So many group members? Thank you all for your willingness to assist me. Luo Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. No need for gratitude. It is merely a task of the chat group. Chuan Dao Fong Yuan stated without hesitation. Regardless of the reason, the fact that you all are willing to help me through this crisis makes you all my benefactors. Luo Feng declared earnestly. My lord, I must caution you. Do not forge a friendship with Fong Yuan, lest you find yourself unaware of your own demise. He is quite malevolent. Warned Yuan Deu. Fong Yuan, with a disdainful smirk, retorted, Humph. Ultraman Digga, this is merely your personal bias against me. I have never harmed our friends. Regarding the quarrel among the group members, Yong Tian chose to remain indifferent. No matter how heated the arguments became, they would never resort to violence, for the rules he had established were steadfast. Regardless, they dared not violate the group regulations. Golden Horn Beast, come here. Yong Tian raised his hand and summoned the young Golden Horn Beast. Subsequently, he erased its consciousness and entrusted it to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, the Golden Horn Beast's mind has been wiped. You may now seize it with your divine consciousness. Yong Tian spoke nonchalantly. Thank you, esteemed group leader. Luo Feng exclaimed with excitement. Do not be overly excited. Even greater surprises await you. The chat group possesses a system. Purchase something adequate for your growth. Yong Tian said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light descended into Luo Feng's body. I bestow upon you an eternal, undying form. You may boldly enhance your strength and indulge freely. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed group leader. Luo Feng bowed deeply in gratitude. As for the other monsters on Earth, their resolution would be remarkably simple. The group members would naturally handle them. Yong Tian stated calmly. Indeed. Yi He pointed towards the ocean. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted, akin to a world-destroying grinding wheel, crushing countless monsters in the sea. In a brief moment, the majority of the monsters were obliterated. Ding. Congratulations on completing the group task. This task was, assist Luo Feng in protecting Earth against the Golden Horn Beast's attack. According to the chat group's assessment, the participating members executed the task excellently through teamwork. Task settlement completed. Each member receives 1 million points as a reward. 1 million points still feels insufficient. Sun Wukong lamented. The further we go, the more arduous it feels to enhance our cultivation. I have been stuck at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm for ages. I feel the same. Zhang Hulan added. Without a few 100 billion points, I cannot possibly attain the mythological great Luo Golden Immortal. Yong Tian, group leader. It matters not. Whether you become a mythological great Luo or not is irrelevant. I truly feel weak. Han Baobao confessed. No worries, Han Baobao. Qing Yi Bai reassured. During group tasks, just frown and shield your friends with your presence. Han Baobao. Chapter 71. The Reckless Limitless God. After completing the task, the group members returned to their respective worlds. Yong Tian, of course, returned to his own world. At this moment, in the journey to the West World, Sun Wukong was enjoying life on Flower Fruit Mountain. Suddenly, he heard a voice. The plot and trajectory of this world have deviated severely from the theme. Such a world has no reason to exist and should be deleted and obliterated. This was the last thing Sun Wukong heard before losing consciousness. The entire journey to the West World vanished as if it had never existed. Such a terrifying occurrence went unnoticed. The former journey to the West World was no more. Standing in its place was an indistinct being, exuding an ineffable aura, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was male or female. This multiverse is utterly filthy. How can there be more than 20 such worlds? What has transpired? Is there an evil, limitless God disrupting the order? Upon finishing this thought, the hazy figure vanished as though it had never appeared at all. Meanwhile, not only the journey to the West World experienced such events. Worlds that had joined the chat group were also undergoing similar phenomena. Someone was cleansing these worlds, attempting to restore order. In the Naruto world, Uchiha Sasuke shouted in a fit of rage, "Damn it! Who are you? Why are you slaughtering my people? I have painstakingly altered this world, and you wish to restart it with a mere word? Humph. Insect. The predetermined fate is unchangeable. The limitless God responsible for this will come to deal with you personally." With that, the indistinct, mysterious figures snapped their fingers. The entire Naruto world was instantly erased from existence. In the ancient world, Feng Yuan, according to the predetermined fate, you have no future. Sealed by the Tintern Pure Net. You are without a destiny. This realm must be obliterated. Feng Yuan, staring at the mysterious figure, furrowed his brow. So, you are the spokesperson of fate? If I alter fate, does that mean my world has no reason to exist? The mysterious figure nodded slightly. I will reshape the world, create one devoid of immortality, and escape from fate. Upon finishing this statement, the mysterious figure waved their hand. Instantly, Feng Yuan watched as his own body, along with the entire ancient world, dissipated into nothingness. He was not flustered. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Does Yong Tian know of your actions?" "Yong Tian? I have not heard of him." The mysterious figure shook their head. "Ha! You don't even know who Yong Tian is and dare to act against me. I will return once more." Feng Yuan's laughter echoed as he swiftly disintegrated. Simultaneously, the worlds of the group members were experiencing similar occurrences. However, Guinsha, Pangu, Yi He, Quan Tiandi, Wang Lin, Superman, and others found their worlds unharmed. The mysterious figure seemed hesitant to confront Pangu and the others, only targeting those of lesser strength. Alternatively, it may be that their power could not reach and intervene in such worlds. Truly wicked and detestable. Even Gina's death has been rewritten. How arrogant. Justice must be served. I will bring all deviated worlds back on track. The mysterious figure roared before erasing the pirate world and subsequently creating a new one. At this moment, Yong Tian was indulging in a foot massage, oblivious to the happenings in the chat group. Yet, a notification arrived. Most esteemed group leader. A significant event has occurred in the chat group. Should we intervene? Yong Tian pondered briefly, grasping the situation. A limitless God from a multiverse is taking action. This trash can wait. I am curious to see what it intends to do. Soon after, Yong Tian's brow furrowed. The journey to the West world has been obliterated? Naruto and the ancient world have also been destroyed. What the hell? Gina has been killed too. Damn it. This fellow is too arrogant. He must be eradicated. Yong Tian cursed angrily. In his perception, a haughty, fairy-like T0 being was annihilating the worlds of his friends. This being was the limitless God. Unable to touch more advanced worlds, she resorted to destroying those that merely appeared sophisticated. Foolish being. Come here. Yong Tian reached out, summoning the mysterious figure to him. This was the fairy-like T0 being. Who are you? The T0 being inquired. What? You have destroyed several of my subordinates and still do not know who I am? Yong Tian replied coldly. The T0 being suddenly realized. Are you the limitless God? Why are you doing this? The destinies of those worlds are predetermined. Altering the rules will surely incur the wrath of the limitless God realm. I care not for your concerns. Yong Tian slapped her across the face. Smack. The blow landed squarely, without fail. You dare strike me? You are but a mere omnipotent deity. I am a transcendent, limit-breaking omnipotent deity. The T0 entity bellowed with ferocity. And what of it? Yong Tian responded with indifference. Humph. The omnipotent deity realm will impose retribution upon you. If you kneel and offer your apologies now, I shall consider this matter as though it never occurred. Otherwise, you shall surely face punishment. The T0 entity glared fiercely at Yong Tian. What a worthless thing. Yong Tian effortlessly twisted her head off. He then crushed the severed head beneath his foot, obliterating it. Yet, before long, her head regenerated. Are you not afraid of the omnipotent deity realm seeking vengeance upon you? You cannot kill me. The T0 entity screamed. Quite the contrary. Absolutely, without a doubt. It is all too easy. Do you still not realize your errors? You have slain several of my subordinates, and thus, you must also perish. Yong Tian's expression remained chillingly apathetic. No, do not kill me. I was wrong. I should not have destroyed the world under your dominion. The T0 entity cried out in terror. No, how could you possibly comprehend your wrongdoing? You only understand that you are about to die. Yong Tian delivered a powerful punch towards the T0 entity. He exerted just a slight increase in force, annihilating this limit-breaking T0 omnipotent deity. Worthless trash. Yong Tian cursed. Then, with a mere thought, he restored the world that had been obliterated. Sun Wukong, Uchiha Sasuke, Chuan Dao Fan Yuan, and Kuina were all revived as well. Chuan Dao Fan Yuan, haha, I knew it. That kind of trash is not even worthy of serving the group leader. Sun Wukong, that was close. I almost got taken down. Uchiha Sasuke, it seems that the group leader has intervened. Kuna, Yong Tian, I thank you, esteemed group leader. Pangu, a limit-breaking omnipotent deity? Merely trash. Should she dare to approach me, she shall undoubtedly perish. Guinsha, it's simply a case of bullying the weak. Sun Wukong, thankfully, it was just a close call. Chapter 72, Annihilation of the Omnipotent Deity Realm. Yong Tian, the Omnipotent Deity Realm. It is of no consequence. Merely a collection of worthless beings. Pangu, Yong Tian, esteemed group leader, would you like me to take action to obliterate the Omnipotent Deity Realm? It is not much trouble at all, just a simple task. Yong Tian, Pangu, go ahead and initiate a live stream, so our group friends can witness it. Pangu, understood. Esteemed group leader, Chuan Dao Fan Yuan, haha, it should be so. The omnipotent deities regard me as an ant. In truth, before true powerhouses, they themselves are the ants. Uchiha Sasuke, Pangu, I support you. Ensure they have no place to bury their remains. Sun Wukong, Pangu, strike them down with a single axe. Pangu, it is but a trivial matter. I shall take action. Ding. Pangu initiated the live stream. Sun Wukong entered the live stream. Fan Yuan entered the live stream. Uchiha Sasuke entered the live stream. Kuna entered the live stream. Gao Yao entered the live stream. On the screen, Pangu's form expanded infinitely, no longer concealing his strength and stature. His body was vast beyond comparison, greater than the amalgamation of myriad universes. He grasped the void with his right hand, and the heavenly axe materialized in his grasp. With a casual swipe of the axe, he cleaved through the chaotic void. But that was not all. This swing tore open the endless realms of the heavens, shattering countless barriers. A wide and formidable passageway emerged, leading directly to the omnipotent multiversal divine realm. Pangu's figure flashed and surged into the omnipotent deity realm. I am Pangu. The path of my power transcends all. The path of my power is omnipotent. Pangu's voice resonated thunderously, reverberating throughout the entire omnipotent deity realm. Soon, a figure radiating 10 divine lights appeared. Crowned and robed in imperial garments, he possessed a towering and formidable physique. Once an emperor of a realm, he now bowed his head in trepidation. By the heavens, you are the legendary Pangu, the sole being who successfully opened the heavens and attained the path of divinity. Indeed, the omnipotent deity realm is filled with worthless beings, devoid of any necessity for existence. Pangu stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the individual's countenance shifted dramatically. Great deity, how have we of the omnipotent deity realm offended you? Should you have any grievances, feel free to voice them. I am the mightiest divine emperor of the omnipotent deity realm. I can resolve all matters within the omnipotent deity realm on your behalf. Pangu shook his head slightly. There is no need for that. This realm bullies the weak, is arrogant, and has extinguished many of my subordinates. Is this not the harassment of honest individuals? Since the omnipotent deity realm dares to overstep its bounds, then I, Pangu, shall naturally retaliate with overwhelming force. There is no longer any necessity for the existence of the omnipotent deity realm. Vanish. With that, Pangu swung the axe in his hand with great force. The first to perish was the omnipotent divine emperor. Subsequently, all the omnipotent deities of the realm were cleaved in two. The devastation wrought by Pangu rendered their bodies incapable of healing, obliterated by terrifying power. Following this, the entire world fractured. The scene of creation unfolded once more. 10,000 paths obliterated, universes extinguished, multiverses collapsed. The heavenly laws crumbled, and the great paths vanished. The entire omnipotent deity realm, along with all within it, ceased to exist. Pangu had merely swung his axe to bring about such an outcome. Thus, the so-called omnipotent deity realm was utterly annihilated. Uchiha Sasuke, by the heavens, Pangu is truly formidable. Zhang Holan, 666. Sun Wukong, as expected of a deity, such unparalleled strength. Wu Tian, this is astonishing. Zhao Linger, Pangu is magnificent. Guinsha, it seems I still have some distance to cover compared to Pangu. In an instant, the barrage of comments surged, with group friends praising Pangu in the live stream. Upon seeing the messages from his friends, Pangu laughed heartily. Ha! My strength is acceptable, but it pales in comparison to that of the esteemed group leader. Now that I have obliterated the omnipotent deity realm, I shall return to my own primordial land. With that, Pangu closed the live stream. Ding! Pangu completed a live stream, earning 100,000,000 points. Yong Tian group leader. Pangu, well done. Pangu, Yong Tian, Thank you, esteemed group leader. Without your assistance, I could not have attained enlightenment nor achieved my current strength and accomplishments. As for why Yong Tian himself did not intervene, there was no need. With a mere thought, he could have obliterated the omnipotent deity realm. However, such an act would lack the visual impact. The group friends would not witness it, resulting in a void of emotional value, rendering it rather dull. Yong Tian, being invincible, naturally required the group friends to accentuate his might, or occasionally showcase a hint of his power, lest his invincibility go unnoticed. Technician number 18, your skills are rather impressive. However, take a few days off. I will find someone else to replace you for a few days. Yong Tian's expression remained calm. Technician number 18 was taken aback, her heart tightening. Lord Zenkai. Why? Is it because my performance was lacking? Yong Tian shook his head slightly. No, your performance has been more than sufficient. Not only do you need a few days of rest, but Bardos and the other two also need a break. The flow of fortune must rotate for balance. If it's always just you few, it would become rather monotonous. I see. I understand now, Lord Zenkai. I await your summons at any time. Technician no. 18 replied respectfully. Very well, you may withdraw for now. Yong Tian waved his hand. Then, with a mere thought, he conjured the Queen Medusa from the world of Do Pua. I greet you, master. Queen Medusa swayed her waist, moving closer to Yong Tian. Not yet finished. Yong Tian also summoned 5 enchanting beauties, Flame Spirit Ji, Hanabi, Jiandu, Ye Miko, and Shiranui Mai. I greet you, master. The 5 beauties approached Yong Tian. Excellent. Turn off the lights. As darkness enveloped the world, Yong Tian succumbed to slumber. The air was suffused with a delightful ambience. The following day, as dawn broke, Yong Tian arose, feeling utterly refreshed and invigorated. Indeed, your skills are commendable, he remarked. Thank you for your kind words, master, replied Ling Ji, her breath fragrant like orchids, her complexion blooming with vitality. Very well, let us commence with the foot massage. At your command, master. 3 days later, Yong Tian dismissed the 6 enchanting women. You may all leave for now. Summon technician number 18. He instructed nonchalantly. Soon, technician number 18, alongside others like Bados, approached him. Truly, the tides of fortune do ebb and flow. Yong Tian mused, overwhelmed with sentiment. In reality, had he not chosen to forego a harem, the number of beauties around him would have only multiplied. At this moment, there would likely be hundreds of wives. Yet, he decided against it, preferring to recruit only a few technicians for now. Curious about what the Superman among his friends was up to, Yong Tian's consciousness pierced through the infinite realms and arrived in the world of his companion. In his perception, Superman was currently immersed in a romantic liaison with his girlfriend. However, this was merely an illusion, a construct of Superman's own mind. He had not awakened, choosing instead to remain enveloped in this deceptive reality. Theoretically, Superman's mind was the most formidable. What a pitiful fellow. Even as a mental avatar, he is still entrapped in a world reminiscent of infinite Tsukuyomi. Yong Tian couldn't help but scoff. Nevertheless, it was not entirely false. These illusions were indeed products of his own cognition, rendered authentic in their own right. Yet, from the observer's perspective, he remained ensnared in a slumber of fantasy. Superman was not a creation of another, but rather, he had forged himself, creating a closed loop. Still not awake? Yong Tian projected a thought. Oh, esteemed leader of the group, please do not intrude upon my life. This is the path I have chosen. Superman conveyed this notion. Very well, Yong Tian acquiesced with a slight nod, withdrawing his consciousness from that realm. Chapter 73, Assisting My Past Self. System. Duplicate all the abilities of the mental Superman. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully duplicated all the abilities of the mental Superman. The abilities you have copied have been amplified 1,000,000,000,000-fold. Not bad at all, Yong Tian remarked. Now, I must endeavor to alter my past. Reflecting on his childhood, he recalled a time of hardship that demanded transformation. Resolute, he sprang into action, instructing technician number 18 and the others to withdraw. With a mere gesture, he tore open a rift in the void. Lost in thought, he stepped into it, swiftly vanishing from sight. This time, Yong Tian found himself in the world of his past life on Earth, the very place where he had perished in an explosion caused by a gas leak in a restroom. Just before his transmigration, he arrived in the timeline of his early childhood. Upon entering a village, he stood before a modest dwelling constructed of mud bricks. The roof was adorned with neatly arranged black tiles, providing shelter from the elements. Inside the house, 3 individuals occupied the space: a young Yong Tian, just over 6 years old, his grandfather, and finally, his mother, who suffered from various congenital ailments. Her condition included a slight mental illness and a crooked neck adorned with 3 moles, a visage that foretold a life of suffering and hardship. There exists a belief that such afflictions are the result of deep-seated sins from a previous life, leading to a perpetual cycle of misfortune and unrest in this one. At that moment, Yong Tian and the others were sharing a meal. "Grandfather, why does my father rarely come home? When he's away, the villagers bully me. They often insult me. What have I done wrong?" Yong Tian expressed his confusion and frustration. His grandfather sighed. "Little Tian, it is an unfortunate circumstance. Your father is an orphan, yet he is noble. He toils away far from home, solely to provide for you and your mother." Yong Tian, unable to comprehend, muttered, "Is that why father can't come home often? Can't he just stop working and come back to protect me? I don't want to be bullied anymore." At that moment, the present-day Yong Tian entered the room, but the 3 within remained oblivious to his presence. Observing his younger self, he was struck into silence. Memories of his childhood flooded back. He recalled that after the age of 6, his father had seemingly returned prosperous, opening a small shop and engaging in trade. However, most of the earnings were devoted to his mother's medical treatment, with the remainder allocated for their sustenance. Consequently, their living conditions improved significantly, allowing his father to remain at home to care for both mother and child. Yet, having glimpsed the future, Yong Tian understood that prosperity was not in store for his father. Instead, he foresaw a life of increasing hardship. Deep in thought, he suddenly had an epiphany. "Of course, it is I who must alter my own past. That is the very reason I have come here." With that realization, he waved his hand, healing his mother, but only partially, leaving a trace of her ailments to be gradually treated with medication, thus avoiding any drastic surprises. In a flash, Yong Tian traversed hundreds of kilometers to stand before his father, who, naturally, could not perceive him. "Father, congratulations on your newfound wealth." Yong Tian waved his hand, bestowing upon his father an unexpected fortune of 1 million. Simultaneously, he implanted a memory of acquiring this wealth through legitimate means. In this era, 1 million was a substantial sum, signifying prosperity. Following this, Yong Tian rewrote the memories of those who had encountered his father, ensuring the windfall seemed plausible and seamless. He waved his hand again, relocating his father to the village entrance. Along the way, he altered the memories of various passers-by, embedding the narrative that Yong Tian's father had returned from afar, having achieved success. "Son, my dear wife, I am home." Old Yong joyfully entered, his face beaming with happiness. "Father, you're back." Yong Tian rushed forward, embracing his father's leg, overwhelmed with joy. Watching this heartfelt reunion, Yong Tian understood. Indeed, it was I who facilitated my own fate. In passing, he decided to leave himself a remarkable gift, a system for duplicating and amplifying abilities a trillionfold. With a pointed gesture, he bestowed this gift upon Yong Tian's consciousness. A radiant golden light surged into his mind, merging with his very essence. The duplication and amplification system. It shall awaken only when you meet your demise in the restroom explosion. Yong Tian whispered. Everything began to make sense. He had rewritten his own past. The system was a creation of his own design, a present to himself. All of this was his doing. Having completed his task, Yong Tian withdrew. As for the incident of his demise in the restroom explosion, he chose not to alter it. In the next moment, he stood at the very instant of his fatal explosion. This time, he bore witness to the events that led to his death. He watched helplessly as he discarded a cigarette but into the restroom, triggering a surge of gas. A flash of fire erupted, followed by an explosive sound. Thus, he met his end. So it was. This was no mere coincidence. It was an inevitability. Thus, a closed loop was formed. Yong Tian was struck with clarity. I met my demise in an explosion, thus rendering my existence in this timeline null and void. I shall manifest a doppelganger to safeguard this realm. With a mere thought, Yong Tian's consciousness willed forth a silhouette that divided from his corporeal form, taking shape as his recently perished self. With a flick of his wrist, he restored the restroom to its prior state, while the lifeless body was erased from existence. This arrangement is quite acceptable. Hence, I am absolved of the sin of filial impiety. Yong Tian nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he left the doppelganger behind, and with a flash, returned to the world of Dragon Ball. The Earth, where he originally resided, is now under the watchful eye of his avatar, ensuring no issues will arise. At Yong Tian's level of power, a single doppelganger is tantamount to his true self, exhibiting negligible differences. Even as an avatar, he remains invincible in the world. This is the essence of unrestrained freedom. His doppelganger smiled faintly, then noticed that Earth harbored no overwhelmingly powerful beings. This era is the age of absolute spirits. It is time to seek out a few foot massagers. With a thought, Yong Tian summoned his phone, witnessing a sudden influx of billions in his account, all of which were marked as legitimate earnings. Thus, this doppelganger of Yong Tian embarked on the path of the Bath Emperor on Earth. Meanwhile, the true Yong Tian in the Dragon Ball world found himself exasperated. I am truly astounded. Whether in divine thought or as an avatar, my sole ambition remains to indulge in foot massages. Avatar of the Bath Emperor, can you not exhibit a semblance of ambition? Yong Tian was equally amused by his own predicament. Chapter 74, General Duanyu joins the group. What on earth is that rascal Han Li up to? Yong Tian's consciousness pierced through the myriad realms, entering the world where Han Li resided. At this moment, Han Li was toying with the heavenly bottle in his hands. Thanks to his previous participation in the task within the realm of Luo Feng, he had accumulated 1 million points. In passing, he spent 100 points from the marketplace to acquire a system focused on survival. By merely enduring, he could gradually grow stronger and receive various rewards from the system. The remaining balance of over 900,000 points was spent in one fell swoop to purchase all his future cultivation levels. However, he could only acquire the true immortal level, as his points proved insufficient. This included his Xian immortal physical body, true immortal cultivation, as well as the exorcism divine thunder, Nirvana sacred body, 12 transformations of the awakening insect, and more. This was more than enough to leave him utterly enchanted. Haha, from now on, the 7 Xian sect shall be solely under the dominion of Han Li. Yet, on the surface, I remain a mere lowly errand boy, while secretly, I control the upper echelons of the entire 7 Xian sect. All I need to do is endure. Given enough time, I can ascend to the level of a Dao ancestor in the celestial realm. Anyone who obstructs my path of survival shall be my adversary. Once I attain the status of Dao ancestor, I shall traverse the human realm, spirit realm, or celestial realm at will. Han Li chuckled to himself. Yong Tian, upon witnessing this, silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly deserving of the moniker Han the Runner, this aligns perfectly with your style. System, replicate Han Li's abilities. Ding. Congratulations on replicating all of Han Li's abilities. The powers you have copied have been enhanced a trillion-fold. Off I go. With a flash, Yong Tian vanished. Ding. General Duanyu has joined the chat group. Qing Yi Bai, General Duanyu, welcome to the chat group. Duanyu Yen, you are the person I admire most. Yi Hei, Qing Yi Bai, for heaven's sake, could you not die for a moment? Every time a newcomer joins, you proclaim them as your utmost admiration. Can you not vary your lines? Guan Tian Di, Qing Yi Bai, you truly are an insufferable fellow. You are quite the match for me. Zhang Chu Lan, Qing Yi Bai, you scoundrel, you are even more shameless than I. Qing Yi Bai, Zhang Chu Lan, huh? You have no grounds to accuse me of being shameless. Moonlit strolls with birds, and you dare call me out. I was merely speaking the honest truth. All group members are those I hold in the highest regard. Sun Wukong, Qing Yi Bai, you are driving me mad. Change your lines next time. Qing Yi Bai, Sun Wukong, yes, great sage. Zhao Ling Air, General Duanyu, welcome, newcomer. Even as the group members engaged in banter, the welcoming of newcomers remained a priority. At this moment, in the world of the armored warrior, Duan Yin was busy preparing noodles at a ramen shop. He had just slain an orc and returned on his tricycle to cook. After all, making ramen was his profession. Being an armored warrior was merely a part-time hobby. The supreme chat group of the multiverse? It seems to be quite a remarkable entity. Duanyu Yin paused in his noodle making, scrutinizing the newly emerged chat group in his mind. So, this is how it works. With a points marketplace, martial arts section, live streaming capabilities, and red envelope functions, it is a versatile chat group. This means that with points, I can accomplish anything. However, the primary method of earning points is through group tasks. That sounds intriguing. Duanyu Yin felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. After perusing the group information, he changed his nickname to his real name. He then took a moment to watch the videos uploaded by various group members. Watching these videos did not waste time, as they would be transmitted into his brain through a memory infusion. Thus, he finished viewing them in an instant, gaining a modicum of understanding about his fellow group members. Having completed this, he casually replied to the group. Duanyu Yin, thank you all for the warm welcome from friends across various worlds. Today, I joined this big family, hoping for harmonious coexistence and your kind support. Zhao Ling Air, Duanyu Yin, rest assured, we will take care of you. Qing Yi Bai, Duanyu Yin, well said. General Duanyu, is there anything you need assistance with? You can post group tasks. Even reviving your father is within reach. Duanyu Yin, Qing Yi Bai, what the heck? How did I not think that I could revive my father through the chat group? Thank you for the reminder. Also, do you know me? Qing Yi Bai. Duim Yu Yen. Of course, I know you. Ding. Qing Yi Bai uploaded a video of the Armored Warrior Nawa and Armored Warrior Yadalays. Congratulations to Qing Yi Bai for earning 1,000 points. Zhao Ling Air. Just another day of binge watching. Guan Tian Di. Let me see what caliber of newcomer we have. Qing Yi Bai. Duim Yu Yen. The video I just uploaded captures much of your life experience. What the heck? Who is this Qing Yi Bai? How does he know about my exploits? Duim Yu Yen clicked on it and instantly received a memory infusion. Upon digesting the information, Duim Yu Yen felt a mix of astonishment and pride. I never imagined my strength to be this formidable. Most of the orcs were eliminated by me, which aligns perfectly with my style. Out of a total of 6 sets of armor, I alone possess 3, while one teammate has gone abroad. Another has turned into an orc, and the last has been imprisoned. Out of 39 orcs, I soloed 31. I am truly exceptional. Duin Yu Yen felt invincible. Meanwhile, the other group members, after viewing General Duin Yu's exploits, began to discuss fervently. Zhang Chulan, what the heck? Is this guy for real? How can one person be so audacious? Is there no one to discipline General Duin Yu? Zhao Ling Air, can you hear the nonsense he speaks? What does it mean to not bother reasoning with you, as you are unworthy of listening? More villainous than a villain. This is truly remarkable. Yihei, impressive. Even if you beg me, I won't spare you. Xie Jianxian, I must admit, I admire him. He resonates with me deeply. This is true righteousness. When righteousness is excessive, it can lead to the emergence of evil. Yuan Deu, General Duin Yu seems a tad extreme. Yet, I must admit, he has performed remarkably well. A model for righteousness. Alas, he lacks my charm. Duin Yu Yen, Yuan Deu, I disagree. I am undoubtedly more handsome than you. Qing Yi Bai, Yuan Deu. Duin Yu Yen, both of you are quite handsome. You are also among those I admire most. Duin Yu Yen, Qing Yi Bai, you smooth-talking fellow. What do you know about handsomeness? Saitama, engaging in this futile debate is pointless. I believe you should settle it with a duel. Whoever emerges victorious will certainly appear more dashing. Yamato, I concur. Duin Yu Yen fight? Nonsense. How could I possibly defeat Ultraman Tiga? Just look at his physique. That would be sheer bullying of the innocent. Duin Yu Yen, never mind. I shan't waste my breath with you lot. I might as well issue a group quest. Ding. Due to group member Duin Yu Yan's urgent need to resurrect his father, a special group quest has been triggered for members' assistance. Group quest. Assist group member Duin Yu Yen in resurrecting his father. Accept or decline. This task is limited to one participant. First come, first served. Upon completion of the group quest, a substantial number of points will be awarded. Ding. Yamato accepted the group quest. Yamato, this trivial task is best left to me, and I can easily squash a few oaksers along the way. Duin Yu Yen, Yamato. What the hell? You're not seriously considering a real-life encounter with me, are you? Yamato, Duin Yu Yen, I'm not that bored. Nor do I have a penchant for bullying the weak. Chapter 75. The Supreme Treasure joins the group. Ding. Yamato has applied to enter your world. Do you agree? A voice prompt echoed in Duin Yu Yan's mind. Agreed. I wish to witness just how formidable Ultraman Tiga truly is. Duin Yu Yen was keen to gauge Ultraman's prowess. Standing at the entrance of the ramen shop, he beheld a flash of white light as a figure materialized before him. Before him stood a handsome man clad in the uniform of the victory team. His hair, neither long nor short, framed a striking visage. Are you Yamato? Duin Yu Yen scrutinized the figure before him. Yamato smiled gently, yes. Greetings, General Duin Yu. Hello? The two exchanged polite handshakes. However, Duin Yu Yen's expression soon shifted. What the hell? Let go. Your grip is incredibly strong. Haha. My apologies, your physique is simply too feeble. I couldn't quite moderate my strength. Yamato wore an innocent, bashful expression. Yamato, you must be doing this on purpose. This is personal retribution. Duin Yu Yen shook his hand, alleviating the soreness. Yamato smiled mildly. All right. I won't waste more of your time with idle chatter. Completing the task takes precedence. With that, Yamato focused his thoughts and accessed the points mall of the chat group system. Resurrecting Duin Yu Gushang. Ding. The resurrection of Duin Yu Gushang requires 5,000 points. Would you like to expend 5,000 points for the resurrection? Yes. Yamato concentrated his thoughts. A sound erupted beside them, and a figure appeared before the two, none other than the resurrected Duin Yu Gushang. In reality, he had merely been playing dead, having been absent for some time. It was akin to spending a few points to bring him back early. Father, you're finally back to life. Duin Yu Yen exclaimed, his spirit soaring. Duin Yu Yen? Have I truly been resurrected? Is it you who brought me back? Has technology advanced to such heights? Duin Yu Gushang's face bore astonishment. Since my son believes me dead, I shall indulge him in this charade. It's not merely the power of technology. I experienced a fortuitous encounter, which enabled me to resurrect you. Such opportunities are not bestowed upon everyone. Duanmu Yin casually brushed it off with a vague mention of fortune. Duanmu Gusheng quickly grasped the situation. So that's how it is. However, I still have unfinished business, particularly regarding the Oaksers. I must investigate thoroughly. I must be off now. I will return when I have time. With that, he hurried away. Huh, no need to rush, is there? Duanmu Yin stood there, momentarily stunned. At that moment, Yamato received a notification of task completion. Ding. Congratulations on completing the group quest. This group quest. Assist group member Duanmu Yin in resurrecting his father. The chat group has confirmed that you have successfully completed the group quest. Task settlement complete. Congratulations, you have earned 100,000 points. Would you like to return to your own world? Not yet. I want to slay a few Oaksers first. Yamato thought to himself. Duanmu Yin. Let us head to the Tianatian Hao group and take down some Oaksers. This is precisely what you intended to do. I consider this as helping you farm some monsters. Yamato stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yin naturally wouldn't refuse. Alright. I also wish to see just how formidable you truly are. Let me witness your strength. Let us go. Yamato grasped Duanmu Yin's shoulder, and in an instant, they arrived at the Tianatian Hao group. Here, in Ma Tian's office, aside from Ma Tian, there were also Li Ji, Li Xiaochuan, and Ma Shan, 4 individuals in total. Among them, Ma Tian and Li Xiaochuan served as the final bosses, while Ma Shan and Li Ji were comparatively ordinary Oaksers. Seeing the individuals before him, Duanmu Yin was immediately taken aback. Huh, wait a moment. You brought me here so quickly? It was merely the blink of an eye. Can you teleport? Yamato smiled nonchalantly. Hee, just basic skills. You're incredible. Duanmu Yin gave a thumbs up. Duanmu Yin, how did you appear here? Ma Shan questioned sharply. Ma Shan, I know you are also an Oaksers. Oaksers deserve to perish. Duanmu Yin scoffed disdainfully. You are trespassing in private property. Ma Shan seethed. Duanmu Yin smirked arrogantly. Humph. I can't be bothered to reason with you. You're not worthy of it. With that, he produced a voice changer. Flame of Naba, devour the might of the blazing inferno, combine. In a flash of firelight, Duanmu Yin transformed into the Naba armor. You are far too arrogant. Ma Shan roared, morphing into an Oaksers with 2 horns atop its head. Duanmu Yin, you seek death. Li Ji also morphed into a clown Oaksers. Humph. Even if you plead for mercy, I shall not spare you. Blazing attack. Duanmu Yin delivered a powerful punch towards Ma Shan. Yamato, meanwhile, refrained from using his transformation. Instead, he remained in human form, raising his hand to deliver a slap towards the clown Oaksers. Smack. A resounding crack echoed as the clown Oaksers was sent flying sideways, utterly incapacitated. Reverting to its human form, the commotion halted all actions, and everyone turned to stare at Yamato in disbelief. What the hell? Yamato, what kind of power is this? You incapacitated an Oaksers with just your physical strength without transforming? Duanmu Yin was left speechless. Calm down, stay composed. Yamato replied with nonchalance. Then, in another flash, he delivered another slap. With a resounding bang, Ma Shan, transformed into the horned bull Oaksers, was also rendered helpless. Returning to human form, he lay on the ground, unable to move. Impressive. 1 slap per Oaksers. How cool is that? Duanmu Yin exited his transformation state. With Yamato by his side, there was no need for him to transform. However, Ma Tian and Li Xiaochuan still needed to be dealt with, as these 2 were responsible for the spread of the virus that turned humans into Oaksers. Ma Tian, Li Xiaochuan, you 2 should surrender immediately. This way, you will suffer less physical torment. Duanmu Yin stated coldly. Ma Tian chuckled. Youngster, don't you think you're being overly zealous? Duanmu Yin sneered. Nonsense. Is being zealous not a mark of youth? You brought this upon yourself. Ma Tian bellowed, transforming into an Oaksers. Duanmu Yin, today shall be your demise. Li Xiaochuan also transformed into an Oaksers. These 2 formidable bosses, now transformed, advanced towards Duanmu Yin and Yamato. What worthless trash. Yamato stepped forward, his figure flashing as he casually delivered 2 slaps. Smack. Smack. The 2 so-called Oaksers kings collapsed, rendered unconscious. 2 slaps shattered the dreams of the Oaksers kings. Goodness, Yamato. You're incredible. Your strength is simply outrageous. Did you merely resolve these Oaksers with just a single slap without transforming? You've rendered them incapacitated. What am I to do now? Duanmu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Yuan Deu let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, finally acknowledging that I am more handsome than you. Aren't you? As you spend more time in the chat group, your abilities will naturally catch up to mine. My strength, while considerable, is still relatively weak within the group. If you are fortunate enough to witness the prowess of our esteemed group leader, that would truly be something remarkable. Duanmu Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed. I hope to witness the grandeur of our group leader in the future. General Duanmu, it is time for me to take my leave. Farewell. With that, Yuan Deu waved his hand and vanished into thin air, returning to his own world. The omnipotent chat group is truly miraculous. Duanmu Yin marveled. Before dialing Officer Shi's number to bring Li Xiaochuan and Ma Tian into the police station, knowing what lay ahead, Duanmu Yin found it quite simple to convict Ma Tian for his grave misdeeds of tomb raiding, alongside funding Li Xiaochuan's research on the plague virus and the spread of hoaxers. Yuan Deu, I must admit, you are indeed quite dashing. Of course, Duanmu Yin. Zhang Holan interjected. Duanmu Yin, have you been affected by the offline reality? Duanmu Yin, if you feel threatened by Degu, just blink. Duanmu Yin remained silent. Ding. Supreme Treasure has joined the chat group. Chapter 76. Group Task. Overthrow the Heavenly Deities. Ding. Supreme Treasure has joined the chat group. Yong Tian Group Leader. Supreme Treasure, wow. Supreme Treasure? Impressive. Zhao Ling, even the esteemed group leader is astonished. Who is this Supreme Treasure? Zhang Holan. I hazard a guess that he is yet another formidable figure. Otherwise, the group leader would not express such awe. Gao Yao. Supreme Treasure, welcome to the group. Tian Bao. Supreme Treasure, welcome. Shu Gu. Supreme Treasure, esteemed one. Today we shall both compete and determine our fates. Just kidding. Yi Xiao. Supreme Treasure, welcome, welcome. The group members surged forth to welcome the newcomer. To everyone's estimation, someone who could astonish even the group leader must possess extraordinary capabilities. Yet, at this moment, a rather nonsensical statement caught everyone's attention within the chat group. Qing Yi Bai, Supreme Treasure, you are my most revered idol. Qiu. Qing Yi Bai, for heaven's sake. Not again. Qing Yi Bai, Qiu, bald head. I've merely altered the lyrics. Zhang Holan. Qing Yi Bai, alter your granddad's lyrics. Is there a difference? Qing Yi Bai, just tell me whether I altered them or not. Everyone. Supreme Treasure, what on earth is this? Am I hallucinating? Why is someone speaking within my mind? At this moment, in the world of a Chinese odyssey, Supreme Treasure had just awakened. He felt quite perplexed, for just moments ago, the Buddha had informed him that he had called out Zixia's name hundreds of times the previous night. Today, Supreme Treasure was to marry by Jingjing. The time was drawing near when Chun San Niang would find the spider silk cave and bring about his demise. How could I fall in love with someone I despise? Madness. Supreme Treasure dismissed the thought. Ding. Congratulations on joining the Supreme Chat group. Supreme Treasure was initially startled, but then he perused the group announcement, familiarizing himself with the concept of the chat group. Incredible. It traverses time and space, spanning across realms. Does such a thing truly exist? It's akin to the divine. He pondered. Yong Tian, group leader. Supreme Treasure, it seems your end is nigh. Do you wish to don the golden hoop and become the great sage equal to heaven? Or forsake immortality and be with Zixia? Supreme Treasure, group leader, I am uncertain. I only know that I am to wed by Jingjing today. Yong Tian, group leader. Your wedding is not to be, for Zixia seeks a hero to ride upon the rainbow to wed her. You fit that description perfectly, yet alas. Once you wear the golden hoop, you cease to be yourself. Supreme Treasure, Yong Tian, what do you mean? Ding. Yong Tian uploaded a Chinese odyssey. A Chinese odyssey? I must see what the group leader is up to. With curiosity, Supreme Treasure clicked on the video. Instantly, a surge of memories flooded into his mind, and he comprehended all that was to come. His expression twisted in anguish and despair. Zixia, once I don the golden hoop, I can no longer love you. Yet, to love you means I cannot save you. What shall I do? The most agonizing predicament in the mortal realm is precisely this. 2 tears slowly trailed down his cheeks. Supreme Treasure, Yong Tian, I feel such torment. What should I do? Is there a way to have it all? If given the choice, I would certainly forego returning to Sun Wukong. Yet doing so would mean I cannot save Zixia. Furthermore, to remain as Sun Wukong and still fail to save Zixia is utterly unacceptable. Yong Tian, group leader, fear not, Supreme Treasure, solutions do exist. Yihei, Supreme Treasure, do not despair. With so many in the group, there will surely be someone to assist you. Xiao Huo, Supreme Treasure, now that you've joined the chat group, even the most troublesome matters shall find resolution. Gao Yao, rest assured, Supreme Treasure, our esteemed group leader will shoulder the burden. Even if the sky falls and the world crumbles, it matters not. Ding. Due to the imminent peril faced by member Supreme Treasure, Urgent assistance from group members is required. Triggering a group task. Group task. Overthrow the heavenly deities. Vanquish the Western Spirit Mountain. Free yourself from the shackles of fate, and aid Supreme Treasure in marrying Zixia. Accept or decline. This task is open for participation by all group members. Upon completion, substantial points can be earned. Zhang Holin accepted the group task. Xiao Huohuo accepted the group task. Duimu Yin accepted the group task. Yi He accepted the group task. Guan Tiandi accepted the group task. Gao Yao accepted the group task. Supreme Treasure, huh? A group task? Wow. Thank you, magnificent chat group. Thank you, incredible group leader. Thank you, esteemed members. Watching as group members successively accepted the task to assist him, Supreme Treasure's heart ignited with fervor. Ding. Yi He requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Guan Tiandi requests to enter your world. Do you agree? Xiao Huohuo requests to enter your world. Receiving nearly 30 requests to enter his realm. Supreme Treasure was overwhelmed with excitement. Agree. I welcome my fellow group members. With a flash of radiant light, 29 figures stood before Supreme Treasure. The vast spider silk cave was filled to capacity. Including the group members and Yong Tian, there were 34 individuals present. However, Pangu, Guinsha, and the superhuman mind did not partake in this task, leaving only 29 present. With Supreme Treasure and Yong Tian arriving shortly, there would be 31 in total. Yi Tendi, your strength has surely improved. With time, surpassing me is but a matter of course. Guan Tiandi jest. Yi He scoffed, Heh, I fear that in your timeline, I have already surpassed you. Guan Tiandi hurriedly denied, that is not the case. I am the Emperor of Chu. We, the 3 heavenly emperors of Chu, are on equal footing. There is no question of strength. Yi He retorted with a smirk. Heh, while I can accept that we resemble 3 brothers, I cannot believe our strengths are comparable. At that moment, a resounding thunderclap echoed as the void split open to reveal a colossal rift. Yong Tian's figure gradually emerged from the fissure. Though his movements appeared slow, every step seemed to traverse 100 paces. Bow to our esteemed leader. Gao Yao was the first to speak. The group members echoed in unison. However, at that moment, the Buddha approached swiftly. Upon seeing the multitude gathered within the cave, he was momentarily taken aback. Wow, how can there be so many people? Supreme Treasure introduced, these are all my brothers. Do you have any objections? No, no objections. I am here to deliver a message. Miss Bai Jingjing has left you a letter. The elder, Puni, handed a letter to Supreme Treasure. Oh, I understand now. Supreme Treasure replied. Subsequently, by the light of the candle, he incinerated the letter right there. At this moment, the ancestor of grapes, recognizing the situation, tactfully withdrew. Leader, that spring 30 daughter should be arriving as well. Supreme Treasure reminded. I know. If she comes, so be it. She is merely a spider demon. I can easily suppress her. Yong Tian replied indifferently. He then raised his right hand and, with a mere gesture, summoned a figure from the void, grasping her by the neck. The person was none other than Spring 30 daughter. Yong Tian coldly declared, you will either perish or submit to Supreme Treasure. I submit. Spring 30 daughter stammered. Good. With a flick of his mind, Yong Tian inscribed a mark of life and death upon her soul, then transmitted this mark to Supreme Treasure. What is this sensation? Why do I feel as though with a mere thought I could take Spring 30 daughter's life? Supreme Treasure exclaimed in astonishment. Gao Yao interjected, calm down. The leader is omnipotent. He will carry the burden for you. Then let us prepare for the group mission. Yong Tian pointed to Supreme Treasure's forehead, awakening the power that belonged to Sun Wukong in his past life, simultaneously enhancing it tenfold. Thus, Supreme Treasure now possessed 10 times the combat prowess of Sun Wukong. The power that was rightfully yours, I have helped you reclaim, and I have strengthened it a touch, Yong Tian stated. Now let us commence the group mission. I can already feel the power within me. Thank you, leader. Supreme Treasure said, his expression brimming with excitement. Let us depart. First, we must rescue the immortal Zixia. Meanwhile, on another front, the Bull Demon King was preparing for a wedding feast. He intended to forcibly marry the immortal Zixia, unaware of the impending confrontation. Ha! Immortal Zixia. No one will come to rescue you. Just obediently marry me. The Bull Demon King laughed. Is that so? I happen to be in the mood for some beef. Came a cold voice. Chapter 77. Snatching Zixia, Eating Beef. Before the figure arrived, the voice had already echoed through the air. As it resonated, the heavens darkened, thunder rumbled, and a fierce wind arose, gathering a massive rainbow cloud. 31 figures gradually emerged in the sky, all standing upon the 7-colored clouds. The one who had expressed a desire for beef was none other than Yong Tian. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. Be careful. Thunder is coming. Bring in the laundry. Tang Seng's words caused those on the ground to be struck by lightning, collapsing to the earth. As the introductory music of the Little Knife Society played, Yong Tian and his 31 companions landed gracefully before the Bull Demon King. The bystanders were blown away by a powerful gust of energy. Witnessing this formidable aura, Immortal Zixia's eyes sparkled with admiration. Supreme Treasure, you have finally come. Zixia, I have come to rescue you. Supreme Treasure replied. I knew you would come to save me. Zixia exclaimed, her eyes filled with adoration for Supreme Treasure. Watch out, leader. It seems these people are coming for you. A young bull demon exclaimed. Holding a large pitchfork resembling a halberd, the Bull Demon King stabbed the young demon dead. I can see that. No need for your reminders. I'm not blind, he retorted, sending shivers down the spines of his minions. Then, wielding the pitchfork, the Bull Demon King pointed at Supreme Treasure. You, foul monkey. You seduced my wife and now dare to vie for Zixia? Bull Demon King, what do you mean by seducing your wife? I am not a foul monkey. Nor am I the so-called Sun Wukong. I am Supreme Treasure. Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of defamation. Supreme Treasure declared, brandishing the golden hoop rod and swinging it toward the Bull Demon King. Foul monkey, how dare you compete with me for Zixia? You shall die. The Bull Demon King thrust his pitchfork at Supreme Treasure. Take this. Supreme Treasure struck down with a powerful blow to the Bull Demon King's head. Instantly, the Bull Demon felt a jolt of pain and fainted. Monkey brother, you are so impressive, Zhu Beiji exclaimed from the side. Foolish pig, I do not know you at all. Supreme Treasure retorted angrily. Senior brother, I am San Monk. Shasen called out. Wukong, have you come to rescue your master? Tang Sung chimed in. Go to hell. I am not familiar with any of you. Get lost. Supreme Treasure huffed, blowing Tang Sung and the others away. Without a glance at the fallen Bull Demon King, Supreme Treasure swiftly approached Immortal Zixia. Zixia, I have come to save you. Supreme Treasure, how wonderful. I knew you would be my destined hero, coming on 7-colored clouds to marry me. Zixia rushed forward to embrace Supreme Treasure. Zixia, Supreme Treasure, Zixia, Supreme Treasure. Yong Tian and the others watched, suddenly overwhelmed by a desire to strike the two down. All right, now that we have rescued Zixia, we can commence the task of toppling the heavens and gods. Yong Tian stated nonchalantly. Yes, leader. Supreme Treasure quickly led Zixia forward. Zixia, this is the leader. These are all my friends. Quickly pay your respects. Greetings to all esteemed leaders. Zixia formally bowed. Yong Tian nodded slightly. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he summoned the Bull Demon King's neck, squeezing it in his grip. With a slight exertion, he snapped the Bull Demon King's neck. Upon his death, the Bull Demon King transformed back into his original form, a large black bull. Beef. Let us prepare steaks. Yong Tian snapped his fingers, completely skinning the black bull. In an instant, neatly arranged steaks appeared in the void. Set up the fire. A massive barbecue grill materialized, and the steaks all landed upon it, cooking automatically. Flame Emperor. Add some heat. Yong Tian declared calmly. Understood, leader. Xiao Huohuo casually tossed a flame, igniting the barbecue. Before long, the steaks were perfectly grilled. Yong Tian pulled out a jar of chili powder and cumin, sprinkling it over the steaks. In an instant, an enticing aroma filled the air. Quite good. Let us see how it tastes. Yong Tian picked up a piece of steak and took a hearty bite. Everyone eat. Don't just stare. Yong Tian mumbled through a mouthful. Delicious. It's so tender. The crowd praised. Indeed, the Bull Demon King's meat is exquisite. It surpasses ordinary beef by far. Zixia exclaimed, her mouth greasy with delight. Such a delicacy from the human realm. Supreme Treasure nodded in agreement. I don't eat beef. Just kidding. Qing Yi Bai said with a grin. At that moment, behind a concealed door panel, 3 heads peeked out. Master, don't these people resemble bandits? They are roasting and eating the Bull Demon King. Shasen whispered. Indeed. I must admit, it's making me salivate. Tang Sung swallowed hard. Hee, it looks delicious. I'm drooling all over. Zhu Beiji wiped the drool from his mouth. Before long, Yong Tian and his companions devoured the entire bowl. Master, should we leave quickly? These folks are too ferocious. What if they get hungry and decide to roast me? Zhu Beiji hesitated. Pighead, what are you whispering about? Don't think I can't hear you. With a flash, the Supreme Treasure appeared before Zhu Beiji, brandishing his staff. Monkey brother, it's nothing. Let's leave at once. Upon uttering these words, Zhu Beiji and his companions dashed away with the swiftness of hounds, vanishing in an instant. Let us proceed. We have tasks to complete. Yong Tian declared. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than the sky erupted with thunder, transforming into a blood-red hue. A radiant beam of multicolored light cascaded down, revealing a woman adorned in a flowing white gown, her feet resting upon clouds, and a jade bottle in her grasp. This was none other than the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Her lips moved slightly, and a commanding feminine voice resonated. Wukong, your sins are grave. Not only have you slain the bull demon king, but you also dare to covet the hand of the fairy Zixia. Such transgressions are forbidden across the 3 realms. Deities must not engage in romantic entanglements. Furthermore, you bear the heavy responsibility of the journey for scriptures, and you must not fraternize with these wayward companions. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Treasure was immediately incensed. What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are? Coming here to dictate what I can and cannot do. Do you have any authority over me? He retorted angrily. Guanyin, taken aback by his audacity, could only respond with a bitter laugh. Very well. You commit grave errors and show no remorse, yet you dare to insult me. Even if Tang San were to plead for your life, I shall bring down my wrath upon you. Just as the Supreme Treasure raised his golden staff, another figure moved faster. In an instant, a shadow flashed by, and before he could react, Gao Yao had slapped Guanyin across the face. Shaking his hand, he cursed, "To hell with you. What pretense are you putting on? Is Guanyin really that impressive?" At this moment, Guanyin was momentarily stunned. How dare this wretched ant strike her? Seething with rage, she exclaimed, "You insolent creature! I shall take your life." Instantly, she transformed into the 1,000-handed Guanyin, conjuring 1,000 arms that descended upon Gao Yao, each one aiming to deliver a resounding slap. She intended to strike him 1,000 times. However, Gao Yao, unfazed, threw a punch. The sheer force of his blow unleashed a terrifying shockwave. In that moment, Guanyin felt her end approaching. With a resounding crash, she was sent flying, her 1,000 arms shattering upon impact. Her body crashed to the ground. Gao Yao descended swiftly, bringing his foot down hard upon Guanyin's head. Blood erupted, spraying into the air. As the crimson liquid soared over a meter high, it became evident that Guanyin's head had been utterly obliterated. With a mere flick of his hand, Gao Yao reduced her remains to dust. "Damn! Impressive, brother. You've slain Guanyin just like that." The Supreme Treasure exclaimed in utter shock. "Humph! Such trash. Not even a Deluo Jinxian, unworthy of the title Guanyin." Gao Yao scoffed. "Well done." Yong Tian commended. "Next, we are headed to Lingshan to topple it. We shall slay every deity and Buddha in sight. From the foot of Lingshan to the Mahavira Hall. Let us go," Yong Tian stated with indifference. With that, 32 figures soared into the sky, racing towards Lingshan. Meanwhile, at Lingshan, within the Mahavira Hall, the Buddha Tathagata sat upon his lotus throne, his expression turning grim. A variable indeed. Even the Bodhisattva Guanyin has perished. Who could be responsible for this? The Buddha's countenance darkened as he began to calculate. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from a severe backlash. What in the world is happening? I cannot discern anything. Just a slight calculation, and I suffer such dire consequences. The Buddha's complexion grew increasingly pale, resembling gold leaf. Abruptly, the 32 figures appeared within the Mahavira Hall. "Ha! Old Tathagata, you dare to calculate our origins? Truly reckless." Yong Tian's expression remained cold. "You, Tathagata, have orchestrated schemes against the Supreme Treasure, plotted against the fairy Zixia, conspired against Tang San, and manipulated the heavenly court, all to propagate your Buddhist teachings across the seas. Today, your Buddhist doctrine shall meet its end here," Yong Tian declared icily. "Monsters, who are you to oppose the rise of my Buddhist order? This is the decree of heaven. Do you not fear the calamities that will befall you for defying the celestial order?" The Buddha's fury was palpable. Transforming into the wrathful Vajra, he stood resolute. Even a clay figure has its limits, let alone a group that threatens the annihilation of Buddhism. "I tire of your meaningless chatter. You are not worthy to hear it," Yong Tian replied coldly. With that, he struck. With a single palm, he unleashed a vast golden hand, enveloping the Buddha. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar, shaking the earth, causing mountains to crumble and the celestial order to collapse. Lingshan was reduced to ruins. The Buddha Tathagata, under that one hand, perished, his essence scattering into oblivion. No matter how immortal his golden body or how profound his teachings, they could not withstand Yong Tian's casual strike. The 18 Arhats, the Buddha of the lamp, and all revered Buddhas met their demise. As for Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva, he narrowly escaped, remaining somewhat noble with his vow to not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. Lingshan lay in utter desolation, and the celestial order was obliterated beneath that singular strike. With a mere thought, Yong Tian reconstructed a new celestial order, one that would undoubtedly shield the Supreme Treasure and cater to all his desires. Damn, what incredible power. Leader, the Supreme Treasure shouted. What kind of strength is this? The Buddha, the Tathagata, and Ling Shan, all destroyed just like that. Zixia was momentarily stunned. As expected of our leader. Finally, witnessing your divine prowess. This is nothing short of celestial mastery. Dong Yuyan exclaimed in shock. The other members of the group had grown accustomed to such displays and showed no signs of astonishment. Let us proceed. Next, we will seize control of the heavenly court. Yong Tian stated nonchalantly. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone into oblivion. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor sat in his chair, his face paling to an alarming degree. The celestial order has lost contact. Lingshan has been obliterated. What kind of existence could achieve such a feat? The Jade Emperor was engulfed in worry, fearing that his own heavenly court would be next. As if summoned by his thoughts, 32 figures materialized within the Lingxiao Palace. The Supreme Treasure fixed his gaze upon Erlang Shun and struck him with his staff, instantly killing him. You bullied Zixia. You deserve to die, the Supreme Treasure declared coldly. He then proceeded to eliminate the 4 heavenly kings. I will not spare those who have wronged Zixia. His demeanor was icy. Li Jing, I do not like you. You can die. Qin Yi Bai struck out, delivering a fatal punch to the pagoda bearer Li Jing. This scene rendered the Jade Emperor's expression even more grim. Presumptuous. This is my heavenly court. When did it become your place to deal with my ministers? The Jade Emperor's face shifted between anger and despair. Jade Emperor, will you leave willingly, or shall I escort you out? Yong Tian inquired coldly. A palpable aura emanated from Yong Tian. The Jade Emperor sensed this terrifying presence, causing his heart to tremble, as if death was looming over him. In that instant, he realized that this individual was responsible for the annihilation of Lingshan. The inevitable had arrived. The Jade Emperor slowly rose. Who are you? Are you beings from beyond the heavens? He questioned. Jade Emperor, I shall not repeat myself. Yong Tian responded. If you choose to depart on your own, I shall grant you leniency. But should I intervene, the consequences will be yours to bear. Yong Tian remarked with an air of indifference. Very well, I shall leave on my own. The Jade Emperor, in a state of despair, slowly descended and made his way outward. The multitude of deities exchanged glances, uncertain whether to remain. Those who wish to stay may do so. Those who prefer to leave may take their leave now. Yong Tian spoke calmly. Instantly, more than half of the celestial beings departed. From this moment forth, Zhu Zubeo, you shall be the new Jade Emperor, and Zixia will be your wife. I hereby bestow my certification upon you both, at this moment. You are united as husband and wife. May your hearts be forever entwined, sharing both glory and adversity. With these words, Yong Tian enacted his decree. Simultaneously, a notification resonated within the chat group. Ding! Congratulations on completing the group task. This task involved toppling the celestial deities, vanquishing the Western Spirit Mountain, liberating oneself from a manipulated fate, and aiding Zhu Zubeo and Zixia in their matrimonial union. Upon verification, the chat group acknowledges that the participants have excellently fulfilled the task through teamwork. Task settlement complete. Each member is awarded 1,000,000 points as a reward. Chapter 79, Tony Stark. Uchiha Sasuke, fantastic. Another 1,000,000 points added to my account. I feel invincible. Duan Mu Yen, 1,000,000 points. I feel suddenly affluent. Gao Yao, Duan Mu Yen. Nonsense. 1,000,000 points hardly enhances one's power. Yong Tian waved his hand dismissively. Now that the task is complete, I shall take my leave. With that, Yong Tian's figure flickered and he returned to his own Dragon Ball world. The group members nodded in agreement, signaling their departure. Observing the vanishing figures of his companions, Zhu Zubeo took Zixia's hand and bowed deeply. I bid farewell to all esteemed beings. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, Yong Tian's first order of business was to indulge in a foot massage. Technicians, be swift. Understood. Esteemed guest. The 4 female technicians, 18, Batos, Marcarita, and Kess, swiftly began their tasks. After a considerable time, Yong Tian felt utterly relaxed, his spirits lifted. He then ventured into the Peach Blossom Grove. Seated by the pond of fish. For 2 consecutive days, Yong Tian reveled in this blissful state. Ding! Tony Stark has joined the chat group. Yong Tian group leader, Tony Stark. Wow. Welcome, affluent one, to our group. Qin Yi Bai, Tony Stark. Welcome Iron Man to the chat group. Bei Chong Tan, Tony Stark. Welcome, warmly welcome. Gao Yao, Tony Stark. Welcome, new friend. Tony Stark, is this chat group the latest technological marvel? I, Tony, want to invest. I demand 50% of the shares. Zhang Holan, Tony Stark, are you out of your mind? This is the supreme chat group of the multiverse. Keep your shares to yourself. Xiao Huo. Tony Stark, you'd better comprehend this. This is an all-powerful chat group, not some product you can invest in. Tony Stark, Zhang Holan, Xiao Huo. Is that true? How can you prove it? Zhang Holan, Tony Stark, simple. I'll send a lightning bolt to strike you down. Tony Stark, Zhang Holan, what do you mean? You want to go for real? Come on. Who's afraid? Zhang Holan. Alright, you have guts. See you in the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark, feeling disdainful towards the chat group in his mind, was soon challenged. Ding. Zhang Holan has sent you a challenge for a duel in the arena. Do you agree? Haha. You want to go for real? Bring it on. Without hesitation, Tony accepted the challenge. As his consciousness swirled, Tony found himself in a realm adorned with flowers. A massive square arena materialized before him. Wow, is this for real? Tony was taken aback. Come on, little brother. I'll let you use both hands and feet. Zhang Holan beckoned provocatively. Taking a deep breath, Tony activated his Mark 43 armor, enveloping himself completely, including his head and face. Alright, let us see what you've got. Raising his right hand, Tony aimed at Zhang Holan, unleashing a jet of white energy. The force created a powerful blast, capable of sending an opponent flying. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhang Holan remained steadfast, his hair merely ruffled, his body unyielding like a divine pillar. What is this? Strike already. If you delay any longer, you will lose your chance. Zhang Holan urged. Damn, this guy is strong. Tony's jet thrusters ignited, lifting him into the air. The suit emitted a series of clicks as missile heads emerged. Boom. A thunderous explosion followed as missiles launched. Zhang Holan smirked, his stance unwavering. As the missiles struck, a cloud of dust was kicked up. When the smoke cleared, Zhang Holan remained unscathed, his attire pristine, his hairstyle flawless. Don't eat sour radishes. What on earth are you? How can you withstand missiles? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Now it's my turn to attack. Thunder in the palm. Zhang Holan smiled. As he spoke, thunder roared and the sky darkened ominously. The atmosphere heavy with impending doom. Suddenly, a colossal golden lightning bolt descended, striking Tony's Iron Man suit. Boom. The blinding golden light enveloped him, reducing Iron Man to ash. When Tony regained his senses, he found himself in the audience. Sweating profusely, he was still in shock. What kind of power is this? Even the gods would pale in comparison. Tony was astounded. Little brother, you still have a long way to go. More practice is needed. Zhang Holan proclaimed triumphantly. Saitama, Zhang Holan, you bully those who know nothing. How pathetic. Zhang Holan, Saitama, don't be so discontent. I defeated Tony Stark solely through raw power. Xiao Huo, Zhang Holan, you're shameless, bullying newcomers with such audacity. Why don't you challenge the Panga God? Zhang Holan, Xiao Huo, let it be. My strength is lacking. I cannot compete with him. Ding. Yong Tian has uploaded the Iron Man series. Zhao Ling, oh wow. Another anime to watch. Beichong Tan. Haha, watching videos while munching on chips, how cool. Zhang Holan, I see. Iron Man. No wonder it feels familiar. I've heard much about you. Tony Stark. Tony Stark. Zhang Holan, damn. Stop mocking me. Tony Stark. However, my future is indeed convoluted. To be compared to a god in human form. Qing Yi Bai. Tony Stark. What stage of the plot are you currently in? Tony Stark. Qing Yi Bai. According to fate, I am in the phase of researching Ultron. Soon, that fellow should make his appearance. Yet, artificial intelligence is perilous. But with everyone in the chat group, I believe we can overcome any predicament. Yong Tian, group leader. Indeed, we can resolve any issue. However, to prevent your demise, allow me to bestow upon you a small token of appreciation. Tony Stark, a small gift? Ding. Group leader Yong Tian has sent you a red envelope. Congratulations. You have obtained immortality and the power of DC's Superman. As the sensation of power surged through him, Tony was left utterly astonished. Yong Tian, wow. You call this a mere token? Thank you, esteemed group leader. I am eternally grateful. Yong Tian, group leader, huh? No need for thanks. It truly is a trifling gift. Tony Stark, Yong Tian, you're amazing. From now on Tony, shall be your most loyal supporter. Gao Yao, Tony Stark, kindly step aside. I am the most loyal sycophant of the group leader. Chapter 80, Li Xingyun, Huolin Fi. Grey Wolf, Zhang Holan. I have something to declare regarding my position as the strongest sycophant of the group leader. I, Zhang Holan, am the true loyal sycophant of the group leader. Xiao Huo, Zhang Holan, go to hell. I am the one. I am the group's mosaic. Peter Parker. Then I am the group leader's sacred treasure. Yong Tian, group leader. Peter Parker, Xiao Huo, you both are quite the bore. Making it seem as though you have nothing better to do. Calm yourselves. Watching the group members banter, Yong Tian found himself at a loss for words. After a brief fishing session, he indulged in the essential foot massage routine of the day. This time, he conjured a snow maiden and a succubus for amusement, along with Aria Kaizuki, an elf, and a fallen angel. Yong Tian murmured to himself, and upon contemplation, he brought forth these 5 enchanting ladies. Esteemed master, Aria is at your service. Instantly, the 5 beauties exuded charm, their graceful poses captivating. The foot massage technique was nothing short of exquisite. Yong Tian reveled in the presence of the 5 women within the confines of the room, the atmosphere thick with joyous energy. 2 days later, Yong Tian emerged from his quarters, transformed, brimming with vitality and vigor. Ding. Li Xingyun joined the chat group. Ding. Hua Linfei joined the chat group. Ding. Grassland Wolf King joined the chat group. Yong Tian, group leader. Li Xingyun, Hua Linfei, Grassland Wolf King, welcome to the group. Qing Yi Bai Wao, Grey Wolf, Li Xingyun, and Hua Linfei, impressive. Xiao Huo, welcome to the group. Chuan Dao Fan Yuan, welcome, welcome. In an instant, group members flooded in to extend their greetings to the newcomers. Hua Linfei, this is a chat group? How intriguing. Is it a high-tech marvel? Li Xingyun, what is the supreme chat group of all realms? It sounds quite formidable. Grey Wolf, how fascinating. Is it a connection of consciousness from beings of other worlds appearing in a chat group format? Quite an interesting concept. Duan Mu Yen, Hua Linfei, Grey Wolf, Li Xingyun, please refer to the group announcement for more information. You'll understand once you read it. I'm too lazy to explain further. Ding. Yong Tian uploaded Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, Super Beast Armed, and the Unruly Mage. Gu Yuna, wonderful. It's time for binge watching. By King Tan. My favorite segment is witnessing the past and future of my fellow group members. It's highly anticipated. Xie Jinxian, indeed. It's a source of amusement. Before long, the group members completed watching the 3 series. All the information was transferred into their minds through the medium of memory, allowing for swift digestion of the group members' details. Li Xingyun, I was wrong. I should have inherited the throne. I should not have allowed Yuan Tiangang to perish. His death instantly threw the realm into chaos. Zhang Holan, Li Xingyun, you truly resemble a hopeless case. However, even a Dou is far superior to you. Although you possess considerable cunning, you indeed made a grave mistake. You should not have let the Grand Marshal die. Just like me. I would never allow the Grand Master to perish. If you fail to realize this, what good is your cunning? Truly a pitiful waste. Hua Linfei, I knew it. This is a cycle. 100,000 years later, it will be the same. But I am truly remarkable. After merely a few days of cultivation, I surpass others who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. I am exceptionally powerful. Xiao Huo, Hua Linfei, the fool, stop talking and be quiet. Grey Wolf, haha. Truly unfortunate. It seems I cannot eat lamb, and I appear to be unable to die either, capable of achieving anything. This is utterly absurd. It seems I am destined to be deprived of lamb. Tony Stark, Grey Wolf, if you desire lamb, it's quite simple. I can send you a batch. At that moment, on the green pastures, Grey Wolf was munching on grass. Upon reading Tony Stark's message, his eyes lit up. Grey Wolf, Tony Stark, is that true? If you can provide me with lamb, I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. Tony Stark, Grey Wolf, it's simple. Once you finish this batch of lamb, just ask me or the group members for more. Ding. Tony Stark sent you a red envelope. Holy moly. 1,000 pounds of lamb. I'm in for a treat. Grey Wolf's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wife, we have lamb to eat, he exclaimed, racing back home. Bang. A frying pan landed squarely on Grey Wolf's head. Grey Wolf, what are you back for? Did you catch a sheep? Red Wolf interrogated. Wife, fear not. From now on, we shall have an endless supply of lamb. Grey Wolf cheerfully presented over 1,000 pounds of lamb. With the existence of this chat group, once these lambs are consumed, he could simply ask the group members for more. Just thinking about the future filled him with immense joy. Wow, husband, you're incredible. To have so much lamb. Red Wolf's eyes sparkled with hearts. Soon, they started a fire and prepared roasted lamb chops. Finally, they savored the lamb. The lamb was exquisite. Tears of joy streamed down Red Wolf and Grey Wolf's faces. Grey Wolf, Tony Stark, thank you. Thank you. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. The same goes for other group members. If there's anything I, Grey Wolf, can do, I shall certainly help. Li Xingyun, holy moly. It seems I must alter my approach. I cannot continue to disappoint the Grand Marshal. From this day forth, I shall become emperor. Qi Meng, Li Mujin, and Ji Rugju. I shall have them as my consorts. Yuan Tiangang shall serve as the regent. I cannot allow this world to descend into chaos any longer. Gao Yao, Li Xingyun, that's the spirit. With Yuan Tiangang clearing all your obstacles, you should focus solely on being emperor. Yuan Tiangang will handle the rest. Xiao Huohuo, Li Xingyun, you truly are an ungrateful wretch. With the Grand Marshal backing you, you should revel in your fortune. You've turned a heavenly start into this mess, and still, you were nearly killed once. In the end, won't you just end up like the Grand Marshal? After all that effort, you'll still have to emulate the Grand Marshal. What's the point? Li Xingyun, I realize my folly. I was too naive. The notion of being a carefree wanderer, living freely, does not exist. With the Grand Marshal as protection, I can be emperor and still live freely. Moreover, now I have the esteemed leaders of the chat group to assist me. At that moment, in the world of the unruly mage, Li Xingyun approached Yuan Tiangang earnestly. Grand Marshal, I wish to become emperor. Please assist me. Yuan Tiangang, with hands behind his back, let out a hearty laugh. Ha! What has prompted this change in your disposition today? Li Xingyun smiled slightly, feeling a sense of shame. I have come to realize that if I do not become emperor, the Tang dynasty will only descend into greater chaos. Currently, this situation can only be maintained with your intervention. Should you perish, the realm would surely be strewn with corpses. Furthermore, Grand Marshal, once I ascend the throne, I will resurrect your old friend Li Chunfeng. I wish for you both to serve the Tang dynasty once more. What? Resurrect Li Chunfeng? Yuan Tiangong's body trembled, fixating his gaze on Li Xingyun, trying to discern whether this was merely a fanciful dream. It's true. I can certainly bring forth the revival of elder Li Chunfeng. Li Xingyun's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. According to the chat group's introduction, the chat group is omnipotent. And as long as one possesses points, revival items can be purchased, easily bringing back the departed. Very well. If you can achieve that, what harm is there in aiding you to conquer the world? Yuan Tiangang's aura was commanding. Li Xingyun, is there a leader who can assist me? I wish to resurrect Li Chunfeng. Additionally, revive my master, Uncle Yang. Yong Tian group leader, certainly. It's a simple matter. Chapter 81, Water Palace Miku, Lu Xingshou. Ding. Group leader Yong Tian has sent you an exclusive red envelope. Would you like to receive it? Receive. Li Xingyun concentrated, promptly claiming the red envelope. Ding. Congratulations. You have been bestowed with 2 extraordinary resurrection coins. The resurrected possess the power of immortality, a millennium of mastery in the celestial tactics, and a millennium of prowess in the 9 nether mystical arts. Immortal life, an indestructible body. What an astonishing gift from our esteemed group leader. Li Xingyun was instantly filled with immense joy. The interplay of yin and yang is the essence of the way. Their harmonious balance culminates in 2 millennia of power. I am invincible, Li Xingyun exclaimed with exhilaration. Even without Yuan Tiangang, I shall remain unrivaled in this world. This realm belongs to the great Tang dynasty. The flourishing Tang will blossom under my stewardship. Li Xingyun was brimming with ambition and audacity. Moreover, he recalled the group announcement stating that for merely 100 points, one could acquire an enigmatic system. My future days shall only improve. I have finally defied fate. Oh, how I adore this chat group. Li Xingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Xingyun, Yong Tian, thank you for the magnificent gift from our esteemed leader. My heartfelt gratitude to you. Yong Tian group leader, indeed. Huolin Fi Wow? Esteemed leader. I want one too. Please grant me a cheat code, I beg you. Yong Tian group leader. Huolin Fi, it can be done. Ding. Yong Tian sent a special red envelope to Huolin Fi. At that moment, in the super beast armed world, Li Xingyun promptly clicked to claim his red envelope. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a red envelope. You obtained an Imperial Armor Summoner, Imperial Star Cloud Body, 1,000 units of Black Hole Anomalous Energy. Huolin Fi, Yong Tian. I'm soaring now. Thank you, esteemed leader. Bowing in gratitude to our magnificent leader, Grey Wolf, Yong Tian, esteemed leader. May I request an endless supply of lamb? Yong Tian group leader, certainly. It's quite simple. At that moment, in the green pastures, Wolf Fortress, Grey Wolf had just finished a lamb chop, while Little Grey was playing with the sheep in the village. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a lamb extraction machine. This machine can produce lamb infinitely. Ha! My dear. We will truly have an unending supply of lamb. Grey Wolf laughed maniacally. Grey Wolf, Yong Tian, I am deeply grateful to you, esteemed leader. In return I, King Grey Wolf, shall certainly lend my assistance. Yong Tian group leader, very well. Understood. Yi Hei, Grey Wolf, Li Xingyun, Huolin Fi, congratulations. Gao Yao, So this is the correct way to engage with the leader, Zhang Holan. However, I believe it is prudent not to excessively demand from our esteemed leader. If the leader is in good spirits, he will naturally assist us, but if he is displeased, such demands might annoy him, leading to the expulsion of group members. Yuan Deu, indeed. That fool Tang San serves as a cautionary tale. Yong Tian, group leader. No worries, my group members are generally respectful. When the time comes, I shall act as needed. After responding to the messages, Yong Tian turned his gaze to the pond before him. The fishing rod trembled. A fish was on the line. Wow, a big catch. Yong Tian gently tugged on the rod. Soon, a small goldfish, 3 fingers wide, leaped from the water. Not bad. Number 18. Take this fish to make some soup. Yong Tian smiled slightly. Understood. Number 18 replied, swaying her alluring hips and balancing the fish as she departed. Fortune smiles upon me. Yong Tian's mood lifted considerably. Then, feeling a surge of inspiration, he summoned the likes of Snow Woman, Succubus, and Airy. With a grand gesture, he led several of them into the room. In their youthful exuberance, the sounds of playful banter filled the air, transforming the atmosphere into one of joy. As evening approached, Yong Tian emerged from the room. Gazing at the slightly reddened twilight, he felt rejuvenated. Ding. Mizuha Mitsuba has joined the chat group. Ding. Lu Daji Ba has joined the chat group. Zhang Holan, what just flashed by? Yihei, what was that? Gao Yao, what was it? Qing Yi Bai, must be Lu Xing Beast, right? Guan Tian Di. Ah, welcome to the new members. As they observed the newly joined members, everyone began to converse excitedly. Qing Yi Bai, Mizuha Mitsuba should be the protagonist from your name. Yong Tian, group leader. Correct, it is Lu Sheng, as well as your name's heroine. Ding. Group leader Yong Tian has uploaded your name, extremist heavenly demon. Beichong Tan. Excellent. I can peruse the life experiences of my fellow members. Gui Na. I too enjoy reading the stories of my companions. Your Name is a romantic healing film, depicting the mutual journey of the male lead, Takadu Taki, and the female lead, Mizuha Mitsuba. The two exchange bodies in their dreams, experiencing each other's lives. Ultimately, they fall in love. However, during their body exchange, they traverse time, existing in different temporal realms. The female lead resides in the past, while the male lead is situated in the future. When the male lead resolves to find the female lead, he discovers that her hometown, Itamori, was destroyed years ago by a meteor. In reality, Mizuha Mitsuba no longer exists. Moreover, the female lead had sought the male lead before the destruction of Itamori, but regrettably, he did not recognize her at the time, rendering her efforts futile. Ultimately, the male lead arrives at the meteor's impact site, where time converges, allowing them to converse across temporal barriers. Encouraged by the male lead, the female lead strives to survive and meet him, successfully guiding her villagers to safety, thus averting their doom. The conclusion is one of mutual pursuit, culminating in their union. Though devoid of extraordinary powers, it remains a remarkable experience, a fusion of dreams and reality. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, is the protagonist within the extremist heavenly demon. He traverses into the demon realm, utilizing a deep blue modifier created in his previous life to progressively enhance his abilities to their utmost potential. The deep blue attribute system serves as his golden finger. With the divine power acquired, he maximizes his strength. Ultimately, he embarks on the path of the extreme muscle dominator. His muscles are immensely large, transcending human capacity, yet he shamelessly claims to be human. Even more brazenly, he asserts that his achievements stem solely from his diligent training. He often exclaims, "Deep Blue, enhance. Show me your limits." At this moment, in the world of your name, Mizuha Mitsuba has just awakened. After completing her morning routine, she discovers a chat group in her mind and clicks to explore. First, she reviews the group announcement, followed by the files uploaded by the group leader. Upon finishing, Mizuha Mitsuba feels profoundly moved. So that's it. The boy with whom I exchanged bodies, through our joint efforts, managed to prevent the meteor from destroying my village? This poignant and reciprocal love is precisely what I yearn for. Taki, I will surely find you in Tokyo. Mitsuba vowed silently within her heart, but before that, I must prevent the meteor from annihilating my hometown of Itamori. Meanwhile, in the demon world, Lucian quickly comprehended the essence of the chat group and its usage. After all, he too is a traveler, a former earthling. A supreme chat group spanning all realms? How intriguing. A cheat more powerful than Deep Blue? Lu Sheng mused to himself. He then took some time to peruse all the files uploaded within the group, including those related to extremist heavenly demon. Gaining a clearer understanding of himself. The demon realm is precisely as I anticipated. I shall undoubtedly become the strongest. I will reach the infinite boundaries of existence. A joyful smile graced Lu Sheng's face. Zhang Hulan, Lu Sheng, you have such thick skin. Take a look. Are you even speaking coherently? I, Lu Sheng, owe my achievements to my own relentless training. Deep Blue, enhance for me. Saitama, Zhang Hulan, in any case, you two are equally matched. Are you not a fool yourself? Lu Sheng, Zhang Hulan, it is not I who is at fault, but this world. The demon realm is inherently a place where ordinary beings cannot survive. They have forced my hand. Xiao Huo, Lu Sheng, impressive. The moment you utter that, I am reminded of the time you dispatched someone and lamented. Why must you force me? Why must you force me? Lu Sheng, Shu Gong Sengyi, you all are truly formidable. Compared to your world, I feel as though mine is crafted from porcelain, shattering at the slightest touch. Yihei, Shu Gong Sengyi, have a bit more faith. Your world is but made of paper. Shu Gong Sengyi, that was rather disheartening.